Chapter 1. The Meridians. Impudent child, you must strive to awaken your spirit. If you awaken without soul power, Shrek will not accept you as a student. Flander gazed at the still-developing child before him. Though his words were stern, they could not conceal the underlying affection. Director, let us begin. The chubby-cheeked boy spoke earnestly, his heart fluttering with anticipation and trepidation for the impending soul awakening. The child was named Gu-E, and it had been 6 long years since he had traversed into this world. There was nothing extraordinary about his arrival upon awakening. He found himself lying in a forest, his body having reverted to that of an infant. Flander had fortuitously come across him and taken him in, and he had spent the last 6 years at Shrek Academy. Alas, he possessed no golden finger. The great deity of transmigration had merely transported him here, neglecting to provide him with any means of survival. Perhaps it was an oversight. He had lived an unremarkable existence for 6 years, and now the moment of his destiny had finally arrived. Flander summoned forth his cat-eagle spirit, channeling his soul power into the 6 gems laid upon the ground. A gentle luminescent barrier enveloped Gu-E, and golden specks of light surged into his being. Gu-E could sense a peculiar energy coursing through his body, yet before he could fully contemplate it, he heard Flander's grave voice instructing, "Extend your right hand." After a prolonged moment, the golden light receded, and Flander beheld no discernible changes. No spirit? How could this be possible? Throughout the ages on Douluo Continent, countless individuals had undergone awakening, with none ever manifesting without a spirit. Clearly, something was amiss. "Do you feel anything, you little rascal?" Upon hearing Flander's query, Gu-E retracted his hand and replied, "Director, do not worry, I have awakened my spirit." "Awakened your spirit? How come I did not witness it? Did you consume such a significant spirit mark? What on earth is going on, you impudent child? This matter is no jest." Flander's demeanor grew unusually solemn. The awakening of a spirit is a momentous event in one's life, and it must not be taken lightly. Indeed, it is just that my spirit is neither a tool spirit nor a beast spirit. Gu-E gazed within himself at the shimmering white light of his meridians indeed. What he had awakened was his true spirit, the meridians. Gu-E's revelation left the illustrious Fureed cat-eagle, a legendary being of flight, in a state of bewilderment. Was there truly a spirit beyond tool and beast spirits in this world? Forgive his ignorance. Clarify yourself. Noticing Flander's increasingly grim expression, Gu-E suppressed his thoughts and explained, "My spirit consists of the meridians within my body. Meridians do not belong to tools nor any beast, hence my assertion that it is neither a tool spirit nor a beast spirit." Flander's countenance grew serious. He had never encountered such an outrageous claim regarding a spirit. Meridians could indeed serve as a spirit. Flander recalled Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps he would be able to elucidate the matter. Let's set aside the spirit discussion for now and test whether you possess soul power. Flander ceased to dwell on the spirit issue, for if there were no soul power, all would be in vain. Gu-E placed his hand upon the blue crystal sphere held by Flander. Ever since awakening his true spirit, he had felt the presence of soul power within him, simply did not know its extent. Moments later, Gu-E sensed his soul power being drawn forth, surging violently towards the crystal sphere. He possessed soul power. The anxiety that had gripped Flander's heart finally dissipated. Possessing soul power meant he could cultivate, no longer an ordinary person. Once the energy within him was depleted, the crystal sphere illuminated considerably. Innate soul power level 6. Flander's voice bore a hint of astonishment. Level 6 was already commendable. Though not a genius, it was certainly a mark of potential. Few in the world could awaken soul power, and even fewer surpassed level 5. Now, he need not worry about this impudent child any longer. Gu-E surveyed the brightly lit crystal sphere, feeling somewhat disheartened. Just moments ago, he had fantasized about awakening with full innate soul power, only to be met with a harsh dose of reality. He was not Tang San, who could cultivate the Xiantian skill from a young age. The mere fact of awakening soul power was already a stroke of fortune. Wait, Gu-E suddenly realized that his spirit was indeed the meridians, and not merely those of a specific part of his body, but his entire being. Perhaps he could forge a unique inner cultivation method of his own. Impudent child, you have already perused the meditation technique from the study. Diligently cultivate it, and strive to reach level 10 as soon as possible. Flander gathered the gems and the blue crystal sphere, offering a brief instruction before hastily departing. Though Flander did not explicitly state his intention, Gu-E, having lived alongside him for 6 years, understood he was off in search of the origins of his spirit. Gu-E settled onto his bed, skillfully commencing his meditation. Previously, he had attempted to meditate early in hopes of increasing his soul power, yet it had yielded no results. However, this had also honed his patience, which was not without its merits. After awakening his spirit, Gu-yi distinctly felt that the barriers separating him from the world around him had been breached, allowing him to sense the soul power that permeated nature. As he began his meditation, strands of soul power coalesced through his meridians, gathering in his lower abdomen. An hour later, Gu-yi rose to stretch his stiff legs, feeling the modest increase in soul power within him, and he was thoroughly dissatisfied with his current pace of cultivation. At this rate, it would take him 4 to 5 months to advance a single level. Was he to spend 2 years merely to reach level 10? After loosening his legs, Gu-yi once again settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to explore the methods of internal cultivation. With his spirit being the meridians, it rendered them more resilient and enabled him to easily perceive subtle changes, which would greatly aid in developing internal cultivation techniques. If any complications arose, he could always abandon the endeavor. Just this aspect alone would undoubtedly incite envy in countless individuals who had perished in the pursuit of crafting their own techniques. Of course, he now dared not channel soul power into the more vital meridians, for should any mishap occur, there would be no remedy. In his past life, he had heard of theories regarding the meridians, describing them as a cyclic form of internal circulation. Blood is transported from the heart to various parts of the body, then flows back to the heart, providing vitality to the body. If blood follows such a principle, perhaps soul power should adhere to a similar logic. Gu-yi directed his soul power through the meridians, commencing from his lower abdomen, traversing through his left hand, left foot, right foot, and returning once more to his lower abdomen. After completing a full cycle, Gu-yi discovered a slight increase in soul power. This elated him, for he had successfully initiated the creation of an internal cultivation technique. Even though it was exceedingly rudimentary, lacking any branches and merely a haphazard cycle, this pace was likely slower than meditation itself. Nonetheless, it instilled hope within Gu-yi. With the unique spirit of his meridians, he could indeed develop a viable internal cultivation technique. Though it was currently simplistic, he believed that one day, the method he crafted would surpass the Shintian skill. Gu-yi held this confidence. Chapter 2. The Manifestation of Martial Arts. As he had anticipated, after departing, Flander meticulously combed through nearly all the tomes in the academy, yet found not a single mention of his spirit. Even now, with his soul power reaching the formidable level of 75, surpassing that of many venerable families with long-standing legacies, he still fell short in comparison. The true spirit had only been separated during his second fight in this era. Even if records existed, they would be exceedingly rare, likely only preserved by the Spirit Hall and the upper 3 sections. At this moment, Gu-yi refrained from further cultivating his soul power. Instead, he began to focus on enhancing his physical prowess. For the body is the foundation of revolution, and given that his spirit is reliant upon his physique, this was of utmost importance to him. As for his methods of physical training, they were far from the antiquated techniques of Gang, employed a simple regimen of weighted running. As a former inhabitant of the modern world, even if he was not a fitness expert, he had acquired some knowledge of exercise techniques. He had long since incorporated push-ups and sit-ups into his routine, which had rendered his physique considerably stronger than that of an average child. Of course, he could not compare to Tang San, who possessed the Shintian skill. Following the awakening of his spirit, Gu-yi could feel a significant enhancement across all physical attributes, particularly in his resilience. Training effectiveness is also contingent upon innate talent. Previously, his physical endowment was quite commendable, and his strength increased at a commendable pace, allowing for more extensive training. For instance, prior to his spirit awakening, his limit had been 50 push-ups. Now, he could effortlessly achieve 200, and despite a slight soreness in his body, he could still manage another 100. This improvement was not merely in strength, but also in bodily resilience. After exercising all parts of his body, he no longer required the massages he once relied upon. The soul power within him nourished his body quite effectively. Gu-yi settled onto the ground, embarking on the cultivation of the rudimentary inner strength he had recently developed. After only a brief period of practice, the aches and fatigue in his body began to dissipate, while the soul power within him had noticeably increased, allowing him to feel a greater absorption of soul energy. Who would have thought that engaging in extreme sports would enhance the speed of soul energy absorption? It seems that this form of training must be further intensified in the future, he mused. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Gu-yi discovered that despite being the only provisional student at Shrek Academy, the dining hall remained operational. However, the food was rather subpar. After all, Even though Flanders held the esteemed title of Soul Sage, lacking a supportive background or noble lineage rendered financial constraints a rather normal predicament. Once he finished his meal, Gui proceeded to Flanders' office. Perhaps in an effort to showcase the director's erudition, the place housed a considerable collection of books. This was precisely why he had come here, to read. Over the years, he had nearly devoured the entirety of the library's offerings ranging from local customs and imperial events to soul beast data demonstrating an impressive breadth of knowledge. His current purpose for being there was to seek out the soul beast for his first soul ring. His martial spirit was unprecedented, with no predecessors or successors, leaving him devoid of guidance on how to cultivate it. Hence, he could only embark on a personal quest to discover the most suitable soul beast. His innate martial spirit, utilizing the human body as its essence, would grow stronger with the significance of its host. It was akin to Hui Yu Hao's spiritual martial spirit, which not only encompassed the eyes but also connected to the brain. Thus, he was destined to become the most formidable mental force across the Douluo Continent. And even after achieving divinity, his spiritual awareness would reign supreme in the divine realm. Of course, his meridian martial spirit was equally formidable, if not more so. The meridians encompassed the entirety of the human body, from the brain to the toes, intricately linked to the meridian system. Yet, he found himself uncertain as to how to cultivate it. Nevertheless, there was no need for undue haste, as he still had a considerable journey ahead before reaching level 10. He could afford to take his time. Time swiftly passed, and the seasons changed. 6 months had gone by in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, before dawn, a child was seen sprinting around Shrek Academy. His cherubic face was already glistening with sweat, indicating that he had been running for some time. Strands of hair, dampened by perspiration, clung to his forehead, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Despite his disarray, the child's breathing remained steady and rhythmic. This child was none other than our protagonist, Gu Yi. Compared to 6 months prior, Gu Yi had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had he grown significantly taller, but he had also shed much of his infantile roundness. Perhaps influenced by the soul power, his skin remained exceptionally fair and delicate, akin to that of a youthful sprite, despite the sun and wind exposure over the past half-year. As he completed his final lap, Gu Yi wasted no time, settling into a cross-legged position to begin cultivating his soul power. The soul energy within him flowed along a specific pathway, absorbing external soul energy, which subsequently returned to his lower abdomen, resulting in a slight increase in overall capacity. "It seems the time has come to hunt for a soul ring," he declared, rising to his feet and gazing at the newly risen sun with youthful exuberance. Over the past 6 months, he had continually tested the limits of his meridian martial spirit, significantly enhancing the once rudimentary operational route and accelerating his cultivation speed. Moreover, he had successfully opened the Yongwei meridian among the 8 extraordinary meridians, which not only harmonized with his cultivation methods, but also greatly increased his training pace, resulting in a leap in level. It was precisely this achievement that allowed him to reach level 10 in such a short span of time. It is worth noting that Tang San had only connected one of the 8 extraordinary meridians at the age of 13, underscoring the difficulty of such an endeavor. All of this was made possible by his own meridian martial spirit, granting him control over his meridians, which naturally included the 8 extraordinary meridians. He had also contemplated the path he would take moving forward. Extending his right hand, a fierce surge of soul power erupted from his ring finger, leaving a crater in the ground. Observing the results, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. Not only did his finger's meridian ache, but the effect was not as impressive as he had envisioned. This was the path that lay ahead of him, martial arts. 5 months ago, he had been pondering how to cultivate his meridian martial spirit. It was impractical to simply cast aside the meridians and then declare, entwine. The mere thought of it felt revolting. Meridians lacked offensive capability. Even if enhanced by the world's most powerful soul beasts, they would still be ineffective. Since this world's approach proved futile, he resolved to adopt a perspective from another realm. In this world, meridians seemed to hold little value, but in another, they were of utmost importance, potentially determining the life and death of martial artists. The idea took root in his mind and refused to dissipate. If meridians could not be directly transformed into combat power, then he would create a converter. Martial arts. With a multitude of martial arts philosophies from his past life, he found himself in a world brimming with extraordinary power. If he could present them one by one, they would undoubtedly shine. If Tang San could traverse the Douluo Continent with the Tang sect's hidden weapons and martial arts, why couldn't he amalgamate the martial philosophies of Blue Star to navigate the Douluo Continent as well? Thus, he fashioned his current approach. He replicated the soul power version of the Sword of the Six Meridians, specifically the Guanchong sword, as he had only opened the Yangwei Meridian, which corresponded to the Han Shaoyang, Sanjiao Meridian. However, compared to the Six Meridians sword from his memories, he still had a long journey ahead to achieve mastery. Chapter 3. The Hunt for the Soul Ring. After finishing his bath, Gu Yi sought out Flanders. "What do you want today, you little rascal? You must have finished all the books here by now, haven't you?" Flanders remarked, glancing at Gu Yi, who he considered his foster son, with evident satisfaction. Especially noteworthy was the fact that, over the years, Gu Yi had absorbed countless tomes, and his intellectual depth imbued him with a certain elegance, creating a delightful contrast with his youthful exuberance. Yet, such contradictions often prove to be the most captivating allure. "I've reached level 10, take me to hunt for a soul ring," Gu Yi stated, looking up at Flanders, who was seated comfortably in a chair. "Level 10? Quite commendable," Flanders replied, offering an encouraging smile. After taking a sip of tea, he abruptly spat it out in surprise. Years of training had honed Gu Yi's reflexes, enabling him to deftly evade the oncoming spray of tea. With a dismissive glance, he thought, "What is the fuss about? It's merely level 10. At this age, one should exhibit a bit more composure." "What did you say? Level 10? How is that even possible?" Flander, well aware of the arduous journey to attain level 6, knew that reaching level 10 would require at least a year and a half of relentless effort. It had only been a mere 6 months. The notion of achieving level 10 seemed utterly implausible. Honestly, if you doubt it, just test it with the crystal ball, and you'll see. Flander pondered this and realized that the truth would indeed be revealed through the crystal ball. He cast a penetrating glance at Gu Yi, contemplating that if he dared to deceive him, a meal of bamboo stir-fried with meat would be in order. Moments later, Flander stared in disbelief at the radiant crystal ball in his hand, which proclaimed that he had indeed reached level 10. "You little rascal, you truly are an anomaly. Your martial soul is peculiar enough, but your cultivation speed is astonishing." This was the first time Flander had encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. If Yu Xiaojiang were present, he would have likely begun his research by now. "Shall we depart? The sooner we leave, the sooner we return." Gu Yi remained completely composed. "No, I have yet to fully comprehend your martial soul. It is imperative that we refrain from attaching any soul rings at this moment. I am currently devising a plan to locate the master, who possesses a unique understanding of martial souls. I am confident that he will provide invaluable insights. You, my young friend, must exercise patience for a while longer and continue your cultivation. Even without a breakthrough in rank, your soul power can still steadily increase. Once the soul rings are affixed, your level will correspondingly rise. This is a theory developed by the master, who is indeed quite remarkable." Flander held his longtime friend in high regard, extolling his virtues with great enthusiasm. Gu Yi watched him with such enthusiasm, feeling reluctant to reveal the truth. He did not require Yu Xiaojiang to teach him the intricacies of spirit cultivation. Perhaps Yu Xiaojiang, having witnessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family in the Spirit Hall, possessed a wealth of knowledge that he could not match. However, in terms of understanding his own spirit, no one in this world could comprehend it better than he. His future path had already been meticulously charted, focusing on enhancing the resilience and strength of his meridians. This would significantly aid him in his subsequent explorations of martial arts and internal cultivation techniques. There was no need for the dean's assistance. He had already conducted some research on his own spirit and did not require further guidance from others. Gu Yi resolutely declined the request from Flander, unwilling to wait any longer. Although one could cultivate without breaking through the major realm, the pace would be considerably slower than before. There exists a distinction in the cultivation speed between soul masters and soul sages. Why delay when one can swiftly enhance their abilities? He had no intention of suppressing his level. While rank may not encompass everything, it is indeed a crucial aspect. A counterattack in dire straits is not his style. He favors the overwhelming pressure of superior realms. Why wait for someone to beat you to the point of spitting blood before unleashing your potential? He is not unwell. Flander regarded the determined little fellow before him and decided that since he had made up his mind, they should set forth. He knew this troublesome lad well. He never undertook actions without adequate preparation. "Zhao Wujie, keep an eye on the academy. I will take this rascal to hunt for souls and return in a few days." Zhao Wujie, resting in a corner of the academy, was taken aback by Flander's voice, realizing that Gu Yi had swiftly met the requirements for an additional soul ring. "So, what soul beast do you plan to add?" he inquired, as Flander summoned his martial spirit, soaring above. "Heavenly blue bamboo. I've researched it, and its resilience is extraordinary. With a remarkably strong vitality that will fortify my meridians, enabling me to withstand greater surges of soul power, Gui replied. Though Flander was unfamiliar with Gui's martial spirit, he was well acquainted with heavenly blue bamboo. It was not particularly rare, being quite common, although certainly more uncommon than blue silvergrass. Are you truly certain? Even if heavenly blue bamboo strengthens your so-called meridians, what valuable soul skills can you acquire from it? Flander questioned, somewhat puzzled, considering that Gui had been dedicated to physical training since childhood, especially fervently over the past 6 months. Was it merely to attain a feeble soul skill? I suppose so, Gui conceded. Gui offered no explanation, according to his scheme. The enhancement to his meridians from the celestial bamboo was paramount. Should his plan falter, and he be unable to replicate a truly formidable martial art, he would likely have to alter his strategy. However, if successful, it would provide a delightful surprise for Flanders. Yet, for the sake of the first spirit ring, Flanders did not lead him to the Stardoe Forest, but instead to the soul-hunting forest. Flanders did not venture directly into the soul-hunting forest. He chose to halt just outside the quaint town. You rascal, take a good look. This is the realm of soul masters. Gui listened attentively to the various teams soliciting spirit masters, feeling a profound sense of novelty, a vibrancy that was absent in Shrek. However, years of diligent study had greatly refined his temperament, preventing him from behaving like a child and running about recklessly. Instead, he merely surveyed his surroundings with keen eyes. Stop right there, commanded the captain of the soldiers responsible for inspecting arrivals. Flanders said nothing, merely revealing his own soul rings, his expression remaining impassive. Forgive us, Lord Spirit Saint. We are blind to your presence, the captain hastily apologized, fully aware that a spirit saint was not someone they could afford to offend. Flander paid them no heed, not even casting a glance in their direction, as he led Gui onward. Once they had departed, one of the soldiers behind the captain muttered, "Why would a spirit saint come to such a small place?" That remark prompted the captain to swiftly turn and kick the soldier, admonishing him, "If you wish to court death, do not drag others down with you. The affairs of the spirit saint are beyond your comprehension." Spirit masters wield considerable privileges, and powerful spirit masters enjoy even greater prerogatives. As they entered the realm of spirit beasts, caution became imperative. Flander offered a brief comment but refrained from further conversation. Without granting Gui any time or opportunity for practice, he took to the skies with him. What could a mere child, who was not even a spirit master, possibly learn? It is best to first acquire a soul ring. In the soul-hunting forest, Flander felt a deep sense of confidence. Chapter 4. The first soul ring, the celestial bamboo, being one of the most common plant spirit beasts, possesses significant vulnerabilities. Not only is it immobile, but its living environment is also exceedingly monotonous, coupled with the enhanced vision provided by the cat-eagle martial spirit. Flander successfully located a celestial bamboo within merely half an hour. This celestial bamboo's spirit power is not particularly formidable, making it quite suitable as your first soul ring, Flander remarked as they landed, gazing at the celestial bamboo not far away. Gui cast a few glances. Yet he was even more convinced than Flander that this celestial bamboo was at least 5 centuries old. However, he chose not to elaborate. It is worth mentioning that his physique had long surpassed that of an ordinary beast soul master, augmented by the unique circulation of his meridians and his self-developed internal techniques, all of which constituted his assets. Were it not for the concern that the soul rings of a millennium-old soul beast could possess qualitative enhancements, he might have urged Flander to accompany him in search of one. Although the theories formulated by the master harbored considerable flaws and deficiencies, there remained some merit within them. Thus, this one shall suffice. Upon receiving Gui's response, Flander unleashed a surge of soul power, striking the distant celestial bamboo from several dozen meters away. This force impacted the bamboo's trunk, causing fissures to emerge. "Very well, take this dagger and slay the celestial bamboo," Flander declared, producing a short knife from an unknown source. "No need for that, teacher. Just observe," Gui replied. Gui stepped forward, extending his right hand towards the nearby Tianqing bamboo, launching a swift strike with the sword of Guanzhong. What was initially regarded by Gui as a mere trifling technique unexpectedly yielded astonishing results with a single blow. It pierced through the bamboo, which then toppled to the ground. Behind him, Flander widened his eyes in disbelief. What had he just witnessed? A self-created soul skill. Indeed. Aside from absorbing soul rings during their ascension to higher realms to acquire soul skills, there exist exceptionally gifted individuals capable of developing their own formidable techniques. Such skills are referred to as self-created soul skills. Today, he had witnessed one in a child not yet 7 years old. It was utterly remarkable. A yellow soul ring materialized above the fallen Tianqing bamboo, and Flander, momentarily casting aside his astonishment, urgently shouted, "You little rascal, absorb the soul ring." Gui, having perused numerous tomes, comprehended the intricate process of assimilating the soul ring and channeling his soul power to draw the yellow soul ring towards him. As the yellow soul ring merged with his being, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Without the slightest hesitation, he proceeded to operate his cultivation technique to absorb the soul ring. A wave of intensely scorching energy surged within him, its formidable force causing him physical discomfort. The searing energy enveloped his entire body. And as he continued to circulate his technique, he gradually began to master the energy within him, allowing it to traverse through his meridians, simultaneously fortifying them and rendering them more robust and resilient, a feat he had been unable to achieve in his previous training. Slowly, Gui sensed something within him shatter. The once insurmountable barrier now effortlessly dismantled. Moreover, following this absorption, he discovered that his soul power could now penetrate the previously inaccessible minuscule meridians. The soul power within his lower abdomen had also grown more profound and substantial. Furthermore, Gui felt as though his body had entirely opened up, as if he were no longer separate from the universe. All 360 acupoints seemed to breathe in unison, and the speed of his soul power's circulation quickened remarkably. Faintly, Gui discerned the nature of his first soul skill. The soul master system was indeed peculiar, allowing one to master various potent soul skills without arduous training. In contrast to the relentless practice required in martial arts, soul skills appeared significantly simpler. However, his concern did not lie with these observations. Rather, he was acutely aware of the changes within his meridians, affirming his success. His meridians had grown extraordinarily powerful, enabling him to condense the sword of the closing barrier with ease, free from any pain. Rising to his feet, Gui realized that his absorption of the soul ring had not only instigated profound internal changes, but had also markedly transformed his exterior. He had gained stature, such that in the future he would no longer need to look up when seated next to Flinder. Moreover, his physique had become smoother and more refined, rivaling that of fine jade. "I have succeeded. Now, let me witness your soul skill." Flinder expressed an eagerness to discern Gui's newly acquired ability. Should Gui's expectations prove misguided, swift corrective measures would be imperative. The second soul ring could not be allowed to manifest according to his whims. First soul skill, enhanced defense. A yellow soul ring rose from beneath his feet, shimmering momentarily. Flinder, reminiscent of the initial moment he awakened Gui's martial soul, noticed no immediate changes. What purpose does this soul skill serve? Even with his soul sage's discernment, he could not ascertain its function. Confirming that this martial soul was indeed exceedingly peculiar, Gui did not anticipate that the soul skill he obtained this time would be this one. He replied, "It enhances physical resilience by 100 and energy resistance by 150. Flander furrowed his brow slightly. This soul skill certainly sounded impressive, but it was only advantageous for soul masters with formidable physical constitutions, particularly those possessing beast martial spirits. However, for Gui, the awakening of his martial spirit had not significantly improved his physical attributes, and the manifestation of the martial spirit could not augment his bodily prowess either. Consequently, its effectiveness was rather limited. This soul skill could be considered somewhat obsolete. Gui observed the frown on Flander's face, feeling quite pleased with his soul skill. The enhancement of energy resistance, in particular, enabled him to realize many of his ideas. "By the way, I have yet to inquire whether the soul skill you just demonstrated is of your own creation." Flander finally recalled the matter of self-created soul skills. "Director, are you certain you wish for me to elucidate this here?" Gui gestured to his surroundings, aware that the earlier commotion had attracted the attention of the nearby soul beasts. Although Flinder could effortlessly dispatch these soul beasts, which were less than 1,000 years old, he deemed it unnecessary. Not only would it squander soul power, but it would also invite further complications. "Let us return to the academy," he declared, once again seizing Gui as an eagle would its prey, soaring through the skies. As Gui gazed at the receding forest, he could hardly believe how smooth and expedient this soul-hunting expedition had been. Though the outcome had slightly diverged from his expectations, it remained a fortuitous occurrence for him. "Martial arts, here I come," thought Gui with determination. Meanwhile, on the western side of Shahan village, a young lad stood atop a stool, preparing a meal. Accompanied by intermittent snoring and the unpleasant scent of alcohol, the child exhibited no trace of resentment. To him, the precious bond of family was of paramount importance. Cooking was but a simple task. As long as he existed, it sufficed. Anyone daring to disrupt his family would meet a dire fate. With this thought, A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the boy, Tang San. Chapter 5. Pure Element. Return to the Academy. Gu Yi harbored no intention of concealing his transcendental origins from Flandra, disclosing everything else candidly. Thus, you do not enhance your soul power through meditation, but rather absorb external soul power via your meridians. After a moment of silence, Flandra cautiously inquired once more. Indeed, even the self-created soul technique previously demonstrated operated through the meridians for its release. As the individual closest to him in this world, Gui placed immense trust in Flandra. With his presence, Shrek would undoubtedly not evolve into the future it was destined for. Nor would Gui permit it to transform into an academy accessible solely to the nobility. A millennium hence, during the second phase of the Douluo competition, admission to Shrek Academy would necessitate not only meeting the soul power criteria but also obtaining a recommendation letter from the main city. For a commoner, even gaining an audience with the city lord is a formidable challenge, let alone acquiring such a letter. This version of Shrek is one he cannot abide. Even the current iteration of Shrek fails to align with his ideals, particularly the school motto, "Those who dare not stir trouble are mediocrities." This notion unsettles him profoundly. In his view, a school should be a bastion of knowledge and education, not a haven for ruffians. This is an acceptance he shall never make. However, presently, his humble status and limited strength hinder him from swaying Flandra's thoughts. During this time, he has also discerned the timeline. It has been 4 years since the passing of the previous pope, Qin Xuanji, and Tang San is now nearly 5 years old. This indicates that he possesses ample time to mature. At the very least, the future Shrek 7 should not resemble the present iteration. The flamboyant and debauched Ma Hongjun, the licentious Dai Mubai, the path of death Tang San, the threatening Ning Rongrong, and the willful Xiao Wu cannot influence Shrek Academy. The institution must uphold its integrity. Among the Shrek 7, he holds the utmost admiration for Oscar and Zhu Shuqing. 1. A commoner is a genuine innate soul power prodigy. The first auxiliary title de law of the Douluo Continent, wielding a martial spirit surpassing the 7 treasures, glazed tile pagoda. The other, a young lady from a prominent family, constantly at risk due to a childhood arranged marriage, possesses modest talent yet has diligently ascended to greatness. These 2 individuals are undoubtedly his greatest admiration. Arriving in this world, one must instigate some change, having come, seen, and transformed. Principle, should you wish to learn, I shall compile my insights into a tome for you. Gu Yi is certainly not one to stagnate or harbor narrow-minded views, for the strength and intellect of an individual are inherently limited. To hoard knowledge and remain stagnant, lacking the desire for progress, would inevitably lead to one's obsolescence in the face of time. Much like the Tang sect, which, after millennia, saw its hidden weapons fade into the vast annals of history with the advent of soul-guiding devices. Collective efforts yield greater results. Furthermore, he intends to utilize these martial arts and techniques as educational material for the future Shrek Academy, aiming to leave a profound impact on this world. As his thoughts expanded, Gu Yi felt a surge of passion within him. In this lifetime, should one fail to leave a mark or instigate change, would they not be deemed a failure? Upon returning, Gu Yi would finally have the opportunity to reflect on his own transformation. His meridians, now embodying his martial spirit, are of paramount importance for his future endeavors. Even in the absence of immediate danger, caution is imperative. His meridians have seemingly inherited the virtues of the celestial bamboo, resilience and vitality. While these attributes may not appear as formidable as sheer power or destructive force, it is precisely this quality that draws his attention. The meridians do not require superfluous strength. After Gu Yi practiced the technique several times, not only was the duration of one complete cycle reduced by half, but the amount of soul energy absorbed was also doubled compared to before. Moreover, his meridians could now endure significantly greater power. All of this was merely the result of absorbing a single soul ring. Following this breakthrough, Gu Yi realized that it was time to refine his cultivation method further. He understood that the intricate, often overlooked meridians should also be incorporated, as these areas should not be treated with negligence. Even if they do not belong to the 12 regular meridians or the 8 extraordinary vessels, they still warrant attention. However, revising the technique requires mental effort, and the creation of martial arts necessitates continuous experimentation. Gu Yi ran his fingers through his dark hair, relieved by his youth, for his mind still had the capacity to endure. However, before proceeding, he deemed it prudent to document the cultivation technique, serving as a means of self-review and consolidation. Understanding a technique and imparting it to others are 2 entirely different matters. Grasping the essence of a particular method is no simple feat. and authoring a comprehensive treatise is even more arduous. On the first page of the manuscript, Gui refrained from inscribing a single word. Instead, he meticulously outlined the intricate network of human meridians. Gui dares to assert that no one in this world possesses a deeper understanding of meridians than he does. Not even Tang-san, who traversed time and space. Fortunately, after years of diligent study and writing, his hand remains steady, allowing him to illustrate his concepts with precision. He then begins to elucidate the techniques and their operational pathways from the very first step. As the originator of this discipline, he finds no difficulty in this endeavor. These pathways were meticulously derived by him from the ground up, ensuring their safety and efficacy. Although the soul power he cultivates lacks any extraordinary characteristics, it is commendably pure, enduring, with a remarkably swift recovery rate and devoid of any rejection. It transcends the dichotomy of yin and yang, eschewing the constraints of attributes. Their return was initially scheduled for the afternoon, and thus this creative process spans an entire night. While engaging in this task, Gui realizes that there are numerous perplexities and areas for improvement, which, although not hindering his cultivation, merit understanding. Once he has dried the final page, Gui sets down his pen, exhales deeply, and stretches his body. Gazing at the numerous pages before him fills his heart with a profound sense of accomplishment. This is the first mark he leaves upon this world. Even in death, this book shall endure. Contemplating the blank cover, he refrains from bestowing it with an ostentatious title, settling instead on pure origin. However, recognizing the potential for further refinement, he inscribes the words initial creation at the end, signifying that there remains room for enhancement. After Gui placed the book on the table, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Given his current physical and mental state, staying awake for an entire night would typically not induce fatigue. However, the relentless mental exertion throughout the night rendered him undeniably weary. Not long after he fell asleep, a figure entered the room. Flander gazed at his exhausted foster son, feeling a twinge of compassion. He was aware that the lights had burned throughout the night, prompting his decision to check in. As he prepared to leave, Flander's gaze was suddenly drawn to a pristine book on the table, inscribed with the words Pure Yuan Gong, Initial Creation. He reached out, only to withdraw his hand, and subsequently exited the room. Chapter 6. The Rebirth of Martial Arts. It was not until the following morning that Gui awakened. He had slept for a full day and night, effectively restoring the mental energy he had expended. Gui felt a profound sense of ease enveloping him. After a casual stretch of his body, he bestowed the Pure Yuan Gong upon Flanders. It was imperative to master this technique as soon as possible, regardless of his myriad thoughts. He required someone to safeguard him during his vulnerable moments. The emergence of martial arts would undoubtedly usher in unprecedented transformations in this world, especially as he intended to disseminate martial arts far and wide. This ambition was fraught with significant taboos. Thus, a protector was essential. Flanders was his sole and optimal choice. Although his soul sage level was inferior to that of a titled Douluo, it still represented a formidable strength among soul masters. Moreover, upon mastering internal cultivation, his prowess could be further augmented, making him more than capable of shepherding Gui through his weakest phase. Furthermore, Flanders harbored a deep, nurturing affection for him, an unparalleled bond. Their relationship transcended that of mere father and son. It was a profound connection. Gui handed over the Pure Yuan Gong to Flanders without a moment's hesitation. Only after Gui's consent did Flanders unveil the Pure Yuan Gong, instantly captivated by its innovative cultivation methods. As a soul sage, his control over soul power far surpassed Gui's capabilities, and his mastery over the body was equally formidable. Guided by the records within the text, Flanders swiftly and successfully completed a cycle of the Pure Yuan Gong. As the soul power coursed into his abdomen, Flanders was delightfully surprised to discover a slight enhancement in his soul power, albeit a mere whisper of improvement. Yet, one must remember that he was a soul sage. The path to advancement was inherently slower than that of a novice soul master like Gui. With a few more months of diligent practice, he was certain he could elevate his rank. Flanders felt a surge of excitement at his age. Progress in cultivation was predominantly a matter of time. This technique offered him both astonishment and the potential for continued growth. However, such a powerful method could not be easily disseminated. Even if it were to be shared, recipients must vow upon their martial souls, lest it be imparted lightly. Following his exhilaration, a chill crept down Flanders' spine. This was indeed a remarkable treasure, one capable of altering the very landscape of the soul master community. Yet, Such coveted treasures attract the desires of many. Innocence does not preclude the burdens of possession. Gu Yi is not merely a child. Well, he may still be young. Yet he comprehends the intricacies of the world, especially since we no longer inhabit the stable society of the past, illuminated by the red banners. Instead, we find ourselves in a feudal society characterized by distinct class divisions. It is solely due to the emergence of soul masters that this world has taken on such a distorted form, granting ordinary individuals an opportunity to ascend. Dean, I understand this point well. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Gu Yi had no desire to remain here, locked in a silent stare-off with Flander. There were numerous matters that required her attention. The experiments in martial arts, the progression of techniques, and the flow of meridians, all these endeavors demanded considerable time to cultivate. Flander, at a loss, was unsure how to guide his extraordinary foster son and student, ultimately compelled to allow him to develop independently. The peculiarity of Gu Yi's martial soul was unprecedented, leaving him with no framework for instruction. This predicament left him feeling somewhat defeated. It was disheartening to have a disciple with whom he could find no means of teaching. Contemplating this, Flander took flight from the academy, venturing into the unknown. At this moment, Gu Yi was earnestly studying the functions of meridians. Understanding the phenomenon without grasping its underlying principles is a folly. Which meridians are associated with yang? Which belong to yin? And how do they correspond to the internal organs? The art of martial combat is born from such classifications. His soul power bore no particular inclination. If one were to assert a tendency, it could only be described as life or vitality. From this recent absorption of a soul ring, it became evident that soul rings not only enhance physical strength but also possess remarkable refining properties for the meridians. They might even assist in unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians. Prior to this, he had only managed to open the Yang Wei meridian among the 8 extraordinary meridians, but following the absorption of the soul ring, he was on the verge of unblocking the Yin Wei meridian as well. Next time, he intended to attempt the absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring. However, based on this experience, he recognized that he still needed to strengthen his physique significantly. In the previous life, during the era of an information explosion, there existed an overwhelming plethora of methods to enhance one's physique in various martial arts and fantasy novels. Countless techniques were available, yet only a scant few were truly applicable. For example, the ability to temper the body using lightning seemed far-fetched and unrealistic for him at this moment. Nevertheless, Gu Yi had set his sights on mastering another martial art, the Golden Bell Shield. It was not that he was already proficient in this technique. Rather, it was due to its simplicity and initiation. One merely needed to endure strikes. More specifically, it involved utilizing wooden boards to strike the body, allowing internal energy to merge within, complemented by medicinal baths to bolster the corporeal form. As the saying goes, bones that have been broken are often stronger than those that have never been fractured. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in his previous life, he was privy to certain medicinal bath formulas unknown to others. Coupled with his extensive readings on herbs over the years, Gu Yi felt confident in concocting an even more effective medicinal bath formula. Prior to commencing this venture, he also prepared adequately. Merely enduring strikes would not suffice to master the legendary Golden Bell Shield. Even though the term had become somewhat trivialized in later times, it remained an intricate and formidable skill to cultivate. Furthermore, he lacked any martial arts manuals, relying solely on his own exploration. To forge a martial arts manual rivaling the Golden Bell Shield was no trivial endeavor. Though soul power and internal energy are not identical, they share similar properties. Otherwise, how could Tang San, after 6 years of practicing the Xiantian skill, attain innate full soul power? Soul power itself can nourish the body, contributing to longevity. Titled Douluos can live for centuries, while the unparalleled Douluo can exist for over a millennium. If soul power did not possess such attributes, how could it sustain an immortal physique? Contemplating this, Gu Yi procured several thick wooden boards from the woods behind the academy, each wide enough to be comfortably held in hand and measuring a full 5 centimeters in thickness. Even though he was now a soul master with physical attributes surpassing those of an average adult, being struck by such hefty boards would undoubtedly be an unpleasant experience. With the materials prepared, he now required an assistant, someone he had already considered, Zhao Wujin, whose martial spirit was the mighty Golden Bear and who was also one of the instructors at Shrek Academy. Having him serve as the target for the Golden Bell Shield practice would yield only benefits. Gu Yi was confident that he would agree. For if Gu Yi succeeded in mastering the Golden Bell Shield, it would also be advantageous for Zhao Wujin, as the mighty golden bear primarily focuses on defense and strength. Mastering the golden bell shield, a formidable defensive skill, would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Moreover, Zhao Wujin, being a teacher at the academy, had a responsibility to assist students in their training. Chapter 7. The experiment. Are you out of your mind? You want me to hit you with this wooden plank? Zhao Wujin gazed at the diminutive figure before him, utterly unaware of this peculiar inclination. Could it be that a recent hunting expedition for soul rings had left him mentally compromised? After all, who in their right mind would allow someone to strike them with a plank several centimeters thick? If not madness, then what? Teacher, I am conducting an experiment to see if I can create a unique soul skill. I kindly request your assistance. Zhao Wujin grinned widely. He had been feeling somewhat restless lately, and now he had an excellent target to practice on. Very well, stand steady, then. Without further ado, Zhao Wujin seized the wooden plank and aimed it at Gui. Come on, teacher. At this juncture, Gui would not back down. He had already summoned his soul power, circulating it through his meridians. Although Zhao Wujin had agreed, he did not strike with full force, as he was, after all, a teacher, and Gui was Fran's adopted son. Out of both sentiment and reason, he could not afford to strike too hard. What if Fran were to return and hold him accountable? Even under careful control, the sound of the impact was deafening. Boom. The wooden plank made intimate contact with Gui's chest, the sheer force causing him to stagger back a few steps, leaving him momentarily breathless. Had it not been for the protective barrier of his soul power, this strike could have resulted in him spitting blood. However, Gui felt no trace of soul power integrating into his body. The first attempt ended in failure. Once more, Gui is not one to easily concede defeat. After regaining her composure, she positioned herself once more beneath the wooden plank. Zhao Wujin refrained from urging her to continue, and the entire afternoon was spent amidst the sounds of impact. Pff. Gui knelt on the ground, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood. The entire afternoon passed without any discernible change, not even a trace of spiritual energy infused within, aside from its ability to promote circulation and alleviate stagnation. Providing a protective effect, no permanent enhancement to his physical condition was observed. Gui harbored doubts about the validity of his thoughts. If it were indeed possible to integrate soul power into the physical body, resulting in a transformation, it would have been discovered long ago. The existence of a limit on the cultivation of soul rings by soul masters over the years attests to this fact. Are you all right, young man? Zhao Wujin felt a sense of numbness. What kind of anomaly was this young man, possessing such remarkable physical resilience to endure for so long? If Flander were to return and witness this scene, he would undoubtedly confront him in disbelief. Gui shook his head, dismissing the matter as mere trifles. It was sufficient to expel the congealed blood. I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed teacher. I take my leave. Gui rose, not forgetting to greet Zhao Wujin before turning to depart. Zhao Wujin, left standing in place, gazed at the wooden planks on the ground. Utterly perplexed by the nature of a self-created soul technique that necessitated self-mutilation for its cultivation, he simply could not comprehend it. Upon returning to her room, Gui first placed the medicinal pouch she had previously prepared into the bathtub, utilizing the herbal infusion to expedite her physical recovery. Simultaneously, she did not neglect to cultivate her energy through her practice techniques. Once the water had cooled completely, Gui finally emerged from the frigid depths. Thanks to the synergistic effects of the medicinal bath and her soul energy, her internal injuries had healed, and her body had also gained a slight enhancement in strength. Gui donned his clothing and approached the table, lost in profound contemplation, pondering the source of the problem. There exists no legacy. Everything originates from mere imagination. The disparity between imagination and reality is self-evident and does not require further elaboration. Gui can only deduce from the knowledge at hand. The spiritual power can enhance physical attributes, making one swifter and stronger, yet it cannot permanently augment the physical form. There must be some crucial aspect that he has overlooked. The following day, Gui sought out Zhao Wujin once more, yet this time he employed a different approach. The previous night, he had immersed the wooden boards in a medicinal bath, imbuing them with therapeutic properties. With no materials at hand, he resolved to experiment gradually. For failure is the mother of success. Zhao Wujin gazed at Gui, perplexed by his intentions, in pursuit of a self-created soul technique. The latter was willing to jeopardize his own health, enduring excruciating pain to persist. Teacher, I beseech your assistance. Gui fixed his gaze resolutely upon Zhao Wujin. This was his path, the path of martial arts. His unwavering heart towards the way would never waver. Zhao Wujin was not one easily swayed by emotions. Yet he suddenly felt an urge to assist him in perfecting this self-created soul skill. Very well, I shall aid you. As he received the wooden board, Zhao Wuji sensed an unmistakable difference. It was heavier than the previous day, imbued with a distinct medicinal aroma. Such a fragrance could only be achieved by soaking in a medicinal brew overnight. Zhao Wuji, however, was indifferent to these details. His martial spirit and disposition clearly indicated that he was not a meticulous or inquisitive individual. For an entire fortnight, Gu Yi approached Zhao Wuji daily with the wooden board, refusing to relent until he had been struck to the brink of bloodshed. Yet, beyond a marked improvement in his capacity to endure punishment, there was no progress to speak of. During this time, several misunderstandings arose. A few days prior, when Flender returned and witnessed Gu Yi being mercilessly struck by Zhao Wuji with the board, he was incensed. "You bear such audacity, you blind bear. I step away for but a few days, and you dare to bully Gu Yi," he exclaimed, seeking confrontation. Flender had just flown back, his speed unmatched. And without the need to reawaken his martial spirit, he charged at Zhao Wuji. Although Zhao Wuji possessed formidable strength and defense, he was somewhat cumbersome in speed. Before he could offer an explanation, he was struck squarely in the eye. Even with his martial spirit activated, his eye was rendered a swollen mess. Following a brief explanation, Flender realized the error of his ways and hastened to apologize to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, with a darkened expression, offered him no kindness in return. He had reached his limit in playing the Good Samaritan. He wished no further involvement in the matters of this adoptive father and son duo. Flender, recognizing his fault, allowed Zhao Wuji to vent his frustrations. "You insolent brat, how can you be so careless in creating a soul skill?" Flender redirected his ire toward Gu Yi, who stood nearby. Gu Yi was quite adept at reading the room, readily echoing other sentiments. Thus, the matter was swiftly brushed aside. "Teacher Zhao Wuji, a student has come to seek your guidance once more." Zhao Wuji was genuinely fatigued, not from physical exertion, but from emotional exhaustion. This young man truly seemed oblivious to pain. As was his custom, Zhao Wuji picked up the wooden board and struck it against Gu Yi. Having endured such experiences over time, Gu Yi was now well acquainted with the force exerted. Several days prior, he had refrained from utilizing his soul power, instead focusing intently on the sensations within his body. Although the board merely struck his skin, the impact reverberated through his meridians, which were connected to his martial spirit. Flender stood by the window, listening to the rhythmic strikes, furrowing his brow in confusion. Clearly, he had yet to embrace this self-created soul technique. Were it not for Gu Yi's consistent maintenance of his soul power during this period, he would have intervened long ago. Reflecting on this, Flender felt a sense of relief. While his student and adopted son was not endowed with innate full soul power, his cultivation speed was undeniably accelerating. After absorbing the soul ring, he had already reached the rank of a level 12 soul master, and within a mere fortnight, he was on the verge of advancing to level 13. Chapter 8. Oscar. Today, however, Gu Yi experienced an unprecedented sensation. Yet, he could not fully unravel this feeling just yet. The constriction around his neck was indeed uncomfortable. With each strike of the wooden board against him, Gu Yi could perceive the vibrations coursing through his body, attentively sensing the transformations within. Gu Yi finally comprehended the reason behind his previous inability to integrate his soul power into his body. A mere thought surged within him. Yet he felt an undeniable certainty that this notion was indeed correct, even before any validation had commenced. As another strike resounded, Gu Yi deftly controlled his soul power to replicate the same vibrations. This time, however, the soul power did not meld into his flesh. Rather, the earlier agitation had inflicted a dual impact on his body, amplifying the injury. Despite the failure, Gu Yi felt no trace of despondency, for he recognized that he was not far from ultimate success. The coordination of the dual vibrations had not synchronized perfectly, leading to a slight miscalculation in the soul power. Once more, Gu Yi could not help but exclaim, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Although Zhao Wuji remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, he continued to wield the wooden board with fervor. With each repeated failure, Gu Yi became increasingly convinced that her beliefs were indeed correct. The synchronization between her physical movements and the resonance of her soul energy remained elusive, thwarting their harmonious collaboration. Gu Yi halted Zhao Wuji, who was brandishing the wooden board. He had uncovered the crux of the matter. The reason the body's vibrations and soul power did not resonate in unison was that these two aspects were not both generated by him. No matter how adept Zhao Wuji was at controlling his strength, it was impossible for him to achieve identical force, position, and angle with each strike. Such precision was unattainable by others. It could only be accomplished by oneself. Gu Yi expressed his gratitude to the teacher for their hard work and hurriedly departed. From this point onward, he would have to discover the appropriate methods to accomplish everything on his own. Gu Yi returned to his quarters. yearning to synchronize the vibrations of his physical body with his soul power, a task far from simple. Countless attempts culminated in repeated failures, leading him to the brink of madness. Regardless of his efforts, he could not align the vibrations of his body with those of his soul power. There always lingered subtle discrepancies. These minutiae were the root of his ongoing failures. At last, he recalled the essence of his martial soul, an advantage unique to him, the innate martial soul. This was not merely an extension of his being. It was a conduit connecting his entire body. If he could induce vibrations within his meridians, he might set his body into motion. Moments later, Gui opened his eyes, gazing at his unaltered left thumb. Though its exterior bore no visible change inwardly, it had undergone a minor transformation. He succeeded in integrating a thread of soul power into his flesh, fortifying his left thumb ever so slightly. This was not an illusion. He genuinely sensed a newfound strength emanating from that digit, a tangible success. Even this minuscule advancement filled him with elation, as it represented a creative breakthrough. It signified that he could, henceforth, enhance his physique through this method, potentially extending the duration for absorbing soul rings and surpassing his limits. In his excitement, Gui recognized the considerable distance remaining before he could fully develop this martial art. Complacency was not an option. There were myriad aspects of his future he desired to alter, for in a world devoid of strength, such aspirations remained unattainable. The prospect of failing to meet Flinder's admission criteria loomed over him, suggesting that entry to Shrek Academy might slip from his grasp, let alone the ability to modify future events. As days turned into weeks and seasons transitioned from spring to autumn, Gui reached the age of 7. Today, Shrek Academy buzzed with activity, welcoming a new little prodigy. Gui gazed at the diminutive figure before him. Difficult to envision that this child would one day become the first titled Douluo of the food system on the continent, possessing combat prowess comparable to that of battle spirit masters, even while serving as a support soul master. Such accomplishments are not trivial. He is one of the individuals Gui admires most within the entire Shrek Academy. Although Oscar is still young, his appearance already stands out. A pair of alluring peach blossom eyes and a delicate face brimming with collagen, promising to evolve into a strikingly handsome youth. Hearing the dean mention that you are a food system soul master, Oscar, now merely 6 years old, is naturally not as extroverted as Gui. Yet he does not shy away, hiding behind Vlad. My martial soul is a sausage. Would you like to give it a try? Oscar's interest is piqued by Gui's words. Of course. Gu glanced at young Oscar as he recited the phrase about the grand sausage from Laozi. Although it seemed somewhat peculiar, it did not have any significant impact. What does this truly signify? Gui slowly savored the sausage under the expectant gaze of Oscar. To be honest, it was quite delectable, though it would have benefited from a hint of spice. Otherwise, the texture could have been even more delightful. Moreover, the soul power and physical strength depleted during his training had been restored. It was truly appetizing. Flanders, observing from the side, nodded discreetly. Such temperament was befitting of a future student at Shrek Academy. He certainly did not underestimate Gui's understanding of these matters. His collection of books was not limited to serious texts, but also included more serious literature. As a soul master, especially one with a beast spirit, it was entirely natural to possess some desires. Gui had certainly indulged in those books. This marked a rare discovery for Flanders of Gui's less than conventional interests. Oscar's soul abilities were indeed somewhat off-putting, yet merely a tad so. Their effectiveness was undeniable. In the struggle for survival, what did such trivialities matter? When pushed to the brink, humanity can become something else entirely. Flanders had witnessed such humans before. Seeing Gui genuinely embrace his soul skills brought Oscar great joy. It seemed their interactions were quite harmonious. This mischievous lad would lead Gui in becoming familiar with the academy. Flanders was delighted to have found this innate food system genius with full soul power, yet he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially intended to take Gui as his disciple, but he lacked the capacity to teach him. A meridian martial soul was unprecedented, unheard of. How could he instruct? He was determined to find someone capable of inheriting his legacy. Children are naturally vivacious, and with Gui reincarnated as an adult, Oscar quickly developed a fondness for this slightly older peer, even feeling a hint of admiration. That evening, Oscar ceased to pester Gui, allowing himself time to delve into the study of his martial path. Through half a year of contemplation and research, he had devised an entirely new body-refining martial art. It was not akin to the previously envisioned Golden Bell Shield, but bore resemblance to the techniques found in traditional martial arts, specifically the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Sound method. By mimicking the roar of a tiger, he managed to induce vibrations within his body, vibrations that were controllable. Now, having practiced diligently, Gui could accurately regulate these vibrations within a specific range, synchronizing his soul power to merge with his flesh. Compared to 6 months prior, Gui had not only gained considerable muscle but also experienced a notable increase in height, nearing 1 meter 40. Thus, he felt justified in considering Oscar a little runt. Chapter 9. Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. Now, even without utilizing soul power, Gui could triumph over his former self, who had just awakened his soul power. Relying solely on the strength of his physique, Gui, disinclined to complicate matters with a new name, retained the title of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound for his martial technique, meticulously documenting it in his writings. He also took the opportunity to reflect upon and address the flaws inherent within himself. Compared to 6 months prior, he had not only devised the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound martial art but had also further refined his pure Yuan Gong, making it more intricate. The number of meridians through which his soul power could flow had significantly increased. However, this modified version of pure Yuan Gong could only be mastered by Gui alone. After its creation, he had passed on this technique to Flandre, yet even with his soul sage prowess, Flandre could not accurately channel his soul power through the minuscule meridians. Only Gui, possessing a meridian martial spirit, could discern and navigate his intricate network of meridians and effectively harness his soul power. It is important to note that while soul power is an extension of one's strength, excessive use could lead to self-harm. The human body's meridians are inherently fragile, and the smaller vessels are even more vulnerable. Were it not for his martial spirit being meridians and having undergone enhancement through soul rings, he would not dare to venture such a risk. This peculiar version of pure Yuan Gong could only be comprehended by him. In the past half-year, his level had seen little advancement, averaging just 1 level every 2 months. Presently, he had only reached level 16, with the aspiration of attaining level 20 still a distant goal. However, in a month's time, he would be able to devote himself entirely to elevating his soul power. As the thresholds for soul power among soul masters approached, further enhancement of physical strength would necessitate higher levels of soul power. As he lay in bed, his body occasionally stirred, producing muffled sounds. The cold wind howled, and snow had yet to fall. In the absence of any warmth, Gui roused Oscar, who was still reluctant to rise. As a support soul master, it was imperative to prioritize physical training. Despite his satisfaction with Oscar, he refrained from imparting the pure Yuan Gong and Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound techniques to him directly. Even Zhao Wujia had only mastered these techniques 3 months ago. Oscar, spare me. I'm still just a child. Oscar lamented, acutely aware of the chilling winter morning, where one would naturally wish to linger in slumber. Having experienced the biting cold wind seeping into the covers, he understood just how frigid it was. As a soul master, one cannot indulge in dreams. The primary role of a support soul master is not merely to assist teammates but to safeguard oneself, ensuring that teammates need not worry about their safety. If you are still reluctant to train, I want to force you, feel free to continue sleeping. With that, Gui dashed ahead. This had long become second nature to him. Observing Gui's retreating figure, Oscar suddenly grasped something profound, clenched his fists, and followed suit. Sensing Oscar's pursuit, Gui smiled, maintaining his pace. The contrast between the sweat-drenched Oscar and the seemingly unchanged Gui was stark. Oscar was astonished that, despite his near exhaustion, Gui appeared utterly unfazed, which stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Both were but children, yet the disparity was immense. Henceforth, Oscar undertook a new task, to train his physique alongside Gui, while dedicating the rest of his time to studying soul master knowledge under Xiao Xian. All returned to tranquility. After observing for 3 months, Gui entrusted the first version of pure Yuan Gong and Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound to Oscar, urging him to practice diligently. Oscar, upon receiving the techniques, felt compelled to express his gratitude profoundly. Having studied soul master knowledge for so long, he understood that meditation was the sole method of cultivation for a soul master. Similarly, the enhancement of physical strength required not only exercise and herbal baths but also specific cultivation methods. The trust demonstrated by Gui in passing on these techniques was immense. Gui was not particularly concerned. Had he not still been in his developmental stages, the distribution of pure essence across the realm would pose no issue. He harbored no prejudices. Furthermore, with the existence of his meridian spirit, none could rival him. Everything was progressing favorably. After another 6 months, Gui, not yet 8 years of age, elevated his cultivation to level 20 and acquired yet another soul ring. This time, he opted for a Millennium Soul Ring. At that moment, Flinder vehemently objected, but after Gui struck down a large tree with a single punch, no further objections were raised. As for the second soul ring, it was a millennium soul-gathering tortoise, an astute decision made after considerable contemplation. The soul-gathering tortoise possesses an inherent abundance of soul power and exhibits formidable resistance to foreign soul powers, housing a soul pouch within its being for the storage of soul energy. These attributes were precisely what he sought, regardless of the minor abilities inherited. It was all advantageous for him. The choice proved wise, although he only inherited the resistance to foreign soul powers from the tortoise. He gained a second soul skill, soul power restoration. This skill enables the instantaneous recovery of 60 of his soul power. His soul power level has also risen to level 23. It is not surprising that a millennium soul skill yields such effects. Flinder merely lamented that had Guyi's martial spirit been a top-tier beast spirit, coupled with these first and second soul skills, he could have achieved invincibility at his level. What a pity. Guyi did not perceive any negativity. Rather, it was an extraordinary skill. This breakthrough heralded numerous advancements and improvements. The Iway meridian among the 8 extraordinary meridians was successfully unblocked, allowing for an increased flow of soul power through additional channels. It was time to further refine the pure yuan technique. The path of cultivation demands continual enhancement to achieve progress. As strength escalates, one's perspective inevitably shifts, particularly in relation to the comprehension of the universe. The unimpeded meridians deepened his connection with the cosmos. Remaining stagnant would only lead to falling behind others, as evidenced by the Tang sect a millennium later. Upon returning to the academy, Guyi promptly applied for admission to Shrek Academy. Previously, he was not a registered student. Nor was Oscar. Both resided there temporarily, categorized as prospective students. The first 3 trials were navigated with ease. However, during the 4th trial, Zhao Wujie stepped in, eager to ascertain the extent of this troublesome youth's growth. He too had gleaned insights from Guyi's mastery of the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Sound technique, now significantly enhanced compared to before. To endure for the duration of a jaw stick under the augmentation of my 3rd soul skill would indeed signify success. At this moment, all the instructors gathered, eager to witness Guyi's performance. Everyone at Shrek Academy practiced the pure yuan technique, yet only Flanders, Zhao Wujie, and Oscar had mastered the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Sound. Having received Guyi's gift, they naturally wished to observe. Chapter 10, The Limit of Limits. Guyi had never truly experienced the gravitational suppression wielded by Zhao Wujie. It was not that he had overlooked such a formidable tool for cultivation, but rather that he felt he was not yet worthy of harnessing the power of gravitational suppression, fearing that it might hinder his progress instead of aiding it. The path of martial arts lies in the balance of tension and relaxation, advancing steadily and cautiously. However, Guyi would not delay for long. Once he had perfected the realm of the tiger and leopard thunder, he would embark on the practice of gravitational cultivation. At this moment, contemplating such matters seemed trivial. It was time to confront Zhao Wujie's gravitational suppression. Come what may, he was prepared. With a determined spirit, Guyi firmly anchored his energy in his dantian. After successfully opening both the yang and yin meridians, not only did his soul power significantly increase, but his physical prowess also saw remarkable enhancement. Zhao Wujie summoned his martial soul, revealing a colossal phantom of the diamond bear behind him, with 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, floating around him. As Zhao Wujie focused his mind, the 3rd soul ring glimmered momentarily. As the target of this attack, Guyi had the most authority to comment. He felt the surrounding air thickening, and the swaying grass nearby was flattened against the ground. His body felt extraordinarily heavy. Even with his physique honed through the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Sound technique, he found his legs bending involuntarily. The immense pressure rendered his body utterly strained. Zhao Wujie was somewhat astonished. Even without exerting his full strength, he could easily bring an average soul master to their knees. Yet, Guyi had merely bent his legs and was gradually rising. Familiar with the weight bearing down on him, Guyi slowly stood upright. This level of pressure was far from sufficient to overwhelm him. The observing teachers and students were unable to discern the degree of power Zhao Wujie was employing. As a stick of incense burned down, just as Zhao Wujie prepared to alleviate the gravitational force, Guyi spoke up, requesting him to intensify the pressure. Eager to test his limits, Zhao Wujie, intrigued by Guyi's potential, willingly complied. The gravity continued to increase, making it increasingly arduous for Guyi to withstand. Veins bulged and his face flushed red. It was evident to all that he was nearing his breaking point. Zhao Wujie assessed his current exertion. He could nearly crush a soul venerable under this pressure. The fact that Guyi, having just recently broken through to the great soul master level, could endure this much was nothing short of astonishing. While everyone believed Gu Yi would succumb, he suddenly regained his composure. Although his face remained flushed, the tension in his veins began to ease. It was clear that Gu Yi was now more at ease than before. Had Zhao Wujie eased off? Zhao Wujie understood he had not relented. In fact, he had intensified the pressure. Soul power, this impudent boy had not utilized his soul force. As the most skilled cultivator present, Flender perceived the subtle fluctuations in soul power. Xiaoxian, Lu Qibin, and Li Yusong widened their eyes in disbelief. Indeed, from the beginning until now, they had failed to detect any fluctuations in Gu Yi's soul power. The advantage of having meridian martial souls was that if one did not actively reveal their soul power, it was exceedingly difficult for others to sense it. If Gu Yi had truly endured everything solely with his body, just how formidable was his physical strength? He was merely a child under 8 years old. Were our childhoods truly the same? Your childhood and mine seem so different. Zhao Wujie was also increasing the gravitational force, eager to see just how long Gu Yi could withstand it. Levels 31, 32, 33, one after another, the weight pressed down upon him, his face reddening further. Veins bulging once again in a more agonizing display. This time, Gu Yi had genuinely reached his limit. His soul power and physical strength were nearly depleted. At level 39, Zhao Wujie adjusted the gravitational force to this threshold, yet Gu Yi persisted. It was the pinnacle of endurance. The soul power within him surged violently, resisting the immense pressure. It spun faster and faster, until Gu Yi could no longer control the flow of his internal energy. His body instinctively fought back. This continued for several minutes until the operation of his soul power reached its limit. A tremendous force erupted from Gu Yi, enabling him to break through his soul power level again, despite the gravitational pressure. 2 rings, a yellow and a purple, revolved around him, appearing almost ethereal. He ascended directly to level 24, having made significant strides along the path of the great soul master. This was nothing short of extraordinary. After this breakthrough, Gu Yi could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. This breakthrough had utterly exhausted the potential he could unleash, leaving him to obediently cultivate for the time being. A purple second ring? A 1,000-year soul ring? Xiaoxian exclaimed in shock, pointing at the purple soul ring beside Gu Yi, rendered speechless. How is this possible? Well done, my boy. From this day forth, you shall be a student of Shrek Academy, Flender declared, unusually changing his tone, as Gu Yi's performance had truly astonished them all. He then instructed the others, for now, let us keep the matter of Gu Yi's 1,000-year second ring under wraps. Xiaoxian and the others nodded solemnly. Oscar, I entrust him to you. Take him back to rest, Flender arranged. Understood, Dean, Oscar replied, having trained and practiced the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound technique alongside Gu Yi. Oscar had transformed significantly and effortlessly helped Gu Yi to his feet. Gu Yi did not refuse. He had long transcended the limits imposed by gravity, leaving him physically exhausted. Indeed, Shrek Academy had encountered a prodigy, one that must be nurtured with utmost care. It should be I who takes on the responsibility of his guidance. Xiaoxian declared earnestly. Gu Yi's talent was exceptionally rare, and to be his mentor would be an unparalleled honor. I disagree. His combat style diverges too greatly from yours. It is I who should instruct him, another teacher asserted. Although they were all educators at the academy, each harbored their own ambitions. Who would not wish to be the mentor of such a promising talent? Just as the teachers were on the verge of an argument, Flander posed a few incisive questions that quelled their discord. Who among you truly understands Gu Yi's martial soul? Who dares to claim a deeper comprehension of the pure Yuan technique than he possesses? When it comes to knowledge of martial souls, he may be our equal. Dean, we cannot simply abandon him, can we? Lu Qibin protested, reluctant to concede. There is no need for deliberate instruction. We should allow him to develop freely. Our role is merely to assist him should he stray from the right path. The realm of genius and monstrosity is not something we can teach, Flander remarked, a hint of melancholy in his voice. More than anyone else, he yearned to mentor Gu Yi, yet he recognized his own limitations, a realization he had come to long ago. Chapter 11. The Subtle Steps of the Waif. Gu Yi was unaware that this breakthrough was not merely a simple enhancement of soul power. Rather, the pure Yuan Gong had intricately permeated the minuscule meridians of his body. The pathways of operation had become increasingly complex and cumbersome, resulting in a longer duration required for each training session. After a few days of rest, Gu Yi embarked once more on his new phase of planning. The journey of creating martial arts must never pause. Presently, he had the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound for physical training, pure Yuan Gong for soul power cultivation. and the soul power version of the six-pulse divine sword for offensive techniques. Yet he still lacked a method for evasive maneuvers. This, too, was a vital aspect of martial arts. Just as Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing track, which initially served as a mere lightness skill, had transformed into a divine technique upon his arrival here, granting him extraordinary evasion capabilities in the early stages. Moreover, what uses sheer strength without speed? Rendering one akin to a brutish bull, Gu Yi harbored no desire to become such a person. While the power to break through myriad laws is undeniably impressive, he was not yet capable of it. Furthermore, Gu Yi consistently prided himself on being a bearer of the ancient traditions of Chinese medicine, necessitating that he maintain an air of elegance at all times. Should his skills in lightness and agility be refined, he could indeed attain an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being, thus embodying the ideal of a refined gentleman. Hence, the plum blossom stakes and sandbag formations came into existence, remarkable environments for practicing agility and evasion. Perched atop the 2-meter-high plum blossom stakes, Gu Yi experienced an unprecedented thrill. The height was such that a fall would result in little more than a moment of embarrassment. However, the sensation of being suspended in midair was akin to walking a tightrope. One misstep could lead to a plunge into the abyss. These plum blossom stakes were not mere playthings for Gu Yi. He even declined the offers of assistance from Zhao Wuji and Oscar, for they lacked understanding of the I Ching and the significance of the 64 hexagrams. Indeed, he intended to create the most formidable lightness technique from Jin Yang's novels, the Lingbo Weibo. Having perused the I Ching and various other classical texts, he naturally could not overlook this formidable method of lightness. The concepts of the hexagrams came effortlessly to him, standing atop the plum blossom stakes. Gu Yi was unaware of the precise techniques required for mastering Lingbo Weibo. Perhaps even the esteemed Jin Yang himself would find it difficult to articulate them. Yet, the underlying principles were the very essence he sought to learn. Gu Yi did not alter any of the hexagram orientations, proceeding step by step. His movements were deliberate and unhurried. Despite his familiarity with the I Ching, he was not accustomed to its methodology. And this was his inaugural experience on the plum blossom stance. A slower pace proved to be more prudent. Meanwhile, Oscar, idly seated on the ground, observed Gu Yi's peculiar gait, pondering whether such an approach could truly conjure a soul skill. It seemed rather hasty. Upon completing the 64 steps, Gu Yi had not even expended his soul energy. Nonetheless, he began to sense a certain resonance. It appeared that while the 64 steps concealed no profound secrets, they flowed with remarkable ease. He resolved to try once more. Gu Yi hastened his pace this time, even though it was merely his initial endeavor on the plum blossom poles. With the agility of his physique and the fortification of his meridians, he moved with the finesse of a seasoned expert, exhibiting not the slightest error. As his speed intensified, Oscar, who had been idly observing, found himself astonished. What had once been a sluggish gait transformed into an enigmatic dance of movement, rendering his subsequent trajectories utterly unpredictable, yet imbued with an air of composure. Had he truly mastered the art of self-created soul techniques? Oscar could scarcely believe that the legendary self-invented soul skill had been achieved in such a brief span. In truth, while Gu Yi's comprehension was indeed commendable, it had not reached the level necessary to conjure a version of the Lingbo Weibo from Douluo Continent in such a short time. This was primarily because the text of the I Ching had never graced the realm of Douluo, and thus, the intricacies of its 64 hexagrams remained unknown, lending an aura of mystique to his movements. An adept in the I Ching would instantly discern Gu Yi's next position. However, it was likely that only Tang San, another outsider akin to Gu Yi, might grasp this knowledge, and even he could potentially remain oblivious. After all, in his past life, Tang San had never ventured beyond the Tang sect, engrossed as he was in mechanisms of hidden weapons and the crafting of poisons. The I Ching seemed utterly disconnected from his pursuits. Nonetheless, Gu Yi found little satisfaction in this, as his technique was too easily decipherable. Once the 64 steps were completed, the underlying patterns of his movements would be evident. This was not the essence of Lingbo Weibo. Over the course of several days, Gu Yi dedicated himself to the plum blossom poles, even setting aside his research on the 6 meridians divine sword. He had now mastered the 64 steps to an extraordinary degree, moving with an ethereal grace, as if a celestial being, light and insubstantial as dust. To an untrained eye, it appeared as though a divine entity had descended to the mortal realm, especially when clad in flowing white garments, exuding an air of elegance. Disregarding Gu Yi's youthful visage, everything about him radiated beauty. After days of diligent practice, he had seamlessly integrated his soul power into his footwork, which continued to evolve. His next endeavor was to fluidly adapt the 64 steps at any given moment. Even the most astute mathematician would be unable to predict his movements. This challenge was undoubtedly the most formidable, requiring him to internalize the principles of the I Ching, thereby achieving a version of the Lingbo Weibo in its nascent form. Only when he could execute it flawlessly after departing from the plum blossom poles would he truly attain mastery. With an unwavering commitment to delve deeper into the martial arts, Gui did not linger. It was time to advance his journey of refining martial techniques. While the pure Yuan Gong was a commendable cultivation method, it was far from the pinnacle of martial arts. Gui would naturally not cultivate this technique to its utmost. It was merely a transitional practice. This explains why the second spirit ring was chosen from the soul-gathering turtle, a spirit beast that enhances one's resistance to foreign soul power. His ambitions have never been to engage in tranquil cultivation. It is now time to embark on the creation of a genuine cultivation method. Time, in the hands of the diligent, seems to be utterly unappreciated, always slipping away like a horse that cannot be caught. At the tender age of 9, Guizhou encountered a rotund boy who entered the academy. Furthermore, Flander personally elucidated that upon reaching the age of 12, he would accept any capable individual into Shrek Academy as his disciple. This chubby lad was Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit was an aberration derived from domestic fowl, the evil fire phoenix. Due to the incomplete nature of this mutation, his martial spirit inherently possessed a wicked fire, inciting in him a lascivious disposition that could only be quelled through union with a woman. Gu Yi gazed at the stout young man before him, perplexed as to why the dean had brought him here. Could this rascal possibly have a solution for his martial soul? Over the past year, Gu Yi had demonstrated that his understanding and research into martial souls had surpassed that of all his peers. It was precisely for this reason that Flinder had brought Ma Hongjun here, seeking Gu Yi's insights. Although he was already aware of Ma Hongjun's predicament, he listened intently to Flinder's words, prepared to make timely corrections should any changes arise. While he secretly contemplated the matter, he did not let it show. He addressed Ma Hongjun, instructing him not to resist, as he needed to examine his body. Ma Hongjun, who stood significantly shorter than Gui, nodded gently. He was currently engulfed in a feverish heat, as if his body were on the verge of explosion, with blood surging through his veins. Chapter 12. A terrifying encounter at the cliff. After a thorough examination, Gui fell into deep contemplation and refrained from providing an immediate answer. I still need to ponder this further, yet I can first assist him in suppressing the malevolent fire within. Flinder was overjoyed. Had he not recalled Gu Yi's accomplishments over the years, Ma Hongjun might already have succumbed to a life of debauchery. This was his chosen disciple, and to see him languishing in vice would be utterly wasteful. It was time to act swiftly. Gu Yi nodded, resting his hand upon Ma Hongjun's shoulder. As the one directly involved, Ma Hongjun instantly felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a wave of frigid energy coursing through his body. Gu Yi's hand lingered on Ma Hongjun's body for several minutes, until she had temporarily subdued the malevolent energy within him before withdrawing her touch. Now, there should be no issues before absorbing the soul ring. I must contemplate his condition thoroughly. Gu Yi addressed the dean, saying, "You must pay more attention. He is, after all, your junior." Flander was naturally astonished, never imagining that Gu Yi had grown to such an extent. The chilling soul power he had sensed earlier was unmistakable. However, Flander found himself perplexed. Gu Yi's meridians and martial soul bore no trace of any cold attributes, yet the soul power was exceedingly peculiar. After Flander departed, Gu Yi began to contemplate Ma Hongjun's situation. The sinister fire was a side effect inherent to his martial soul, existing within him since the day of its awakening. Even if the sinister fire were temporarily expelled, the unchanged martial soul would inevitably lead Ma Hongjun back into the throes of the sinister fire, reducing him to a malevolent phoenix. Unless, like Tang San, he could provide Ma Hongjun with a coxcomb phoenix sunflower, aiding him in purging the sinister fire and allowing his martial soul to undergo complete mutation. However, Gu Yi currently had no access to such a sunflower, and he did not believe it to be the most optimal solution. Over the years, in addition to studying the meridians, he had delved deeply into the martial souls of this world. Martial souls were wondrous entities, undoubtedly as intricate as the human circulatory system. Once fully mutated, Ma Hongjun's martial soul should manifest as a soaring fire phoenix, the king of all birds. Although the sinister fire phoenix was an incomplete mutation, it also gave rise to the additional flame of sinister fire. This flame was no trivial matter. It not only commanded respect from someone as young as Ma Hongjun, but also prevented him from exhausting his physical essence. It was far more than a mere side effect. If it were to be bestowed upon an emperor, one could only imagine the dreams of grandeur it would inspire. In truth, he had long considered Ma Hongjun's predicament and even devised a technique. When Flander brought Ma Hongjun, he refrained from speaking, not out of unwillingness to impart knowledge, but rather to test his perseverance and willpower. This technique required an exceptionally strong will to operate, and failure to endure could lead to searing demise. Moreover, this technique was the product of his dedicated efforts, and he naturally did not wish for it to fall into unworthy hands. In the original narrative, it was due to Ma Hongjun's lack of diligence that he squandered his innate talent, failing to attain the position of the fire god, thus leading to a life of solitude and lamentation. Dean, who was that person just now? Merely placing a hand on my shoulder caused all my restlessness to vanish. Ma Hongjun inquired curiously. It was the most relaxed moment since his martial soul's awakening. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's question, Flander gazed skyward and uttered words that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. He is the strongest genius in history, a phenomenon I have never encountered before. He will undoubtedly lead Shrek to uncharted territories. The next day, Gui sought out Ma Hongjun, who was diligently honing his skills. He was not endowed with innate full soul power, but rather possessed a soul power of level 9 from birth. If you wish to address the issues concerning your martial soul, follow me. Gui left a parting remark before turning away. Ma Hongjun hurriedly rose to follow, the words of the dean echoing in his mind. Soon, Gui led Ma Hongjun to ascend a mountain. It seems you have begun to cultivate the pure Yuan technique? Ma Hongjun nodded eagerly. His martial soul had been awakened by Flanders, and with no powerful backing and a background of integrity. Flanders had not taught him meditation, but rather an entirely unheard-of method of cultivation. Considering the nature of your martial soul, I have devised a plan that starts from 2 points. First, with regard to the absorption of soul rings, from now on, your soul rings can only absorb those soul beasts that possess the bloodline of the phoenix, and they must be of the fire attribute, in order to purify your martial soul. Second, a change in cultivation technique is imperative. The pure Yuan technique is merely a balanced and moderate method. Although the soul power cultivated through it is rich and harmonious, it does little to counteract the sinister fire within you. Changing your technique is essential and fortuitously. I possess a technique well suited for your cultivation. Would you like to learn it? Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously. Flanders had long told him that the pure Yuan technique he was currently practicing was created by this very person, and following his guidance was undoubtedly the right choice. Gui smiled at him, yet she remarked that acquiring my techniques was no simple endeavor. Even if you are the dean's disciple, I shall not impart them to you lightly. Upon hearing Guyi's words, Ma Hongjun was taken aback, recalling the transactions in the village. He lowered his head and said, I have no money. May I defer the tuition until I become a soul master and receive my soul master subsidy? Gui could not help but chuckle. What a proud individual he was. How could he squander his efforts for mere monetary gain? I am something beyond the reach of wealth, your courage, your will, and your determination to grow stronger. Ma Hongjun felt somewhat bewildered when he heard Guyi's voice once more. Are you ready? The first trial begins. As Gui spoke, he forcefully shoved him off the cliff. A prolonged scream echoed from the depths below. Having accomplished this, Gui turned to a certain spot behind him and grinned. Director, are you not coming out? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure emerged from behind a tree. How did you discover my presence, you rascal? Flander, believing he had concealed himself adequately, was increasingly intrigued by how a mere second-ring soul master could perceive him. It was simply a matter of sight, Gui replied. Gui offered a faint smile. What are your intentions? Flander inquired, glancing at the rope in Guyi's hands and then at the precipice. Did you not hear? To learn my techniques, one must first endure the trials. If one lacks the courage to confront death, they shall never master this art. Be cautious. Do not let my hard-won disciple come to harm, Flander advised with concern. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Besides, you, the dean, are here to oversee. Gu Yimin was indifferent. Chapter 13, The Brothel. Upon hearing this, Flander couldn't help but chuckle. If he were to allow Ma Hongjun to perish here by falling off a cliff, then the moniker Four-Eyed Cat Eagle should no longer be used. Nor did he deserve the title of Flying Horn. Gui and Flander engaged in an animated conversation above, completely oblivious to the little chubby figure dangling precariously from the cliff. Ascend and demonstrate your worthiness to learn my techniques. Use your courage to refute the challenges I have set before you. Gui approached the edge of the cliff, gazing at Ma Hongjun, who stood several dozen meters away. By the way, do not entertain the thought of summoning your martial spirit. Allow me to clarify beforehand, this rope is not fireproof. Gui offered a warm reminder. Appearing indifferent to Ma Hongjuan's perilous situation, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon him. Gui, I can no longer practice your techniques. Please pull me up, Ma Hongjun pleaded, clutching the rope and pressing his body against the frigid rock face, fear evident in his voice. He was merely a 6-year-old child. Have you ever seen a 6-year-old suspended over a precipice, with only a thumb-sized rope as his safeguard? In truth, Ma Hongjun was oblivious to when Gui had bound the rope around him. It's too late. If you cannot climb up, you shall perish on this cliff. Hardly anyone traverses this place, and even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. With that, he secured the rope to a sturdy tree and, under the horrified gaze of Flander, took a step forward, allowing himself to plummet freely. You reckless boy. Have you lost your mind? Flander exclaimed, hastily summoning his martial spirit and dashing toward the cliff. At this moment, he found Gui utterly inscrutable. How could this be possible? As he crossed the edge, he beheld Gui standing confidently atop the precipice, as if treading upon solid ground. What extraordinary soul skill was this? Dean, come save me. Gui intends to kill me. Ma Hongjun, entirely disregarding Gui's presence, called out desperately for Flander's assistance. Prior to awakening his martial spirit, he had merely been a mischievous child, playing pranks with friends and fishing in the river. This ordeal was far beyond his current comprehension. Hongjun, hold on. To become a powerful soul master, you must take this step. I believe in you. Flander's voice rang with conviction and encouragement. If there were anyone he trusted most within the Shrek Academy, it was Flander, the one who had aided in his awakening and guided him into this new world. With eyes closed, Ma Hongjun engaged in self-affirmation, taking a deep breath as he slowly summoned the courage to ascend the cliff. In truth, with his beast martial spirit and 9th-level soul power, scaling the cliff was a trivial task, provided he could conquer his inner fears. Yet, would Gui allow him such ease? Step by step, Gui approached Ma Hongjun, ultimately crouching beside him. You possess quite the audacity. You have a promising future ahead. Gui first exclaimed in admiration, only to hear Ma Hongjun's voice, attempting to intimidate the young master, which was no easy feat. You should obediently prepare the techniques. In a moment, Ma Hongjun was filled with bravado. Indeed, after overcoming his fear, his courage swelled. Is that so? I wish you good fortune. With a sinister smile, Gui snapped his fingers, severing the rope before the terrified gaze of Ma Hongjun. Gui, damn you. Ma Hongjun pressed himself against the cliff wall, paralyzed with fear. Though he had previously climbed without relying on the rope, it had offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Gui severed not merely a single rope, but rather his final glimmer of hope. In that moment, Ma Hongjun was utterly paralyzed with fear, as if fate conspired against him. A small stone at his feet tumbled into the abyss with the slightest of his movements. It was quite simple. Ascending like I did would render this challenge a resounding success. Gui stood up, his feet seemingly glued to the sheer cliff face. Even his hair defying the laws of physics as if the entire world had turned upside down around him. Flander descended once more, realizing Gui had truly gone too far this time. Dean, if you help him up now, he won't learn my technique. And he'll have to find his own way to suppress the evil flames. You know me, once I've said something, I won't take it back. Flander stiffened, his hands freezing midair. You brat, if anything happens to Ma Hongjun, I'll make sure you experience the sensation of free-falling firsthand. Gui remained silent, quietly observing Ma Hongjun, who was perched on the edge of the cliff. Hongjun, ascend and show him what it means to be the king of birds. Ma Hongjun, having come to a realization, understood that without the constraints of the rope, he could fully summon his spirit. A fiery red phoenix apparition emerged behind him, and with a powerful strike against the cliff face, a deep crater formed. Even a flawed phoenix remains a phoenix, its talons equally sharp. It seemed that summoning his spirit instilled a newfound courage within him, as he ascended, creating a pit with each step. Flinder watched with great satisfaction as Ma Hongjun climbed higher and higher. This was the demeanor befitting the disciple he had chosen. Gui let out a sigh of relief, exerting himself to ascend the cliff in merely 3 strides. Before long, a hand smeared with gravel and blood appeared at the precipice, followed by the emergence of a stout figure. I have succeeded, Ma Hongjun declared, straightening his posture to conceal any trace of trepidation. Very well. Let us proceed to the second trial. A mere word of approval from Gui was sufficient to dismiss all of Ma Hongjun's efforts. Having arrived at this juncture, Ma Hongjun was undaunted. He was eager to see what further tricks words could conjure. Flanders, too, was curious about Gu Yi's next intentions. However, the deeper they ventured, the more uneasy Flanders became. He had visited this place before, and not just once. He was perplexed as to why Gu Yi would choose to come here. Could it be? Just as Flanders was lost in his thoughts, Gu Yi led Ma Hongjun inside the Jade Spring Pavilion. Flanders gazed at the sign above, hesitating for a moment before ultimately stepping inside. Renowned in Soto City for its entertainment, the establishment was filled with enchanting women, their bodies possessing a remarkable suppleness. Flanders recalled a particularly alluring figure named Xiao Chui, whose charm was exceptionally captivating. He hoped to avoid an encounter with her this time, as their previous interactions had been rather intimate, and she would undoubtedly recognize him, were it not for his concern about Gu Yi straying from the right path. Flanders would never have followed her into such a place. The thought of his students discovering his presence here was utterly mortifying. He could hardly afford to lose the respect associated with his position as the Dane. Gu Yi, however, paid no heed to Flanders' subtle thoughts. He summoned the madam and placed a pouch of coins in her palm, instructing her to bring him 10 women of various postures and types. Very well. Please wait a moment, young master, she replied. Chui, hurry over to attend to the guests. Flanders knew trouble was brewing when he heard the flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman call out. It was indeed a case of foes unwittingly converging. A mere glance was sufficient for Flanders to recall the allure of her mature charm and seductive movements. It was she, Xiao Chui. As Xiao Chui approached, Flanders could no longer contain himself and hurried to Gu Yi's side. You rascal, have you lost your senses? How could you come to such a place? Return at once. If both master and apprentice became her esteemed guests, what would that signify? Chapter 14. The failure of Ma Hongjun. How could Gu Yi possibly leave now? This is the second trial he has set for Ma Hongjun. If he cannot even overcome this hurdle, then no matter how extraordinary his courage may be, it would be of no avail. Rest assured, teacher, I am not preoccupied with such thoughts at the moment. My sole purpose for being here is to test Ma Hongjun. Gu Yi gazed at the enchanting woman approaching them, her allure and vivacity failing to stir even the slightest interest within him. The places that had been explored by countless others held no allure for him. Moreover, this was not a time for indulgence. His cultivation was incomplete, and there was no need to disperse his vital essence so prematurely. Frand, unable to sway his disciple, watched as Xiao Chui drew nearer and ultimately chose to discreetly withdraw. For the matters at hand must remain concealed. As Xiao Chui sashayed towards him, a sense of familiarity washed over her as she observed the vanishing figure. It felt as though she had encountered him before. Rarely venturing beyond the confines of her home, she pondered how she could possibly recognize him, unless it were in a more intimate setting. Young master, have you also come to play here? Shall I guide you through the world of adults? Xiao Chui approached Gu Yi, her movements imbued with an alluring grace. As she reached out to caress him, Gu Yi furrowed her brow slightly, deftly sidestepping the delicate hand of the petite girl. It is not I who yearns to experience the world of adults, but rather this chubby little fellow beside me. Find me 10 young ladies. They need not do anything other than stand beside him, and I shall ensure they are compensated accordingly. Gu Yi pointed at Ma Hongjun, who was secretly observing the young lady nearby. When had Ma Hongjun ever experienced such a thing? The most he had done was sneak a glance at the widow next door while she bathed, and he had been caught. The young ladies of the Yechen Pavilion, in terms of both figure and appearance, were undeniably above average, a temptation too great for the naive Ma Hongjun to resist. What on earth are you trying to achieve? Gu Yi, you know my martial spirit has issues in this regard, yet you bring me here. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Ma Hongjun finally tore his gaze away from the young lady and chastised Gu Yi for his immorality. This is your second trial, a test of willpower. If you cannot withstand even the most basic desire, you will never achieve greatness. Gu Yi cast a glance around, failing to discover anything that captivated him. After all, he had traversed an era enriched by beauty enhancements and filters. Such superficial adornments could not sway his heart dedicated to martial arts. Ah! How could he have overlooked one important matter? Gu Yi placed a hand firmly on Ma Hongjun's shoulder, reclaiming the pure soul power that resided within him. Before Ma Hongjun could utter another word, he felt a surge of heat erupt within his body, even more ferocious than the previous day. Previously, Gu Yi had forcefully suppressed the malevolent fire with the pure soul power, yet this also presented a dilemma. The more fiercely it is suppressed, the greater the force of its eventual eruption. Ma Hongjun found himself in such a predicament. Begin your cultivation. As long as you can endure half an hour of practice in this place, you will have passed the trial. Gu Yi took a few steps back, and the flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman returned accompanied by a group of charming young ladies, fulfilling Gu Yi's request entirely. After reiterating her earlier words, Gu withdrew from their midst. The women, their eyes gleaming with excitement, were astonished at how effortlessly they could amass a considerable sum of money. In the past, even the most lackluster of patrons had compelled them to expend a bucket of water for bathing, and at times, dissatisfied guests would resort to both verbal and physical abuse. Tempting a young boy seemed a trivial challenge. One voluptuous, confident woman stepped forward, assured in her ability to captivate the boy's heart with her allure. However, after merely a few steps, Ma Hongjun found himself overwhelmed. His body flushed with heat as he gazed at the curvaceous woman, his eyes akin to those of a ravenous wolf. He understood well that only through physical release could he alleviate this burning desire. A realization that had dawned upon him since the day of his soul awakening. Quickly, he turned away, sitting cross-legged on the ground to commence meditation. This endeavor proved more arduous than scaling a cliff in his struggle for self-restraint. Should the infernal fire within him erupt? Even the sight of a sow might not deter him. The seductive scents of cosmetics and the inherent fragrance of the women wafted into his nostrils, mingling with the raging fire within, rendering any suppression nearly impossible. His thoughts had strayed far from reason. Visions of temptation danced in his mind. Though closing his eyes might stave off impulse, the unknown equally ignited a fervent desire for exploration. Ma Hongjuan's aura began to waver, his cultivation practice faltering. Within mere minutes, he found himself unable to continue. Gu Yijing gazed quietly at the scene, remaining unmoved. It was not until Ma Hongjun rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with a fiery crimson, that she slightly shook her head and, harnessing an even more formidable force of Yin spirit, suppressed the malevolent flames that were unconsciously emanating from him. Ultimately, it was a defeat. This money now belongs to you. Gu Yi did not deceive them. Instead, he presented them with a bag of money. Subsequently, he exited the establishment with the visibly dejected Ma Hongjun. As they stepped outside, Flander awaited them. "Director, we may return now." "Not just yet," he replied. Gu Yi, at present, is in no rush to return. It is just the right time for the items he previously crafted to reach their delivery date. Thus, retrieving them before heading back is not a matter of urgency. Flander glanced at the departing Gu Yi and subsequently inquired about the situation. What could have transpired in such a short span of time to lead to this transformation? Although he serves as the dean and holds high regard for his disciple Ma Hongjun, Gu Yi's standing in his heart is one that can only ascend, never descend. Gu Yi, however, was the one who raised him. Speaking of this, Ma Hongjun felt somewhat aggrieved. "Dean, this cannot be blamed on me. Gu Yi is fully aware of the dark fire within me. Yet he still insists on having me practice in the brothel and encourages the seduction of over a dozen women. Would you not say he is mad?" Flander had not anticipated that Gu Yi would test Ma Hongjuan's resolve in such a manner. Not only Ma Hongjun, but even he himself might struggle to maintain his willpower under such circumstances. Let us set this matter aside for now and return to training. I shall assist you in persuading him further. Flander understood that Gu Yi was not one to deliberately create difficulties for others, nor was he one to conceal his techniques. Yet, why was he treating Ma Hongjun with such severity this time? It was perplexing. Gu Yi entered a bustling blacksmith shop. "Good sir, is my order ready?" The atmosphere was vibrant, with several blacksmiths working vigorously, their bare torsos glistening with sweat. "Ah, it's young Master Gu. Your items have long been completed. We have been merely awaiting your arrival." "The craftsmanship of old Li is beyond reproach," boomed the burly leader, exuding confidence as he retrieved a leather scroll and laid it upon the table, slowly unfurling it. Before him lay a collection of short blades, glimmering with a cold sheen. "As per your specifications, the blades are sharp, as thin as paper, and shaped like willow leaves, totaling 24 in number. Please, take a look." Gu Yi nodded slightly, finding it exceedingly lightweight and comfortable to hold. "Thank you, uncle. Here is the remaining balance." Gu Yi was quite satisfied, having withdrawn the final payment he had prepared long ago. "Young master, should you require any further creations in the future, I assure you, I shall not disappoint." As Gu Yi stepped out of the blacksmith shop, he heard the vibrant shouts emanating from within, eliciting a faint smile from him. Chapter 15, Miscalculation. The following day, while toying with the willow leaf flying daggers, Gu Yi noticed the furious Ma Hongjun striding towards him. His imposing demeanor was somewhat undermined by his cherubic face and rotund physique, which diminished any sense of intimidation. Ma Hongjun regarded Gu Yi with a palpable sense of resentment. The more he pondered the events of the previous day, the less he understood if he could withstand the encroaching malevolent fire. Why would he need to learn Gu Yi's techniques? If the roles were reversed, and Gu Yi were the one ensnared by the malevolent fire. He would likely not fare any better than himself. Is there something you wish to discuss? Gu Yi retracted his throwing knives and gazed at Ma Hongjun, who stood before him with his head bowed. Otherwise, he would not have truly noticed him. I refuse to accept this. Ma Hongjun exclaimed loudly. Oh. Gu Yi chose to disregard him. What does it matter if he remains unconvinced? Gu Yi's demeanor thoroughly infuriated Ma Hongjun, who could not help but exclaim. You have yet to experience the power of the evil fire. This assessment is inherently unjust. Initially, Ma Hongjun intended to unleash a tirade. Yet upon reflecting on Gu Yi's extraordinary prowess displayed while standing on the cliff's edge yesterday, he refrained from uttering any further invectives. The commotion drew Oscar, who had been diligently training within the confines of the room, outside. He witnessed the newcomer vociferously confronting Gu Yi, causing his heart to flutter slightly. Recalling the earlier incident when Gu Yi had assaulted him, Oscar now felt a twinge of trepidation. Unjust, you say? Do you truly believe it to be unfair? Gu Yi responded with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. As fate would have it, the timing is perfect. I shall grant you another opportunity. Gu Yi uttered a remark that left Ma Hongjun utterly perplexed. However, upon hearing Gu Yi offer him another chance, he felt a surge of joy. Are you ready? Gu Yi inquired with genuine concern. What preparations are you making? Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat perplexed. There were neither cliffs nor women present. What was Gu Yi's intention? Speak plainly. How do you intend to test me? Ma Hongjun summoned his martial spirit, embodying a valiant demeanor. Gu Yi remained silent, merely gazing upward at the celestial phenomena. As she had done before, resting her hand upon Ma Hongjun's shoulder. The naive Ma Hongjun believed that Gu Yi intended to employ her previous tactic once more, testing him with her malevolent fire. Just as he was about to utter a word, he felt a searing energy emanating from Gu Yi's hand, surging into his being. This heat was unlike the malevolent fire. It seemed poised to incinerate everything, causing his blood to evaporate swiftly, his flesh beginning to wither. His body ablaze with a fiery hue. If you can subdue this energy, you shall pass the trial. At this moment, Ma Hongjun could scarcely comprehend Gu Yi's words. His consciousness felt as though it was being seared, akin to being engulfed in a raging inferno. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of energy, released by a formidable soul master. Simultaneously, the malevolent fire within Ma Hongjun appeared to be provoked, its once suppressed nature rebelling with increasing intensity, ultimately breaking free from its confines, clashing violently with the searing energy within him. The battleground for this struggle was none other than Ma Hongjun's own body. Save me, I do not wish to perish, he implored, kneeling on the ground, his hands trembling as they clutched at Gu Yi's pant leg. He realized that he was incapable of subduing this energy. It was far too powerful. Upon hearing the words, Gu Yi said nothing further. He knelt down and guided the energy within him into his own body. At that moment, he let out a low groan, choosing to disregard Ma Hongjun's plight as he settled into a meditative position on the ground to absorb this surge of energy. After a short while, equivalent to the burning of half a stick of incense, Gu Yi rose to his feet and cast a glance at the tormented Ma Hongjun, who was writhing in agony from the malevolent flames. With a swift motion, he struck his palm against Ma Hongjun's body, once again suppressing the rampant evil fire. However, Ma Hongjun did not rise. He had been tortured to the point of losing consciousness, trembling instinctively. It was a miscalculation. He had been overly eager. And how much fortitude could one expect from a mere 6-year-old child? Gu Yi never anticipated that solar energy could indeed provoke the fierce nature of the malevolent fire, autonomously resisting his suppression. Although Ma Hongjun was not severely injured this time, he would still require a recuperation period of 10 to 15 days. Oscar retrieved a medicinal package from the topmost shelf of the cabinet in my room. Gu Yi called out to Oscar, who was standing by to watch the commotion, while he himself lifted the unconscious Ma Hongjun from the ground. This predicament was of his own making, and thus he felt compelled to take full responsibility. Oscar, well aware of the contents of the medicinal package Gu Yi referred to, felt a twinge of envy. Ego, I've brought the items, Oscar said, handing over the package in his hand and glancing at the now bare Ma Hongjun, who lay in the medicinal barrel. Actually, Ego, this medicinal package isn't necessary. A bite of my sausage would suffice, or if worse comes to worst, perhaps Teacher Xiao could concoct some jelly beans to aid in his recovery, Oscar suggested. How could Gu Yi be unaware of his thoughts? As he placed the medicinal package into the medicine barrel, he replied, he has been injured by 2 surges of searing energy. Although your sausages and Teacher Xiao's candy beans can aid in his recovery, it will take some time to fully mend the damage inflicted upon his meridians. After speaking, Gu Yi rested his hand on the barrel. and the once tepid water within began to chill rapidly, yet it did not freeze. The expression of agony on Ma Hongjuan's face eased as his furrowed brows relaxed. Feeling the fire poison within him dissipate, Gui then switched hands and pressed down on the barrel again. At this moment, the water temperature soared at an astonishing pace. And soon, wisps of steam began to rise. When the temperature reached a perfectly suitable level, Gui withdrew his hand. Let us proceed. There remains room for improvement in your tiger leopard thunder sound. Gui spoke to the enviously watching Oscar beside him. Perhaps it's best to refrain. Ego. I believe the current state is quite satisfactory. The envy on Oscar's face faded, replaced by a bitter expression, yet he chose to follow along, despite the discomfort. The enhancement of one's physique was undeniably remarkable, and there was even the prospect of deriving pleasure from the medicinal bath. Before long, Ma Hongjuan awakened. Groggy and hearing a chorus of pleas for mercy. Ego, take it easy. He heard a voice that immediately jolted him to full awareness, a sound he suspected he would never forget in his lifetime. The fact that he still had the strength to speak suggested he would endure a few more strikes. Soon, a series of blows echoed around him. Ma Hongjuan became aware of his surroundings, feeling his body to confirm he was still intact, not burned to ashes. Aside from some lingering pain, everything seemed normal. He had once believed he was dead, enduring a torment perhaps worse than death itself. What are these? Ma Hongjuan picked up some unfamiliar herbs from the medicinal barrel. A beam of light illuminated the space, and the voice that filled him with dread returned. You are awake. Now rise. Ma Hongjuan dared not hesitate, fearing Gui might strike again. After such an experience, his fear had only intensified. Return. You have failed. Gui issued a decree of dismissal. As the matter concerning Ma Hongjuan had already consumed a considerable amount of his time, Ma Hongjuan had no intention of learning Gui's techniques. He hastily dressed and fled the scene, moving even faster than when he had arrived. It almost seemed as though he had shed some weight, though he remained a plump little fellow. Chapter 16. The contract. After relentless effort during this period, the contract was successfully signed. Gratitude to all who have followed along. Let us continue striving forward. Chapter 17. The golden-haired youth. After Ma Hongjuan's departure, Gui retrieved the willow leaf flying daggers once more. Such a formidable weapon, concealed in the shadows, could indeed be quite terrifying if unleashed in a sudden ambush. Gui gazed contemplatively at the willow leaf dart in his hand, feeling a twinge of sentiment. The path of martial arts is inherently vast and encompassing, and the art of hidden weapons is but a facet of it. However, Gui harbored no desire to tread that treacherous path. Prolonged engagement with sinister martial practices inevitably cultivates a treacherous soul. Gui harbored no desire to become such a person. The purpose of crafting the willow leaf flying daggers was not to become a master of concealed weapons, nor to inflict harm through treachery, but rather to refine the will of martial arts, regardless of the realm. No martial arts expert can escape the prowess of a single flick of the Shaoli flying dagger. The legend surrounding the Shaoli flying dagger transcends the ordinary. It embodies a belief, a resolute spirit. The dagger itself is inconsequential. The true essence lies in the martial path and the talent of the practitioner. With a dagger in hand, none dare to underestimate its brilliance. Another motive behind this endeavor was the eventual transformation of Tang San. Concealed weapons are merely trivial. One has witnessed the potency of overt weaponry. Ever since that fateful day, Ma Hongjuan trembled in fear upon encountering Gui, a state that persisted for nearly several months. Following Gui's counsel, Ma Hongjuan chose the red firebird, imbued with a trace of the phoenix bloodline, as his first spirit ring, albeit with a slight deviation from the original narrative. Due to his training in pure Yuan Gong and the tiger leopard thunder sound technique, he directly surpassed the limitations set forth by his master concerning spirit rings. However, the spirit skill remained unchanged. It was still the phoenix fire line, albeit with an elevated temperature and significantly enhanced adhesion. Yet, it did not exceed much, reaching merely 500 years. Simultaneously, Gui began to cultivate Ma Hongjuan's character and explore suitable techniques for him. While the influence of martial spirits is one aspect, a steadfast heart can equally conquer physical turbulence. At the age of 9, Oscar finally broke through to level 20. Thanks to the training he undertook over the years with Gui's guidance and the tiger leopard thunder sound technique. Although he did not achieve the remarkable second ring of a millennium, he was not far from it. His spirit skills mirrored those in the original tale, but exhibited greater strength and more pronounced effects. Even so, Oscar surpassed his counterpart in the original narrative significantly, possessing a physical prowess that was more than double that of an auxiliary spirit master. After a few months of breakthroughs at the Oscars, Gui successfully reached the esteemed level of Soul Master. This time, he did not enlist the help of Flander to hunt soul beasts. Instead, He ventured alone into the Stardow forest. Having been in this world for quite some time, Gui had not wandered far. Aside from being dragged by Flander to hunt for soul rings, the farthest he had traveled was merely to Soto City. As a major city, life there was relatively comfortable for its inhabitants. No one knew what Gui experienced during his outing. However, upon his return, he emanated an aura of killing intent that overshadowed even his scholarly demeanor. Especially Flander and Zhao Wujin, both seasoned warriors who had faced countless life and death battles, were keenly aware of the bloodlust surrounding Gui. This was not the essence of a soul beast, it was the bloodlust of a human. From that moment on, Gui dedicated himself to rigorous training, immersing himself in cultivation. Time passed, and Gui reached the age of 12. The tall, golden-haired youth was even more striking due to his unique eyes, one a vibrant bluish-green, and the other a fiery orange-red, clad in black trousers and a white tailcoat. He appeared youthful yet exuded an air of sophistication. At that moment, he was seen embracing a beautiful woman, occasionally leaning down to inhale her fragrant hair or even kissing her cheek. While personal matters generally hold little significance, the crux of the matter was that this golden-haired youth was engaging in such behavior at the entrance of the academy, and he was there to enroll. "Old man, I wish to enroll," the golden-haired youth said nonchalantly as he tossed a bag of gold soul coins into the registration box. Li Yusong furrowed his brow slightly, but upon recalling something, he relaxed and pinched the boy's arm, noting that he was of suitable age. "Summon your martial spirit for me to see." However, the golden-haired youth did not immediately reveal his martial spirit. Instead, he leaned down to the woman in his arms and said, "Watch closely. This will be very impressive." "Yes. Dai Xiao, show them the white tiger this time." The beautiful woman stepped away, her eyes reflecting admiration. Despite his youth, this young lord possessed remarkable attributes. Most critically, he had financial prowess. Upon summoning his martial spirit, a phantom of a white tiger manifested behind him, his muscles bulging dramatically, his golden hair transforming into a striking blend of black and white, predominantly white, while his 4 eyes glowed a deep azure. 2 yellow soul rings hovered around him, indicating he had reached the level of a great soul master. In an instant, he transformed from a carefree youth into a muscular figure, radiating the regal aura of the king of beasts. "Impressive, isn't it?" The golden-haired youth turned to the woman, his demeanor now reflecting a blend of charm and arrogance. "Absolutely stunning. Look at those muscles. Dai Xiao is indeed extraordinary." The beautiful woman was genuinely taken aback by the transformation that occurred once he summoned his martial spirit, and she instinctively moved closer to feel his powerful physique. Had the setting been different, they might have been inclined to engage in more intimate activities. The golden-haired youth reveled in this newfound sensation, experiencing a liberation he had never felt before, free from any pressure or judgment from others. "Let us proceed. This is merely the first assessment." Li Yusong could no longer bear to watch. He was of a considerable age and still had to endure such antics, which was quite infuriating. The martial spirit was almost unable to be contained. The golden-haired youth, still holding the beautiful woman, attempted to advance further. "She cannot enter." "That is the rule," Li Yusong intervened, blocking the youth's path. If the dean were to discover he had allowed a woman of questionable repute into the academy, it would surely spell trouble. Moreover, it was Gui, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of his training. It would not be long before these old fellows were replaced by the next generation. Taken aback, the youth's expression shifted, but he did not argue. He released the woman and said, "Wait for me at the hotel. I shall come find you once I am finished." After seeing my white tiger martial spirit, "Shouldn't there be a reciprocal interaction?" he whispered mischievously. Upon entering, the golden-haired youth smoothly reached the 4th assessment. Achieving level 28 at the mere age of 12 marked him as an exceptional talent. As he approached the 4th assessment area, he observed a middle-aged man sleeping in a chair. The space was vast, suited for combat. "Oh, this year we have someone who has made it this far." Zhao Wujin awoke, surprised to see the golden-haired youth standing nearby. It had been many years since the academy had seen such a promising candidate. "Your task is to endure without being defeated by me for half a stick of incense. Success will earn you a place as a student of our academy." The golden-haired youth, brimming with confidence, shouted, "Dai Mubai, martial spirit, white tiger, level 28 battle soul master, I welcome your guidance." Before Zhao Wujin could respond, a refined voice interrupted. "Allow me to take this one, Teacher Zhao." The white-clad youth stepped forward, exuding an air of calm and composure, reminiscent of a learned scholar from the imperial court. "You?" Zhao Wujin was perplexed as to why Gui would show interest in such a minor assessment. especially after his transformation upon acquiring the third soul ring. Indeed, I too wish to witness the caliber of this remarkable individual who has made it this far. Gu Yiping cast a tranquil glance at Dai Mubai, yet that single gaze caused the once self-satisfied Dai Mubai to break into a cold sweat. What manner of gaze was this? It seemed to harbor an infinite vortex within its depths, threatening to ensnare his very soul, compelling him to involuntarily take a step back. If that is the case, then you may proceed. Zhao Wujie, however, did not contest with him. After all, there was little amusement in evaluating these young rascals. The body had yet to warm up, and it was already over. For him, this was also a form of torment. Gu Yi, a Shrek student, the conditions remain unchanged. Should you endure without succumbing within the duration of a stick of incense, you shall be deemed successful. Gu Yi slowly made his way to the arena. And this was likely his final battle as a student. Dai Mubai was furious. Indeed, he had escaped in a rather disheveled manner, yet he was undeniably a prodigy. Had it not been for the few years of age difference, the one fleeing might not have been him. If the Soul Saint had been the one to test him just now, the conditions would have been far from easy. In fact, they could be deemed quite severe. However, Gu Yi appeared to be of a similar age to himself. To be defeated in the span of a mere incense stick was nothing to scoff at. With a roar, Dai Mubai activated his first soul ring, which shimmered momentarily. A layer of white light enveloped him, and with the protection of his first soul skill, Dai Mubai boldly charged forward to confront Gu Yi head-on. Gu Yi gazed at the unwavering Dai Mubai, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The combat methods employed by soul masters in this world were rather simplistic, even to the point of being rigid. A surge of soul power erupted forth, striking the protective barrier surrounding Dai Mubai. With a cold smirk, Dai Mubai scoffed at the notion of relying solely on a simple soul power projectile to best him. Without even releasing his martial spirit, Shrek Academy was hardly more than a school for fools. Dai Mubai paid no heed to the approaching soul power projectile. Rather than evading it, he boldly advanced. With the White Tiger's protective barrier shielding him, fending off a mere soul power attack was a trivial matter. Foolishness. Zhao Wujie, witnessing this scene, could not help but utter a reprimand. One must never underestimate any opponent. Doing so could lead to catastrophic consequences. Zhao Wujie would not disclose that he, too, had once erred in this regard. The potency of this soul power bullet is far from trivial, particularly after the comprehension of martial arts will. It is, in essence, a nemesis to those with weak defenses. Not only is its velocity remarkable, but its impact is also astounding. He can already envision the scene of Dai Mubai unleashing his fervor. However, there is one thing that Zhao Wujie cannot fathom. What offense could the individual named Dai Mubai have committed to warrant such a severe response? The ensuing imagery diverges somewhat from Zhao Wujie's expectations. The attack delivered by Gu Yi was executed with restraint, merely shattering the protective shield and repelling Dai Mubai, resulting in a minor injury that did not even affect his bones. How could this be? Dai Mubai clutched his left hand, where a thumb-sized wound was continuously oozing blood. This injury was inflicted by the soul power bullet he had dismissed. A self-created soul skill. Dai Mubai was profoundly convinced that, without summoning his martial soul, he had managed to fracture the protective barrier and injure himself with a single strike. This institution truly harbors hidden talents. Dai Mubai had only heard rumors, and the necessity of attending a prestigious Soul Master Academy compelled him to choose this obscure and dilapidated school as a refuge from pursuit and to maintain discretion. If your abilities are limited to this level, it would be wise to depart sooner rather than later. Gu Yi scoffed lightly. Just such a trivial injury. Dai Mubai gazed intently at Gu Yi, now utterly unwilling to lower his guard. Should he fall victim to that same move again, it would spell trouble. Gu Yi discerned Dai Mubai's intentions and subsequently spoke. Seeing you in such a feeble state, I shall indulge you in a bout of close combat. Come forth. Gu Yi gestured provocatively towards Dai Mubai. If Dai Mubai could endure such a challenge, could he still be considered a man? Since you have chosen to bind yourself, let me show you the extent of my prowess. Under the influence of his martial spirit, Dai Mubai exuded an extraordinary confidence. In this Douluo Continent, the White Tiger martial spirit is regarded as one of the most formidable, especially in the hands of a battle soul master. There are simply no rivals at his level. Even if Gu Yi possesses tremendous abilities, without the use of his formidable long-range attacks, it would be impossible for him to defeat Dai Mubai in such a brief span of time. Dai Mubai's confidence surged once more. Confidence is the pinnacle. The blind cannot perceive the resplendent night sky. In the realm of martial arts, Close combat is the true essence, for within 3 feet, I am invincible. Gu Yi observed Dai Mubai charging towards him, unhurried to vanquish him, employing his enigmatic footwork to evade the onslaught. Born into royalty, Dai Mubai had trained through numerous battles in an effort to surpass his older brother. Yet, he was confronted by an insurmountable opponent. He could not even graze the hem of Gu Yi's sleeve. No matter how many times he witnessed it, it remained an astonishing spectacle, a veritable art form. Zhao Wuji, watching Gu Yi nimbly dodge the attacks, sighed in admiration. Even if Gu Yi were to disseminate this technique, only Oscar might grasp its essence. A brute like Dai Mubai, who relied solely on strength to conquer his foes, would never master it. Realizing he was being toyed with like a mere dog, Dai Mubai understood that if Gu Yi truly wished to defeat him, he could have done so long ago. Countless times, he found himself maneuvered behind. Aware that he had but one final chance, a chance to turn the tide, he fixed a profound gaze and continued to assault Gu Yi as before. Gu Yi seemed to have grown weary of the game, launching a punch straight towards Dai Mubai. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai unleashed his second spirit ability, White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave. How mundane. Gu Yi, akin to a seer, inexplicably appeared at Dai Mubai's side and delivered a fierce kick to his waist. The abrupt interruption of his soul skill led to a backlash of soul power, compounded by the forceful strike from behind. Consequently, Dai Mubai was propelled several meters away, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground. The quality was severely lacking. However, if he did not continue to accept students, Shrek would surely falter, leaving him behind. Gu Yi gazed at Dai Mubai, who lay on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Zhao Wujuan was genuinely taken aback. He never expected Gu Yi to change his mind so suddenly. By the way, Teacher Zhao, I will be leaving for a while to hunt for my 4th soul ring. As for the Academy's techniques, please refrain from imparting them to him for now. I have my own plans. Zhao Wujuan watched Gu Yi as he prepared to depart, feeling an urge to remind him, I am the teacher. You are merely a student. Chapter 19. Excellence through endeavor. Wait, what did Gu Yi just say? Hunting for a 4th soul ring. Zhao Wujuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How old was Gu Yi to have already reached level 40? He never doubted Gu Yi's honesty regarding such matters. A proud individual would not stoop to deceit. Dai Mubai, sprawled on the ground, stared blankly at the receding figure of Gu Yi. He had never envisioned that this boy, seemingly of his own age, was already capable of hunting for a 4th soul ring. Even his brother, who had instilled such fear in him that he fled the palace, could not reach such a level of genius. Oscar, come here quickly. We have business to attend to. Zhao Wujuan's voice boomed. Powerful enough to rival that of a bear and amplified by his soul power, ensured that Oscar could hear him from anywhere within the academy. Business? Where's the business? Oscar continued down the path of selling sausages, but he catered primarily to those who were injured and required healing. After all, he too needed to cultivate. The production of sausages was a significant drain on his soul power. As for whether this particular deal would succeed, that was entirely up to him. Zhao Wujuan gestured towards Dai Mubai, still lying on the ground, and then returned to his chair, ready to rest once more, for the weather was splendid, perfect for a nap. My friend, it seems you've been beaten by Teacher Zhao. Your injuries appear rather severe, but worry not, my sausages will hasten your recovery. As he spoke, he recited a soul incantation, conjuring a vividly lifelike sausage in his hand, indistinguishable in size from those sold outside. Dai Mubai, initially inclined to support Oscar's business, suddenly lost interest and felt a twinge of aversion. Not only was the soul incantation somewhat repulsive, but the size of the sausage also struck a familiar chord within him. These two factors were difficult for him to accept. Take it away. Who would want your sausage? Keep it for yourself. Dai Mubai shoved Oscar's hand aside. Still clinging to the notion of royalty, treating others with disdain, as if he were the only one worthy in this world. Oscar, once beaming with laughter, now retracted his smile. During this time, he had garnered considerable praise for assisting those injured in the battle arena. Those individuals were indifferent to the nature of the items. They had endured far worse in their lives as soul masters. Don't want it? Fine, I'll eat it myself. Oscar had a stable source of income and was indifferent to trifles, had it not been for their shared status as classmates. He would not have been so familiar with Dai Mubai. Oscar departed without a backward glance, leaving Dai Mubai, already shaken, to further doubt his own existence. Throughout the journey, bolstered by his handsome appearance, he occasionally displayed generosity, and his identity as a soul master allowed him to navigate life with ease. Everyone treated him with warmth and kindness. Gu Yi chose neither to travel by carriage nor to ride a horse. Instead, He measured the earth step by step as he journeyed towards the vast starry forest. A distance of 500 kilometers is not particularly daunting for a soul master, yet Gui still took 5 days to cover it. Along the way, his white attire became inexplicably stained with specks of red, and his aura grew more formidable than it had been at the academy. Gazing upon the immense expanse of the forest, Gui inhaled deeply, allowing the fresh air to replace the accumulated anger and murkiness of the past few days. The world controlled by the aristocracy weighed heavily on his heart, especially upon encountering those nobles who regarded others as mere objects, igniting within him a fierce resentment, even a desire to eliminate them. The very thought made him feel nauseous. Gui stepped into the Douluo forest. If he could acquire the abilities planned for this occasion, he would possess the means to truly protect himself in this world. Meanwhile, a group was also making its way toward the Douluo forest. Teacher Qin Ming, what is the Douluo forest like? One member of the group inquired with a curious expression, addressing the rather unremarkable-looking young man in his 30s who walked at the forefront. The young man appeared quite ordinary, save for his strikingly bright and profound eyes, reminiscent of a glimmering light in the darkness of night. This distinctive feature ensured that he stood out even in a crowd, easily noticeable at a glance. The Douluo forest is indeed a veritable treasure trove, but it is also a place of genuine peril. Qin Ming recollected the experiences he had endured when he obtained his 6th spirit ring, memories that remained vivid. Acquiring a 10,000-year spirit ring is no trivial feat. Had it not been for the camaraderie of several like-minded individuals and the assistance of a senior, danger would have been imminent. The tremors of the soul should not be underestimated. I truly wish to reach the Douluo forest swiftly. It is said that countless soul beasts dwell within. Listening to Shimo's words, Qin Ming slightly shook his head, realizing that these individuals were still too young and inexperienced, having not yet faced such trials. The Douluo forest has never been a place of mere amusement. Although their talents are exceptionally remarkable, their temperaments leave much to be desired, particularly since they are all of noble birth. Among them are 2 individuals, Yu Qianheng and Du Guiyan, who boast the most formidable backgrounds, each backed by a title de law. Yu Qianheng, whom he held in high regard, was currently pursuing Du Guiyan. It could only be said that the youth of today are often lost in their thoughts, oblivious to the importance of earnest cultivation at such a tender age. Qin Ming shook his head gently, choosing not to dwell on the affairs among his students. They were approaching the Douluo forest, and he needed to steel himself for what lay ahead. Even if this time they were merely seeking a 1,000-year spirit ring and would not venture deep into the forest. Gui raced forward, swiftly covering several dozen kilometers. This time, his objective was not merely a Millennium Soul Ring, but rather a 10,000-year Soul Ring. However, he lacked the fortuitous circumstances that favored Tang San, who had the 8-diagram mysterious ice grass, the fiery apricot blossom, and the ice and fire duality to refine his physique. Not to mention the external soul bones that contributed to Tang San's miraculous achievement. Yet, Gui possessed certain advantages that Tang San could scarcely aspire to. The tiger leopard thunder sound tempered his body, while his meridian martial soul safeguarded his physical form. He had developed an internal technique to absorb soul power, and his martial will, coupled with the agony of absorbing solar and lunar energies, had fortified his mind against external disturbances. This time, he was determined to succeed. It had been 6 years since the awakening of his martial soul, and the rapidity of his ascent had surpassed all expectations, evolving from an innate 6th-level soul power to the brink of breaking through to a 40th-level soul master. His meridian martial soul had played an instrumental role in this progress. As his meridians continued to enhance, the 8 extraordinary meridians became increasingly interconnected, and his internal cultivation was constantly refined, resulting in an unprecedented acceleration in the cultivation of soul power. This transformation had culminated in the Gui of the present. Even he himself was uncertain of his current strength. At the very least, a 40th-level soul master would be no match for him. Chapter 20. Battle this time. He had come with a clear purpose and quickly located the soul beast he sought, although its age was slightly lacking. Finding the desired soul beast was not something to be rushed. For this day, Gui had undertaken countless preparations. He had researched the location of the devourer toad in advance and meticulously investigated the soul skills and transformations acquired by those who had absorbed it over the years. This endeavor was not only time-consuming, but also financially draining. Shrek Academy lacked such detailed records. Only the Spirit Hall possessed such comprehensive information. Since he was not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, Accessing these records required either forming a romantic relationship with a high-ranking woman within the hall, like Yu Xiaojiang, or spending money. The adage that money makes the world go round was vividly illustrated in this realm. Devourer Toad, do not let me down. Gu Yi found himself once again engaging in a gamble. Should he lose this bet, he would be unable to cultivate this particular martial art, which had been uniquely crafted for him, the Zhou Tian Lu Jing. Throughout the years of his training, Gu Yi increasingly perceived the human body as a microcosm of the universe. This sensation intensified particularly after he had successfully opened half of his extraordinary meridians. The name Zhou Tian Lu He was not chosen lightly. It embodies the philosophy that all things exist within the cosmos, and nothing within the 6 realms escapes his grasp. This encapsulates the essence of Zhou Tian Lu Jing, as well as the lofty ambition he pursues to equate the human body with the universe and to master all forms of power, achieving omniscience and omnipotence. When that time arrives, even deities of the sea or the god of slaughter would pale in comparison, provided he can indeed reach that pinnacle. Currently, however, he remains troubled by the chaotic energies within him, were it not for his prior absorption of the soul ring from the gathering soul turtle, which significantly enhanced his meridian's resistance to foreign energies. He would have long since perished from the overwhelming influx of power. The sky-devouring frog serves as his custom-designed 4th soul ring. As its name implies, it has the capacity to devour even the heavens, rendering the digestion of energy a far simpler task. To this end, he had previously conducted experiments with the soul ring of the gathering soul turtle. As for whether he could vanquish a 10,000-year soul beast, Gu Yi harbored no doubts. After years of martial training, if he could not even defeat a soul beast of such age, it would be a testament to his inadequacy. Gu Yi searched the vicinity for traces of the ancient swallowing heaven toad. The Stardow forest of today was not the same as the Stardow forest of several millennia hence. There remained a considerable number of 10,000-year soul beasts. After a day of searching, Gu Yi finally discovered evidence of a 10,000-year swallowing heaven toad in a marshy area. Through years of studying martial souls, Gu Yi had become quite adept at assessing the age of soul beasts, and he determined that this particular toad was under 13,000 years old. This conclusion was drawn from the crimson stripe and 2 pale red markings adorning its back. The age of the swallowing heaven toad is discerned by the stripes on its back. A pale red stripe signifies 1,000 years for those under 10,000, while a crimson stripe indicates the 10,000-year mark. Although it was not at the very cusp of 10,000 years, Gu Yi felt confident in his ability to absorb this swallowing heaven toad. The moment to hunt had now arrived. Gu Yi, eager to test the extent of his own abilities, made no effort to conceal his presence. He emerged directly, standing amidst the mire, yet his body remained firmly grounded. Undaunted by the quagmire, a resonant croak echoed from the mouth of the devouring toad. Gu Yi, however, was well prepared. He had already blocked his ears with soul energy in advance. Prior to his arrival, he had thoroughly researched the devouring toad, becoming intimately familiar with its attack patterns, behavioral habits, and even its preferences in terms of gender. Gu Yi, with the grace of traversing level ground, began to sprint through the mire, wielding an iron sword. This weapon was not a mere ornamental piece, nor did it possess any distinctive qualities. It was, in fact, quite ordinary, yet it was undeniably a true instrument of death. In ancient times, there was a saying that a gentleman was worthy of a sword. In the present, Gu Yi nourished his blade with the intent to kill. This was neither a treasured sword nor the craftsmanship of a renowned artisan. It was simply an iron sword that Gu Yi had casually taken from a blacksmith's forge, without payment, merely repaying a few lives in exchange. From that moment forth, this sword became his constant companion. To this day, the blade bore a striking crimson hue. When drawn, it was destined to spill blood, truly a lethal weapon. The 3rd soul ring illuminated, and a palpable aura of death coalesced. The blood sword acted like a switch. Upon its unsheathing, the suppressed murderous intent within Gu Yi erupted forth, and his gaze turned icy and indifferent. Sword 1. There was no elaborate display of swordsmanship. It was simply the most rudimentary downward strike, a motion even a child on the street could replicate. Yet, the sky-swallowing toad sensed a lethal threat and propelled itself backward with formidable force, leaping several meters away. Gu Yi remained relentless, his speed surging violently as the muddy ground beneath his feet erupted in splashes from his aggressive movements, much to the detriment of the surrounding trees. The towering tree lamented inwardly. Never imagined I'd experience a mud facial mask in this lifetime. Having leaped out of attack range, the devouring toad wasted no time. It shot out its enormous tongue with blinding speed, reaching Gu Yi's position in the blink of an eye. Faced with such a dire situation, Gui showed no panic. Instead, he calmly glanced upward at the sky. It was now high noon, the scorching sun blazing overhead. This is rather reckless. Gui resolutely wielded the sword once more. Sword 2. A fierce surge of solar energy coursed through her, subsequently infusing the long sword with its brilliance. Gui felt as though he wielded a blazing sword. Its heat almost unbearable. Inside, he felt as if he were engulfed in flames. Had it not been for the 3 enhancements and years of diligent training, he would have harmed himself before his enemy. The sword, infused with solar energy, combined with Gui's martial will, rendered him nearly invincible. He cleaved the tongue of the sky-devouring toad with a decisive strike and, maintaining his momentum, advanced before the creature, wielding his longsword with both hands. The immense pain inflicted upon the toad was excruciating, yet it was powerless to retaliate. Its tongue was rendered useless. The once prone sky-devouring toad rose abruptly, flailing its diminutive forelimbs in an attempt to strike Gui. What appeared small to the toad seemed colossal to Gui. However, this sudden assault posed no challenge for him. He evaded the strike with astonishing agility. Seizing the opportunity, the sky-devouring toad retracted its tongue, a prized tool for hunting. Although now severed in 2, it could still be repaired and utilized. At this moment, Gui wielded his sword with one hand, while his left hand unleashed a formidable surge of sword energy. This here was unlike any other. After comprehending the essence of martial will, he realized how limited his previous understanding had been. Without the accompanying martial will, his sword energy was merely a compressed form of soul power, not the legendary 6 meridians divine sword. The sky-devouring toad sensed a hint of threat, yet it was too late to react. The razor-sharp sword energy struck directly at the most vulnerable part of its throat. Gui seized the moment when it opened its mouth to retract its tongue, unleashing a blade of sword energy. Not even the corporeal form of a 10,000-year-soul beast could withstand this onslaught, as it was pierced through effortlessly. In comparison to the colossal body of the sky-swallowing toad, this minor wound was but a trickle of blood. However, the excruciating pain provoked an uncontrollable fury within the sky-swallowing toad. Gui could sense an immense energy coalescing within the gaping maw of the devouring toad. This was the toad's most significant ability, the endless consumption. In Chapter 21, titled The Woman, the paramount trait of the devouring toad as a spirit beast lies in its capacity for insatiable devouring. With a mere opening of its colossal mouth, any form of energy or object is drawn into its depths, perfectly digested without the concern of overindulgence. However, this formidable technique bears a considerable drawback, an exceedingly long cooldown period. Often, after its use, a span of 10 to 15 days is required for recuperation. This ability is primarily regarded as the devouring toad's means of survival. Gui has long awaited this moment, for at the instant of unleashing this technique, the sky-devouring toad is rendered immobile, ensnared in a state of rigidity. The moment of certain demise has arrived. A formidable force of attraction is directed toward Gui, as the ancient soul beast unleashes its boundless veracity, exponentially more potent than that of a millennium-old soul beast. The resistance of Gui proves to be exceedingly arduous, particularly in this mire where there is no solid ground to stand upon. His ability to maintain his footing hinges entirely on the power of the soul energy within him. Miraculously, this soul energy begins to be gradually unsettled, uncontrollably manifesting and departing from his body. The relentless and domineering force of insatiable consumption reveals itself. Gui remained utterly composed, for the swallowing toad possessed its own hidden trump card, and he too had his. He awaited this very moment. A slender willow leaf dagger materialized in his hand, and he devoted himself entirely to this diminutive blade. While the energy enveloping him was forcibly seized by Gui through his cultivation technique, with complete disregard for whether the energy shared a common origin, he audaciously claimed it all. Gui's complexion flushed, nearly overwhelmed by the influx of foreign energies. The willow leaf flying knife in his hand had become an object of undeniable significance. A sharp aura emanated from it. Several kilometers away, 2 elderly men simultaneously directed their gazes towards Gui's location. Did the serpent spear sense it? Indeed, who could possibly unleash such a piercing presence? Could it be a disciple of Chen Xian? The serpent spear did not believe this to be the case. Even the casual swing of Chen Xian, a title Douluo, would possess greater might than this. There had been no reports of Chen Xian taking in disciples over the years. If this individual lacks a sect, perhaps the young master could recruit him, undoubtedly becoming a cornerstone of our spirit hall. The Douluo had indeed devoted himself tirelessly to the spirit hall. The serpent spear Douluo subsequently dispatched a century-old soul beast that had ventured too close. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Safeguarding the young master was our foremost duty. The boar nodded, observing the young woman sitting cross-legged on the ground, absorbing her spirit ring. No need, Uncle Serpent Spear. I have already completed the absorption, she declared, rising to her feet. 5 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, hovering around her. Congratulations, young master, for becoming a spirit king. The 2 men congratulated, gazing at the dignified young woman. Truly, our spirit hall's young master has cultivated to the rank of spirit king at such a tender age. Even in this environment, indeed, she is a rare prodigy with innate level 20 spirit power. I am eager to witness someone who can earn the esteem of 2 titled Douluo. Young master, Xueqinghe must not remain absent for too long. The time for the patrol is drawing near, the boar reminded. As the prince of the Tiando Empire, every word and action is under scrutiny. One cannot afford to be away for an extended period. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. With a pair of golden wings unfurling from her back, the young woman soared into the sky, heading towards the place she had sensed earlier. Here, she could momentarily savor the taste of freedom, intoxicating in its allure. Only here could she truly fly. Angels are meant to soar through the heavens. In Gu Yi's grasp, the willow leaf flying dagger amassed its power to the utmost limit. Even as the soul energy within him began to be siphoned away, the dagger remained impervious to any effects. Everything in existence cannot be swayed from its essence. As the dagger was released, it transcended its identity as a mere weapon, becoming an embodiment of Gu Yi's will. For the first time, he fully unveiled his intent. The brilliance of the flying dagger shone so brightly that not even the blazing noon sun could eclipse it. In that moment, time seemed to slow. Allowing Gu Yi to witness the dagger piercing the brain of the sky-devouring toad, slicing through flesh and emerging unscathed. Everything unfolded with an exquisite fluidity. The suction abruptly ceased, and Gu Yi collapsed into the mire, utterly devoid of strength. The exertion of that strike had drained him of all his power, leaving his spirit severely depleted. Now, even a casual encounter with a millennium-old soul beast would be sufficient to end his life. Gu Yi dared not linger. Glancing at the black soul ring emanating from the body of the devouring sky toad, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to absorb the energy. The soul ring would only remain for an hour. During this brief period, he must regain his strength and seek a suitable location to absorb the soul ring. Gu Yi spent a moment, akin to the burning of an incense stick, to regain a measure of strength. Subsequently, he dragged the colossal body of the devouring toad in search of a secluded cave. Utilizing the toad's massive form, he completely sealed the cave entrance, securing himself in a position of safety before beginning to absorb the soul ring. As the black soul ring entered his body, a surge of energy more ferocious than anything Gu Yi had ever experienced coursed wildly within him. However, he managed to respond with remarkable composure. He had previously discovered that the 8 extraordinary meridians had a profoundly beneficial effect on the absorption of soul rings. Over the years, he had already connected 6 of these meridians, leaving only the Ren and Du meridians yet to be opened. Simultaneously, Gu Yi sensed a fragmented consciousness launching an attack on his spirit, laden with resentment and bitterness. Unfortunately, had this residual soul possessed greater strength, it might have posed a threat, yet Gu Yi remained steadfast, guided by his martial will, and conjured a willow leaf flying knife, causing the remnant soul to dissipate instantly. If it could kill you once, it could do so a second time. Half an hour later, Gu Yi's breathing gradually steadied, and the absorption of the soul ring was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. Gu Yi sensed an unusual energy closely adhering to his lumbar region, instantly heightening his vigilance. This area was in close proximity to his dantian, the very foundation of his cultivation, which he could not afford to lose. Upon closer inspection, Gu Yi realized that this anomaly could be considered a fortuitous occurrence for him, a soul bone, or rather, an external soul bone. Gu Yi never anticipated that he would be bestowed with the fortune of a protagonist, acquiring an external soul bone. He soon discerned the bone's remarkable capability to store soul power, akin to a secondary dantian. Upon its emergence, this soul bone seamlessly connected to his meridians, becoming an integral part of his being. The absorption of this soul ring transpired with remarkable ease, devoid of any peril. It appears he had been overly cautious. Nevertheless, the bounty of this experience was substantial, significantly enhancing the adaptability of his meridians. Gu Yi was confident that even if he were to absorb the energy of the midday sun again, it would not sear his meridians as it had before. Come forth, young one. I can sense that you have completed the absorption of the soul ring. Gu Yi furrowed his brows. To his surprise, there were indeed others outside, and he had failed to notice them. This was certainly not an auspicious beginning. Gu Yi was not one to shy away from challenges. He moved aside the corpse of the devouring toad that obstructed the cave entrance and beheld 3 figures soaring in the sky. At the forefront was a golden-haired woman, her golden wings fluttering energetically behind her, enabling her to hover aloft. Chapter 22. Coercion. Do the esteemed seniors have business with me? Though Gu Yi had already surmised the identities of these 3 individuals, a wave of anxiety washed over him. If his suspicions were indeed correct, he would find himself in truly dire straits. Young man, do you know who this lady is? The porcupine fish feigned an air of mystery. The proud golden-haired woman, donned in regal attire, exuded an undeniable aura of superiority. Although the youth was unaware of her specific identity, he could certainly make an educated guess. A plan began to take shape in Gu Yi's mind. In truth, the spirit hall was quite commendable. Gu Yi's perception of it was certainly more favorable than that of the several great empires. Not only does it offer free assistance to impoverished families in awakening their martial spirits, but it also provides subsidies to low-ranking soul masters, ensuring they have a means of livelihood. Even he himself has greatly benefited from the care of the spirit hall, a fact that cannot be denied, despite the initial intent likely being to win the hearts of the people. Nevertheless, this initiative has genuinely improved the lives of the truly destitute. For this reason alone, Gu Yi felt little need for caution towards them. Oh, do enlighten me. The golden-haired woman descended, an action that could have been accomplished with a mere bow. Yet she opted to descend instead. The pride of an angel forbade her from bowing to anyone. Then allow me to make a bold conjecture. Your 2 esteemed companions have not summoned their martial spirits, yet they are capable of flying in the air. This can only imply one possibility, a tidal Douluo. Gu Yi cast a glance at the needlefish and the spear, noticing that they had not undergone any changes, before continuing, although this is hard for me to believe. The evidence lies before us. The golden-haired woman nodded non-committally. Your ability to discern this is not remarkable. Only a tidal Douluo possesses the power of levitation, which is a well-known fact in the realm of spirit masters. Gu Yi cast a glance at the extraordinarily beautiful young woman before him, seemingly no more than 17 or 18 years of age. Her skin, as pure as snow, complemented by a straight nose, slightly delicate phoenix-like eyes, and an exceptionally voluptuous figure, was enough to captivate any man in the world. Even his marshal will experience a fleeting moment of distraction. Since you wish for me to display my prowess, I shall not hold back. Allow me to demonstrate what true deduction entails. For one who knows the truth, reversing the outcome is remarkably effortless. To have 2 tidal Douluos providing protection indicates that one's identity and status are undoubtedly extraordinary. In this realm, I have only heard of one force capable of achieving such a feat. You are referring to the spirit hall, are you not? Upon hearing this, the golden-haired woman could not help but interject. Indeed, only the spirit hall possesses the capability to mobilize 2 tidal Douluos simultaneously. This clearly indicates that your identity is far from ordinary. Gu Yi scrutinized Qianrenxue with great care, unable to discern from her gaze that she might one day become infatuated with romance. The once motionless figures of the porcupine and the spear seemed to straighten slightly. Please continue. Qianrenxue expressed her interest, intrigued by the ability to deduce so much from just a brief encounter. This individual was not only a prodigy in cultivation but also possessed remarkable intellect. A flicker of ambition stirred within her heart. Now, having spoken of them, let us turn our attention to you. Gu Yi deliberately cast a few glances at Qianrenxue. From his piercing gaze, she felt as though he could see right through her, which made her somewhat uncomfortable and sent a chill down her spine. The golden wings on your back, combined with the aura of divinity surrounding you, suggest a unique martial soul I have only heard of in whispers. If my conjecture is accurate, you must be a direct descendant of the spirit hall, perhaps even the next pope. The presence of the serpent spear and the pufferfish truly attests to Gu Yi's insight. The identity of the young master is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed to outsiders, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As a practitioner of martial arts, Gu Yi, particularly after absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring moments ago, has significantly enhanced his perception abilities, having also opened more than half of his meridians. Even though the murderous intent of the 2 tidal Douluos is quite faint, he can still sense it. Rest assured, esteemed seniors, I harbor no ill intentions towards the spirit hall. On the contrary, I hold it in rather high regard. Gui gazed innocently at the two individuals before him, acutely aware that, at present, his capabilities were insufficient to rival them, and even the prospect of escape remained uncertain. Upon Gui's remark, both individuals realized that the current Qian Rinxue was far removed from the likeness of Shui Qinghe. In fact, it could be asserted that there were very few in this world who were privy to the existence of Qian Rinxue, the heir of the Spirit Hall. Even if Gui were to become cognizant of this, it would bear no significance, as it would not disrupt the young master's covert agenda. With a piercing gaze, Qian Rinxue asserted her authority, addressing Gui, "I have come to seek your counsel solely for the purpose of sparring." Guizhen was truly perplexed by what affliction this woman might possess. She had come to seek him out for a sparring match, accompanied by two titled Douluos. Despite their prior unfamiliarity, women, indeed, are an inscrutable species. Whether in his past life or this one, he found himself merely an outsider to the enigmatic realm of women. Was it merely a sparring match? Gui cautiously inquired. Yet his mind was preoccupied with contemplating whether he could harness the full might of the sun to escape his dire predicament. Indeed, escape was his sole desire. He had never entertained the thought of vanquishing any one of the three adversaries before him. This included Qian Rinxue, whose strength, though not particularly formidable in his perception, still posed an insurmountable challenge. It was simply unattainable, absolutely impossible. When they made their appearance, every fiber of his being was set ablaze with alarm. With these two acting as guardians, Qian Rinxue was beyond his reach. Observing Gui's heightened vigilance, Qian Rinxue smiled and remarked, "I still do not know your name." "Do I?" Gui was not engaged in any clandestine dealings. Should he manage to depart smoothly today, revealing the truth to Qian Rinxue would hold no consequence. Conversely, if he were to fail in his escape, returning to Shrek Academy would be out of the question. One must never underestimate the formidable power that reigns at the pinnacle of the world. It would not be as uncomplicated as depicted in the original narrative. The exposure of his true name holds little significance. Presently, he finds himself faced with but one option. Regardless of the outcome, he shall be permitted to leave. Qian Rinxue truly was a formidable woman, affording Gui no possibility of refusal. Whether victorious or defeated, no advantage lay in wait for him. The imposing presence of the two titled Douluos standing behind him served as the ultimate deterrent. Is that so? The Spirit Hall has always been true to its word. Qian Rinxue's phoenix-like eyes narrowed, her character seemingly underestimated, and a hint of anger crept into her voice. "Come forth." Gui remained unperturbed. Although Qian Rinxue was undoubtedly the most gifted individual in this world, the years she squandered had impeded her progress in cultivation. The undercover plan had proven futile from the outset. In the realm of Douluo, the ultimate principle is that strength reigns supreme. If one could wield divine power, what could mere mortals possibly employ to resist? As Qian Rinxue summoned her angelic martial soul, she was instantly enveloped in an aura of sanctity, radiating a purifying light. 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, swirled around her. Qian Rinxue, martial soul, 6-winged angel, level 52 soul tool sovereign, seeks your guidance. With the angelic holy sword raised, she gazed at Gui with fierce determination. Chapter 23, Battle of the Angels. Gui did not anticipate that Qian Rinxue would immediately employ her 5th soul skill. Observing the divine power emanating from the sword, Gui instinctively realized that he must not be struck, for the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Gui realized that she was indeed serious about the fight, her demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. After absorbing the soul ring moments ago, she could feel that her soul power had reached level 43. It was truly remarkable. The enhancement brought by a 10,000-year soul ring was undeniably substantial. Gui suddenly conceived a remarkably brilliant idea. This haughty woman had never been subdued, so why not resort to swordsmanship? However, Gui refrained from drawing forth the blood sword he had previously wielded, for that blade was meant to be unsheathed only in the act of taking a life. As for Qian Rinxue, he harbored no desire to kill her, nor could he bring himself to do so, since he aimed to teach this proud woman a lesson. Gui broke into a smile, and with a surge of soul power, a branch fell into his hand. "Come. Let me witness the prowess of the heir of the Spirit Hall." Gui gazed helplessly at the towering snowflakes in the sky, lamenting his current lack of flying ability. Gui was unaware of the profound humiliation that this act represented for a woman who had been deemed a genius since childhood. To confront her with mere branches reflected a staggering degree of disdain. With her phoenix-like eyes narrowing, Qian Rinxue's wings unfurled behind her, propelling her swiftly toward Gui. Her divine sword already raised. Her 5th soul skill allowed her to conjure a divine sword, forged from sacred flames. which could enhance the purification ability of her angelic martial spirit by 300%. A single strike would not only significantly erode soul power, but also inflict damage surpassing that of ordinary weapons. Qian Rinxue took great satisfaction in this soul skill. It was perfectly suited to her. Having trained in swordsmanship since her youth, she wielded it with remarkable proficiency, despite lacking a sword martial spirit. Her skills in swordplay were commendable. Gu Yiling's intuition is remarkably exceptional, complemented by her already perfected light wave step, which is simply ineffable in its subtlety. This strike of hers is destined to miss its mark. Taking advantage of the moment when Qian Rinxue descended to the ground, Gu Yi decisively swung the branch, striking her across the waist. Unlike the wandering soul masters outside, Qian Rinxue had experienced very few battles, even with the presence of two titled duelists by her side. She lacked sufficient experience. In contrast, Gu Yi had endured numerous life and death confrontations, achieving an extraordinary mastery over his own body. The impact of the strike left Qian Rinxue momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that she would find herself at a disadvantage so soon after their engagement. Had Gu Yi wielded a true sword instead of a mere branch, she might have faced defeat, or worse, death. It was a jest, yet had he possessed a sword, the snake spear would have swiftly intervened to eliminate Gu Yi. Nevertheless, despite her limited combat experience, Qian Rinxue demonstrated formidable learning ability. After several exchanges, she had only endured 5 or 6 strikes, an impressive feat, nonetheless. It dawned upon Qian Rinxue that merely contesting in this manner rendered her completely outmatched. This man's strength was far more profound than it initially appeared. Snake spear. Are we merely to stand by and watch as our young master is bested by this fellow? The expression on the face darkened as he contemplated the situation. If not for the young master's command to withstand the blow, Qian Rinxue would have found herself back in the air, where she could regain a semblance of safety. The unpredictable branch instilled a sense of fear within her, as a moment's inattention could lead to her being struck again. If you choose not to continue, I shall take my leave. Gu Yi called out to the soaring Qian Rinxue, expressing that the sensation just experienced was truly delightful. He resolved to teach Tang San and the others to employ this technique in the future. Gu Yi finally comprehended the essence of guidance. Finished? You wish? Qian Rinxue exclaimed in a mix of embarrassment and fury. If her agility and swordsmanship could not surpass you, then let us see whose martial soul and soul power reigns supreme. With her second soul skill, Angelic Radiance, she could elevate her attributes by a staggering 100%, while simultaneously enhancing the purification and absorption capabilities of her angelic soul power by an equal measure. A brilliant light radiated from Qian Rinxue. As her first soul ring shimmered to life, the angelic assault condensed her soul power into her fists, generating a golden light shield upon striking, a perfect blend of offense and defense, endowed with the ability to dissolve soul power. The soul power derived from ordinary martial souls would be significantly diminished with just a mere touch. Such as the overwhelming prowess of the angelic martial soul. Gu Yi observed Qian Rinxue's demeanor, which appeared as if she were ready to strike him down, yet he remained unfazed. When the disparity in levels is minimal, it is akin to an overwhelming advantage for soul masters in this realm. Relying solely on rigid application of soul skills, the remarkable angelic soul power remains unadapted, which is truly a lamentable waste. Gu Yi could not help but shake her head. However, Qian Rinxue misinterpreted Gu Yi's gesture as a sign of disdain towards her, causing her own brilliance to intensify even further. Gu Yisong released the branch in his hand and made a gesture familiar to all citizens of the past. Siju, have you noticed? This fellow has yet to employ his soul skills. Shimiao observed this peculiar situation, and Siju came to the same realization. How could it be possible to reach such a level against the young master without utilizing soul skills? Have you discerned what his martial spirit is? Shimiao added. For this lad had brought him an abundance of surprises. Could it be a rare yet not particularly formidable human martial spirit? Siju gazed at the boy, who was employing an unusual stance to neutralize the young master's power, unable to believe that someone could cultivate a human martial spirit to such an extent. The concept of the primary martial spirit had only been redefined a millennium later, but that does not imply it did not exist prior. It is merely that in contemporary times, no truly powerful soul masters have emerged with a second awakening, leaving only a select few in the know. He is undoubtedly extraordinary. Shimiao cast a profound glance at Gu Yi, only to find that Gu Yi was also looking back at him. This lad possesses remarkable acuity. Qian Rinxue realized that her ability to dissolve was proving less effective. It seemed that Gu Yi's soul power was not inferior to hers. A moment's distraction in battle could lead to defeat. The voice of Gui resonated beside her, startling Qian Rinxue, who instinctively recoiled. Yet, she still felt as though she had been struck. It dawned on Qian Rinxue that she was undoubtedly no match for the man before her. He had effortlessly neutralized all her attacks with techniques she could not comprehend. Was that your own soul skill just now? Qian Rinxue inquired, retracting her martial spirit as she stood before Gui. Seeing Qian Rinxue's expression of defeat, Gui also retracted his soul power. When he neutralized Qian Rinxue's soul power earlier, he sensed that his own soul power had diminished significantly. The six-winged angel martial soul is indeed formidable. Well, can I take my leave now? Gui smiled as she spoke. Qian Rinxue did not waver. Her angelic martial spirit would not permit such actions. The young master allowed him to depart, but this lad harbored numerous secrets. If he were not to enter our spirit hall, he might indeed face peril. She watched Gui's receding figure, and it seemed as though another Tang Hao had emerged. Who said he was to be let go? Upon returning, an immediate investigation would be launched. I must be informed of his circumstances henceforth. A smile graced Qian Rinxue's lips. She believed he could leave so easily. Such delusions were quite naive. Chapter 24. A Farce in the Stardow Forest. As Gui stepped out, he fortuitously encountered a group from the Tiando Royal Academy who were in the midst of absorbing a soul ring. The individual absorbing the soul ring was none other than Du Guyan. Gui did not intentionally conceal his presence. Thus, he was immediately detected by the vigilant Qin Ming upon his arrival. Who goes there? Step forward. Qin Ming summoned his martial spirit, brimming with alertness. Years of struggle had heightened his sense of caution to an extraordinary degree. Following Qin Ming's call, the others also summoned their martial spirits in unison. Everyone, please remain calm. I am but a passerby with no ill intentions. Gui stepped forward, gesturing to convey that he harbored no ill intentions and had not summoned his martial spirit. My student is still in the process of absorbing the soul ring, so I kindly ask you to keep your distance to avoid any misunderstandings. Qin Ming, however, did not retract his martial spirit in response to Gui's words. The truth of his statement remained uncertain to all. This much I comprehend. Gui observed their martial soul configurations and developed several conjectures, particularly regarding Yu Tianheng, whose body was enveloped in thunder and dragon scales after his martial soul manifested. Undoubtedly, this indicated his affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one of the top 3 sections. In addition, there was a veiled maiden, gracefully cradling a begonia flower, which undoubtedly signified the 9 Hearts begonia martial soul. Such a remarkable combination led Gui to think of only one institution, the Tiando Royal Academy. Consequently, the fiery Song Wolf martial soul must belong to Qin Ming, a graduate of Shrek Academy. Gui truly did not anticipate that he would encounter 2 significant figures in such a brief span of time. Gui cast a fleeting glance at the purple-haired girl surrounded by a crowd, absorbing the essence of a venomous serpent soul beast. She must be the renowned Du Guyan. Gui harbored little curiosity towards others, save for the enigmatic Du Guyan. This intrigue stemmed not solely from her association with the illustrious Douluo Du Gubwa and the wealth of resources at her disposal, but rather from the toxin coursing through her veins. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Gui found herself captivated by such perplexing ailments. The ability to move freely despite being laden with potent poison presented an exceptional opportunity for study. Perhaps, through diligent research, a deeper understanding of the human body could be attained. After a brief glance at everyone present, Gui averted her gaze, recognizing that others were still engaged in the absorption of their soul rings. Misunderstandings could arise, and words may fail to clarify the situation. Moreover, he had matters to discuss with Du Guyan. Gui took a few steps back and leaned against a grand tree in the distance. Qin Ming furrowed his brows slightly but refrained from voicing his thoughts, as Gui did not exhibit any overt aggression, even from such a distance. Gui could sense the increasing toxicity within Du Guyan. He could even detect a faint, rancid odor wafting through the air, a perception only someone with a keen sense of smell could attain. Each absorption of a spirit ring represented an accumulation of toxins. It would not be long before Du Guyan's condition resembled that of Du Gubwa, if not worse. After all, Du Gubwa's martial spirit was the Phosphor Snake King, while Du Guyan merely possessed the Phosphor Snake, highlighting a significant disparity in their abilities. Du Guyan's absorption of the spirit ring did not take long and was soon completed. Gui finally approached, aware that as long as no aggressive actions were taken, she would not be attacked. Miss, may I have a moment of your time for a private conversation? Du Guyan searched her memory but could not recall this individual. Meanwhile, some members of the Tiando battle team began to stir with excitement. The allure of Yinjie was undeniable, even attracting the attention of strangers who could not resist the urge to engage her. Yu Tianheng, already pursuing Du Guyan, now regarded Gui as a potential rival. I do not know you, nor do I have anything to discuss with you, Du Guyan replied, firmly unwilling to entertain a private encounter with Gui. Before Gui could utter a word, he was abruptly interrupted by Yu Tianheng, whose tone was rather brusque. Kid, Yin Yin has already expressed her unwillingness to engage in conversation with you. Be on your way. Qin Ming, however, chose to remain silent, curious to observe how they intended to resolve the matter. Allow me to share a thought, he began. On rainy days, you may experience sporadic numbness along your ribs. And as your soul power increases, this sensation will intensify. Each midnight, you will feel pain radiating from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet, accompanied by mild spasms. If you persist in your cultivation, you shall not live beyond the age of 30. Yu Tianheng could no longer contain himself. Hailing from the esteemed Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, as a direct descendant, he had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. To treat a potential rival with such civility was already commendable, yet now he dared to utter curses against Yin Yin. This was utterly intolerable. Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng summoned his martial spirit, resolutely determined to make Gui pay for his insolence. Gui felt somewhat helpless, not expecting Yu Tianheng's temper to be so explosive. Before Du Guyan could utter a word, he had already lost his composure. Du Guyan observed Gui with a probing gaze, curious to see how he would resolve the situation and eager to witness his capabilities. Gui's gaze sharpened. He was not one to be trifled with. When confronted, he naturally retaliated. Stepping forward with his left foot, he infused his soul power into his hand, seizing Yu Tianheng's dragon claw and deftly neutralizing the strength within it. With a gentle twist, he subdued him. The situation had turned dramatically. Qin Ming had not anticipated that within the blink of an eye, Gui would react with such swiftness, effortlessly gaining control over Yu Tianheng without a single superfluous movement. Even he was taken aback. How formidable was this individual? Stop. Can you allow me to say a few words? Yu Tianheng struggled incessantly, yet Gui's grip was as unyielding as steel, refusing to budge. They were clearly not on the same level. Release the captain. The few individuals who had initially stood behind Yu Tianheng instantly summoned their martial spirits, eyeing Gui warily. Du Guyan was equally astonished by Gui's strength, having subdued Yu Tianheng so swiftly, a blend of caution and hope flickering within her. Release my student. Qin Ming approached as well, unleashing his martial spirit. Qin Ming, Yu Tianheng called out. Qin Ming? He just addressed you as Qin Ming, did he not? Gui was troubled by his inability to acknowledge this senior, but Yu Tianheng's sudden exclamation came to his aid. With Yu Tianheng in Gui's grasp, Qin Ming found it difficult to take action. Although he was uncertain as to why the question was posed, he nonetheless replied, Yes, I am Qin Ming. Did you graduate from Shrek Academy? Gui continued to inquire. How do you know? Qin Ming appeared somewhat perplexed. It was not that he held a low opinion of Shrek Academy. Rather, it was due to the Academy's humble appearance that, without guidance, few were aware of its existence. I too am a student of Shrek Academy. Dean Flander even mentioned that you were his finest pupil. Gui Song released Yu Tianheng and addressed Qin Ming. Freed from his restraints, Yu Tianheng attempted to retaliate but was swiftly disarmed and sent flying, landing unceremoniously. When Qin Ming heard Gui mention Flinder, he momentarily relaxed his guard but did not release his martial soul. Are you a student of Shrek Academy? Indeed, I am, was the reply. At that moment, Yu Tianheng rose from the ground, his face covered in dust, and his thunderous energy growing increasingly volatile. The first and second spirit rings illuminated, poised to launch a surprise attack from behind. Qin Ming, noticing Yu Tianheng's intentions, called out, Tianheng, halt. Confused by Qin Ming's intervention, Yu Tianheng reluctantly withdrew his spirit abilities, casting a begrudging glance at Gui. Chapter 25, Laying the Groundwork. Even if you are a student of Shrek Academy, I implore you to elaborate on your previous statement. What say you, miss? Gui did not provide an immediate explanation, but instead posed a question to Du Guyan. Teacher Qin Ming, since he is from the same academy as you, I am willing to place my trust in him. Du Guyan was also curious to hear what Gui had to say. The others understood that Gui's earlier words were not mere fabrications, otherwise Du Guyan would not have been aware of the situation. Du Guyan then stepped aside with Gui. How could Yin Yin be so gullible as to believe a stranger's words? Yu Tianheng, somewhat irritated, struck the nearby tree. How did you know all that just now? Du Guyan inquired. Naturally, I discerned it. I am a healer, and your condition is already perilous. As a physician, Encountering such a rare case naturally compels one to study and explore it thoroughly. Healer? Gu Yin dismissed him entirely. In the world of Douluo Continent, only soul masters were considered noble. All other professions were deemed inferior. It was absurd to think that a mere healer could easily subdue the possessor of the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. Such claims would be more convincing to a ghost than to her. How do you intend to study me, little brother? Gu Yin gazed alluringly at Gui. Her breath sweet as orchids. A captivating smile graced her lips, yet this serpentine smile was not one that all could withstand. Gui, now merely 12 years of age, stands nearly at a height of 1.70 meters, a testament to his rigorous training, yet he still possesses an air of youthful innocence. Du Guyan's voice echoed, affirming that the young lad was indeed no mistake. Although Du Guyan cannot be deemed a paragon of beauty, nor can she compare to the enchanting Qianren he had encountered previously, her remarkably long legs, a result of her unique martial spirit, lend her an intriguing allure. Her deep purple short hair and striking green irises signify her peculiarity, instilling a sense of unease. Upon closer proximity, one could detect a faint, unpleasant odor. This woman is deeply ensnared by poison, permeating her very essence, likely a malady she inherited from the womb. While the martial spirits of ordinary individuals may enhance and fortify, some spirits, in bestowing strength, can also impart adverse effects. This phenomenon is recognized in the world of soul masters as a failed mutation or the residual consequences of such mutations. Over the years, his relentless study of meridians and martial spirits has equipped him with knowledge that may rival even the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang. Yet, in the realm of martial spirit research and exploration, he holds no illusions of inferiority to anyone, especially when combined with the understanding of meridians. Gui believes that these so-called side effects, if harnessed effectively, could elevate them to new heights. The challenge lies in discovering how to utilize these side effects. Much like Ma Hongjiwen's sinister flame, which amplifies his desires exponentially, failure to release this energy could lead to unbearable torment, even death. However, if he can master it, he could channel the energy from this malevolent fire to enhance his physique, launch attacks, and incite desire. These abilities are undeniably tangible. What initially appears to be an enticing scene leaves Gui feeling as though he is succumbing to poison, while others may remain oblivious. His nearly fully connected meridians grant him an exceptionally keen sense of smell, making this experience a profound torment for him. Stop. Do not come near me. Gui stepped back a few paces, reluctant to approach Du Guyan. Even with his current physique, he knew that, even if he were truly afflicted by her poison, it could not harm him. The inability to be harmed, however, did not compel him to experience her venom. It was akin to understanding that a foul odor poses no danger, yet instinctively recoiling from it. Such is the nature of things. Are you not a healer? Is it not your intention to study me? Why do you now hesitate to come near? Du Guyan revealed a peculiar smile, finding the situation somewhat amusing, and took a few steps closer. The scent was overwhelming. It was unbearable. Scent? Indeed, there was a subtle fragrance about her, but it was hardly unpleasant. Du Guyan was nearly exasperated. As a woman, to be remarked upon by a man regarding her scent, and to be told it was excessive, was simply intolerable. Calm yourself, he continued. My intention is not to imply that you are foul, but rather to refer to the noxious odor associated with your affliction. Your condition is quite extraordinary. The depth of your poisoning is remarkable, yet you maintain a semblance of normalcy. Thus, I wish to conduct my research. Gui sensed a palpable aura of hostility, realizing she had misspoken. You say I am poisoned? Du Guyan scoffed. She was an expert in toxins and would surely know if she had been afflicted. It seems your poison has existed since your birth. If my conjecture is correct, your parents are no longer among the living, am I right? Though she longed to refute Gui, the harsh truth was that every word struck home. Very well. Thank you for your reminder. I am aware now. Du Guyan replied with an expression of calmness before turning to depart. Even if she were indeed poisoned, there was no need for this unfamiliar person to assist her in finding an antidote. Her grandfather was a genuine expert in poison, far more skilled than this mere child. Why should she rely on a stranger for help? Gui discerned the thoughts of Du Guyan, but chose to disregard them. He called out to her retreating figure, stating that if she could not find a remedy, she was welcome to seek him in Suwa City, reminding her of his name, Gui. He offered his assistance in researching her condition at any time. Du Guyan, walking ahead, felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. This insufferable man truly had a way with words. He always seemed to utter phrases that led to misunderstandings. First, he remarked on his own scent, and then he spoke of studying her body. Were it not for her awareness of the truth, she might have misconstrued his intentions. Senior Qinming, now that everything has been clarified and you have absorbed the soul rings, I shall take my leave. Qinming, recognizing the resolution of the matter, responded with increased warmth towards Gu Yi. After all, he was his junior. Junior, please convey my regards to the dean and the professors upon your return. Understood. Gu Yi turned his back to them and waved his hand. Only Yu Tianheng remained somewhat aggrieved, feeling that while everyone else rejoiced, he alone had endured humiliation. The seeds have already been sown. Now, all that remains is to await the time of harvest. Gu Yi firmly believed that it would not be long before someone arrived. A few days later, Gu Yi finally returned to the academy. This time, he successfully broke through to the Soul Master rank, fulfilling one of the requirements for graduating from Shrek Academy. As for the Silver Spirit Ring, he had long since acquired it. This had not posed any significant challenge for him. Once he became a teacher, he could rightfully educate Tang San. The path of death was not to be spoken of lightly. The education he had once endured should be experienced by these individuals as well, as the dread of being overwhelmed by assignments would extend into another realm. In a sense, it would be a celebration of traditional culture. Shrek Academy would ultimately take on his form, with his ideals of an egalitarian society. What kind of world would he transform it into? However, the future's trajectory is seldom as splendid as one imagines. Chapter 26. Teacher and Seizure of Power Outside Soto City. In the office of the Shrek Academy's president. What? You wish to graduate? Flander, seated in his chair, immediately stood up. He had intended to hand over the management of Shrek Academy to Gu Yi once he could no longer continue. Now, Gu Yi had unexpectedly declared his intention to graduate. Well, the graduation requirement of Shrek is to reach the 4th ring of Soul Master before the age of 20. Now that I have become a Soul Master, it is indeed time for graduation. Gu Yi gazed at Flander, who was stunned and incredulous, and a mischievous thought began to take shape. Indeed, the fledgling had grown and was now ready to soar into the vast skies. Shrek Academy had become too confining for him. Flander slumped into his seat, clearly overwhelmed by the weight of this revelation. Although Shrek was modest in its facilities, it was nonetheless a legitimate educational institution, recognized throughout the Douluo Continent. Once all the graduation formalities were completed and the seal was affixed, Gu Yi would no longer be a member of Shrek. It was time to bid farewell to Zhao Wujin and the others, who had once been his mentors. Flander, sitting despondently in his chair, waved his hand in resignation. Gu Yi meticulously arranged these belongings, smiling as he spoke. Farewell? What kind of farewell is this? Flander felt a surge of irritation. Had Zhao Wujin and the others cared for him all these years only to be dismissed without even a final meeting? Flander, now a level 43 Soul Master, wore a soul ring of yellow, purple, and black. He wondered if he might be fortunate enough to become a teacher at Shrek Academy, contributing to its legacy. Gu Yiming understood that the jesting could no longer continue. Otherwise, Flanders might truly unleash his wrath upon him. Ah, you little rascal, what exactly do you mean? Flanders questioned, somewhat perplexed. So, you aspire to become a teacher at Shrek Academy and orchestrated this entire charade because you think I have lived too long and should hand over the reins of Shrek Academy sooner? The principal remarked, I have grown up at Shrek, and I believe I can still contribute. Moreover, I genuinely feel that your pedagogical methods are flawed. The reason Gu Yi takes such redundant measures is to ensure that when he teaches Tang San and others in the future, he can do so with legitimacy. The role of a teacher differs significantly from that of a student. Very well, I concur. From now on, you shall be the instructor of Shrek. Gu Yi offered a smile, only to adopt a serious demeanor shortly thereafter. Dean, I have become a teacher at Shrek Academy. With that, he articulated some plans for future instruction and expressed a distinct interpretation of the Academy's regulations. After spending 12 years in this world, it was the first time Gu Yi revealed his educational philosophy. What are your thoughts? Flander held a considerable degree of trust in this disciple, especially given the exemplary precedent set. Oscar, a support-type soul master, had been nurtured into a food-type soul master with physical capabilities rivaling those of an ordinary beast soul master. Such a feat is not one that just anyone can accomplish. Firstly, regarding the Academy's rule that those who do not dare to cause trouble are mediocre, I vehemently disagree. Gu Yi directly opposed the school motto, which he neither liked nor acknowledged from the very beginning. He believed that those who shy away from trouble are mere mediocrities, whereas those who provoke it are indeed geniuses or prodigies. Yet, can one truly consider those who instigate trouble without cause to be geniuses? What sort of individuals are those who recklessly stir up discord? The term instigate trouble is, in essence, not easily defined. Is there an issue? If one lacks even the courage to confront challenges, what claim do they have to be a soul master? Perhaps they should simply abandon their martial spirit and return home to cultivate the land. Flandris gazed at Gu Yi with discontent, firmly believing that there was nothing wrong with the motto he had established. Gu Yi let out a cold laugh. According to the dean's assertion, did it mean that anyone with audacity could provoke even a title Douluo at will? Fran felt a tightening in his body. A title Douluo was a being beyond his reach. Should he truly offend such an entity, the consequences would be dire. That is not my intention, besides. How could a title Douluo be so easily encountered? Fran, aware of his untenable position, found himself at a loss for words and could only resort to evasive arguments. Gui repeatedly reassured himself that the elusive title Douluo was merely a current predicament. In a few years, title Douluo would emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, becoming readily accessible. Regardless, instigating trouble was never a prudent course of action. Wouldn't you agree, Dean? At last, Flinder discerned Gu Yi's sentiments. This was not merely a teaching role for him, but rather a desire to assume the mantle of Dean. However, the future of this academy was ultimately destined for him. If one were to consider whom he held dearest in this world, aside from the early companions in the Soulmaster realm, Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, Gu Yi would undoubtedly be the closest. He had no intention of marrying or having children in this lifetime. So be it, pursue whatever aspirations you wish. For the first time, Flinder felt the burden of having an exceptionally gifted disciple. If power has been usurped from him, then he would observe where this path would lead the academy. Rest assured, while he may not elevate it to the highest echelons, at the very least, he could ensure that it would not be plagued by timid souls or troublemakers. Gui was uncertain whether he could truly bring about a rebirth for Shrek Academy. Yet he was resolute that the future he dreaded would not come to pass. The memory of witnessing Ma Xiaodao's reckless actions, nearly endangering two newcomers without facing any repercussions, filled him with disdain. Not only had the incident been suppressed, but the new students were also threatened. Such behavior was utterly intolerable to him. Stepping out of the principal's office, Gui gazed upon the rising sun. Tang-san, I shall await you here. To prevent the future from falling under your shadow, I must inflict some pain upon you. Meanwhile, Tang-san, seated far away and listening to Yu Xiaojiang's lecture on martial souls, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Is someone there? He instinctively turned to look behind him. Xiao-san, do not lose focus, came Yu Xiaojiang's stern voice. As Tang-san embodied his teacher's aspirations, it was imperative for him to maintain a strict demeanor. My apologies, teacher. It must be said that Tang-san was indeed respectful of his mentors, albeit somewhat unorthodox in demeanor. Why have you summoned us? The sun is splendid today, and I had intended to take a nap. Indeed. Oscar has once again ventured to the battle arena. I wonder if he is actually absorbing the knowledge of support soul masters. Could he be concocting yet another unique soul skill? The group engaged in lively banter, hardly affording Gui a moment to speak. Please, esteemed teachers, remain patient. What I am about to convey pertains to the future of our academy, so I ask that you listen attentively until I finish. Zhao Wujie and the others ceased their chatter, eager to hear Gu Yi's pronouncement. Effective immediately, I am no longer a student of Shrek Academy, Gui declared, not waiting for queries to arise. Thus, I have assumed the role of a teacher. I kindly ask for your guidance moving forward. Gui politely gestured with cupped hands. Chapter 27. The Approaching Poison Douluo. Zhao Wujie had never held much interest in matters of this nature. Had he truly wished to engage in teaching and nurturing, he would not have remained at Shrek Academy. Others felt similarly. The admission standards at Shrek were exceedingly high, resulting in a paltry number of students over the years. They had no objections to Gu Yi becoming a teacher, yet they were far more intrigued by the prospect of Gu Yi's fourth soul skill. Gu Yi, I have heard that your recent venture was to acquire your fourth soul ring. How did it go? Surely, you did not attain a 10,000-year soul ring? Li Yusong inquired with curiosity, observing Gu Yi intently. 2 years prior, he had been unable to discern the depths of Gu Yi's abilities, had he not spoken. Only Zhao Wujie and the dean might have seen through to the truth. You guessed correctly, it is indeed a 10,000-year soul ring. Gu Yi did not conceal anything. The soul rings merely served to enable his continued growth in this distorted world. He would be indifferent even without soul abilities. The 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, were arranged in order. Truly remarkable. Zhao Wujie excitedly patted Gu Yi's shoulder with enthusiasm. Gu Yi has truly shattered the long-standing traditions of the Soul Master realm. It has been quite some time since we last engaged. Would you care to showcase your prowess? Zhao Wujie extended the invitation. Gu Yi declined, for he had pressing matters to attend to. The fourth soul skill had bestowed upon him numerous insights, even granting him the potential to wield power that transcended his current level. Engaging in combat with Zhao Wuji would not yield any substantial assistance aside from a mere enhancement of battle experience. The purpose of summoning the teachers was not limited to this matter alone. Rather, it was to forewarn them of the forthcoming innovations within the academy, thereby preventing any potential misunderstandings. Gui, however, came with the intention of transforming Shrek Academy. It is hard to fathom an institution that lacks even a single proper classroom. And as a soul master training academy, it is quite absurd that it does not impart knowledge about martial souls. The primary mode of education seems to be running and battling in the soul arena. From his previous life as perspective, this institution appears to be nothing more than a fraudulent academy masquerading under the guise of education. Since he has taken the helm of this academy, he must assume responsibility, ensuring that the students who graduate possess the capability to stand independently. This is his aspiration. Furthermore, there is one last matter. The academy's motto shall be altered. The former motto, "Those who avoid trouble are mediocrities," has been deemed unsuitable for the present Shrek Academy after discussions with Dean Flanders. Henceforth, the motto will be repay virtue with virtue and repay resentment with integrity. Gui articulated these words with a resonant clarity that echoed powerfully. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a principle that had lingered in his mind for many years. It is often said to repay resentment with virtue. How does one repay virtue? Only those who observe with a cool detachment can achieve this level of understanding. The world is filled with pitiable failures and the weak. An innate sympathy towards the vulnerable is a common human sentiment. The sage wisely remarked, "Repay virtue with virtue, and repay resentment with integrity." This principle was also a guiding maxim instilled in him by his grandfather since childhood. Although these words are phrased in ancient language, they are remarkably straightforward, and all present comprehended their meaning. Astutely, Xiao Xian contemplated this principle and recognized its universal applicability. He could hardly believe that Flanders, that miserly fellow, could distill such wisdom. Zhao Wuji, with incredulity etched on his face, scoffed at the notion. "With your bear-like intellect, how could you even be compared to my insights?" Though power had been transferred, Flanders remained nearby, eavesdropping. Upon hearing Gui assign this motto to the two of them, he marveled at the fact that his nurturing had not been in vain, only to be incensed by Zhao Wuji's comments. "Come now, I wish to see if you can breach my defenses," Zhao Wuji declared confidently. Over the years, his relentless honing of the tiger-leopard thunder sound had significantly augmented his defensive capabilities. His soul power was not only inferior, but his speed was also unmatchable, coupled with Flanders' sharp claws. Thus, in their sparring matches, he often lost 9 out of 10 times, with one defeat being particularly disastrous. "Just come at me. I trust you won't resort to trickery halfway through," he challenged. Flanders, harboring his own frustrations with no outlet, felt somewhat slighted at the prospect of not striking the offered target. He summoned his martial soul and directed it toward the mountains behind. "Don't run," Zhao Wuji called out as he too summoned his martial soul to pursue. The remaining individuals dispersed, each occupied with their own tasks. Gui began to meticulously plan the renovations within the confines of the room, diligently taking out a notebook and pen, regardless of the circumstances. The construction of a classroom was imperative. It held paramount importance and would serve as a significant location for the future of Shrek Academy. With the classroom arrangements underway, the inevitable arrival of the dreaded examinations, which countless students despise, was also on the horizon. However, some modifications were necessary, for it was unrealistic to expect Tang San and his peers to study subjects such as language, mathematics, foreign languages, and physics, as he lacked the capability to facilitate such learning. Therefore, the formulation of examination papers aligned with the world of soul masters must be prioritized. With both the classroom and examination papers in place, one cannot overlook the most essential components. The trifecta that students most abhor: classroom, examination papers, and assignments must also undergo transformation. Indeed, assignments are indispensable. Gui contemplated Tang San, the time traveler, who had already developed a remarkably mature worldview, albeit one that was decidedly absurd and distorted. The prospect of altering this perspective seemed utterly impossible. It appeared that a specialized curriculum needed to be crafted specifically for Tang San. Given his penchant for engaging in perilous endeavors, what would be the outcome if he were to undergo a first-hand experience of the path of death? The training methodology, too, would require a profound transformation. Gui would never conceive of such an absurd method as weighted running, even if its original intent is to foster a sense of collective identity. Several hours later, Gui set aside the notebook on his desk. He had laid out a rough plan, and now it was time for continuous exploration. This endeavor could be broadly categorized into two aspects: cultivating one's spirit and enhancing understanding. Those he instructs must certainly not be naive brutes, oblivious to the ways of the world. During mealtime, Gui also noticed several fresh scratches on Zhao Wujia's face, resembling claw marks from some beast, indicating yet another defeat. Gui had not noticed Dai Mu Bai, nor was she aware of his leisurely whereabouts. It seems that a more decisive approach must be adopted in the future. Over the years, however, Ma Hongjuan's fear of Gui has gradually diminished. With his assistance in suppressing the malevolent fire within, he has remained a relatively obedient little chubby figure. Following this encounter, Gui has developed a deeper understanding of the sinister energy residing within Ma Hongjun. Some phenomena are justified by their mere existence. Moreover, it is likely that Dugabo will soon arrive. Gui gazed towards the direction of Soto City, hoping that this transaction would proceed smoothly. After all, the counterpart was the poisoned Douluo, necessitating utmost caution. Chapter 28. In the midst of the assessment as time flowed like a river. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. If one were to identify the most significant change in the vicinity of Soto City, it would undoubtedly be the Shrek Academy situated just outside its walls. Over the past 3 years, construction has been incessant, with various facilities rising from the ground. Though no students have yet enrolled, the academy no longer appears as desolate as it once did. However, today Soto City was far from tranquil. With the entrance of a man and a woman, a tempest was poised to unfold before them. Shrek Academy. To everyone's astonishment, Dai Mu Bai found himself in a confrontation with Tang Xin once again. Gui murmured to herself while gazing into the distance. But it seemed that Tang San was destined to suffer this time. Shaking his head, he found little interest in such childish skirmishes and preferred to return and organize his examination papers. External martial arts? As Tang San observed Dai Mu Bai's body radiating with golden light, striking him felt akin to hitting a stone, even with the enhancement of the mystic jade hand. He sensed the recoil. Kid, your blue silver grass is utterly ineffective against me. Now it is my turn, Dai Mu Bai grinned. Having exchanged a considerable amount of credits for this soul skill, which promised remarkable efficacy. How infuriating. If only I had the Dragonbeard Needle. Specifically designed to counter external martial artists, Tang San produced a few concealed weapons. The blue silver grass proved effective against ordinary foes. Yet against those whose defensive power and soul force surpassed his own, it fell short. His reliance was still on the mystic heaven treasure record he had clandestinely acquired in his past life. As he unleashed his hidden weapons, Dai Mu Bai found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Yet he pressed forward with his indestructible body, engaging in a somewhat even match with Tang San, a 4-to-6 ratio, extracting the concealed weapons embedded in his body. Dai Mu Bai proudly addressed the bruised and battered Tang San. I shall await you at Shrek Academy. He then departed, arm in arm with the twins. Albeit his steps were somewhat unsteady and disheveled. Indeed, the teacher's words rang true. In this vast world, exceptional talents abound. Tang San had to concede that this individual's sheer strength surpassed his own, but in a life-and-death struggle, victory would ultimately belong to him. Xiao Wu, I will protect you. Tang San gazed affectionately at Xiao Wu beside him, silently vowing. Are you all right, Sangu? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, whose face bore the marks of a recent altercation, her eyes filled with concern and a hint of anger directed towards the retreating Dai Mu Bai. I am fine. We both know our limits and did not resort to lethal force. Tang San shook his head, but recalled Dai Mu Bai's parting words, indicating his affiliation with Shrek. The teacher had indeed spoken the truth. Shrek Academy was indeed a remarkable institution. Tang San held unwavering faith in his teacher. The following day, the situation remained largely unchanged, with the same individuals making their appearance. As for the sausage debacle, it had not transpired, for Oscar was now indifferent to trifling matters. Gui gazed at several vibrant youths, among whom were Tang San and Xiao Wu, as seen through the perspective of Dai Mu Bai. Indeed, the anime does not deceive. It is truly hard to fathom that someone could be so exceptional at the tender age of 12. However, the current state and emotions are rather troubling. Gui regarded the 5 individuals standing before him with a discerning eye. Apart from a slight fondness for Zhu Qing, he held little optimism for the others, including Dai Mu Bai, who stood alongside them. Over the past 3 years, he had come to realize that some of his thoughts had indeed been somewhat naive. Despite the constraints imposed upon his behavior, his intrinsic nature remained unaltered, and his thoughts could not be easily shackled. Gui can only assure that he will not cause any disturbances within the academy. Congratulations on your arrival here. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Gui, currently the Vice Dean of Shrek Academy, a Soul King with a soul power level of 57, and I will serve as the examiner for your final assessment. So handsome, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her admiration evident. Over the years, Gui's physique has been maximally refined. Having purged all impurities from within and achieving an unobstructed flow of energy throughout his meridians, his appearance has become increasingly striking. And especially with the years spent cultivating both body and mind, he has acquired an air of scholarly elegance that captivates young maidens. As for the other two young ladies, one harbored affections elsewhere, while the other was consumed by resentment, leaving no room in her heart for anyone else. Silence, he commanded. Now I will outline the requirements for your assessment. Gui exuded an aura that sent chills down the spines of several individuals, silencing them instantly. This time, Gui did not orchestrate a collective battle as depicted in the original narrative, not to mention that they were all strangers, lacking any semblance of coordination. The pivotal moment arose when Tang San requested another round and the others surprisingly acquiesced. This was the crux of the matter. If Ning Rongrong were merely playing around, it could be tolerated since Zhu Zhiqing had come specifically to Shrek Academy in search of Dai Mubai. Furthermore, their cultivation paths diverged significantly, leading to naturally distinct methods of assessment. Support-type Soulmasters, please raise your hands. Ning Rongrong obediently lifted her right hand, still somewhat intimidated by the earlier aura. Control-type Soulmasters, raise your hands. Tang San raised his hand. Agility-type Soulmasters, raise your hands. Zhu Zhiqing raised her hand as well. Good. The distribution of roles appears to be quite varied. Gui smiled and said, Dai Mubai, I shall entrust this girl named Xiao Wu to you. If you deem her worthy of joining the academy, she shall be accepted. Gui intended to entrust Xiao Wu to Dai Mubai, the formidable assault-type Soulmaster. Seemingly struck by a thought, she continued to address Dai Mubai, warning, should you dare to hold back, I will be watching you closely. Her gaze possessed an enchanting power. After merely a second of being scrutinized, Dai Mubai shuddered and quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. Ma Hongjun, ascend. The rotund figure behind him beamed with delight. Just watch, Igu, the evil fire phoenix. With fiery crimson wings unfurling, he soared into the air. Ning Rongrong, your task is to assist him with your soul skills 3 times within the span of a single incense stick. That sounds straightforward enough. Ning Rongrong initially believed it to be a trivial matter, only to discover that it involved using soul skills. She had thought the atmosphere was overly serious for such a simple task. Is that so? You will find out soon enough. Gui shifted his gaze to the remaining Tang San and Zhu Zhiqing. Given the temporary shortage of personnel in the academy, I shall personally assess you. Tang San's thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. He anxiously glanced in the direction of Xiao Wu, fully aware of Dai Mubai's formidable strength. Realizing that Xiao Wu would undoubtedly be no match for him, Tang San, a voice resonated like a thunderous drum, causing Tang San's heart to tremble violently. This sound did not reach him through the ears but resonated within his mind, striking with a deafening clarity. As a control-type Soulmaster, you currently appear to be quite inadequate. Gui shook his head. Tang San understood that this was not the moment to worry about Xiao Wu. Yet he could not help but care. Who do you intend to send first? Gui inquired. Tang San volunteered, as he was eager to swiftly pass the assessment and ascertain the condition of Xiao Wu. Chapter 29, Intent to Kill, Shrek Academy. Gui exuded a formidable soul power, creating a circle with a radius of 1 meter around himself. As a control-type Soulmaster, he not only serves as the linchpin of the team but must also possess exceptional skills to restrain his adversaries. I shall only move within this circle. Should you manage to confine my movements or if I step beyond its bounds, you will have succeeded. If you understand, commence on your own, and remember, you have merely the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Gui embraced herself with a nonchalant demeanor, inciting a flicker of irritation within Tang San. Even if you are the Soul King, such arrogance and self-constriction of your own mobility is unwarranted. Though Tang San was seething with indignation, his actions remained prompt. He had already summoned the blue-silver grass in his hands. With his first soul skill, he unleashed a dense mass of blue-silver grass towards Gui, entangling her in a veritable web, impenetrable and overwhelming. Zhu Zhiqing, at the very least, believed she could not evade it, especially given the confined nature of the space. Gui, seemingly unfazed, gathered a sphere of flame in his hand, enveloping his entire arm in a fiery embrace. The blue silvergrass, upon contact with the flames, was utterly incinerated. Fire conquers wood. At this moment, Tang San had yet to acquire immunity to fire and ice, rendering him incapable of withstanding the flames summoned by Gui. Tang San was astonished to discover that this seemingly youthful Vice-Dean possessed the ability to conjure fire. It appeared that the prospect of binding Gui had become implausible. Thus, the only option left was to force him out of the circle. Tang San felt quite confident in this regard, for the hidden weapons of the Tang sect were not to be underestimated. To his dismay, he realized how easily they succumbed to flames. Gui murmured softly and then addressed Tang San, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall refrain from employing fire any further." Upon encountering the blue-silver grass, Gui discerned that its characteristics had diverged significantly from the ubiquitous specimens found outside, to the extent that it could scarcely be referred to as blue-silver grass any longer. It was toxic and capable of parasitism. Tang San's countenance brightened with excitement, however. He refrained from recklessly employing his soul skills. Instead, he deftly maneuvered using the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to advance. As he charged forward, Tang San's figure oscillated between solidity and intangibility, akin to a phantom. The Ghost Shadow Misty Steps indeed proved to be an admirable technique for agile movement. Gui, however, remained indifferent, awaiting Tang San's assault. The first soul skill, binding. Yet, Tang San had a different intention. A surging wave of blue-silver grass erupted once more, its barbed hooks appearing rather ominous. Gui, too, deftly maneuvered to evade, yet in comparison to Tang San, it appeared as if he were merely strolling leisurely, as if enjoying a walk in the rain. Clad in a flowing white robe, with a strikingly handsome visage, it was impossible not to acknowledge his extraordinary presence. Tang San was somewhat astonished. Aside from himself, it was the first time he had witnessed such remarkable agility, even surpassing his own. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Suppressing the bewilderment within, Tang San ultimately triumphed in this round. It was over, and he activated his second soul skill, Parasite. A smile graced his face. This particular ability had been acquired after great effort, and was one he cherished dearly, endowing him with formidable control. Countless seeds, infused with Tang San's soul power, rapidly expanded, entwining everything around him. The only thing that appeared unaffected was the rapidly swelling blue-silver grass, which obstructed the view, rendering the specific circumstances indiscernible. However, observing Tang San's confident demeanor instilled a degree of belief. Had he won? A voice of confusion emerged from behind the blue-silver grass, followed by a figure leaping onto the vine woven from the plant. How could this be possible? How could he emerge unscathed? After such close proximity, he must have been tainted by the blue-silver grass seeds. How could he have failed? Young brother, excessive confidence is not a virtue. Let us proceed. As Guisen's thoughts stirred, the vines beneath her feet instantly receded. This. Tang San and Zhu Qing were left in a state of astonishment. What kind of ability is this? Must we ultimately resort to hidden weapons? Tang San cast a glance at the increasingly beleaguered Xiao Wu, filled with an overwhelming urge to rush to her side. Allow me to demonstrate the formidable power of Tang Sect's hidden weapons. The previously dormant purple extreme magic eyes now imbued his gaze with a hue of violet. Teacher Gu, be cautious. Gui had long been aware that Tang San possessed the technique of the purple extreme magic eyes, yet he felt little inclination towards it. Was he planning to employ hidden weaponry? Gui gazed at the hands that hung from Tang San's waist and understood. 10 beams of icy light erupted from the dexterous movements of Tang San's fingers, each one directed towards him. Gui could see clearly that these 10 beams of cold light were aimed directly at the vital points, showing no mercy whatsoever, leaving no room for concern about the preservation of life. Truly, it was a display of recklessness and folly. Tang San's strike was a lethal move. Had it been anyone else, these hidden weapons would have been sufficient to take a life. Moreover, upon examining the traces on the concealed weapons, it was evident that they were all imbued with poison. Gui's gaze turned icy as he deftly employed his agility to deflect the hidden weapons one by one. These projectiles plunged into the earth, their frigid glimmer revealing that they were no mere trinkets, but rather lethal instruments laced with poison. How delightful. Were you truly intent on taking my life just now? Gui fixed his gaze on Tang San in the distance, exuding an aura that was powerful yet singularly directed at him. Indeed, it was palpable. Gui persistently pressured Tang San. Teacher, the rules just now did not specify that one cannot use items outside of their martial soul. Therefore, I should not be considered in violation, should I? Tang San was no fool. He would never acknowledge such matters. Indeed, carry on. Gui reigned in his imposing presence, seemingly swayed by Tang San's words. Tang San, equally astonished, recalled the hidden weapon he had just launched. Not only was its power formidable, but its speed was also astonishingly swift. Yet, despite such rapidity, it had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Gui. How remarkably perceptive. He certainly would not concede defeat so readily. for it is often said that prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss. Even the most astute individuals are prone to errors, and such moments present an opportunity for others. Zhu Zhuqing, however, stood at a distance. Her previous semblance of camaraderie now vanished. This was merely an assessment by the academy, yet she resorted to lethal tactics, striking against a potential future mentor. Such a person was one she wished to avoid. In the ensuing moments, Tang Sen employed every concealed weapon at his disposal. Yet to no avail, he faced an unyielding wall. Having engaged in a skirmish with Dai Mubai the previous day, he and Xiao Wu remained indoors to recuperate, thereby missing the chance to encounter the legendary Dragonbeard Needle. Tang San paused once more, genuinely at a loss. It seemed your petty tricks have been exhausted. Now, allow me to demonstrate the art of the flying dagger. Gui casually summoned a concealed flying dagger, yet Tang San was not worthy of him drawing his blade. At the moment Gui grasped the dagger, he became the axis of the universe, capturing the attention of all around him. Oscar stood nearby, his face alight with excitement, pondering what Tang San had done to provoke Gui into wielding his legendary flying dagger. In the air, Ma Hongjun stared blankly at Gui, who held the dagger, blissfully unaware that Ning Rongrong had seized the opportunity to cast a soul skill upon him. Chapter 30. The Unyielding One Concealed in the Shadows. Tang Hao was poised to act. Should harm befall his son, there would be no escaping the consequences. Tang Sen now felt a chill coursing through him, as if he were prey ensnared by a fierce predator, unable even to flee. Was this truly his hidden weapon? The dagger flew forth, akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun. At least you possess some restraint. Tang Hao was a formidable figure. During the soul battle, he was able to momentarily repel a tidal Douluo, using the supreme techniques of the Haotian school. Though he had sustained injuries, his perception and insight had only sharpened with time. As the dagger took flight, he realized that this strike would not claim a life. Over these years, Tang San had enjoyed a smooth journey. Encountering some adversity would not be amiss. The path had narrowed. Gui let out a sigh, and then, disregarding the somewhat distracted Tang San, continued to address Zhu Zhuqing, stating, "You are a soul master, and my expectations of you are not lofty. As long as you can touch the hem of my garment, you shall be deemed successful." After witnessing Tang San's earlier battle, Zhu Zhuqing no longer dared to underestimate Gui. Nevertheless, despite the challenges that lay ahead, she was determined to gain admission to this academy. Gui instilled in her a sense of hope, a hope for survival. She was prepared, ready to commence at any moment. Gui once again returned to the center of the circle, while Ning Rongrong had successfully completed her task. "Ego, I assure you, I did not hold back in the slightest. She possesses this level of capability," Ma Hongjun hastily clarified, his previous fear of Gui having dissipated. Yet the respect in his heart remained undiminished. "I am aware that Ning Rongrong has passed the test. However, Xiao Wu finds herself in a more precarious situation. Although she is yet to be defeated, she is nearing that outcome. Based on her performance, she should be able to succeed." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity during Gui's moment of relaxation. She had already discerned that Gui's agility and speed far surpassed her own, making a direct confrontation unfeasible. Only a surprise attack held any possibility of success. Her martial spirit had long been unleashed, her form becoming more defined and sculpted. Her speed had doubled, clearly indicating the activation of her first soul skill, the shadow-piercing strike. A commendable strategy indeed. With a casual step forward, Gui rendered Zhu Zhuqing's strike ineffective. However, there was a slight deficiency in both speed and variation. Gui observed Zhu Zhuqing, who had rushed ahead. The adept use of her soul skills undoubtedly served as a significant advantage, yet improper application could reveal considerable vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, her flexibility was indeed remarkably impressive. Gui gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who, without a hint of suffering, turned at an exceedingly awkward angle, swiftly closing the distance between them. However, all of this proved to be in vain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gui continuously attuned himself to Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit and her methods of attack. As Zhu Zhuqing was a character he held in great affection, it was only natural for him to invest considerable effort into understanding her. For instance, the attention he devoted to Ma Hongjun and Oscar far exceeded that which he extended towards Dai Mubai. The bonds forged from childhood rendered any notion of impartiality utterly implausible. Moreover, Dai Mubai's approach to matters did not resonate with his preferences. He was no sage, incapable of maintaining perfect balance. He could only attempt to amend some of his past regrets. As time ticked away, Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a standstill, achieving nothing. No matter how hard she tried, she could not make any contact. Within her heart loomed a formidable mountain named Gu Yi, one that weighed heavily upon her, almost suffocating her, always just a hair's breadth away from success. He was labeled as an agility-type soul master, yet that last strike bore the hallmark of a power-type soul master. Conversely, when categorized as a power-type soul master, his speed was astonishingly swift. Time was up. Gu Yi halted the relentless efforts of Zhu Zhuqing, deeming them futile. As long as he did not relent, she would never be able to reach him, no matter how hard she tried. The chasm between them was insurmountable. Even if she were to close her eyes, she would still not touch a single hair of his. Moreover, the speed he had just demonstrated was not particularly swift. Rather, it was slow. It merely appeared so because of the vast disparity in their techniques and perspectives. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily lost in thought. Had she truly failed so miserably? Unable to even gain admission to a single academy. Where should she go now? Wait at home for her demise? Or wander aimlessly outside? Already on edge, she was now further crushed, rendered speechless by the blow. She walked despondently towards the exit, resembling a stray cat devoid of a home from behind, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Hey, where are you going? Haven't you been assigned a dormitory yet? Gu Yi's voice resonated within Zhu Zhuqing's heart like a clear spring being poured in, stirring her emotions as she turned around in excitement. Did I pass? Even she herself was unaware that her voice trembled slightly. I have never stated that you failed the assessment. Gu Yi let out a gentle laugh. This was, after all, an assessment. If they were to be treated by such standards, Shrek Academy would never aspire to recruit students again. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi, perceiving her as a ray of light that illuminated her formerly dim heart. The assessment concluded. Gu Yi gazed upon the 4 individuals standing before him and sequentially announced the names of those who had passed the assessment. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. You 3 have successfully completed the evaluation and shall henceforth be members of Shrek Academy. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong, having fulfilled the task, has earned an additional 5 credits. Before Tang San could utter a word, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, "What about my 3rd brother? Where is he? Isn't it obvious? You 3 have passed." Gu Yi paused, casting a glance at Tang San, who was looking up at him, and continued, "As for him, he, of course, did not pass." "Why?" Tang San inquired calmly, his demeanor steady despite the unexpected verdict. His performance, while perhaps not the pinnacle, was certainly not the poorest. "Indeed. Why?" Xiao Wu interjected passionately. "We have all witnessed 3rd brother's capabilities. If he were to fail, then surely this woman should leave as well." She pointed out Zhu Zhuqing's less-than-stellar performance without hesitation. "Do you believe I have been lenient on her? Or do you think I am intentionally targeting Tang San?" Gu Yi responded. Gu Yi gazed at Xiao Wu with an expressionless demeanor. Observing this countenance, Tang San instinctively shifted a step closer to Xiao Wu. Gu Yi noticed his subtle gesture and couldn't help but find it amusing. Indeed, those with dark thoughts tend to perceive others in a similarly shadowy light. If he truly intended to take action, even Tang Hao by his side would be unable to prevent it. Rest assured, I am not someone who resorts to violence lightly. At the very least, I would not resort to such measures over a trivial verbal dispute. Feel free to express any concerns you may have. Gu Yi was increasingly disillusioned with Tang San. Is it because of this woman's alluring figure and striking beauty? Xiao Wu, a fearless spirit, boldly articulated her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression became somewhat awkward, while Ma Hongjun dared not even glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Oscar surveyed both Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, contemplating their striking compatibility. Zhu Zhuqing, too, cast a somewhat uneasy glance at Gu Yi, pondering whether the situation was indeed as Xiao Wu suggested. That it was truly due to her beauty and superior physique compared to others. Gu Yi let out a light chuckle. She was beautiful with an exquisite figure. Yet as your examiner and the vice dean of the academy, these attributes would not influence the assessment of your results. With talents like yours, entering Shrek Academy is beyond doubt. But then why didn't Sangu pass? Xiao Wu interrupted Gu Yi, sounding even more anxious than Tang San himself. Talent is merely one aspect, Gu Yi replied. I do not wish for the students I teach to one day become malevolent beings. I do not demand that graduates uphold reverence for their teachers, nor do I seek mountains of golden soul coins in return. I do not crave the reflected glory of my students' achievements. My only request is that my teachings do not lead to the innocent perishing unjustly. That alone is enough. Chapter 31. Interference. Bonus update. Everyone froze, struck by the weight of Gu Yi's words. The earlier situation had been clear, Tang San's every strike had been aimed at vital points. In a true battle against enemies, such tactics would be unremarkable, perhaps even commendable. But to employ them against allies, or worse, future mentors, what did that signify? Had they failed to defend, it could have been fatal. At this realization, the group instinctively took a step back, suddenly perceiving him as somewhat cruel. If you refuse to accept Sangu, then I'll leave with him, Xiao Wu declared, never one to back down easily, now resorting to outright threats. Gui truly does not comprehend what capital she possesses to threaten him here. Is it derived from the resources of the 10,000-year-old rabbit? Were it not for the elevation of your soul power level enhancing your innate talent, do you truly believe you could succeed in this assessment? Gui had never imagined that a soft-boned rabbit could evolve into a formidable assault soul master. It was not that he underestimated the soft-boned rabbit. Rather, rabbits as a species were not renowned for their prowess in physical offense, and even if there were exceptions, the soft-boned rabbit was certainly not among them. If one were to depart, they could do so alongside him. Gui harbored no intention of retaining her. Clarify for me, how is it that I failed the assessment? Xiao was taken aback by Gui's words. After all, during her time in Nodding City, she had triumphed over all challengers within the academy. And everyone greeted her with utmost respect, addressing her as Sister Xiao Wu. It seems that aside from possessing superior soul power, I am utterly lacking in other respects here. Gui had more to say when a voice resonated in everyone's ears. You little rascal, they have passed the assessment. At Shrek, we value strength above all. Since they possess the power, they are free to employ any means necessary in battle. Gui turned to look at the approaching Flander, feeling somewhat helpless. Noticing that the dean's gaze was fixed on Tang San's waist, he realized that he had recognized the soul guide belonging to Yu Xiaojiang, which Tang San had now named the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. Dean, this matter should be my responsibility. Gui gazed at the dean, feeling somewhat helpless regarding the relationship between Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang. I remain the dean, and this matter is settled. He continued, you ought to refrain from indulging in trivialities. If you truly intend to cast aside these two promising individuals, I shall hold you accountable. Flanders, however, did not share Gui's sentiments. Although he had indeed felt a surge of passion moments ago, he knew he must assist Tang San. This was due to one singular reason. Understood, Tang San. You have passed. Gui then addressed Oscar. Take them to the student dormitory and clearly explain the academy's rules and regulations. Yes, Brother E, rest assured, Oscar replied, thumping his chest in assurance. Gui chose not to linger any longer and turned to leave. Zhu Zhuqing and the others observed everything clearly, their disdain for Tang San intensifying. It was evident to all that the headmaster of Shrek Academy had come to aid Tang San. After all, connections are seldom appreciated in any circumstance. Tang San, come with me, said Flandra, who had not received news from his old friend in quite some time. This time, he would not let slip away one who bore tidings of his companion. Is the master well? Tang San's eyes flickered, yet he did not conceal the truth. He is well. Meanwhile, the others, led by Oscar, made their way towards the student dormitories. Isn't the vice principal's relationship with the headmaster rather strained? Ning Rongrong could no longer suppress her curiosity and inquired. Zhu Zhiqing, walking behind, slightly raised her gaze. How could that be? Igu and the headmaster share the finest rapport within the academy. He could be considered the headmaster's foster son. No one had anticipated this layer of relationship between Gui and the headmaster. If that were the case, why would the headmaster publicly disregard Gui's standing and insist on retaining Tang San? Just then, Ning Rongrong had not finished her thought when Oscar interjected, Don't ask me. I am equally in the dark regarding the intricacies of this matter. Oscar was indeed perplexed. Throughout the years, Igu had undergone transformations without the headmaster intervening. By the way, what was that about credits that the vice principal mentioned? What purpose do they serve? Ning Rongrong suddenly recalled Gui's words about credits. Something she had never heard of before. Zhu Zhuqing also grew serious, instinctively sensing the significance of the matter. As for Xiaowu, though she walked alongside them, her thoughts were elsewhere. She was preoccupied with concerns for her brother San. Speaking of credits, Oscar expressed a hint of envy, explaining that it was a system of exchange akin to gold soul coins established by Igu. In simple terms, if one possesses sufficient credits at Shrek Academy, many opportunities become available, including one-on-one instruction from the headmaster and, most crucially, the ability to create one's unique soul skills. At this point, Oscar paused, as the others regarded him with increasingly hostile expressions. It is indeed considered a most vexing behavior to speak only halfway, observing their gradually dangerous gazes. Oscar ceased to be coy. The creation of unique soul skills. Isn't the creation of unique soul skills a closely guarded secret? Can one truly learn it here with credits? They were all soul masters and understood what the creation of unique soul skills entailed. Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong found it hard to believe. Indeed. Previously, there was no opportunity for you to learn unique soul skills. It is all thanks to ego. To acquire knowledge of unique soul skills and techniques, there is another avenue. Those whom ego favors may receive instruction even if their credits are insufficient. However, he and Ma Hongjun had no need for such measures. As peers who had grown up with Gui, they possessed complete sets of techniques and skills and had never encountered the necessity for credits. Wouldn't such indiscriminate teaching provoke discontent among other students? Ning Rongrong asked. Discontent? Just having the chance to learn unique soul skills is an immense fortune. Moreover, these unique soul skills are entirely of EG's creation and do not belong to the academy. He may impart them to whomever he desires. Oscar couldn't help but chuckle. If such a person truly existed, they would be beyond human. Well, divulging too much now would only confuse you. Tomorrow, you will understand everything. In any case, entering Shrek Academy will benefit you for a lifetime. Oscar concluded, guiding them to the girls' dormitory. Each of you will have your own room. Remember, assemble in the classroom at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. After giving his instructions, Oscar hurriedly departed, lamenting the gold soul coins he had lost during this delay. Gui departed, making his way directly into the woods of the back mountain. Come forth, you must be the one behind Tang San. Gui gazed intently at a towering tree, his eyes ablaze with intensity. The youth of today are indeed remarkable. Even the slightest release of their presence can be perceived. A figure, shrouded in dark garments, emerged with unabashed admiration for Gui. One would expect that a senior would understand that the teachings of the academy are of a private nature. Gui maintained an unwavering expression, fixating intently on Tang Hao. I am Tang Hao, and Tang San is my son. Tang Hao refrained from elaborating, as a formidable being. There was no necessity to justify himself to the feeble. This was the confidence that came with being a titled Douluo, the preeminent power on the continent. Surely, regardless of one's identity, the fundamental principles should be understood. Each academy's training methods are shrouded in secrecy, and within the realm of soul masters, the techniques of soul abilities are closely guarded. Allowing outsiders to observe or even spy would be intolerable for any institution. What do you propose? Chapter 32. Threat. The atmosphere in the back mountain grew somewhat tense. Tang Hao was the first to realize that the prestige of being a titled Douluo was losing its significance. Had the young individual before him been his peer, he would have already unleashed his mighty hammer. A battle would ensue, and the victor's words would reign supreme. This was the customary order of the Soul Master world, where strength commanded respect. Yet, Gui was merely a youth in his teenage years. Should Tang Hao strike, he would earn the reputation of bullying a junior. Let us engage in combat. I too wish to witness the former Haotian Douluo's current demeanor. Gui stretched his body slightly. For 3 years, 1,095 days, he had been in a constant state of evolution. The Zhou Tian Lu Hejing was incessantly innovated and revised. The 8 extraordinary meridians had long since been interconnected throughout his entire being, and the intricate network of minor channels had also been meticulously refined. A year prior, his martial soul had undergone a significant metamorphosis, awakening to a silver-grade essence. This transformation not only resulted in remarkable advancements in his soul skills, but also brought about an extraordinary enhancement to his physical bloodlines. The evolution of his meridians had even led to a substantial uplift in his mental acuity. It could be said that this breakthrough was the most significant enhancement since his rebirth into this world. Challenge me? Young one, you are not yet worthy. Tang Hao could not help but reflect on the fact that he had not traversed the Soul Master realm for quite some time. Now, even a mere Soul King dared to issue a challenge. It was imperative to properly instruct Tang San. Otherwise, the existence of Shrek Academy would be rendered unnecessary. Tang Hao had previously expressed considerable dissatisfaction with Gui's assertion that his son possessed a dark disposition. Even he believed that utilizing so-called hidden weapons was not the behavior befitting a man of stature. Yet, who could deny that Tang San was indeed his son? I humbly request your guidance. Shrek is not a place where one can act at will. A formidable aura suddenly surged from Gui, exuding the essence of a soul master, a great soul king, and a soul emperor, seemingly boundless in its power. Tang Hao's eyes widened. Not due to the escalating energy emanating from Gui, which he found rather feeble, but rather from the realization that this force was not derived from soul power. Instead, it resembled an overwhelming physical strength, a surge of vitality. An intruder of exceptional prowess was present. Upon sensing the tremendous energy emanating from the back mountain, Flinder promptly summoned his martial soul. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings converged around him, soaring towards the back mountain under Tang San's astonished gaze. All the teachers within the academy mobilized, including Zhao Wujie, Xiao Xian, and Li Yusong, who rushed towards the back mountain. Flinder, possessing the highest cultivation and the ability to fly, was the first to arrive. "What has transpired, you rascal?" Flinder inquired, casting a glance at Gui, whose formidable aura was palpable, before fixing his gaze upon Tang Hao, clad in black. "Who might you be, and what brings you to our Shrek Academy?" Tang Hao had not anticipated the situation escalating to such an extent, nor the influx of individuals approaching their location. It was imperative to resolve this matter swiftly. With a thought, a hammer materialized in his hand, and soul rings began to manifest one after another around him. Soon, 9 soul rings encircled Tang Hao. The final one a striking crimson, indicative of a 100,000-year soul ring. "Have you encountered the Haotian crown?" Flinder recognized the Haotian hammer and, coupled with the exceedingly rare 100,000-year soul ring, deduced Tang Hao's identity. "It seems your principal is quite discerning. Please take good care of my son." Tang Hao, however, had no desire to engage in battle here, despite the ease with which he could do so. It was unnecessary, and moreover, Tang San required an opportunity to grow within the academy. "Principal, this individual just threatened to destroy the academy." Guyi's intention was to escalate the situation, which was indeed his objective. Flinder's gaze sharpened. Shrek Academy represented the culmination of his life's work, and he would not permit anyone, not even a titled Douluo, to bring it to ruin. "Your Excellency Hao Yan," he ventured cautiously, "if my student has inadvertently offended you, I assure you that I will arrange for the poisoned Douluo to pay a visit." Tang Hao realized he had misspoken, yet he found himself unable to utter an apology. "Just a mere viper," he scoffed. "Teach Tang San well, or else he may become such a tree." With that, Tang Hao raised his hammer and struck the great tree. The tremendous force of his soul power and the weight of the blow reduced it to mere powder. Having made his point, Tang Hao departed. What had transpired? Flinder sighed in relief. Had a confrontation ensued, he would have been compelled to fight for his life. Fortunately, Tang Hao had not come with murderous intent that day. After Gui disclosed the events of the assessment, what was once a solitary issue with Ning Rongrong had now escalated to encompass the additional complication of Tang San. The reason Flinder altered Guyi's perspective was indeed due to Yu Xiaojiang. It was unexpected to discover that Tang San was supported by a formidable titled Douluo. The audacious young lad. What were his true intentions? Tang San's prowess was not to be underestimated. For the academy, this was not necessarily detrimental. Flinder found himself increasingly perplexed by Gui, especially over the past 2 years, as his strength seemed to grow without limits. Tang San was none other than the disciple of the master he had frequently mentioned. Flinder was somewhat astonished at how this young man had come to know such details. It was only when he noticed the soul guide at his waist that he realized he was a student of Xiaojiang. Before they could exchange more than a few words, Zhao Wujin and others arrived. "Gui, where is the enemy?" Zhao Wujin had even summoned his martial spirit, exuding an impressive aura. "There is no enemy, I was merely practicing my soul skills, but it seems the matter has escalated somewhat." Gui refrained from revealing the truth. "Your sudden display of such formidable aura startled me. I thought a formidable enemy had invaded." Zhao Wudre grumbled before departing, but upon seeing that Gui was unharmed, he took his leave. Xiao Xian and others exchanged a few words before following suit. How should Tang San proceed? Gui inquired with a hint of concern. Flinder understood that Gui remained dissatisfied with Tang San, even upon encountering the titled Douluo, who had slain the former pope, the Haotian Douluo. Such youthful arrogance. Yet, Flinder found himself compelled to consider the welfare of the entire academy and to think of Guyi's perspective. Allowing him to assume the role of an ordinary student could be seen as a gesture of respect towards my old friend, the Haotian Douluo. Ultimately, his strength was simply too feeble. Gui, however, contemplated a rather amusing occurrence. In just half a month, Dugubo would be making his appearance once more. The circumstances at that time were sure to be quite entertaining. It was 2.5 years ago when Dugubo first arrived. And although the process was certainly not pleasant, the outcome was rather favorable. It is precisely for this reason that Shrek Academy gained the protection of a titled Douluo. Gui returned to her room, seated herself upon the bed, and immersed herself in deep contemplation, attuning to the significantly strengthened embryo within her. Soon, the time would come for it to emerge. Gui absorbed the fluctuations of his own emotions, and the embryo within the sea of his spirit grew stronger. His gaze increasingly calm and serene. It was as if he transcended the mundane, becoming an immortal being. Chapter 33, Departure the next day. The newly arrived quartet arrived at the classroom early. Gui did not deliberately create the situation of tardiness. Today marks your inaugural class. Subject, martial arts training. The classroom is not overly spacious, accommodating only 30 seats. However, in comparison to the current 7 students, the room feels somewhat expansive. I shall refrain from elaborate introductions regarding these 3 senior students. Those who are intrigued may remain, while the others are free to pursue their own endeavors. Gui would not render the course monotonous, for this world differs significantly from the previous one. If all systems were to be replicated without adaptation, not only would it fail to provide assistance, but it would also provoke disdain. A balance between relaxation and intensity is not only the path of cultivation but also the essence of effective management. A few seconds after Gui finished speaking, aside from Tang San and the other 3, only Dai Mubai remained, his gaze fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, occasionally glancing at Gui. As your first lesson, we shall delve into the cultivation techniques. Zhu Zhuqing raised her hand to inquire, what is the cultivation technique? Is it meditation? Ning Rongrong chimed in, indeed. I have never heard of any such cultivation techniques before. Gui furrowed her brow. The cultivation technique, as its name suggests, is a method to aid in the cultivation of one's soul power, akin to an alternative form of meditation. Humph, Sister Xiao Wu mastered soul power cultivation 6 years ago. What need is there for your instruction? Xiao Wu, still somewhat disheartened by the events of yesterday, retorted after listening to Gui's explanation. Ning Rongrong also felt a twinge of disappointment, for she was currently practicing the meditation method most compatible with the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, rendering any additional cultivation techniques unnecessary. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, appeared contemplative. She had never been an impulsive individual, or she would not have survived to this day. The mere fact that she managed to escape from the Star Luo Empire at the tender age of 12 amidst a family pursuit spoke volumes. Oscar's words from yesterday echoed in her mind. This cultivation method must possess considerable significance. Tang San was somewhat astonished. Although he was unsure whether what Gui referred to was indeed internal martial arts, he had never encountered any such techniques in this world. Perhaps this academy is more extraordinary than it appears. Gui's expression darkened, and an intense aura suddenly emanated from him. If you do not wish to listen, you may leave. This is not a nursery where everything is tolerated. The pressure of his presence rendered Xiao Tzu and Ning Rongrong unable to even breathe. Observing this scene, Tang San immediately positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, locking eyes with Gui. Such is the profound bond of siblings. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, deduct 5 credits. Gui, not wishing to elaborate further, decided to deduct points. Resuming her breath, she added, those who wish to learn may stay, those who do not may leave. She deliberately cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, seemingly eager to discern her decision. Ning Rongrong had never endured such indignity. Rising from her seat, she strode towards the exit. Had Gui not yet grazed the little demonist's limits, she might have even considered withdrawing from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Xiao Wu also contemplated leaving but was silently deterred by Tang San's gaze, as he was curious to ascertain the nature of this so-called cultivation technique. Zhu Zhuqing, resolute in her intent, would certainly not depart. Thus, the lesson continued. Gui cast a fleeting glance at Ning Rongrong, who had just exited the classroom, his eyes flickering with intrigue. He found himself at a loss on how to amend Ning Rongrong's aloof and haughty demeanor. An opportune moment presented itself before him. He turned and, channeling his soul power, meticulously delineated the meridians upon the blackboard. These meridians existed within the human body, comprising the 12 primary channels, 12 secondary channels, 8 extraordinary vessels, and 15 collateral channels, among others. Among the attendees, only Dai Mubai, who had studied these concepts, remained composed, while Tang San appeared utterly bewildered. The intricacy of the representation was astounding. Not a single minute branch within the body was overlooked, resulting in a comprehensive illustration of the human meridian network. Furthermore, this was executed using soul power. To what extent had this man mastered his soul power? How formidable must he be? Tang San found it hard to fathom. Despite feeling astonished and shocked, he nevertheless raised his hand to inquire, how do you know all this, teacher? This was the first time he had ever heard of meridians in this world. He realized he had neglected to mention that his martial spirit was, in fact, this very meridian system. Taking a deep breath, Tang San acknowledged the uniqueness of such a martial spirit. Soon, the duration of the class swiftly elapsed. Gui did not extend the class, But considering that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were both novices, he directly assisted them in a demonstration of the basic operation of pure Yuan Gong. Naturally, this version of pure Yuan Gong was merely a preliminary iteration. As for Tang San, he declined the offer. The pure Yuan Gong that Gu Yi has presented is commendable. However, it pales in comparison to the Xiantian Gong, and thus there is no need to alter the cultivation method. I must emphasize that all techniques and soul skills you acquire at Shrek must not be imparted to others without my explicit permission. Even if you traverse to the ends of the earth, I shall find you. Yes, master. Zhu Zhuqing gazed earnestly at Gu Yi. After merely one session of cultivation, her soul power had already seen a slight increase, which was significantly more effective than mere meditation. Yet, she remained unsatisfied. Despite the acceleration in her training, it was still insufficient. The challenges she faced were beyond her current capabilities. Master, how many credits would it take for you to assist me in crafting a unique technique? Zhu Zhuqing recalled Oscar's words. If the foundational techniques learned upon enrollment could yield such results, a custom-tailored method would undoubtedly provide an even greater enhancement. Gu Yi cast a glance at her and simply remarked, "Take the time to fully understand the knowledge of meridians." Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat perplexed. Since Gu Yi seemed unwilling to elaborate, she would have to seek answers from Oscar instead. Daimu Bai approached, intending to say something, but was completely disregarded by Zhu Zhuqing, who left the classroom with an impassive expression. How infuriating, he muttered under his breath as he made his way towards Tang San. His talent was undeniably evident. A true gem that, if recruited into his own ranks, would certainly prove to be a formidable asset. Since the moment Gu Yi encountered Zhu Zhuqing yesterday, a singular thought has taken root in his mind. The compatibility of their martial souls, temperaments, and even emotions is striking. To allow such a person to neglect the cultivation of this particular technique would be a lamentable waste of potential. The realm of the spirit is indeed enigmatic and unfathomable. Gu Yi whispered softly before vanishing from sight, retreating to a serene locale far removed from the clamor. As she absorbed her emotions, Zhu Zhuqing sought out Oscar to convey her intentions. Oscar retreated a few steps, scrutinizing Zhu Zhuqing, while internally contemplating the possibilities that Xiao Wu had mentioned the previous day. "Why do you regard me so?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned, perplexed by the expression and gaze Oscar directed at her in response to her seemingly innocuous inquiry. "It's nothing." Listening to Yi Gu is always wise, Oscar replied before turning to depart. Zhu Zhuqing remained bewildered, pondering whether Oscar deemed her aspirations too lofty to divulge the truth. In that moment, a torrent of thoughts surged within the young girl. Chapter 34. Fury days passed, and time flowed inexorably onward. After a week in this place, Zhu Zhuqing and her companions came to grasp the significance of academic credits. Each semester demanded distinct assessments, and falling short of the requisite credits would preclude graduation. More crucially, these credits could be exchanged for the creation of unique soul techniques, an extraordinary opportunity for support-type soul masters. Ning Rongrong now harbored a tinge of regret, particularly upon witnessing Oscar's self-created soul technique, Tai Chi, which enabled Oscar, a support-type soul master, to contend evenly with a formidable attack-type soul master. This only intensified her envy. What she did not comprehend was that Oscar had diligently cultivated various martial arts, including Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound, as well as the sausage technique, all of which shaped the present Oscar. "Teach me pure Yuan Gong," Ning Rongrong implored. During this period, she had witnessed the remarkable prowess of pure Yuan Gong. Remarkably, Zhu Zhuqing, whose soul power was originally just one level above hers, had managed to achieve a breakthrough within the week. While it was true that Zhu Zhuqing was on the verge of a breakthrough, the assistance of pure Yuan Gong was undeniable. Under her persistent questioning, Ning Rongrong finally realized the monumental opportunity she had missed. One must take responsibility for the choices they make. Having forsaken that chance, if she wished to learn the techniques, she would need to exchange credits. Pure Yuan Gong was not exorbitantly priced. A mere 30 credits would grant one lesson. Gu Yi would not indulge her. Just as he stated, once a choice is made, one must not harbor regrets. "You bully others," I have inquired, and the pure Yuan skill is, in fact, the entrance technique of the academy. I am entitled to study it. The opportunity is singular, and it is you who chose to relinquish it. Gu Yi turned abruptly, a flicker of crimson light gleaming in his eyes as he did so. However, Ning Rongrong was relentless, confronting him fiercely. "You are merely a soul king, yet you dare to target me. Do you have any idea who I am?" She dashed in front of Gu Yi, obstructing his path. "Step aside." Her voice was a low growl. She had intended to seek an explanation, and she was not about to yield easily. "If you do not impart your skills to me today, Do not expect to leave. Gu Yi raised his head, his crimson pupils casting a glance at Ning Rongrong. The previously unruly Ning Rongrong now appeared as if ensnared by a spell, utterly motionless. It was not until Gu Yi had walked away that she burst into tears. In her eyes, it seemed she had glimpsed the depths of hell itself, as if another glance would result in her very soul being consumed. Gu Yi returned once more to the rear mountain, settling in the most expansive area of the entire hillside. As he reopened his eyes, the crimson hue in his pupils faded away. There could be no further delay. Each backlash grew more formidable than the last. He closed his eyes again, and his breath became tranquil. After being frightened to tears, Ning Rongrong finally refrained from seeking trouble with Gu Yi and instead approached Xiao Wu. Previously, she had attempted to extract martial techniques from Zhu Shiqing but had met with failure. This time, she resolved to test her luck with Xiao Wu. Perhaps it was the bond of sisterhood, for although Xiao Wu remembered Gu Yi's words, she did not take them to heart and imparted the pure Yuan technique to Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu cautioned her to exercise utmost care during her cultivation. Recalling that San Gu had once stated that matters concerning meridians required profound caution, she thoughtfully shared important precautions with Ning Rongrong, entirely unaware that she was treading into perilous territory. In the following days, Gu Yi did not make an appearance. The lessons continued to unfold step by step. Half the day was devoted to studying the knowledge of martial souls and soul beasts, while the other half was reserved for practicing soul techniques and engaging in practical combat drills. Zhao Wujin and others, having cultivated for many years, possessed a certain understanding of soul power. Upon completing each lesson, students were awarded 1 to 5 credits based on their performance, as determined by the instructor of the session. The rear mountain. Gu Yi concluded this round of cultivation, yet his mood was far from pleasant. The influence of the demonic seed within his spiritual sea had indeed taken a considerable toll on him, affecting even his daily life. However, upon reflecting on the passage of time, it seemed that Zhu Shiqing and the others had been here for nearly half a month. A test would not be inappropriate, he thought, and with this notion, a smile involuntarily graced Gu Yi's face, momentarily tempering the impact of the demonic seed. Descending from the rear mountain, Gu Yi observed Ning Rongrong not far away, who had evidently mastered the pure Yuan technique, igniting a surge of anger within him. As the demonic seed in his spiritual sea flared up, assaulting his willpower, Gu Yi seemed to have realized something and ceased his resistance, allowing the demonic seed to take over. After a while, his entire demeanor underwent a transformation. Glaring at the approaching Oscar with fury, he commanded sternly, "Oscar, gather everyone on the training field immediately and await my arrival." His tone was so severe that even Oscar was startled. Never in all these years had he witnessed Gu Yi in such towering rage. Though uncertain of the cause, Oscar sensed the gravity of the situation and dared not delay. Without hesitation, he activated his third soul skill, unchanged from the original tail, derived from the phoenix-tailed serpent. However, this incarnation boasted a higher cultivation by a millennium or two, rendering its effects far more potent. At this moment, Gu Yi sought out Dean Flander, expressing a desire for you to refrain from interfering with my teaching endeavors. Gu Yi's expression darkened, yet he restrained his temper in the presence of Flander, the director who had raised him. The influence of the demonic seed had begun to take its toll. What was the matter? Flander was perplexed, but upon observing the situation, he feared that it was no trivial issue. Ning Rongrong had covertly learned a technique. Flander gasped in shock. In the realm of swordmasters, the creation of one's own soul skills was a closely guarded secret. If outsiders were discovered to have learned these techniques, the lightest punishment would be the destruction of their martial soul, and no one would be permitted to seek revenge. Such is the code of the soul masters. Even though Gu Yi had never been particularly concerned about creating his own soul skills, it did not mean he would remain unperturbed. Yet, rules are established by humans. Those who formulate regulations seldom include themselves. Such laws are merely set for those beneath them. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, without a doubt, is the institution that establishes these rules. Although the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is composed solely of auxiliary soul masters, it boasts several titled duelists, including one renowned as the foremost in the sword path. The 7-killing sword in his possession is not to be taken lightly. The title of Sword Heart was forged through blood and sacrifice. One must tread carefully. Ning Rongrong's background is not simple, and one cannot act recklessly. Flander did not wish for Gu Yi to live a life perpetually pursued by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Director, you need not worry about this. I will not harm her. Gu Yi let out a sinister chuckle. Not killing does not equate to letting go. Do not push your luck. Ning Fingji is aware of her presence here. Relishing the warm embrace of the sun, she stretched her limbs, having been restrained for so long. It was time to be active again. The 7 individuals gathered here remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. What could possibly be troubling Oscar? I still have matters left unfinished. Indeed, my carrots are still lying on the ground, complained Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong in unison. Dai Mubai continued to seek favor with Zhu Shuqing, only to meet with disappointment. Enough of this. What on earth is happening? I am at a loss. But I am certain something significant has transpired. I have never witnessed Yi Gu in such a state of fury, Oscar remarked. A shiver coursing through him at the fleeting crimson glint in Gu Yi's eyes. Yi Gu is angry? Ma Hongjun, who had previously been indifferent, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing this. Chapter 35, The Soul Capturing. As the group's thoughts swirled in myriad directions, Gu Yi also arrived at the playground. The Vice Dean remarked that everyone was present. At that moment, Oscar respectfully addressed the Vice Dean rather than calling him Yi Gu. Personal friendships aside, Oscar was adept at distinguishing between casual familiarity and formal respect in such circumstances. Gu Yi gazed at the 7 individuals standing before her, her expression inscrutable. However, Tang San keenly observed that Gu Yi had undergone considerable changes in both aura and temperament since their last encounter. Such a transformation in character is exceedingly challenging to achieve within a brief span. Tang San found himself perplexed by Gu Yi's current state. Regrettably, she began, a flicker of crimson light passing through her eyes. I am quite curious as to what has led you to believe that I am easy to deal with. Although she did not intentionally exude any aura, the atmosphere shifted, and her presence felt as formidable as a looming threat, rendering the weaker ones breathless. Oscar understood immediately, indeed. Someone among them had transgressed Gu Yi's boundaries. Yet, who could that individual be? Not only Oscar, but also Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun. And the others reflected upon their recent actions. There had been no changes in their behavior, and with Zhu Shuqing's arrival, he had ventured out even less frequently. Ning Rongrong stepped forward. Gu Yi's gaze was as sharp as lightning, fixated on Ning Rongrong, who stood amidst the crowd. He then cast his eyes over the others, seeking to discern who had dared to breach the taboo of imparting the pure Yuan skill to Ning Rongrong. Yet, Ning Rongrong appeared utterly fearless. Stepping forward without a trace of trepidation, her unwavering gaze locked onto Gu Yi. Completely oblivious to the fact that she had previously been brought to tears by a mere glance from him. Where had she acquired the knowledge of the pure Yuan skill? Gu Yi, without any unnecessary preamble, directly inquired. While those who learn may indeed be in error, it is the educators who truly disregard his demands. Ning Rongrong, displaying the bond of sisterhood, would never betray Xiao Wu. This is my rightful due. As Ning Rongrong deflected the conversation, Gu Yi revealed a sinister smile, pondering whether she believed that silence would conceal the truth from him. Casting his gaze upon the remaining 6, he had already arrived at a conclusion. If someone were to step forward now, perhaps leniency would be afforded. However, should he unearth the truth himself, the consequences would be far more severe. Tang San, being a person of considerable maturity, quickly grasped the situation, especially with the somewhat flustered Xiao Wu beside him. It must have been Xiao Wu who taught her. With this thought in mind, Tang San instinctively pulled Xiao Wu back, recalling his previous vow that anyone who dared to harm her would first have to step over his corpse. This promise had never left his memory. In terms of innocence, Tang San was beyond reproach. Tang San, do you truly believe that with the Haotian Douluo backing you, I would hesitate to act against you? Gu Yi chuckled lightly. Truly a reckless individual. I do not comprehend what you are articulating. Ning Rongrong's cultivation method was imparted by me. I shall take full responsibility for any matters arising. Tang San furrowed his brow. Though he was unfamiliar with Haotian Douluo, that did not preclude him from acknowledging this transgression. As a disciple of a master, you should be aware of the consequences of illicitly transmitting cultivation techniques, should you not? In truth, I have never held you in high regard. Not since the moment I entered the academy. Were it not for the principal's insistence on your retention, you would not possess the standing to be here. Will you not step forward? Gu Yi did not simply let the matter rest just because Tang San intervened. Xiao Wu, who never wished for her brother to bear the consequences on her behalf, regarded the situation as trivial. Over the span of 6 years, her life had revolved around indulgence and following Tang San, affectionately calling him Brother San. She had long forgotten her own grievances and had little understanding of the regulations within the Spirit Master realm. Here I stand, alongside Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, exuding an air of sisterly camaraderie, though collectively we hardly match the prowess of Zhu Shuqing. It appears that, at times, even a rabbit can possess a measure of audacity. Gui gazed meaningfully at Xiao Wu and uttered a phrase. Despite lacking any discomforting tone, it instilled in Xiao Wu a profound sensation of being thoroughly seen. I recall having mentioned that the cultivation method cannot be imparted privately. Is that not so? Gui approached Xiao Wu, an overwhelming sense of pressure rendering her breathless. Xiao Wu felt as if she were engulfed in shadows, devoid of light. Was it merely 30 credits? We can pool our resources and cover it for you. Ning Rongrong, wishing to spare Xiao Wu from punishment due to her, said with great satisfaction, we can provide for you. Provide for me? Upon hearing these words, Gui felt a surge of anger within, yet he chose to conceal it, curious to see what other intriguing developments might unfold. Truly, the young lady from a prestigious sect possessed an air of audacity. Ning Rongrong remained oblivious to the current circumstances, directly addressing Oscar with a bold request. Don't you like me? Help me with 30 credits. Oscar, captivated by Ning Rongrong's beauty, had also grown more discerning. While her appearance was undeniably charming, the allure of a fascinating soul was a rarity. Although Ning Rongrong was indeed attractive, her personality was not one he could tolerate. Moreover, this predicament was a result of her own misjudgment, yet she acted as if she were entirely blameless. The natural filter that her beauty provided had its limits. A sincere acknowledgement of her error would likely elicit leniency from the Vice-Dean. Oscar ultimately offered a gentle reminder. If you are unwilling, then so be it. You are merely a support soul master, forever unable to match our 7 treasure glazed tile school. He turned to Tang San. I know you've amassed the most credits during this period. As long as you are willing to give me 30 credits, you will be considered a friend of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong's audacity was astounding. Even at this juncture, she maintained her lofty demeanor. Such entreaties were not the way to seek assistance, though she likely did not perceive it as a plea. Rather, it seemed to her more like an act of charity. The reputation of the 7 treasure glazed tile school was indeed substantial, towering above many. Tang San frowned, disregarding Ning Rongrong, and instead focused on Gui. Would granting these 30 credits suffice to settle the matter? It was one thing for Ning Rongrong to be naive. It was astonishing to find Tang San equally so. No, he concluded firmly. Gui swiftly appeared before Ning Rongrong, displaying remarkable speed. Even Tang San, the keenest observer among them, failed to detect Gui's movements. What do you intend to do? I am the young lady of the 7 treasures glazed tile clan. Should you dare to harm me, my clan will not let you off lightly. Do not think that your mere status as a soul king will save you. Even the entirety of Shrek Academy would suffer the consequences, Ning Rongrong retorted with a cold sneer. Kill you? No, that would not be amusing at all. Just look at me. Gui's voice seemed to possess a certain enchanting quality, prompting Ning Rongrong to instinctively raise her gaze to meet his eyes. Those eyes appeared to contain the vastness of the starry sky, concealing a subtle crimson glow behind the endless expanse. Ning Rongrong's expression grew vacant. From this day forth, you shall forget your identity as a soul master and the esteemed title of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. You will merely exist as a beggar living in the city of Swodo. After Gui finished speaking, Ning Rongrong's dazed gaze transformed into clarity, her lips softly murmuring words that were scarcely audible. Upon closer inspection, one would discern her repeating, I am a beggar, I am a beggar. Ning Rongrong departed from Shrek Academy, leaving this village behind as she made her way towards Soto City. Chapter 36. Terrifying Methods at Shrek Academy. Flinder observed Ning Rongrong as she walked away from the building, his emotions swirling in a complex mix. The soul Douluo had long surpassed ordinary individuals, possessing a profound understanding of the happenings on the playground. What could he do? She was his ward, and thus, her troubles were his to resolve. Glancing at the situation on the playground, with Ning Rongrong now gone, his tension began to ease. He summoned his martial soul to follow her. In her current state, Ning Rongrong had no capacity for defense. Should any trouble arise, she would be utterly incapable of handling it. The extraordinary and enigmatic methods of Gui transformed Ning Rongrong into a beggar, altering not only her appearance but her very essence. Such power is exceedingly formidable and undeniably evokes trepidation. No one desires to become an unfamiliar version of themselves. Even the previously indifferent Xiao Wu now shrank her shoulders, overwhelmed by the unprecedented nature of these tactics. Observing their reactions, Gui remained unfazed. The accomplice has been dealt with. Now it is time to confront the mastermind. Each word seemed to probe the limits of Xiao Wu's endurance, as she desperately clung to Tang San's sleeve, believing that this connection could offer her a semblance of security. Tang San, unwavering, stepped forward resolutely, declaring, I will not allow you to harm Xiao Wu. His gaze was steadfast, piercing like a flame. You? What capability do you possess to protect her? What can you do with those trivial gadgets or your worthless martial spirit, blue silvergrass? Gui cast a disdainful glance at Tang San. Are you willing to risk your life? If so, then go ahead and perish. Gui vanished from his original position, only to reappear directly before Tang San, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring several dozen meters away, crashing violently against the courtyard wall. The force of the impact was so tremendous that Tang San, upon colliding with the wall, rebounded slightly before collapsing to the ground, sacrificing one's life. Even if you were to risk everything, what would it amount to? If you cannot withstand even a single kick from me, what is the purpose of your struggle? Tang San, lying several meters away, moved his fingers, astonishingly remaining conscious despite the brutal blow. He slowly lifted his head and gradually rose to his feet, though somewhat unsteady. He managed to stand, albeit in a deplorable state, with blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Do you see this? It is all because of you. Tang San once held the promise of a bright future. Achieving titles and honors, becoming a titled Douluo was not beyond his reach, regardless of the circumstances. His future was destined to be bright. Yet today, because of you, all of this shall be irrevocably shattered. Every word uttered by Gui pierced deeply into Xiaowu's heart. Was it truly because of me? If it weren't for my existence, Sangu would not have transformed into his current state. As he had said, Sangu was destined for a bright future. With tears glistening in her eyes, Xiaowu gazed at Tang San, who stood there trembling even while attempting to rise. She lamented that she should never have emerged from the forest. All of this was her fault. The cultivation technique had been imparted by her to Ning Rongrong, completely unrelated to Sangu. She would accept any punishment that came her way. Xiaowu sobbed and pleaded. The others looked on with pity, and Oscar, in particular, had never witnessed such a cold and ruthless side of Gui. No, Xiaowu, I promise to protect you, Tang San declared, revealing a hammer in his hand. This was his final trump card. Tang San, he was, in fact, a twin martial soul. Ma Hongjun stared in astonishment at the hammer Tang San held. Gui gazed at the Haotian hammer in Tang San's hands, pondering its utility. Although the Haotian hammer is heralded as the foremost offensive martial soul in the continent, its effectiveness is contingent upon the wielder. Tang San, at present, has not only failed to imbue the Haotian hammer with soul rings, but he has also not practiced the self-created soul techniques of the Haotian sect. His only recourse is a haphazard hammer technique, and in his current semi-injured state, he can barely muster the strength to strike a few blows, perhaps 1 or 2 at most. Presenting the Haotian hammer now serves merely to burden himself further. I advise you to remain obediently still. I have no intention of slaying her, for she is, after all, my student. I shall merely render her martial soul useless. Given her disposition, it is only a matter of time before she incites trouble. Allowing her to experience an ordinary existence ahead of time is, in fact, a kindness towards her. Gui gazed at the resolute Tang San and reminded him, I have stated that to lay a hand on Xiaowu, one must first step over my corpse. Tang San remained unwavering in his conviction. Then I shall ensure that you cannot rise again. Little rabbit, take a good look. All of this is the consequence of your obstinacy. Gui advanced step by step towards Tang San, the sound of her shoes striking the ground resonating in the hearts of all present. Is this truly the real face of Ego? Cold-blooded and brutal. Oscar felt a wave of disorientation, as if he had never truly seen Gui clearly over the years. It is said that both you and Xiaowu possess innate full soul power. It is indeed a pity that such talent has come to ruin. Yet, alas, there is no alternative. Rules are rules, and no one can rise above them. She cannot, and neither can you. So, have you prepared yourself for the prospect of being discarded? Gui stood a meter away, observing Tang San, who could only rely on the Haotian hammer to remain upright. In his hand, a terrifying soul power had already coalesced. This force, when unleashed upon Tang San, would render him incapable of further cultivation, if it did not extinguish his life altogether. Nevertheless, Tang San resolutely swung his final strike, exhausting all his strength. Yet, this desperate blow was effortlessly restrained by Gui, who pressed down on the hammer's surface with a single hand, rendering it immovable. It seems you have made your choice. Since that is the case, do not blame me. Gui extended another hand, and the intense fluctuations of soul power were almost unbearable to behold. In Soto City, the once refined Ning Rongrong had become utterly lost. Clutching a tattered bowl, she had seemingly scavenged from somewhere. Her clothing and hair were in disarray, a stark contrast to her former elegance. Flandra, soaring above, could not bear to witness Ning Rongrong in such a state. After all, she was the esteemed young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Should word of this reach them, it would spell disaster. The heir of the prestigious Seven Treasure glazed tile school reduced to a beggar would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar. Surely, even the two Douluo, sword and bone, would be unable to remain passive. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he chose not to intervene. By now, he had begun to comprehend Gu Yi's intentions, which also clarified his own decision to leave. Ning Rongrong was faring no better. Gu Yi merely concealed her identity as a soul master, yet did not erase any of her memories. Indeed, he was incapable of such a feat thus. Her character remained entirely unchanged. Although she now perceived herself as a beggar, she still carried herself with an air of arrogance and superiority. Some kind-hearted individuals initially intended to offer her a few copper soul coins upon witnessing the plight of this young girl, but her demeanor repelled their goodwill. Furthermore, some discerning individuals saw through the surface and recognized the exquisite beauty of Ning Rongrong, albeit obscured by her disheveled appearance. They contemplated abducting her for a handsome profit. Meanwhile, Flinder observed from above, silently watching as Ning Rongrong followed the lecherous man step by step, with no intention of intervening. Chapter 37. Illusion. Blood spilled profusely. Tang San collapsed in exhaustion, and simultaneously, Xiao Wu fell alongside him. Amidst the astonishment of the others, Gu Yi ultimately took action. Very well. Let us take them all back. Gu Yi addressed a few individuals before taking his leave. After this lesson, it is hoped that Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong will undergo some transformation. Ego, are you not upset? Oscar, now somewhat bewildered by the current situation, who moments ago appeared ready to eliminate Tang San and Xiao Wu, now seemed as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. Is this truly the same person? Oscar was not alone in harboring such doubts. The others shared the same sentiment. Could it be that Gu Yi is suffering from schizophrenia? Anger. Of course there is anger. It is merely a slight reprimand for a major transgression. Do you truly wish for me to take their lives? Gu Yi steadily approached Oscar, who appeared eager to engage with him. Curiosity flickered within him. Oscar, beaming with joy, repeatedly waved his hands, fully aware that Gu Yi had remained unchanged. Just as he was when they first met, serious and diligent. I leave Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu in your capable hands. I shall take Tang San back, as he has sustained significant injuries. Without a medicinal bath, it may be quite challenging for him to recover swiftly. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, observing the departing figure of Gu Yi. This man truly was an enigma. He possessed a refined elegance, yet also demonstrated a decisive ruthlessness. Gu Yi returned to his chamber. Gazing at the demonic seed within the sea of his consciousness, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After 6 years of martial training, his indomitable will was far beyond the control of a mere seed of darkness. All that had transpired earlier was but a performance. The earlier display of sinister charm and ruthless demeanor was a deliberate act, allowing the seed to invade his mind. It must be acknowledged that this demonic seed possessed considerable potency. Emotions indeed wield a formidable influence. A year prior, when his martial spirit ascended to the silver level, he became aware of the sea of consciousness. The path of cultivation revolves around 3 treasures: essence, energy, and spirit. Essence pertains to physical strength and vitality. Energy refers to the soul force he currently cultivates, while spirit embodies consciousness and the soul itself. The second awakening of his martial spirit brought him to the threshold of understanding the spirit. While internal cultivation and martial arts were manageable, the realm of the spirit, an uncharted territory, left Gu Yi at a loss. In his previous life, the fantastical ideas he had were difficult to realize, with the only reference being Tang San's purple extreme demon eye. However, after half a month of attempts, he achieved no progress. He deemed the refinement of martial will as the best method to enhance his spirit, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. By fortuitous chance, Gu Yi discovered that emotions could impact the spirit, which set him on a path of studying the spirit, integrating some of the fantastical notions from his past life. Through his research, Gu Yi found that only negative emotions exerted a significant influence on the spirit. Anger, hatred, and suffering produced considerable spiritual fluctuations, leading to the emergence of this demonic seed. Even the most optimistic individual cannot maintain positive emotions indefinitely. Yet, Gu Yi managed to do so with the aid of this seed. Each time he absorbed a day's worth of negative emotions through the seed, he could attain a sage-like state for a brief quarter of an hour. In such a realm, both cultivation and comprehension of martial arts became remarkably swift, and his spirit grew ever stronger. Nonetheless, this method harbored substantial flaws. Although the negative emotions were absorbed by the demonic seed, they did not vanish but rather accumulated within it. A day or two of accumulation might be inconspicuous, yet after 10 days or half a month, the buildup of negative emotions became astonishing. Consequently, Over the past year, Gui's martial will has been in a constant struggle against the seed, growing increasingly robust. It remains uncertain whether Zhu Zhiqing can withstand the trials of this technique. In Guisen's mind, a sense of unease began to stir. If Zhu Zhiqing could not suppress the murderous intent and resentment within her, this already somewhat hasty and ambitious technique would inevitably plunge her into an abyss of despair. The following day, Gui arrived punctually at the classroom, for it had been duly agreed upon that a test would take place. And such matters ought not to be altered. Should this step falter, the ensuing negative sentiments could inundate the entire Shrek Academy. Arriving early, indeed, is commendable. Gui first offered a word of praise, glancing at Tang San, who was still struggling with his movements, contemplating that he would likely break through to the 30th rank once his injuries had healed. Meanwhile, Xiaowen noticed his lingering fear. If one were to count the days, it had been nearly half a month since you arrived at Shrek Academy. We have a tradition here at Shrek, which I believe the 3 senior students are already aware of. Gui pointedly addressed Oscar and his companions, who displayed expressions of anguish, reminiscent of memories they were reluctant to revisit. Observing their distress brought Gui immense satisfaction, for it seemed evident that joy often derives from the suffering of others. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhiqing and the other 2 wore expressions of bewilderment, clearly unaware of the impending ordeal they were about to endure. It appears you have all anticipated it. Indeed, it is none other than an examination. With a smile, Gui remarked on how the fierce and intimidating demeanor from last night seemed to have vanished, as if it had been banished by sunlight. Little Wu, still reeling from last night's setbacks, had yet to regain her former vivacity. As for Zhu Zhiqing, her inherently cool exterior belied a warm heart, leaving no room for doubt. Gui then produced a substantial stack of white paper from the Soul Guide, the contents of which remained a mystery, yet the pile was impressively thick, measuring a full centimeter. Only 6 individuals were present to partake in the examination. Gui directly utilized his spiritual energy to present 6 examination papers before them. As a teacher, it is fundamental to possess an understanding of one's students. Gui gazed at the pained expressions of several individuals and continued. This examination paper is the culmination of several months of my efforts, encompassing a variety of rare spirit beasts, martial spirits, and the myriad soul skills that can be derived from these creatures. In essence, this paper is remarkably comprehensive. Given the substantial content, the examination will span an entire morning, concluding at noon. During this time, no whispering, passing of notes, or any form of cheating will be tolerated. Should any violations occur, a deduction of 100 credits will be imposed, along with a unique penalty. Gui sat quietly in the front chair of the classroom, closing his eyes and indulging in tranquility, entirely indifferent to the intentions of those around him. As for the 3 who were participating in the examination for the first time, they appeared utterly bewildered. Particularly, Xiaowu, who seemed almost like a transformed rabbit, was utterly lost, as if reading a celestial manuscript. Tang San, on the other hand, fared somewhat better, though only marginally so. The questions on the papers were exceptionally convoluted, and even with his early education under Yu Xiaojiang, he found them challenging. However, there was one question that he approached with great ease: the properties of blue silvergrass and the soul rings it can produce. This question was perfectly aligned with his expertise. Tang San could confidently assert that no one in this world understood blue silvergrass better than he did. He proceeded to write, inclusive, non-exclusivity, elaborating with nearly 100 words of theory, faithfully adhering to Yu Xiaojiang's teachings. Chapter 38, Revealing Relationships Outside Shrek Academy. 2 individuals stood in opposition. One was tall and imposing, wielding a massive hammer, surrounded by 9 soul rings, the last of which was a deep crimson. The other was slender, resembling a long spear, with a phantom green serpent head appearing behind him, also suspended with 9 soul rings, though slightly inferior compared to the hammer wielder. This road is blocked. It would be best for Poison Daw to withdraw, Tang Hao remarked, observing the dark-haired Dugubo, who bore no trace of green. He found it perplexing. Wasn't it said that Dugubo's hair and beard were entirely green? The incongruity was striking. As for the Haotian Douluo, was he not overstepping his bounds? Dugubo was not one to be easily intimidated. Particularly in recent years, his cultivation had significantly advanced. No longer the mere title of a floor tile among titled Douluos. His abilities warranted the title of titled Douluo. If you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame the Haotian hammer for showing no mercy. Tang Hao's aura intensified. The title of Haotian Douluo was not merely for show. As one of the 2 legendary gods of slaughter in recent decades, his prowess was unfathomable, not to mention his mastery of the Haotian sect's ultimate techniques. His strength ranked among the elite on the Douluo Continent. Douluo Bo's gaze hardened as he reluctantly acknowledged that he could never match Tang Hao. He was adaptable and knew when to yield. It was wise not to force the issue, especially with the possibility of further advancement that he was unwilling to relinquish. Watching Douluo Bo retreat into the distance, Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. His injuries from years past had not yet fully healed. Douluo Bo's strength was not as feeble as initially presumed. It was indeed better to avoid conflict if possible. Shrek Academy. Gui meticulously reviewed the submitted papers. And the first one that caught his eye was Tang San's. His foundational skills were remarkably solid, and he demonstrated a comprehensive understanding of the characteristics of soul beasts. Although Yu Xiaozhang's abilities were not particularly impressive and his character left much to be desired, he had nonetheless excelled in the acquisition of knowledge. However, Gui noted that Tang San's perspective on blue silvergrass fell into a conventional trap, failing to transcend popular opinion. Essentially, his analysis adhered closely to Yu Xiaozhang's research on the top 10 competitive spirits in the martial soul realm. The blue silvergrass, being the weakest among soul beasts and often regarded merely as a herbivore, is far from trivial. Its resilience in the face of adversity, showcased by its ability to withstand wind and rain, is nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, one must consider the formidable entities that exist above the blue silvergrass, namely the blue silver king and the blue silver emperor. These two serve as exemplary models for the path of cultivation concerning blue silvergrass. Gui decisively marked a large cross on the paper. In less than half an hour, he had completed the grading of all 6 students' exams. He could only utter one phrase: utterly chaotic. His voice, filled with anger, echoed throughout the classroom, causing Xiaowu to shudder involuntarily, clearly startled. The breaths of the 6 students grew faint. In this assessment, 3 students passed: Oscar, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, each receiving an additional 20 points. They were advised to review their papers thoroughly. Oscar and Ma Hongjun sighed in relief, grateful not to have embarrassed their mentor. Tang San, however, remained indifferent. He had learned much from Yu Xiaozhang, with only a small portion eluding his understanding. As for the other 3, they were each deducted 20 points, showing no leniency even for Zhu Zhuqing. The poorest performer was Xiaowu, followed closely by Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Bai, having experienced such situations before, had garnered some insight. Zhu Zhuqing kept her head down in silence, having drifted further from her goal of exchanging for a martial art technique. Dai Bai and Xiaowu, on the other hand, were not overly concerned. One had already mastered a technique well suited to him and felt no urgency, while the other, having transformed from a soul beast, could improve her abilities through mere interaction with others, rendering rigorous training unnecessary. Only Zhu Zhuqing, having fled from her family, faced a bleak future. With a wayward fiancé she could not rely on, everything depended solely on her own efforts. After a round of instruction, Gui finally released the 3 students. Dai Bai could no longer remain seated. As the prince of the Star Luo Empire, his future lay in either inheriting the throne or being imprisoned until death. The knowledge needed by these ordinary soul masters held little significance for him. What he required was formidable strength, sufficient to overcome the fearsome presence of his brother. Xiaowu wore a distressed expression, finding this ordeal particularly tormenting. Just as Zhu Zhuqing attempted to leave, Gui called out to her, "Zhu Zhuqing, please stay a moment." Dai Bai, who had just stepped out of the classroom, paused, his expression momentarily frozen. The words of Xiaowu lingered in his mind, even if he was reluctant to acknowledge them. Gui is indeed far superior to him, so formidable that even jealousy dares not take root. To be a step ahead evokes envy and resentment. To be 2 steps ahead invites accusations of madness. However, to be countless steps ahead, disappearing from sight, one is revered as a deity. Without a doubt, Gui is the third party. Over the past 3 years, he has long been unable to discern Gui's true capabilities. Although they are of the same age, their strengths are worlds apart. Talents abound in this world, yet those with innovative ideas are exceedingly rare. Even in 1,000 years, the Tang sect remains steadfast in its adherence to the Xiantian skill, exhibiting no signs of innovation. It is as if they are stagnant, and while the decline of the Tang sect is significantly attributed to their reliance on hidden weapons, the crux of the issue lies in the absence of truly formidable individuals. The essence of a sect is not merely in its vast resources, but rather in possessing a powerful figure capable of commanding respect and instilling fear. The subsequent establishment of Shrek Academy has indeed achieved this, with unparalleled combat prowess. No one dares to overlook them. However, Dai Bai chose not to venture further, instead turning to sit beside Zhu Zhuqing. This seemingly innocuous action, however, provoked a feeling of revulsion in Zhu Zhuqing, prompting her to shift several positions to the right, as if the very air had soured in his presence. Xiaowu had long since departed. Daimubai, what are you still doing here? The vice principal interjected. Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée. If she has erred in any way, I shall apologize on her behalf, Daimubai asserted, appearing to consider Zhu Zhuqing's feelings. Fiancée? Engaging in such frivolities at the age of 15? Zhu Zhuqing's tone dripped with disdain and contempt. It seemed Daimubai had struck a nerve. He had indeed been somewhat indulgent over the years, though he was hardly lost to debauchery, merely a fleeting dalliance now and then. A flicker of soul power coursed through his palm, yet he ultimately refrained from striking back. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing was the best partner to help him break free from his fate, should they successfully execute a martial soul fusion technique, given his current cultivation. Victory could be within reach. In a fit of anger, Daimubai departed, leaving Gui with the thought that even if he harbored intentions, he would surely tread carefully. Come with me, he beckoned. Gui's expression remained unchanged as he uttered a few words and proceeded to walk outside. Chapter 39. Haunted by Malevolent Energy. The Rear Mountain of Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Nethercat Spirit. Level 28 Soul Master, Innate Soul Power Level 7. Gui spoke to himself. Having long since mastered this information, the test paper you completed today included a question about the Nether Spirit Cat. I recall you wrote that it is a high-ranking martial soul, characterized by its swift speed, agility, and formidable claws. Capable of merging with the White Tiger martial soul to create a fusion technique. Zhu Zhuqing stood behind Gui, perplexed by the meaning of his words. But have you ever pondered why your martial soul, if merely swift and agile, is endowed with the title of Nether? Zhu Zhuqing, lacking knowledge in this area, simply shook her head. Her innate talent was not particularly remarkable. For years, she had diligently practiced, with her soul rings acquired by her family members who brought them for her to absorb. Her understanding of martial soul knowledge was minimal, and it was only upon arriving here that she began to study this subject systematically. It was not out of a passion for martial souls, but rather a necessity for credits and improved techniques. Her strength had long become a mental barrier for her. In truth, I am also unaware, as your Zhu family has essentially adhered to the same training routine over the years, with soul skills showing little variation. You have become entirely dependent on the Dai family royalty and have lost your individuality long ago. This was the first time Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of exasperation towards this man. You still dare to question me, as if you're jesting. It is rare to witness any expression other than her usual frosty demeanor on Zhu Zhuqing's face. However, I have observed your martial spirit, emotions, and temperament, and thus have crafted a unique cultivation technique tailored specifically for you. Would you be interested in learning it? Gui was also curious to see what transformations this technique would bring to Zhu Zhuqing. I shall learn it, for any knowledge that enhances my strength is worth acquiring. Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate. After the events of the previous night, Gui had, at the very least, earned a favorable place in her heart. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Gui reminded her that this technique was vastly different from ordinary practices. If one were to describe the pure Yuan technique as embodying balance and tranquility, enduring like a gentle stream, then this technique was akin to a sword that veers off course, seeking quick gains. Should one's temperament be insufficient, there exists the peril of losing oneself to madness. Do you still wish to pursue it? I shall pose but one question. Will this technique lead me to become a fallen soul master? Gui pondered for a moment. Although it was highly likely that he could become consumed by madness, the ability to forcibly absorb the soul power of others and cultivate life did not exist after the edits he made to his own book. The worst consequence would merely be a drastic change in temperament. I will learn, Zhu Zhuqing declared with unwavering determination. Very well, I shall teach you. Sit cross-legged. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and turned around to sit in front of Gui. As he recalled the techniques he had created, a terrifying aura of dark energy emanated from Gui, enveloping him entirely, as if it were a manifestation from the underworld itself. Gui infused his soul force into Zhu Zhuqing's body, allowing it to traverse through her meridians. It was a chilling cold, an icy chill more intense than the depths of winter. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face was etched with agony, yet she uttered not a single sound. To guide the soul force alongside my own, and to cultivate this technique, one must harbor resentment and possess a heart filled with grievances. Only then can one achieve success in the cultivation. The words of Gui echoed in Zhu Zhuqing's mind, for if one were to speak of hatred, none among the Shrek members could rival her. From a young age, she had been treated as an adversary by her elder sister, who harbored a desire to eliminate her, which constituted one form of enmity. In her childhood, she was promised in marriage to a member of the royal family, only to discover that her betrothed could not withstand the pressures and fled, leaving her utterly alone. This was her second grievance. She traversed nations, pursued relentlessly. Facing life and death trials, this marked her third resentment. Upon finally locating that individual, she found him ensconced in the arms of others, living a life of unrestrained comfort. This became her fourth grievance. Gradually, Gu Yi retracted the soul power from within Zhu Zhuqing. This particular cultivation technique does not traverse the yang meridians, but instead flows through the yin meridians, embodying the essence of the utmost yin. The nether spirit cat, with its intrinsic connection to the nether, possesses a soul power imbued with certain nether attributes, making this method of cultivation exceedingly suitable for her. Gu Yi yearned to witness the extent of Zhu Zhuqing's prowess after mastering this particular technique. Would she surpass the other 6 prodigies? However, I must confess that I underestimated Zhu Zhuqing's intense determination. She remarkably managed to grasp the fundamentals in such a brief span. The rules of the Douluo Continent are inherently peculiar. From the moment of one's martial soul awakening, individuals are classified into various tiers. Those endowed with superior martial souls and innate soul power, such as Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, experience a rapid increase in their soul power even while engaging in leisurely training. Conversely, those with inferior martial souls and lower innate soul power, like Yu Xiaojiang, find their progress agonizingly sluggish, even after dedicating 12 hours to rigorous practice. Gu Yi's disdain for Yu Xiaojiang is rooted in substantial reasons. It is not merely due to his appropriation of the extensive knowledge amassed by the Spirit Hall over the years, transforming it into his own exclusive creation. Furthermore, on his wedding night, upon discovering that Lu Erlong is his cousin, Yu Xiaojiang, unable to accept this reality, chose to evade responsibility and abandoned Lu Erlong to face the world alone. He left a woman to bear the brunt of all the malicious gossip. For this alone, to refer to him as a man would be an affront to the very essence of masculinity. Moreover, there is another point that irks Gu Yi even more. He proclaims that there are no worthless spirits, only worthless spirit masters. Yet, one cannot observe him nurturing any prodigies at Nodding Academy. He appears to be nothing more than a leech, living off others. If his assertion holds true, that there are no worthless spirits, only worthless spirit masters, why has he not surpassed the 30th level? He speaks of level barriers as if they are an insurmountable obstacle for everyone else. In this world, one's spirit fundamentally determines everything. Gu Yi waited for an entire hour before Zhu Zhuqing finally regained consciousness. The malevolent aura that enveloped her had vanished. "Thank you," was all she could muster. No other words came to her mind. She felt unable to offer Gu Yi anything in return. This particular cultivation technique was indeed perfectly suited for her. A sense of exhilaration unlike any she had ever experienced coursed through her. Although her soul power had not increased, she sensed a significant enhancement in her overall strength. "Well, let us return," she concluded. "Remember to steadfastly maintain your will. Do not allow the swift growth of your power to cloud your mind." Gu Yi expressed her concerns with a gentle reminder. The hastily learned techniques are most likely to affect one's state of mind, and since Zhu Zhuqing is encountering martial arts for the first time, it is natural for her to feel apprehensive. "Why are you helping me so much?" As Zhu Zhuqing walked, perhaps due to the influence of the techniques, her inner doubts could no longer be contained. "Why?" Gu Yi gazed into the distance, perhaps seeking to mend the sense of regret that lingered within her. Regret? Just as she felt she had come to understand this man, a single utterance clouded her perception once more. At that moment, a carriage quietly arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy. Seated within the carriage, Yu Xiaojiang regarded the academy before him with a hint of bewilderment. Is this still the original Shrek Academy? Perhaps there exists a certain telepathy among the students and teachers, for Tang San, supported by Xiao Wu, happened to glimpse Yu Xiaojiang's carriage. "Teacher?" Tang San's heart surged with excitement as he caught sight of Yu Xiaojiang through the window. Chapter 40. The beautiful imagination of Yu Xiaojiang. A few hours later, Gu Yi finally laid eyes on the man who had captivated the hearts of both women. He possessed a slightly slender frame and an unremarkable appearance, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with his hands clasped behind his back. He exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Yet, in comparison to Gu Yi, this elegance bore the weight of life's trials and tribulations, tinged with a sense of despondency stemming from years of unfulfilled desires. This man had been dulled by the passage of time, with his only hope resting upon Tang San, who might, through his theories, ascend to become one of the continent's foremost powerhouses, thereby affirming that his teachings were not in vain. Upon seeing Gu Yi, Yu Xiaojiang could not suppress his reproach towards her. What error had Tang San committed to warrant such severity? No one could fathom the fury that surged within him upon witnessing Tang San, so grievously injured. His carefully nurtured disciple of 6 years had been so brutally harmed. And that too within the very academy of a once dear friend. It was only natural for Yu Xiaojiang to be enraged. Who, after all, is Tang San? Gui feigned ignorance as he gazed at Tang San. He was not only a teacher but also a long-time friend of Dean Flander. His visit this time was to continue imparting knowledge to me. Although Tang San still harbored resentment regarding yesterday's events, he respectfully addressed Gui. After all, strength determines everything. Thus, you are indeed the esteemed master renowned in the spirit master community. Upon hearing the mention of the master's name, Yu Xiaojiang straightened his posture, clearly finding great value in Guyi's words. Nevertheless, the necessary lessons must not be forgotten. As educators, regardless of the errors committed by our students, we must never resort to force to subdue them. Such an approach will only lead to superficial compliance rather than genuine understanding. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Gui immediately grasped his intent. Tang San, do you believe there was a flaw in my actions yesterday? Guyi's words momentarily startled Tang San. In truth, Guyi's actions were not without justification. Had he discovered that someone was clandestinely studying the Tang sect's secrets, the path to retribution would have been swift and merciless. Both the thief and the teacher would face dire consequences. To be frank, Gui had already demonstrated considerable leniency. Tang San could only counsel his mentor that Guyi's approach was indeed reasonable. Over the past 6 years, Yu Xiaojiang had come to understand the character of this disciple, and thus chose not to pursue the matter further. Tang San, did you just mention that the master intends to come here to guide you in your martial soul studies? Tang San nodded. In comparison to the vast knowledge residing in Yu Xiaojiang's mind, he was still but a novice at the threshold of understanding and naturally required further instruction. So, does this mean the master plans to take a position at Shrek Academy? Gui thoughtfully expressed his desire to meet Flander first. Yu Xiaojiang had already resolved to pursue a teaching position within this academy, a notion that became increasingly persistent after hearing Tang San's explanations. Though the student body was not particularly large, each individual was extraordinary. Notably, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, at merely 12 years of age, had astonishingly reached the 30th level of Soul Master. There was a time when he believed Tang San possessed the most formidable cultivation talent in the Douluo Continent. However, he held no doubts regarding Tang San's future trajectory. His dual martial souls destined him for the title of a conferred Douluo. Before achieving this, he needed to comprehend the intricacies of cultivating dual martial souls. In the entire world, only one person held this secret, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, a woman who evoked both love and resentment within him. Alas, it was quite unfortunate that the Dean was out. If the master intended to meet with the Dean, he could venture to Soto City, where he might find fruitful results. Gui could sense that the spiritual energy he had infused into Ningrongrong was nearing its limit and would soon return. There's no need, he thought, as this is the perfect opportunity for me to thoroughly understand the construction of the academy, which will undoubtedly aid my future teaching endeavors. Yu Xiaojiang had already begun to envision himself joining Shrek Academy, nurturing 7 extraordinary talents, and ultimately securing victory in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. From that moment on, his martial soul philosophy would attain legendary status. But would everything unfold as beautifully as he imagined? Gui held no objections to this. Joining the academy was acceptable. After all, while Yu Xiaojiang's ideologies were indeed wildly misguided, his understanding of soul beasts was far from superficial. Coincidentally, Gui was disinclined to squander time on such matters. Yu Xiaojiang's arrival was opportune, as it would allow him to extricate himself from the situation. As for other concerns, Gui preferred that Yu Xiaojiang not dwell on them. Gui would never entrust the matter of martial soul training to Yu Xiaojiang. His role is solely to impart the knowledge required by the students. After Gui's departure, Tang San revealed a matter to Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, there is something I have long forgotten to mention to you. He cautiously informed Yu Xiaojiang, the Vice Dean's 2nd spirit ring has reached a millennium in duration, while the 4th spirit ring has attained the remarkable standard of 10,000 years. The emergence of Gui signifies a challenge to the theoretical limits of soul rings proposed by Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San comprehends that this aspiration is the singular ambition of his mentor's life, to demonstrate that one can achieve renown not solely through martial spirits, but through knowledge alone. However, this notion is utterly impossible. The disparity between a 1,000-year soul ring, which he has barely absorbed, and a 10,000-year soul ring is insurmountable. To possess a 10,000-year soul ring by the 4th soul ring would entail transcending 5 millennia, a feat no one can accomplish. Yu Xiaojing cannot fathom that someone could break free from the constraints of 1,000 years at the fourth soul ring and absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. By the way, what is Xiao San's martial spirit? It is the meridians, the intricate channels present within the human body. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang San divulged the information regarding Gu Yi. A human martial spirit? How could that be? I have studied every martial spirit across the Douluo Continent, and the probability of awakening a human martial spirit is less than 1 in 10,000, not to mention its inherent frailty. It lacks the substantial enhancement to the body that beast martial spirits provide, and it cannot match the formidable offensive capabilities of weapon martial spirits. It can only be deemed an inferior martial spirit. How could one with such a spirit possibly transcend limits and defy convention to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? If your information, Xiao San, is accurate, then Gui must harbor a profound secret. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Yu Xiaojing's eyes, if he could uncover this secret. Perhaps the competitiveness of his martial spirit would elevate from 10 to 11. It might even aid him in breaking free from the constraints of the 30th level. Having sought knowledge for half a lifetime, how passionately he yearns to explore the intricacies of martial spirits. Were it not for the barriers to his cultivation, he too would wish to traverse the world freely, which is why he idolizes Tang Hao. In the room, Gui took out a brand new notebook and began to sketch and jot down notes, pausing occasionally to ponder before continuing. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, having endured a series of tribulations, finally regained her consciousness, particularly upon awakening and gazing at the unattractive woman before her, whose eyes lacked purity. She let out a piercing scream. The woman, perplexed by Ning Rongrong's reaction, felt a twinge of regret. After all, a woman with a diminished intellect would fetch a significantly lower price. Yet, she was indeed a remarkable specimen, a veritable boon for those with peculiar tastes. Chapter 41. The Fury of Qinshin. A figure landed between the two. Get out. Fran's thunderous voice expelled the woman, before he turned to regard the disheveled Ning Rongrong. Once a distinguished lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, she had been reduced to this pitiful state. Dean, I was wrong. Ning Rongrong lifted her head to meet the dean's gaze, uttering the singular mistake of her life. The experiences of the past 2 days were nothing short of surreal. Her consciousness and memories were her own, yet she had overlooked her identity, though she had not witnessed every facet of human emotion in those 2 days. This headstrong young lady had come to understand a crucial truth. The world beyond the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was vastly different, without the sect's radiance. No one would treat her kindly, even begging would elicit disdain. As Ning Rongrong and Fran returned to the academy, an urgent letter arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, landing in Ning Fengji's hands. Bolt. Ning Fengji's soul power erupted, shattering the table beside him. Just then, Sword Douluo Qinshin entered. What has happened to provoke such fury? Uncle Jian, you can see for yourself, Ning Fengji replied. He had merely intended for Rongrong to face some adversity and temper her willfulness, not to have his daughter reduced to the status of a beggar, nearly sold off in the process. How could such circumstances not ignite his rage? Seeking death, Qinshin's formidable soul power surged, his very presence akin to a drawn sword, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Fengji, leave this matter to me. Shrek Academy no longer has a reason to exist. With the 7-killing sword hovering behind him, Qinshin's voice resonated in Ning Fengji's ears as he vanished from the hall. After the tempest of fury subsided, Ning Fengji picked up the letter from the ground, contemplating its contents. Once Fran brought Ning Rongrong back, he learned that Yu Xiaojing had arrived, which delighted him immensely. Yu Xiaojing, aware of Fran's return, found himself in the office, sharing a moment of silence with his old friend. Xiaojing, how have you fared this past year? Fran, seeing his long-lost friend, struggled to find the right words. Quite well. I am genuinely pleased to see the academy you established thriving, Yu Xiaojing replied, sincerity evident in his tone. Speaking of which, I shall introduce you to someone shortly. I am certain you will find ample topics of conversation. Once you've come, do not leave just yet. Staying in that small place of nodding is far less appealing than joining me here as a teacher. Besides, your student Tang San is here too, Fran suggested. Recalling Gu Yi and their shared passion for researching martial souls, certain they would connect effortlessly. Upon hearing Fran mention Tang San, a smile broke through Yu Xiaojing's otherwise stiff demeanor. After all, Tang San was the pinnacle of his life's work and greatest hope. Tang San? Very well. I shall remain, but you must assist when he hunts for his soul rings in the future. Reflecting on his own abilities, Yu Xiaojing realized that even aiding Tang San in acquiring his second soul ring had proven challenging, necessitating assistance from the dean of Nodding Academy. The prospect of helping with the third soul ring was daunting indeed. Fear not. This is but a trifling matter, Fran reassured, eager only for his old friend to stay. Gu gazed at the brand-new book in his hands, finally having transcribed the method for refining the magic seed. He casually placed it on the table, donned his attire, and stepped out of the room. Before long, he encountered Ning Rongrong. The academy was not vast, making it quite ordinary to run into someone. However, Gu chose to disregard her and walk straight ahead. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, took the initiative to stop him. Is there something you need? She inquired. I sincerely apologize. I assure you, I shall never again commit the offense of clandestinely learning techniques. After uttering these words, Ning Rongrong turned and fled, clearly feeling a touch of embarrassment. Gu gazed at her departing figure and smiled softly. If one were to rank the personalities of the Shrek 7 monsters from most severe to least, it would be Tang San, Xiaowu, Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar. Each of them possesses flaws to varying degrees. Compared to the first four, Ning Rongrong is significantly better, though her upbringing of being excessively pampered has rendered her somewhat unruly. However, after her transformation, her character has improved considerably. The following day, all gathered at the Academy's playground at the summons of Flander. Yet, rather than the occasion itself, the group was far more intrigued by Zhu Zhuqing's transformation. Previously, she had been rather taciturn, her demeanor cold. Now, those standing beside her could sense an aura of chilling intensity. This coldness even instilled a sense of unease in Tang San. Although he was uncertain of the cause, he understood that this change stemmed from Guyi's influence. Oscar, possessing keen insight, deduced that such a significant alteration in temperament could only result from a revision in her cultivation methods. A superior cultivation technique is sufficient to transform a person's essence. Daimubai was particularly eager to uncover the truth. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast him a disdainful glance, and a surge of animosity erupted, startling Daimubai. Shortly thereafter, Flander approached with a man of average build. Xiao San, is this your teacher? He appears somewhat disheveled. Ma Hongjun whispered to Tang San. Tang San felt a tinge of helplessness. His teacher had dedicated years to the study of martial soul knowledge, and, having faced setbacks, still remained a true master with profound wisdom. Ma Hongjun was not surprised. The fact that Yu Xiaojiang had trained someone as remarkable as Tang San spoke volumes, especially considering his uncanny mastery of hidden weaponry, an art form so elusive that even Daimubai struggled against it. Today, I have gathered you all to announce an important matter. From this day forth, our academy welcomes a new instructor. Placing a hand on Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder, he continued, his name is Yu Xiaojiang, and some of you may have heard of his legend. Through his research, he unveiled the top 10 competitive martial souls, earning the title of the strongest in martial soul theory and the wisest soul master, often referred to as the master. Among you, Tang San is his disciple. A few individuals were stirred. Although they were unfamiliar with Yu Xiaojiang, they recognized Tang San's prowess and deemed the title of master fitting. Still, there were those who remained skeptical, notably Oscar and Ma Hongjun. They were oblivious to Yu Xiaojiang's capabilities, dismissing the title of master as inconsequential. However, they were the first to contest the claim of him being the strongest in martial soul theory, firmly believing that no one could surpass Gu Yi in this regard, especially Ma Hongjun. With Gu Yi's guidance, he had not once succumbed to the eruption of his evil fire over the years, and under her advice for hunting soul beasts, his martial soul had undergone continuous evolution. Although he had yet to completely master the evil fire, he was now able to wield it to a degree. At the age of 12, he had already reached level 31, and his martial soul even allowed him to soar through the skies. Chapter 42. The embarrassment of Yu Xiaojiang from now on. If you have any questions regarding martial souls, you may consult him. I believe that with the Master's guidance, your progress will be even more rapid, Flander concluded. Following this, Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward. As a mid-tier Soul Master Academy, although we have only 7 students, each of you is a selected talent among the elite. From this day onward, I will take full responsibility for your instruction. I have already gathered some understanding of your situations, and I will implement a series of specialized training tailored to you. Furthermore, I do not wish to hear anything other than training-related matters. Your task is to cooperate. Ma Hongjun and the others felt a sense of dissatisfaction. This implied that even if they identified issues during training, they were to remain silent and adhere strictly to Yu Xiaojiang's plans. Director, I was unaware of the recruitment of new teachers at the academy. Gui approached from a distance. Although Yu Xiaojiang would have no objections to him being an ordinary teacher, he could not accept, nor would he accept, the notion of taking charge of the teaching training. Ego, you have arrived. Oscar exclaimed joyfully. He did not believe that a disheartened individual could ever compare to ego. Gui nodded in acknowledgement and then continued. Addressing Flander, Dean, even if he is your friend and a good brother, we cannot allow favoritism to undermine justice. Every teacher entering the academy must undergo a rigorous assessment and certification process. Furthermore, this esteemed master is an expert in the theory of martial souls. It is only fitting that he shines in the appropriate venue. Training plans should indeed be entrusted to professionals for proper guidance. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. Clearly not expecting Gui to voice such sentiments, let alone to be impeded in the academy of his former comrade. Flander looked at Gui with a touch of helplessness. The transformation of the academy over the years was evident to all, having produced prodigies like Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Gui, what are you saying? Xiaojiang is universally recognized as a master in the realm of soul masters, possessing unparalleled knowledge of martial souls. He is undoubtedly capable of teaching them well. Flander praised his mentor, causing Tang San to lift his head with pride. Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of extraordinary composure and confidence. In light of this, the master should indeed participate in the teacher's evaluation. In any context, nepotism is often looked down upon. Gaining rightful admission to the academy through assessment and certification will also be beneficial for the master. Gui seamlessly continued the conversation initiated by Flander. The others also turned their attention to Yu Xiaojiang, equally eager to witness the master's prowess. Flander suddenly realized that the time had come for teachers to undergo evaluations and certifications as well. Zhao Wujia and the others had entered Shrek Academy solely based on their strength. You rascal, enlighten me on what you mean by evaluations and certifications. I have only heard that students must pass tests to gain admission to a Soul Master Academy. Is it not the case that teachers simply need to possess strength to be accepted? This is merely a novel thought of mine. Our school has not welcomed any new instructors before, hence I never broached the subject. Gui cast a glance at Flander and continued. The essence of an academy is fundamentally comprised of three elements: students, teachers, and resources. It is insufficient for an institution to merely possess talented students and abundant resources. If the educators are inadequate and their teaching standards subpar, they too can lead students astray. It is not improbable that a genius could be transformed into a fool under poor guidance. Thus, I have been contemplating the recruitment of teachers, which equally necessitates the establishment of certain standards. Only those who have undergone rigorous assessments should be permitted to join. I intend to categorize the evaluation of teachers into two distinct fields: the humanities and the martial sciences. Gui once again demonstrated his forward-thinking mindset. In the realm of Douluo Continent, where strength reigns supreme, it is equally essential to acknowledge those endowed with profound knowledge. The Academy's recruitment of educators should not be confined solely to formidable soul masters. Individuals with exceptional talents should also be welcomed. What constitutes the liberal arts? What embodies the martial sciences? Flander became intrigued, as these concepts were entirely unfamiliar to him. The others also gazed intently at him. The liberal arts encompass those possessing extensive knowledge of soul masters, and the strength requirements for these instructors need not be excessively high. Their role is to impart wisdom regarding soul masters, which includes, but is not limited to, the principles of life, the nature of soul beasts, and the analysis of soul skills. Conversely, the martial sciences are represented by powerful soul masters who are responsible for training students, enhancing practical experience, and acquiring soul rings. As an academy, we must not solely focus on the augmentation of strength. More importantly, we must equip them with the capability to confront the world, transcending mere physical prowess. This declaration undoubtedly astonished all present, resonating more profoundly than Gui's previous assertion regarding the worthiness of individuals. It appears that from this day forth, the Academy has assumed a new definition. I wonder which assessment master Yu Xiaojiang intends to partake in? Or perhaps he will engage in both. Gui smiled as he looked at Yu Xiaojiang, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. The issue of his insufficient strength had always been a source of pain for him. Following Gui's earlier explanation, everyone believed that Tang San's teacher would undoubtedly choose the martial arts path. After all, to cultivate someone like Tang San, endowed with extraordinary combat intellect, an array of concealed weapons, and enigmatic footwork, is beyond the capabilities of a liberal arts instructor. How could Flander be unaware that his dear friend's lifelong regret was his inability to advance beyond level 29 and attain the rank of Soul Master? What does it matter whether one teaches liberal arts or martial arts? From this day forth, Yu Xiaojiang would officially assume the role of a teacher at the academy. You all should hurry back to your classes, Flander admonished, casting an irritated glance at Gui. displeased that he had put Yu Xiaojiang in such an awkward position in front of everyone. The onlookers were not fools. They could easily perceive Yu Xiaojiang's discomfort. Nonetheless, they dared not defy the dean's orders and proceeded towards the classroom. Tang San's expression also reflected his unease. After all, he regarded Yu Xiaojiang as a father figure, and witnessing him being publicly humiliated was understandably distressing. Listening to the dissatisfaction in Flinder's tone, he realized this was the second time he had vented his anger due to Yu Xiaojiang. After more than a decade of camaraderie, was it truly overshadowed by the bonds forged in youth? A sense of melancholy washed over him. At that moment, Gui was unaware that a furious tidal Douluo was approaching, seeking him out. Under the sun, Gui took a few steps when he suddenly felt a surge of soul power coursing through him. He had broken through. He had officially attained the rank of level 58 Soul King. Gui, though aware, remained indifferent, concealing his aura. With all personnel now assembled, training was set to commence in earnest. After a day filled with activity, Gui opted not to return to his quarters but instead retreated to the mountainside to meditate. The increasingly potent demonic essence also required refinement. Having concluded a day of study, Tang San, accompanied by Yu Xiaojiang, arrived at Gui's door. After years of delving into the intricacies of martial souls, Yu Xiaojiang wished to meet with Gui once more, eager to uncover secrets that would enrich his theoretical understanding. Tang San knocked softly at the door, only to discover it ajar. He gently pushed it open, finding the room unoccupied. "Teacher, the vice dean is not here. Let us come back tomorrow," he remarked. Chapter 43, A Legacy of Master and Disciple Xiao San. "You may return. I have pressing matters to discuss with Gui," Yu Xiaojiang replied, gazing at the open door. Tang San, ever obedient to Yu Xiaojiang's words, considered that Xiao Wu also sought him for something. With Yu Xiaojiang now suggesting his departure, Tang San naturally decided not to linger. "Then I shall take my leave," he said. He held no concerns for his teacher's safety. Even after Gui had exchanged sharp words with Yu Xiaojiang earlier that day. Once Tang San departed, Yu Xiaojiang waited for a while. But Gui still had not returned. Contemplating the open door, Yu Xiaojiang mused that it would not be problematic to enter and wait. Standing for so long had begun to tire him. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Gui's room was quite simple, furnished with a bed, a writing desk, and a modest wardrobe. As he stood within the room, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze fell upon a notebook resting on the desk, inscribed with the words demonic cultivation. "What is this?" Yu Xiaojiang wondered, and without hesitation, he opened the notebook. To him, anything that was not personally owned held little significance and was fair game for inspection. However, upon glancing at its contents, he became utterly entranced. The knowledge contained within was profoundly enigmatic. This was not merely a conventional method for cultivating soul power. It was a practice aimed at honing the divine aspect of the spirit and soul. Mastering the path of the spirit to its zenith proved to be equally formidable as soul power itself. Yu Xiaojiang felt as though this technique was tailor-made for him. Having reached a plateau in his soul power journey, he found himself unable to progress further. Yet, if he could master this demonic cultivation, it might grant him tremendous strength. Perhaps he could stand before that woman, exuding power and confidence. Gui, however, sensed that the magical power left on the table had been tampered with by another. Ultimately, he found himself on this path. Gui closed her eyes, suppressing her emotions. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang began transcribing the demonic cultivation manual. Although the tome was not particularly thick, it presented a considerable burden for him. Having never practiced such spiritual secret arts before, he approached the task with utmost caution. As he copied the text, he frequently glanced outside, apprehensive that Gui might appear at any moment, his movements reminiscent of a student furtively copying homework. Fearful of being discovered by a teacher, a sight both amusing and poignant. As a soul master, Yu Xiaojiang was not exceptionally strong. Yet he possessed a soul power level of 29, allowing him to write with surprising speed. In a mere 10 minutes, he completed the transcription of the manual. Armed with powerful secrets, he had no intention of waiting for Gui. He cautiously exited the room, resembling a thief as he hurried back to his own quarters, eager to commence his training. The demonic cultivation manual stated that practitioners must endure suffering. The more hardships one faced, the more effective the cultivation. By refining one's own torment, one could forge an indomitable spirit. When it came to suffering, Yu Xiaojiang had never been at a loss. Aside from the 6 relatively smooth years before his soul awakening, adversity had accompanied him ever since. As he contemplated his thoughts, Yu Xiaojiang envisioned a colossal demonic seed taking root within the sea of his consciousness. This realization invigorated him further, prompting him to recall every hardship he had ever endured. In a state of extreme exhilaration, he failed to recognize the critical flaw in his endeavor. His spiritual power was insufficient to condense the demonic seed in such a brief span, let alone perceive the sea of consciousness. Remarkably, Yu Xiaojing transitioned from an inability to sense his spiritual power to manifesting the demonic seed in just one night. On the mountaintop, Gu Yi sensed the burgeoning demonic seed within the sea of consciousness, yet the onslaught of negative emotions remained unchanged. The demonic cultivation technique was conceived by Gu Yi as a means to harness all forms of suffering and negative emotions to cultivate spiritual power. Human beings are driven by various emotions. Each emotion births spiritual energy, with negative feelings such as anger, fear, and regret generating particularly potent spiritual force. Thus, the demonic cultivation method took shape. As his spiritual power increased, the tumultuous, negative emotions continued to exert their influence. No one could endure the relentless assault of such emotions indefinitely. After completing the demonic cultivation technique, Yu Xiaojing experienced a moment of clarity and vitality. But this sensation was fleeting. The long-stored aggression within the demonic seed soon surged forth. As a mere scholar with a soul power of only 29, Yu Xiaojing found himself overwhelmed by the onslaught of negative emotions. Teetering on the brink of despair, his eyes aglow with a fierce light. Feeling a long-lost clarity in his mind, Gu Yi cast a knowing glance toward the Shrek Academy below. After a year of rigorous training, she could not ascertain the true extent of her spiritual power. Based on the classifications of spiritual power in the third rank of the Douluo realm, she was undoubtedly above the realm of the spirit sea. Gu Yi faintly sensed a malevolent energy emanating from the south, yet upon closer inspection, nothing was discernible. As the night receded, the white clouds became visible. After descending the mountain, Gu Yi encountered Yu Xiaojing in the dining hall. Compared to the previous day, there appeared to be no significant change, at least to the eyes of others. Yu Xiaojing also noticed Gu Yi, feeling a twinge of guilt. The act of taking without permission is akin to thievery. This involuntary sense of panic and worry surged within Yu Xiaojing, emotions that only serve to nourish the growth of the demonic seed. Gu Yi could distinctly perceive the emotions coursing through Yu Xiaojing. The best was yet to come. Throughout the duration of the meal, the demonic seed within Gu Yi's spiritual sea was being nourished, and his mental strength gradually ascended. However, all of this had no bearing on him. Over 100 miles away, Tang Hao once again confronted the titled Douluo. His heart brimmed with indignation. Not a single titled Douluo had visited Nodding City in 6 years, yet upon arriving in Soto City for barely a month, 2 had already appeared. Was this akin to making dumplings? As Tang Hao regarded the elderly yet youthful man before him, his vigilance reached its zenith. The sword Douluo Qinshin was not one to be trifled with, far beyond the simplicity of the poisoned Douluo. The 7-kill sword in his grasp was formidable. Tang Hao? Qinshin, observing the black-clad figure wielding the Haotian hammer adorned with 100,000-year spirit rings, discerned his identity. Please step aside, he commanded. Sword Douluo, kindly take another route. You cannot enter Soto City. The fury and murderous intent that had long simmered within Qinshin surged to a boiling point. The little princess, whom he had cherished since childhood, had been reduced to the status of a beggar. To not spill blood in rivers would not quell the hatred in his heart. Whoever obstructs me shall perish. It was time to let strength speak for itself. He longed to witness the renowned Haotian Douluo's prowess. The Haotian hammer was heralded as the continent's foremost weapon spirit. Sharing the same category of weapon spirits, Qinshin was eager to observe the splendor of the Haotian hammer. He too displayed 9 spirit rings. While he lacked 100,000-year spirit ring, his aura did not falter in the slightest. Tang Hao, ignited by rage, had never shied away from a fight. Chapter 44. Flying daggers and swords at Shrek Academy. The weather was far from pleasant. Dark clouds loomed, shrouding the sun's brilliance. Suddenly, Gu Yi rose mid-meal, gazing southward with a furrowed brow. Gu, is something amiss? Oscar inquired, setting down his chopsticks with concern. Usually, Gu Yi remained as calm as a gentle breeze, unperturbed by any trivial matters. Yet his emotional fluctuations had been quite pronounced of late. It's nothing of consequence. It's merely an opportunity for you all to witness what true martial arts entail. No sooner had he spoken than a figure soared in on a sword from the horizon. Suspended above Shrek Academy, his aura was not yet stable. Yet it emanated a chilling intensity, reminiscent of a sword drawn from its sheath, its sword intent piercing the heavens. Where's Flinder? His voice was steeped in murderous intent. Especially after having just engaged in battle, his aura still unsettled. The murderous energy surged forth. Flender emerged, apprehensive at the sight of the wrathful Qinshin. It was evident that word had reached the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, the sword Douluo would not have been so incensed. You allowed Rongrong to beg? Such humiliation to my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Do you believe the 7-kill sword is lacking? Though Qinshin's tone remained unchanged, Flender could no longer maintain his aerial stance, plummeting from the sky, blood seeping from his lips. The fearsome power of a titled Douluo was palpable, particularly one like Qinshin who had attained the 96th rank. Once a titled Douluo surpasses the 95th level, the gap between each rank becomes insurmountable. The magnitude of strength enhancement is profoundly terrifying. Flender found himself at a greater disadvantage against Qinshin than an ordinary person would against a soul master. Merely the release of his martial spirit and the overwhelming aura was sufficient to render Flender unable to control his body. Forgive me, Your Excellency. This was merely part of a training regimen. If you seek retribution, direct it solely at me. Flender took the blame upon himself. Dean, are you all right? Despite his earlier disappointment in Flender, Gui felt a flicker of anger ignite within him upon witnessing Flender's injury. He may have feigned indifference, but the bond he shared with Flender was profound. Over the years, although unspoken, it had never been forgotten. It was precisely this connection that led him to remain at Shrek Academy, with no secrets between himself and Flender. Had it not been for that fateful day 15 years prior, when Flender had rescued him, he might have been the first traveler in history to perish in infancy. Qinshin, you have found yourself in a predicament. Gui glanced up at the ethereal Qinshin hovering in the air. Turning to the individuals who had approached them, he remarked, understand this clearly. A soul master possesses far more than mere soul rings as a means of attack. With that, to the astonishment of all present, Gui miraculously ascended into the sky. He did so without the aid of any external apparatus, as if a true deity had descended. Wow, has Gui truly ascended to divinity? Oscar gasped, utterly taken aback, for he had never known Gui to wield such an extraordinary ability. To soar unaided is a feat only achievable by a titled Douluo. Gui's mere status as the Soul King astounded them all. Even Qinshin was taken aback at this moment. It was I who transformed Ning Rongrong into a beggar. However, this fleeting astonishment quickly metamorphosed into an overwhelming fury. Gui's nonchalance thoroughly infuriated the elderly man, who held an immense affection for Ning Rongrong. Today, no one could rescue you. Qinshin wielded the 7-killing sword, his sword intent surging with overwhelming force, while 9 soul rings encircled him in succession. There was no sign of any change in the soul rings surrounding Qinshin. A fierce sword aura surged towards Gui, unstoppable like a tempest. In his view, even if this junior possessed some measure of skill, the disparity in strength compared to a titled Douluo was simply insurmountable. Gui gazed intently at the sword aura, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on. Gui assumed an unusual posture in the air. Was the fate of heaven and earth truly in his grasp? Qinshin observed this scene, and as a titled Douluo, his perception of the elemental essence of the universe was remarkably acute. He could sense that with every movement Gui made, the surrounding elemental energies stirred in response. Astonishingly, he seized the sword energy in a terrifying manner, expelling it back with formidable force. Qinshin effortlessly extinguished the sword energy, gazing at Gui in astonishment. My goodness, this is Tai Chi. Brother Yi's execution is extraordinarily powerful. Oscar watched the spectacle in disbelief. He had clearly witnessed the manifestation of Tai Chi yet. The gap between him and Gui was undeniably vast. Given his current comprehension and cultivation, even capturing Dai Mubai's attack would prove challenging, let alone that of the legendary titled Douluo. Not only was Oscar stunned, but the others also gazed in disbelief at Gui, who had effortlessly withstood Qinshin's assault. This was a titled Douluo, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the continent. Qinshin, intrigued by Gui's capabilities, realized that only a titled Douluo could have withstood his attack unscathed. What is your name? Although Gui appears remarkably youthful, attaining the rank of titled Douluo allows for the preservation of one's youth without issue. It is not uncommon for even a childlike titled Douluo to exist. Gui, as the sword Douluo, I have witnessed your sword. However, you have yet to behold my blade. As he spoke, a diminutive knife materialized in Gui's hand, a creation crafted by the blacksmith he had previously commissioned. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to its presence. Qinshin, instinctively perceiving that Gui had ascended to titled Douluo through his knife, felt a twinge of caution. The dagger appeared indistinguishable from ordinary tools, lacking any overt signs of danger, yet such an unremarkable blade evoked a sense of unease within him. Suddenly, 5 spirit rings encircled Gui. leaving Chun Xian astonished as he beheld the soul rings surrounding him. Before Gu Yi could comprehend the shock, the first, third, and fourth soul rings around him illuminated. The elemental energy of the surrounding universe surged forth, entering Gu Yi's body in a grand influx. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the cosmos, a harmonious interplay of existence. The power of the heavens and earth appeared to transform into his own strength. The extreme atmospheric pressure caused rain, which was not expected for several hours, to descend prematurely. How fortuitous! Gu Yi felt the raindrops gliding across his cheeks, landing upon the blade. Thunder approached. Gu Yi raised his voice and lifted the flying dagger in his hand, as if the thunder in the heavens had responded to his call, descending upon the blade. In this tempestuous weather, the flying dagger emanated an overwhelming aura, with lightning dancing along its edge. With a mere gesture, he commanded the forces of nature, showcasing astonishing prowess. Chun Xian could not help but admire Gu Yi's formidable technique, realizing that he had long been marked as a target. Who was he? Renowned as the mightiest assault title Douluo, the swordmaster Chun Xian would not cower. The seven-killing sword in his grasp revealed its remarkable splendor. With the seventh and first spirit rings igniting in succession, Chun Xian was now serious. The momentum of both combatants quickly reached its zenith before an attack was launched. Blood trickled from the corners of Gu Yi's mouth and body, with a surge of energy from the world around him. Countless essence of heaven and earth flowed into his being. The flying dagger crackled with lightning, leaving a trail of brilliance in its wake. Chun Xian also thrust forth his longsword, under the immense spirit power and skills, along with the honed intent of his blade. Even the dark clouds above were cleaved asunder. The tip of the dagger clashed with the tip of the sword, although the flying dagger lost its propulsion upon release. The entirety of the cosmos seemed to uphold its force. Chun Xian felt the astonishing power transmitted through the sword's edge, even the lightning from the dagger coursing through him. Impeding the flow of his spirit power, though not severely, it was nonetheless a hindrance. The extraordinary force of the flying dagger propelled Chun Xian 100 meters away. Were it not for the seven-killing sword being a top-tier martial soul, forged through years of cultivation and spirit ring absorption, it would have succumbed long ago. Although Gu Yi's strike possessed formidable power, it could not penetrate the seven-kill sword. However, the inability to pierce does not imply the absence of harm. The force contained within inflicted considerable destruction. Even with Chun Xian's 96th level soul power, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The energy from the flying dagger transferred its might onto his body. The essence of heaven and earth is not akin to soul power. This force is purer and more domineering. After unleashing this blow, Gu Yi also found himself drained of strength, plummeting from the sky. His body cracked, resembling a shattered porcelain doll. Given his current condition, striving to match the power level of a title Douluo was still overly ambitious. The excessive accumulation of the essence of heaven and earth is not necessarily a boon. This technique was developed over the years to rival, if not vanquish, a title Douluo. In duels among experts, sometimes a single strike suffices. Gu Yi lay upon the ground, drawing upon the vital energies of the universe to restore his body. Following his second awakening of the martial soul, he achieved a remarkable state of harmony, where the myriad meridians within him interconnected with the celestial realm, allowing the soul power within him to flow ceaselessly and unendingly. This significantly enhanced his endurance, had it not been for the brevity of his training. He could have triumphed over Chun Xian even without resorting to the forceful amalgamation of cosmic energies. Nevertheless, during this period, Gu Yi managed to mend his injuries to some extent, no longer resembling a fragile porcelain doll. As he beheld Chun Xian returning to the fray, he was taken aback, realizing that Chun Xian's strength exceeded his previous estimations. That strike had been a formidable amalgamation of martial will, soul power, and the forces of nature, further infused with the might of thunder, enabling it to return. This evidenced that Chun Xian still possessed considerable combat prowess. Gu Yi stood on the ground, gazing up at the sky, where Chun Xian lingered, not expecting to resort to such measures. Just as Gu Yi was preparing to ascend once more, a melodious voice resonated from behind. "Grandpa Jian, what are you doing?" "They are all my teachers and classmates." Ning Rongrong stepped forward, casting a glance at the injured Gu Yi, her voice laced with discontent. "Rongrong, do not worry. How dare they send you to Soto City as a beggar? Grandpa Jian will swiftly avenge you." Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Chun Xian's expression softened, transforming from the fierce swordsman into a doting grandfather as he descended from the heights. However, he bore signs of wear. His attire was tattered from the immense energy he had unleashed, tinged with the sin of scorched lightning. "Grandpa Jian, you must not harm them. They were only trying to help me become." Ning Rongrong's words faltered, as it was her first encounter witnessing Grandpa Jin in such a disheveled state. Blood even staining the corners of his mouth. "Grandpa Jin, are you hurt?" Yesterday, Ning Rongrong had not been at the academy, but had ventured into the slums of Soto City, where she came to a stark realization that the world was far from the idyllic vision she had imagined. Beneath its surface lay filth and corruption. It was precisely for this reason that she had refrained from intervening immediately. "Rongrong, dear, I am fine. I merely had a minor mishap with a small blade. A few days of rest will suffice," Chen Xian reassured her. "What did you mean by your earlier words? Is it not these individuals who can trouble you?" After 2 battles, Chen Xian had regained his composure, his anger dissipating significantly. "I simply made a slight mistake," Ning Rongrong murmured. "What?" Chen Xian could scarcely believe that his little sorceress would one day take the initiative to admit her fault. "I secretly learned the vice principal's secret techniques." Ning Rongrong's head hung low, her toes tracing circles upon the ground. Chen Xian sighed, taken aback by the unfolding of events. "For today's matters, I, Chen Xian, acknowledge my mismanagement. Please do not hold it against me." Flinder, relieved that the situation had reached a resolution, stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, you speak too gravely. I am not worthy of such sentiments." The apology from a titled Douluo was a testament to the importance he placed on Shrek Academy. Were it not for Gu Yi's presence, the outcome of the day could have been dire. The onlookers cast a glance at Gu Yi, astonished that he had fought valiantly against a titled Douluo. It was akin to encountering phantoms in the realm of the dead. "Should the opportunity arise, I shall engage you with my utmost strength." Gu Yi now appeared rather wretched. Yet true masters do not judge by mere appearance, but rather by one's aura. It was palpable that a latent strength still resided within Gu Yi. Casting a glance deep into the academy, Chen Xian gently patted Ning Rongrong's head before taking flight on his sword. The threat posed by the 7-treasure glazed tile school had been effectively quelled. Gu Yi had contemplated this matter beforehand, fully aware that it would inevitably come to the attention of the Qibao Yuli sect. Engaging in this confrontation has also provided him with clarity regarding his own strength. At approximately level 95, if he were to truly unleash his ultimate trump card, he should be able to contend with Chen Xian. However, he would likely suffer severe injuries in the process. Gu Yiming understood that his foundation was still lacking, and he had yet to fully explore the vast reservoir of the human body, particularly the interconnected nature of the body's meridians. Over the years, he had continually refined his innate techniques, and now he had achieved modest success. Had it not been for the guiding principles of the Zhou Tian Luhe scripture, which orchestrated the energies of heaven and earth, he would have been incapable of harnessing such a vast amount of cosmic energy, let alone wielding thunder in such a remarkable manner. Currently, the Zhou Tian Luhe scripture could only function in its present state, and it was time to return to the fundamentals. The martial spirit serves as the meridians, allowing the circulation of vital energy to promote health and vitality, thus preventing ailments. The Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound technique is a method for body refinement, yet its progress is exceedingly slow, and it may even hinder the enhancement of soul power, as the essence integrated into the physical form is ultimately derived from one's own soul power. It is not a direct means of strengthening the body, at least not immediately. With an ever-deepening understanding of the body, he has gained greater insight into the meridians than in his previous life. It is time to embark on the creation of a truly effective body refinement technique. This idea should have been initiated 3 years prior, but at that time, he realized that the enhancement of the physical body was far more arduous than that of soul power. It seemed that only the soul ring system could exist in this world, while other cultivation systems were deemed heretical. Despite his mastery over the 8 extraordinary meridians, which would ordinarily position him as a martial arts master, he remained constrained by the limitations of the soul ring system, where soul power would still face restrictions. This was quite absurd. Chapter 46. The determination of Yu Xiaojiang after that battle. The gaze of everyone in the academy towards Gu Yiming transformed. He was the first person to engage in combat with the title Douluo and emerge without defeat, and he did so with the strength of a soul king. For them, it was as if they had heard of someone without awakened soul power being able to cultivate a martial spirit, utterly preposterous. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? No one would have believed it. Flender understood why that day the impudent boy remained so composed in the face of Tang Hao. A person with confidence need not be flustered, leaving him to regret his unwarranted concern for a while. Yu Xiaojiang had also contemplated stepping forward. But having just seen a glimmer of hope for his own growth, he ultimately hesitated. His strength had long since become his inner demon. A significant fluctuation of soul power emerged. The crowd turned to see that this surge of soul power was generated by Tang San. Shortly thereafter, Tang San stood and explained that he had just broken through to level 30 due to the pressure exerted by the vice president and the sword Douluo. Yu Xiaojiang lamented that he had taken on a remarkable disciple. At merely 12 years old, Tang San had surpassed him in soul power level. With that, he instructed, "Well then, you impudent boy, take this group into the Stardow Forest. Let them shed blood and experience the reality of combat, lest they become overly arrogant." Flinder had initially intended for Zhao Wujie to lead the group, but Gu Yiming's display of strength had been nothing short of extraordinary, making it far safer for him to take charge. Gu Yi nodded in agreement, as he too wished to confirm a particular matter. It was impossible to conceal the presence of 100,000-year soul beast, which was far too ostentatious to go unnoticed. Chen Xian looked at the disheveled man before him, struggling to reconcile the image of the once mighty Haoyan Douluo with the current state of being. He thought to himself that whatever could be concealed should be concealed for as long as possible. The events that transpired in my life must not befall my son. As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from Tang Hao, causing the surrounding flora to react, indicating his emotional turmoil. This was of great significance. I must inform Fengji of how to handle it. Chen Xian did not offer Tang Hao any promises. The transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast was an extraordinary opportunity. Even though their 7-treasure glazed tile school lacked individuals capable of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, it was known that such a soul beast would undoubtedly yield soul bones. A 10,000-year soul bone was already regarded as a treasure of blood rivers. A 100,000-year soul bone would greatly enhance his strength, potentially enabling him, with Fengji's assistance, to challenge Qian Daolu. This was a lifelong aspiration of his, to triumph over Qian Daolu. The talents of the previous generation were indeed exceptionally formidable. Renowned as invincible in the skies, Qian Daolu. Renowned as invincible on the ground, Tangshan. Renowned as invincible in the seas, Poseidon. These three individuals loomed over their peers, suffocating any competition. At the time, there was no soul master who could rival them. As he departed, he offered a piece of advice. Gui possesses combat prowess equivalent to that of a titled Douluo. He may have already discerned the true nature of that rabbit. His soul rings are not yet fully configured. With that, Chen Xian took to the skies on his sword, leaving Tang Hao in deep contemplation. After a day's rest, Gui set off with the Shrek 7 monsters. As for the master, he did not accompany them this time. Perhaps others were unaware of the master's intentions. But Gui understood perfectly. Having tasted the sweetness of demonic cultivation, he would not let the opportunity for power slip away. Having experienced the humiliation of weakness, he would seize any chance with the ferocity of a starving wolf. This was true for Yu Xiaojiang as well. The negative emotions generated from suffering had been exhausted. It was time to seek new trials and tribulations. Pain and anger are perhaps the easiest emotions to evoke, and they are also the most effective in enhancing mental fortitude. Concealed within his chamber, Yu Xiaojiang began to inflict harshness upon himself. Between pain and anger, he found pain to be more readily accessible. After all, he was a master, and losing composure due to anger would not bode well for his image. He summoned his martial soul, the three-headed cannon, and retrieved a white radish from his soul guide. Eat up. The three-headed cannon displayed a strangely human expression, surprised that it could indulge in the radish without needing to attack. Yu Xiaojiang observed the cannon relishing the radish. A flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, but it vanished almost instantly as he resolved to press on. To grow stronger, he had done far worse. Was it merely the scent of something foul? Moreover, had he not grown accustomed to it over the years? As the three-headed cannon finished its meal, a yellow halo erupted from Yu Xiaojiang, enveloping the cannon. As he bellowed, released the thunderous flatulence. This time, it was not for the purpose of attacking an enemy, but merely to unleash a stench. Hence he did not employ the full power of his soul skills. Boom. A sound, not overly loud, emanated from Yu Xiaojiang's chamber. He stood resolutely within the room, unmasked, until the yellow smoke fully surrounded him, causing his rigid face to twitch and his pupils to pale. Hundreds of miles away, Gui sensed the rapid amplification of the demonic seed, if nothing was amiss on his end. It was evident that Yu Xiaojiang had engaged in some peculiar activities. The negative emotions generated this time were equivalent to the quantity produced over the past month, truly terrifying. One could only wonder what Yu Xiaojiang had done. However, all of this served merely to weave a garment for him. This time, perhaps due to a shift in time, they did not encounter the Tsanghui Academy and were able to rest for a night. At dawn, Gui spotted Tang San practicing the purple extreme demon eye atop a beam. A mere glance sufficed for him to withdraw his gaze. Had this been prior to the creation of the demonic cultivation, he might have found it intriguing, but now it seemed rather mundane. The purple extreme demon eye is indeed a formidable method for enhancing one's spiritual prowess, yet its progress was undeniably sluggish. Without years of consistent effort through trials and tribulations, mastering the purple extreme demon eye to a profound level would be impossible. After breakfast, the group, under Guyi's guidance, entered the Douluo forest. This soul-hunting expedition would serve as a training exercise for you all. I will award credits based on your performance. What? You want us to navigate the Douluo forest on our own? Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who had visited here several times, expressed their concerns. The soul beasts within were not as scarce or weak as those in the soul-hunting forest. Weisstein, you can't be serious. Ningrongrong, having heard tales of the Douluo forest's terrors, asked with a pale countenance. The Douluo forest is a treasure trove for soul masters. Yet it is equally a graveyard for them. Countless soul masters have been buried here. Do I seem like I'm jesting? Chapter 47. Confrontation in the Douluo forest. The group of merely 7 found Guyi vanished upon entering. Even Tang San, with his heightened perception, could not sense Guyi's presence. Concealed in the shadows, Guyi observed the prepared individuals. He was not recklessly allowing them to train independently. Their current configuration was significantly superior to that in the original story. Oscar, who was originally required to hunt for soul rings, had already reached level 30 and could produce mushroom sausages capable of rapid flight. As long as they did not encounter excessively powerful soul beasts, they could escape using their flying abilities. Ma Hongjun had also mastered flight ahead of time, with his soul skills having grown even more formidable, allowing him to exert some control over his evil fire. Their combat capabilities had undeniably surged. In summary, the current Shrek 7 monsters were a fortified version of their former selves. Meanwhile, Guyi pondered how to cultivate his physical body. In truth, at his current level of cultivation, his physical strength had already surpassed that of ordinary humans by a considerable margin. Conventional martial arts could hardly facilitate any further advancement. Perhaps I was mistaken from the very beginning? Guyi crouched down to observe the blue-silver grass beneath him, casually plucking it from the ground, his face reflecting a contemplative expression. The physical body is merely flesh, devoid of any intrinsic connection to the corporeal form. Soul power and physicality represent 2 fundamentally distinct paths of cultivation. One is predominantly energy-based, while the other is rooted in the material realm. Guyi, increasingly exhilarated, displayed an expression of fervent excitement. Indeed, it must be so. The direction was erroneous from the very outset. Inspiration surged within her mind, igniting sparks of brilliance that would ultimately culminate in sweet fruition. Guyi has resolved this time not to rely on soul power as the foundation for his physical strength. For an entire day, he has been immersed in contemplation, his mind brimming with countless inspirations that remain elusive in their manifestation. It is akin to crafting a novel, where one feels inundated with endless ideas before the pen meets the paper, rendering the process arduous. What he requires now is a pivotal entry point to facilitate his journey. Once he crosses this threshold, the path ahead will surely become more navigable. Oscar, do you think Ego has truly abandoned us? Ma Hongjun inquired, drawing closer to Oscar, with whom he shares a particularly close bond among their group. They have all grown up together. While Dai Mubai can only be regarded as a friend of slightly greater intimacy, for he often disappears immediately after class, making him hard to find. Who can fathom Guyi's thoughts? All we can do is perform well. I still wish to learn his soul skills, Oscar mused, convinced that he is not alone in being unable to forget that striking move that summoned thunder. That scene is etched in his memory as if carved by a chisel. Ma Hongjun cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was watching before he whispered in Oscar's ear. Do you think Ego has truly taken a liking to Zhu Zhuqing? Oscar, taken aback by Ma Hongjun's question, suddenly turned pale, scanning their surroundings with trepidation. Once he confirmed they were alone, he whispered back furiously, You foolish glutton. If you seek your demise, do not drag me down with you. Ego might be lurking nearby. Ma Hongjun's corpulence trembled slightly at the thought of discussing Guyi's private matters, knowing full well that such indiscretions would lead to rigorous training upon their return. Hidden in the shadows, Guyi overheard their exchange and merely smiled with indifference. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he does harbor a degree of fondness for her. Compared to others, he has indeed extended her numerous privileges. These gestures were not bestowed upon her in his capacity as a mentor, but rather as an observer, offering a glimmer of light in the dim world of this unfortunate girl. As for whether he harbors any deeper feelings, that remains ambiguous. Gui could only say that, at least for the time being, there was nothing. Zhu Zhuqing was formidable, yet ultimately still too insignificant for him. A formidable presence surged rapidly from the depths of the forest. It had indeed arrived. A faint smile graced Guyi's face, remaining unnoticed by those around her as she swiftly navigated through the forest. After traversing several kilometers, she beheld a colossal ape, resembling a mountain in stature. Its muscles, coiling like a dragon, were both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Standing on all fours, its height exceeded 7 meters. The Titan great ape gazed at the human suspended in midair, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch. Undoubtedly, any human who ventured into the Douluo forest was there to hunt soul beasts. This kind of human soul master was met with a swift demise, one by one. Gu Yi, observing the colossal fist approaching with increasing proximity, swiftly evaded its trajectory. One should not expect him to counter the Titan ape's might as he did with the sword Qi of Chenexine, transforming the brute force through the art of Tai Chi. When the disparity in power reaches a certain threshold, the finesse of soft techniques cannot compensate for the overwhelming strength. The principle of overcoming myriad techniques with sheer force encapsulates this truth. Although Gui cannot withstand the Titan ape's formidable punches, it does not imply that he cannot achieve victory. Strength is merely one of the factors that determine success. Moreover, his true intention is not to slay the Titan ape, but rather to prevent it from departing the depths of the starry forest. Does destiny truly exist? Gu Yi has refrained from attempting any changes over the years. This moment presents the most opportune chance. The pivotal element in Tang San's growth is the 8 spider lances. It is precisely due to the existence of the 8 spider lances that he has repeatedly turned peril into safety. Their presence delayed Tang San and his companions, preventing them from encountering Meng Iran. Will Tang San succeed in obtaining the 8 spider lances this time? Gu Yi dodged swiftly, summoning various elemental forces at will to strike the Titan ape. Yet beyond inflicting pain and further enraging the colossal beast, these attacks proved utterly futile. The slippery maneuver of Gu Yi incited the wrath of the Titan great ape, a mere human daring to stand in its path. With a resounding roar, the immense sound echoed throughout the Douluo forest, alerting the members of Shrek 7, who were stationed at the forest's perimeter. Among them, Xiaowu displayed an expression of perplexity, recognizing the furious bellow as that of Erming. Who could possibly provoke the king of the forest? A figure suddenly emerged in her mind. Perhaps this individual could contend with Erming. The thought filled Xiaowu with concern, if her assumptions were correct. And Gu Yi was indeed battling the Titan great ape, then Erming would be in grave danger. Why is that roar so thunderous? Daimu Bai had never encountered such an overwhelming sound, even feeling a slight pain in his eardrums. Tang San, with a grave expression, gazed toward the source of the noise, exclaiming in terror, "That is the roar of the Titan great ape, the legendary king of the forest." The group, having diligently studied the knowledge of soul beasts in recent days, comprehended the significance of Tang San's words. The Titan great ape? Shouldn't it reside deep within the Douluo forest? How could it appear here? The fact that it had been provoked to roar suggested a confrontation with an entity of tidal Douluo caliber. Oscar, the most knowledgeable among them aside from Tang San, was well aware of the Titan great ape's temperament. We must swiftly locate a suitable soul beast for Xiao San, and then we shall depart. If matters turn dire, Igu will ensure our safe exit, Oscar added, noting that had it been earlier, he would have proposed an immediate departure. Chapter 48, The Matter of Soul Skills, non-text. At this juncture, many have voiced their grievances regarding the issue of soul skills. Upon reflection, it indeed seems somewhat incongruous. After synthesizing everyone's suggestions, modifications to the soul skills were made. First soul skill, derived from the 500-year-old sky blue bamboo. Enhanced defense, increases physical resilience by 100 and energy resistance by 150. Second soul skill, derived from the 1,000-year soul beast. Soul gathering turtle, soul power recovery, instantly restores 60 of one's soul power upon use. Third soul skill, derived from the 5,000-year soul beast. Blood tiger, killing intent condensation, allows the user to concentrate their killing intent, with greater intensity resulting in more formidable power. Fourth soul skill, derived from the 10,000-year soul beast, sky devouring toad, energy accumulation. This skill enables the absorption of vast amounts of natural energy, delivering a powerful strike. Fifth soul skill, derived from the 30,000-year soul beast, Nirvana fire phoenix, Nirvana. This skill allows one to undergo a rebirth akin to a phoenix, restoring all conditions to perfection. Cooldown period, 3 months. Chapter 49. The roared Gui deftly evaded a powerful strike from the Titan ape. At present, Ming was still unable to articulate words, frequently releasing furious roars to vent his pent-up rage. Suddenly, Gui felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him. Once capable of soaring through the air, he found himself abruptly restrained by this unexpected gravitational force, crashing back to the ground as the surrounding air thickened. His movements grew increasingly cumbersome. This was the realm of gravitational control. In comparison, Zhao Wuji's soul technique seemed rather trivial, observing the human being subdued by his domain. Ming was exhilarated and unleashed a formidable punch, a blow so powerful that even a titled Douluo would struggle to survive its impact. Gui decisively activated the first and fourth soul rings. In that moment, he resembled a conduit of energy, finally harnessing sufficient power to break free from the gravitational control field, narrowly evading the incoming fist. The missed blow unleashed a tremendous force and soul power, annihilating the trees in a radius of several dozen meters. With such formidable strength, it would indeed be a pity not to pursue a career as a lumberjack. Gu Yiming understood that there was only one way to send the Titan ape back, to strike it back. Gu Yi drew forth the Sword of Slaughter. Though this blade had seen but a handful of uses over the years, each instance had claimed numerous lives. Furthermore, with the occasional nurturing of the third soul skill, this sword, despite being forged from mundane materials, had transcended its ordinary origins. As the third soul skill illuminated, Gu Yi's expression grew increasingly detached, and the Sword of Slaughter in his hand emanated a chilling aura of death. Gu Yi's proficiency with the sword is rather modest. He is only versed in the most fundamental sword techniques. However, when combined with his murderous intent and various forms of energy, it transcends into a superior swordsmanship. The mere act of drawing this sword signifies the commencement of battle. The Titan great ape, with its colossal physique, felt a chill run through it. How could this human transform into such a formidable presence in the blink of an eye? Yet, as the esteemed king of the forest, it is not a creature that cowers in fear. The soul energy within him surged ever more fiercely. Gu Yi would not grant him any opportunity. Ascending to the heights, the long sword in his hand coalesced into an astonishing sword aura, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, converging into a radiant beam of sword light. Enveloped by his martial will, as this martial will underwent relentless tempering through negative emotions, it had long since transcended its former self. At this moment, the primal energies of the world, soul power, murderous intent, and martial will achieved a harmonious unity. The surface of his body cracked under the immense power. Yet the might of this strike was equally formidable. The Titan giant ape sensed an overwhelming threat, particularly from the murderous intent emanating from that sword, reminiscent of a previous encounter with that woman. As the sword descended, it seemed as though only the sword light remained in the world. The Titan giant ape roared, unleashing its innate domain at its peak, which momentarily hindered the sword light. The brilliance of the sword was so vivid that even the distant Shrek Seven Devils, several kilometers away, could perceive it. Could it be that Sword Grandpa is also present here? Ning Rorong gazed uncertainly at the distant sword light. After all, she had yet to hear of another who wielded the sword to become a titled Douluo. This could not be the sword Douluo. While the sword light was indeed powerful, it was fundamentally different from that of the sword Douluo. This beam of light was born from the fusion of various powers, unleashing a tremendous force. The sword Douluo could achieve this solely through soul power. Oscar pondered for a moment before explaining, yet he sensed an oddly familiar aura from afar. It resembled ego. Xiaowu's expression grew increasingly anxious. It had been a long time, and Ming still hadn't subdued his opponent, who was evidently no weaker than Ming. She could hardly fathom the implications if Ming were to become a human soul ring. Tang San, noticing Xiaowu's unease, initially thought it was concerned for her own safety. He approached her and whispered reassuringly, "Xiaowu, do not worry, I will protect you." Those words had once deeply moved Xiaowu, yet they did little to ease her tension. What if Xiao San discovered her transformation into a soul beast? Would he, like any ordinary soul master, covet her soul ring? The value of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bones was unmistakable. Xiaowu feigned a nod, her heart increasingly troubled for Ming. After a single strike, the Titan giant ape bore a deep sword scar, revealing bone beneath, and blood flowed profusely. Gui also found it difficult to bear, his form barely able to hover in the air, his snow-white garments stained with blood. The method of combat that harmed both the assailant and the victim was indeed a source of great distress. Gui was reluctant to frequently employ such abilities, for the sensation of injury was far from pleasant. However, given his currently low level, in order to triumph over foes of a higher rank, He had no choice but to harness the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would be futile to aspire to become a title Douluo. Even defeating a soul Douluo would be a formidable challenge. Gu-yi summoned the soul energy from his second dantian, regaining his breath, yet his injuries remained unhealed. The previous strike had depleted the majority of his soul power. Gu-yi perceived himself as truly fortunate. Had he not acquired this external soul bone while absorbing the fourth soul ring, he would have been compelled to utilize his fifth soul skill, which represented his true trump card, one he would only resort to in the face of life and death peril. With a mere thought, he forcibly siphoned the vitality and soul power from the surrounding trees, significantly aiding in the restoration of his physical injuries. Titan Great Ape, you cannot slay me. Nor can I conquer you. Shall we conclude this here? Though Air Ming could not articulate words, his enraged roar conveyed everything. The audacious human who had wounded him wished to end matters so easily. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. The Titan Great Ape, disregarding its own injuries, uprooted a towering tree over 10 meters in height and hurled it directly at Gu-yi. Gu-yi felt a twinge of headache, given his current prowess. Truly vanquishing the Titan Great Ape seemed exceedingly arduous, and the toll it would take on him was considerable. He was reluctant to defeat the Titan Great Ape through such means. Moreover, he had yet to reach the stage where he required a soul ring. And he had long since contemplated his sixth soul ring, which was not the Titan Great Ape. Gu-yi cast a glance at the Titan Ape before turning away. The battle had lost all significance. The only course of action was to lure it away. The Titan Ape, with its limbs firmly planted on the ground, pursued Gu-yi relentlessly, determined to slay this human today. Furthermore, it had detected the presence of Sister Xiao Wu. Should this formidable human encounter her, it would spell disaster. He must be eliminated. As it ran, the Titan Ape uprooted a massive tree from the earth and hurled it towards Gu-yi. Gu-yi glanced back at the Titan Ape, lingering with a sense of reluctance as he trailed behind. A colossal tree trunk loomed before him, seemingly growing ever larger in his gaze. Gu-yi hastily evaded, for this monkey was indeed quite clingy. Just as he intended to strike again with his sword, a resounding roar emanated from the depths of the starry forest, reminiscent of a bull's bellow. Upon hearing this sound, Gu-yi perceived a distinct change in the Titan giant ape behind him. After angrily hurling another branch, it turned and sprinted towards the heart of the forest. Gu-yi skillfully evaded the tree trunk, observing the Titan Great Ape gradually fading into the distance. Little did he expect that the Azure Bull Python would choose this moment to speak. It was likely concerned that its erratic movements might reveal Xiao Wu's true identity. Chapter 50. Everything as usual, Stardew Great Forest. Gu-yi returned to the vicinity of the Shrek 7 monsters. Was Xiaosun being too impulsive? Daimubai gazed at the figure seated cross-legged on the ground, a human-faced demon spider positioned before him. Gu-yi could naturally discern that the level of this spirit beast had long surpassed the limits set by Yu Xiaojiang regarding spirit rings. How could one who has not experienced such a phenomenon produce anything credible? From this moment forth, Tang San had essentially transcended the numerical boundaries established by Yu Xiaojiang. Henceforth, each spirit ring exceeded the established limits, with the future sixth spirit ring being a staggering 100,000 years old, albeit acquired through the sacrificial offering of Xiao Wu. Before long, Gu-yi witnessed 8 spider spears sprouting from Tang San's back, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. To his astonishment, even in this transformed state, Tang San had still attained the 8 spider spears. Gu-yi unconsciously gazed at the sky, pondering whether there existed a mysterious hand orchestrating all that transpired. Moreover, Gu-yi sensed a transformation in Xiao Wu's aura, which had grown significantly stronger, evidently having reached the rank of a 30-level soul master. This time, without the ordeal of the Titan giant ape, one could not help but wonder what reason Xiao Wu had to depart from the team and gather her soul rings. As Gu-yi contemplated the situation, he observed Ma Hongjun recklessly approaching, on the verge of collision with the 8 spider lances. Realizing the gravity of the circumstances, Gu-yi ceased to conceal his presence and swiftly dashed forward, pulling Ma Hongjun back, just before the deadly weapon could pierce him. "You fool! Are you seeking your own demise, ignorant of the peril that lies ahead?" Gu-yi Shiwen scolded sharply, then cast aside Ma Hongjun and addressed Tang San, instructing him to treat the 8 spider spears as extensions of his own body, akin to controlling his hands and feet, and to retract them. Upon hearing this, Tang San focused on his back, and soon the 8 spider spears were drawn back. Does anyone comprehend this situation? Correct answers will earn an additional 10 credits. Gu-yi also wished to delve into a few individuals. Although the concept of external spirit bones is seldom known, it has indeed been referenced in the examination papers he has prepared. If one were to take it seriously, it would be impossible to remain unaware of such knowledge. The group fell into contemplation, ultimately hindered by their limited study time, leaving them in ignorance. Oscar, however, cast a glance at Tang San's back and pondered a possibility. External spirit bones. Could it be the external spirit bones, right? Ego? He snapped his fingers, and indeed, Oscar answered correctly. He remarked that they were all familiar with soul bones. Glancing at them, He continued, stating that the human body can endure a total of 6 soul bones. However, there exists a unique type known as the external soul bone. This does not count among the 6 and is invaluable, capable of enhancing alongside the soul master's strength. Furthermore, the external soul bone possesses a distinctive characteristic that sets it apart from other soul bones. As he spoke, Gui cast a glance at Tang San. Typically, if a soul bone has been integrated into the body, it can be extracted and refused, regardless of the time elapsed, simply by incising the body. However, the external soul bone differs significantly. While it can initially be forcibly removed, once the user has fully integrated with it, even if the individual is killed, the external soul bone remains unattainable. Upon hearing Guyi's words, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. It was evident that he had not yet completely fused the external soul bone within his body. Should someone discover this, he would undoubtedly find himself embroiled in a deadly struggle for life and bone. Cautiously, Tang San glanced at Gui, the only presence in the room capable of posing a genuine threat to him. If Gui were to entertain malicious thoughts, Tang San knew he would stand no chance of resistance. Ever since Gui embarked on the cultivation of that arcane technique, his perception of various emotions has transcended the ordinary, allowing him to instinctively sense Tang San's wariness. All right, each of you shall return and compose a narrative of the events that transpired. I shall grade them accordingly. Bear in mind, should you fabricate your accounts, do not blame me for invoking the school regulations. There was no alternative. He had just ventured out to engage in combat with the Titan giant ape, leaving him utterly exhausted. After all, with his current level of cultivation, he could not yet manifest a doppelganger. Vice Dean, did you witness that astonishing flash of sword light just now? Xiao inquired with feigned curiosity. She was fervently eager to ascertain the particulars of the situation, for her heart remained in a state of unrest. The expression of concern on Xiao Wu's face unveiled a different facet of her character to Gui. That flash of sword light was conjured by me. Indeed, it was you, Ego. Your swordsmanship is remarkable. Earlier, sensing the approach of a formidable soul beast, he had stepped forth to engage in battle. Gui offered a brief explanation. So, did Egu ultimately slay that soul beast? Ma Hongjin interjected. What was once a mundane inquiry rendered Xiao Wu's complexion pale in an instant. At that moment, Tang San was preoccupied with contemplating the external spirit bone and remained oblivious to Xiao Wu's expression. However, Guyi's subsequent words alleviated Xiao Wu's anxiety. No. The soul beast suddenly departed. With a discreet glance at Xiao Wu, Gui decided it was best to return to the academy, for there was nothing pressing at hand. The realization of his previous conjectures instilled a sense of urgency within him. Upon his return, he must delve into the path of physical cultivation. Throughout the journey, Gui could sense the malevolent seeds within the sea of spirit growing at an astonishing rate, far surpassing his previous experiences. What exactly had Yu Xiaojiang undertaken? Tang San and Xiao Wu's soul skills remained unchanged, mirroring their original narrative, with their abilities of web binding and teleportation intact. At Shrek Academy, Flinder observed Yu Xiaojiang, who appeared considerably disheveled over the past few days, indifferent to his own appearance, and emanating an unpleasant odor as though he had tumbled into a latrine. Unable to cleanse himself, Flinder, this is a new research endeavor of mine. If successful, it may allow me to transcend the threshold of the 30th level. Yu Xiaojiang dared not disclose the truth to Flinder, opting instead for a pretext to deflect his inquiries. Given the close mentor-student relationship between Flinder and Gui, should he learn of Yu Xiaojiang's clandestine study of Guyi's techniques, it would be a scandal of epic proportions. Furthermore, how could a distinguished master resort to thievery? He reassured himself that it was merely a matter of drawing inspiration from others. Yu Xiaojiang's core competitive edge, derived from his 10 martial souls, was indeed cultivated through continuous assimilation of various strengths. Only by embracing a multitude of philosophies could one achieve greatness. His words effectively silenced all of Flinder's previous concerns. This old friend, this brother, was deeply entrenched in his obsession to break through the 29th level. What if this time he truly succeeded? After Flinder departed, Yu Xiaojiang fell into contemplation. The efficacy of the 3 cannon had waned to nearly negligible levels, and his body had even begun to develop a slight resistance. The foul odor no longer tormented him as it once did. He needed to devise alternative strategies. Over the past few days, his mental strength had notably improved, and his memory had sharpened. Yet, unbeknownst to him, certain emotions had become magnified. For instance, Flinder's recent inquiries, which he would have previously ignored, now elicited a response. Chapter 51. The Enraged Gurong Investment Update. Shrek Academy Gui, after bringing them back, ventured to the back mountain, a place that had become his sanctuary for enlightenment. Whenever a new idea struck him, he would retreat here to immerse himself in contemplation. Tang San sought out his mentor, Yu Xiaojiang. For many of the concepts Gui had mentioned were foreign to him. Even the precious external soul bone was something he wished not to conceal from Yu Xiaojiang. However, upon arriving at Yu Xiaojiang's doorstep, he was met with an overwhelming stench. During his 6 years at Notting Academy, Yu Xiaojiang had seldom engaged in battle, only employing his soul skills when assisting Tang San in hunting soul rings. The foul odor was reminiscent of the noxious gas released by Luo Sanpao. Tang San, suppressing his physiological disgust, knocked on Yu Xiaojiang's door. As it swung open, the stench intensified, causing him to recoil several steps despite having lived 2 lives. In astonishment, he observed the figure that emerged. This individual bore no resemblance to the Yu Xiaojiang he once knew. His beard was unkempt, his hair disheveled, and his attire was both dirty and ragged, utterly devoid of the scholarly demeanor he had previously exhibited. Xiao San, you've returned. Did you find the soul beast as I instructed? Although Yu Xiaojiang had not accompanied him, he had meticulously planned Tang San's developmental trajectory. This time, he was to absorb the soul of the faceless demon spider, which proved to be highly effective. Tang San refrained from elaborating on the matter and instead inquired with concern. Teacher, what has happened to you? The current Yu Xiaojiang felt unfamiliar to him, as he had never witnessed such a version of his mentor throughout their years at Notting Academy. Never mind that. Let me see the soul skills you have acquired. Yu Xiaojiang deflected the conversation, turning to Tang San. Upon learning the details, Yu Xiaojiang initially berated Tang San with a flurry of expletives, only to subsequently marvel at the incredible fortune his pupil had experienced. Gui stood amidst the mountains and forests, refraining from employing any soul power. However, at his current level of mastery, even introspecting his entire being posed no significant challenge. In this clearing, Gui gradually executed a series of martial arts moves, abstaining from any extraordinary abilities, striking with his fists and feet as an ordinary person would. Yet, his movements were far more fluid than those of a common individual. Gui could perceive the response of his muscles with each movement. However, in contrast, the strength from other areas remained untapped. After completing a haphazard set of martial arts strikes, Gui stood still, reflecting on the recent experience. Before long, he executed a punch into the air without moving his feet, torso, or head. The only change was the movement of his right fist. Following this punch, Gui furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied. Retracting his fist, he swung it out once more, yet the outcome remained unsatisfactory. He spent the entire day immersed in his practice, yielding little in the way of progress. In the evening, even during dinner, Gui continued to ponder, as if functioning like a machine. 1 bite of rice, 1 bite of vegetables. Zhu Zhuqing had initially intended to approach Gui with inquiries about martial techniques, but seeing his demeanor, she chose not to intrude. For reasons unknown, Yu Xiaojiang also abstained from joining the meal, perhaps lost in thoughts of yet another method of self-torment. After finishing her meal, Gui headed towards the back mountain once more. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before following suit. Since Zhu Zhuqing and her companions arrived at the academy, Daimubai had refrained from pursuing romantic entanglements, and witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's actions nearly drove him to fury. As the fiancée of the Star Luo royal family, how could she dare to be so intimate with another man? Over the years, he had managed to temper his temperament somewhat, yet he still held onto the dignity and authority befitting a prince. His fists, clenched tightly beneath the table, betrayed his rising agitation. A sudden thought struck him. What if Gui truly harbored feelings for Zhu Zhuqing? What power did he possess to reclaim her, even with the backing of the Star Luo royal family? Yet, he doubted the royal family would jeopardize their standing for the fiancée of a prince with little hope of ascension, especially not for someone who possessed the formidable strength of a titled Douluo. Daimubai understood well that the competitive nature of the Star Luo royal family was one of survival of the fittest, devoid of any familial bonds. Master Sword, is what you say true? Ning Fingji gazed incredulously at Qinqin, the revelation striking him with immense force. Throughout history, there had never been a soul king capable of contending with the title Douluo. Qinqin, you old fool, Surely you haven't become muddled in your sword practice? Gu Rong expressed disbelief. If someone truly could rival a title Douluo at the Soul King level, the world would be thrown into chaos. If you were to face that blade directly, it might spell danger. Qinshin recalled the frightening strike, a shiver running down his spine. Fortunately, his 7-kill sword had undergone a transformation, or he might have been utterly crushed. Though Gu Rong often engaged in banter with Qinshin, he acknowledged that Qinshin's strength surpassed his own, the disparity in soul power placing them in entirely different realms. Nevertheless, should a confrontation arise, Qinshin would find it difficult to contend with him, for his martial soul boasted not only formidable defense but also remarkable spatial traversal capabilities. Is what you say truly genuine? Gu Rong recognized that Qinshin was not one to jest lightly, though the circumstance was indeed difficult to fathom. The myth of the most powerful title Douluo in history was being shattered. If, as Master Sword claims, that youth possessed unprecedented fortune, then it would be a revelation of monumental significance, despite possessing only a soul power of level 79. Ning Fengji's wisdom rendered him capable of leading the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. With the combination of his support, Qinshin's swordsmanship, and the Bone Douluos, they could be invincible. The martial soul hall regarded them with such reverence. There was no need for concern, although Rongrong had faced considerable hardship this time. She seemed to have integrated more deeply into Shrek. It was also Rongrong who had advocated for her case, and given that the young man indeed possessed notable abilities, how could the 7-kill sword be so easily sheathed again? Ning Fengji noted a crucial point, Rongrong's initiative to plead for her case. It appeared that allowing Rongrong to depart from the sect had been a wise decision. Gu Rong, however, was somewhat displeased, exclaiming, Fengji, it seems the swordsman has become quite muddled over the years. Had I been there, I would not have allowed Rongrong to beg like a pauper. I would have obliterated that so-called Shrek Academy and captured that young man for our own purposes. No matter how strong he may be with your support, how many in this world could rival us? Gu Rong cared little for the broader implications. Anyone who dared to bully his beloved Rongrong was clearly courting disaster. Though the 7-treasure glazed tile school held a prestigious position among the top 3 sects, no significant power is without its share of bloodshed and struggle. Even without a prominent reputation, extinguishing an academy lacking support posed no issue. Moreover, now there was justification. It had become simpler to eliminate Shrek Academy. To have the heir insulted constituted a grave transgression. Chapter 52. The Heart-Wrenching Fool in the Rear Mountain. Gui gazed at Zhu Qing. Still standing at the foot of the mountain, her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation of her intentions. Before long, she observed Zhu Qing beginning to cultivate her soul power, and chose to pay her no further mind. Gui continued to ponder the art of harmonizing bodily strength. The existence of soul power elevated the potential of this world. Yet the understanding of the body remained in its most primitive state. He himself was no exception. Everything felt overwhelmingly rudimentary. Even though he had devised the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Sound technique, which integrates soul power into the physical form, his mastery over the body still relied heavily on soul power. At this moment, he had yet to fully develop the abilities he possessed. In truth, there do exist techniques for manipulating power in this world, such as the chaotic wind hammer technique of the Houghton sect, but it merely represents the most fundamental form of manipulation, still tethered to the existence of the hammer technique itself. What Gui must now do is to concentrate all his strength into a singular point and unleash it. This endeavor somewhat aligns with the legendary realm of national martial arts, known as Midjin. Compared to an ordinary individual, it is considerably easier for Gui to achieve this step at present. In the brief span of a single day, he has already unified a substantial portion of his power, though there remain certain critical areas yet to be mastered. The coordination between his joints still exhibits a degree of stiffness, preventing him from promptly consolidating his force. Even though his progress is exponentially faster, by dozens or even hundreds of times, than that of an average person, mastering Mingjin within a single day remains an arduous task. After spending over 2 hours in the mountains, Gui glanced at the sky and decided it was time to return. One must not be overly hasty in any endeavor. If today proves unfruitful, there is always tomorrow. Forcing understanding yields no benefits whatsoever. As Gui descended the mountain, he encountered Zhu Qing once more. Upon seeing Gui, Zhu Qing exhibited a hint of embarrassment. For Gui had already imparted such invaluable techniques to her, and now she felt it was an imposition to trouble him again. Yet, contemplating her dim future, she resolved that even if she were perceived as greedy, she must press forth. What is it that you seek from me? Gui could sense the unease and caution within Zhu Qing's heart, as if she feared offending him. Although he was attuned to the emotions of others, He was not yet capable of reading minds, and thus remained unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's true thoughts. Was it a matter concerning her cultivation? Was this the reason she had waited for several hours at the foot of the mountain? Gu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing in confusion. Such matters could easily be addressed by oneself. As a teacher, it is naturally my duty to resolve any uncertainties. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Gu Yi gazed at the fool, remarking that in the future, any questions should be directed to her, as it is the duty of a teacher. Perhaps, throughout the years, caution and prudence have been her means of survival. After receiving Gu Yi's consent, Zhu Zhuqing finally felt at ease to voice the doubts that arose during her cultivation. After all, this was her first encounter with such inner power techniques, and comprehending it thoroughly within a short span of time was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Half an hour had elapsed before Gu Yi finally elucidated the doubts harbored by Zhu Zhuqing. Observing the changes in her surroundings, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of regret for having taken up so much of Gu Yi's time. After Gu Yi departed, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at his vanishing silhouette, her heart brimming with an increasing multitude of questions. Could it be that Gu Yi truly harbored feelings for her? Fixating on the direction in which Gu Yi had disappeared, Zhu Zhuqing fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, she slapped herself sharply. What are you thinking, Zhu Zhuqing? How could a genius like the vice dean possibly have affection for someone like you? You are merely a young lady from a family with no future, one that could face demise at any moment. Gu Yi possesses a luminous future, undeniably a genius both in strength and knowledge. The two individuals are akin to intersecting lines. And during this period, she is able to receive Gu Yi's assistance. Upon her graduation from this academy, they shall part ways entirely, much like intersecting lines that can never converge again. Meanwhile, an intense discussion unfolds among the girls. In the dead of night, Zhu Zhuqing has yet to return to the dormitory, which raises concerns. It was not only Dai Mubai who noticed, others did as well. Thanks to Gu Yi, coupled with the spacious dormitory that allows each person to have their own room, this arrangement not only facilitates a tranquil environment for the soul masters to cultivate, but also permits them to engage in private activities they wish to keep hidden from others. However, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu are now gathered in Xiao Wu's room, as it is closer to Zhu Zhuqing's quarters, making it easier to hear any commotion. As the clock strikes midnight, the two finally await Zhu Zhuqing's return. Even though her arrival is subtle, Xiao Wu catches the sound. Rongrong, wake up! Zhuqing is back. Xiao Wu exclaims excitedly, rousing the half-asleep Ning Rongrong, her eyes ablaze with curiosity. They have long discerned Gu Yi's exceptional treatment of Zhu Zhuqing, surpassing even that of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who have known her since childhood. They refuse to believe that there is no story behind this, especially since Zhu Zhuqing accompanied Gu Yi tonight and has only just returned. They are not naive flowers. After all, they understand certain matters. In the Douluo Continent, men mature swiftly, and women do as well. Take Zhu Zhuqing as an example. Her physique is not that of an ordinary 12-year-old girl. Her curvaceous figure is one that only a mature woman could attain, and her youthful doll-like face adds an element of striking contrast. This extreme incongruity is an irresistible allure for men. Gu Yi often presents a facade of decorum, yet how many men are truly devoid of lustful desires? At least, she has yet to encounter one. Ning Rongrong, with her father having sired numerous sons, holds the most authoritative perspective on this matter. Let us go, gossip squad, assemble. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her speed surpassing even that of a soul master specializing in offense, as she swiftly reached the doorway. Indeed, the potential of human beings is boundless. The two seized the moment as Zhu Zhuqing was closing the door, forcefully pushing it open and shutting it with an air of dominance. Casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the bewildered Zhu Zhuqing, what are you two up to? Zhu Zhuqing stared at them, perplexed by their unexpected visit in the dead of night. Be honest, what have you been doing during your disappearance? Ning Rongrong observed Zhu Zhuqing's unruffled attire, noting no apparent disarray. Xiao Wu too fixed her gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, clearly intrigued. What could I possibly be doing? I found a place to cultivate, Zhu Zhuqing stated candidly, yet her two close friends were far from convinced. You don't need to follow the vice principal to find a place to cultivate. You're lying. You clearly followed Gu Yi. Such a poor excuse. Are you involved with him? I always knew he was no good. Ning Rongrong's earlier trepidation toward Gu Yi had dissipated with Chen Xin's arrival. The presence of a titled Douluo is indeed reassuring. Gu Yi is a good person. You must not speak ill of him, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively retorted, inadvertently revealing her allegiance. After a series of intense interrogations, the three women found themselves embroiled in a playful scuffle. Chapter 53. The Sovereign Among Blue-Silver Grass. 3 days after Zhu Shiqing returned to the dormitory, Gui finally achieved the results he had long sought. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch that, despite striking nothing, resonated with a crisp sound. The force of this blow was immense. Gui estimated that even a Soul King would suffer greatly from such an impact, and to underestimate it could be fatal. While the enhancement of his bright energy might not be as significant, one must not forget that Gui's physical prowess was formidable, surpassing that of his peers. The synergy of his entire strength was no trifling matter. Bright energy vanquishes dark energy through sheer might. Mastery is not everything. Upon reaching this level, Gui felt an unparalleled sense of ease within his body, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of this realm. What he sought was merely a beginning, or perhaps a method. Once the realm is attained, all laws can be effortlessly grasped, provided there exists a path to enlightenment. Gui finally learned what transpired in the Stardow Forest that day. The fierce battle between him and the Titan giant ape caused numerous soul beasts to flee to the outskirts, among them the humanoid demon spider that Tang San had absorbed. Meanwhile, Xiaowu was scattered by the sudden onslaught of soul beasts. According to her account, 2 soul beasts had engaged in combat, one of which was a lightning rabbit that met its demise. Coincidentally, she had just broken through to the 30th level and was able to absorb the lightning rabbit's soul ring, propelling her to the rank of Soul Master. Gui was well aware that Xiaowu was fabricating a tale. However, he did not let slip any unintended words. According to the records they submitted, the credits were duly allocated. Tang San, true to his character as the protagonist of the original story, had remarkably amassed 100 credits in less than a month since arriving at the academy. Gui did not make things difficult for him. As for Zhu Shiqing, she scored the second highest at 78 points. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong had the lowest scores, one with 55 and the other with 50. After several days without seeing Yu Xiaojiang, Gui was surprised to find that the enigmatic Yu Xiaojiang still intervened in the daily training sessions. In truth, Gui should have anticipated this. After all, what Yu Xiaojiang valued most in life were 2 things: strength and the prestige of being a master. These 2 pursuits constituted the essence of his existence. The training involved the 7 of them engaging in combat with one another, followed by evaluations of their performances. Although Zhu Shiqing had been diligently practicing the techniques imparted by Gui, the results were still premature, and her soul power remained low. Consequently, her progress was not significant. No matter how formidable or exceptional a soul master may be, perfection is an unattainable ideal. Before Yu Xiaojiang could finish his statement, Ma Hongjun raised his hand and interjected. "Master, I have encountered someone who possesses no flaws in terms of speed, strength, or defense. He is capable of adapting to any environment." Ma Hongjun had never witnessed Gui suffer a significant defeat. The only time he saw him injured and spitting blood was during a battle with Chen Xian, who was a titled Douluo. Everyone present understood whom Ma Hongjun was referring to. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened. This was an outright contradiction. No one's martial spirit is flawless. And in fact, Gui's martial spirit is not exceptionally powerful, merely a slight improvement over Xiao San's blue-silver grass. "Master, I must respectfully disagree with your assertion." Oscar chimed in. "The knowledge of martial spirits I have acquired over the years has not been in vain." Gui imparted a wealth of esoteric knowledge to them, much of which remained unrecorded in the Soul Hall branch of Soto City. Among these revelations was the concept of the intrinsic martial soul. "Master, the intrinsic martial soul has never been feeble. In fact, it is exceedingly rare and formidable. Especially after a second awakening, its might is unparalleled." Yu Xiaojiang scoffed, having never encountered such a notion nor witnessed its manifestation. This was sheer nonsense. There had never been any mention of a second awakening in the Douluo Continent. It is clear that this knowledge was imparted to you by Gui. He seems nothing more than an individual who, despite having grasped certain opportunities and achieved his current stature, concocted such preposterous claims to obscure his martial soul's deficiencies. Yu Xiaojiang spoke with righteous indignation, asserting with conviction that Gui was merely a coward unwilling to acknowledge the frailty of his martial soul. However, this assertion provoked the ire of the 3 onlookers, Zhu Shiqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. These individuals had witnessed Gui's abilities firsthand and would not entertain the notion that he would engage in such deceit. As for Daimubai, he remained troubled by events from a few days prior. Tang San, on the other hand, held unwavering faith in his mentor. Is this truly the demeanor of a master? It is indeed disheartening. Gui approached from a distance, and as the final word fell, he had already reached their side. Despite the several dozen meters that lay between them, Furthermore, I do not recall that within this academy, you are permitted to freely impart your views to my students. Yui showed no mercy towards Yu Xiaojiang. As educators, one must exercise caution in speech and conduct, avoiding the transmission of erroneous knowledge and misunderstandings to students. This is a principle of teaching ethics and a fundamental truth. When confronted with the unknown, one may maintain a sense of inquiry, however. It is unacceptable to outright reject, all based on misguided notions. Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed with embarrassment, his eyes reddened with indignation. Vice Dean, your prowess is indeed formidable. Yet, you must not slander my teacher. Furthermore, I do not believe there is anything amiss with my teacher's perspective. My martial spirit is merely blue silvergrass, widely regarded as a feeble martial spirit. While it may not signify monumental achievements, it certainly surpasses that of my peers. At this moment, Tang San served as Yu Xiaojiang's voice, defending his mentor. Had it not been for Gu Yi's overwhelming strength, a confrontation would have been inevitable. Although the remaining 6 members harbored little affection for Yu Xiaojiang, they undoubtedly possessed genuine skills, particularly given that they had trained Tang San, a soul master with a seemingly ineffectual martial spirit. Gu Yi, however, appeared somewhat unconvinced. Do you truly believe that your current achievements are commendable? Gu Yi posed a rhetorical question. Tang San fixed his gaze on Gu Yi, feeling overshadowed by the vice president, the air thick with tension. Are you aware of the true path of cultivation for the blue silver grass? Upon realizing the existence of the blue silver emperor, Gu Yi understood that Tang San had strayed from his cultivation path. Poison had led him in the wrong direction. The true path of cultivation for the blue silver grass? Confusion enveloped the crowd, as they had never associated the blue silver grass with formidable soul masters, questioning the existence of such a path. Tang San was indeed the unprecedented pioneer. Haha, Gu Yi, your words are nothing but fanciful nonsense. The blue silver grass has never produced a powerful soul master. How could there be a cultivation path? Yu Xiaojiang chuckled. All eyes turned towards Gu Yi, who commanded greater trust than Yu Xiaojiang among the onlookers. While it is true that powerful soul masters of the blue silver grass have yet to emerge in this world, it does not negate the existence of formidable blue silver soul beasts, the mightiest of which is known as the blue silver emperor. No one had ever heard of Gu Yi's words, including Yu Xiaojiang, who had long departed from the spirit hall during the hunt for the blue silver emperor, and thus was unaware of that chapter of history. Chapter 54. Infuriated to the point of spitting blood at Shrek Academy. The notion of the blue silver emperor was met with skepticism. After all, there had never been a blue silver grass exceeding a millennium on the Douluo Continent, let alone a soul beast that had existed for over 100,000 years. Yu Xiaojiang retorted vehemently, asserting that even within the archives of the spirit hall, there had never been any mention of the blue silver emperor. If the blue silver grass truly possessed the potential to evolve to such a level, how could it still be considered a worthless martial soul? Gu Yi, remaining non-committal in response to Yu Xiaojiang's rebuttal, addressed the members of Shrek, stating, Today, I shall impart a valuable lesson to you. The teachings of our predecessors are not infallible, and the narratives of those who come after us are not mere fabrications. It is essential to maintain a sense of clarity and discernment within oneself. Gu Yi did not wish for these individuals to perceive his teachings merely as a means to become formidable. Consider the Tang sect a millennium hence. Though it possesses the greatest treasury in the world, it fails to delve into exploration, venerating the relics left by its ancestors as absolute truths, while the lineage remains unbroken. There is a lack of desire for improvement. As time progresses, clinging obstinately to relics of ancient eras can only lead to obsolescence. Each generation must surpass the last for the world to advance continuously. Whether you believe this or not is of no consequence to me. I merely wish to convey one point. Had Tang San not encountered a fortuitous opportunity, his blue silver grass martial soul would have been rendered utterly useless. Gu Yi's words were not uttered lightly. Had it not been for Tang San's subsequent acquisition of the celestial herb within the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, which enabled the blue silver grass to undergo a remarkable transformation, gaining immunity to both fire and ice, coupled with the assistance of the blue silver king leading to the successful awakening of the blue silver emperor, as well as the continuous absorption of high-ranking soul rings, the blue silver grass martial soul would have long been rendered obsolete. Gu Yi's words pierced the hearts of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San like a needle. Particularly for Yu Xiaojiang, he found it utterly implausible to believe in Gu Yi's assertions. Tang San had always been his most esteemed disciple, under his tutelage. Achieving the title of Douluo was hardly a formidable challenge. It was inconceivable that Tang San, now far more powerful than his peers, owed his strength solely to his martial soul. The plethora of techniques he mastered was likely the true foundation of his remarkable prowess, and these were not imparted by you. Master. Control-type soul masters are inherently the tactical core, requiring an acute sense of timing. Should Tang Sen not have acquired the various techniques from the Tang sect in his past life, his strength would likely diminish significantly. Particularly, the skills Ghost Shadow Perplexing and Purple Extreme Magic I could be regarded as divine arts, which had immensely aided Tang Sen in his early endeavors. As Tang Sen contemplated Gu Yi's words, he could not help but acknowledge the truth in them. The significance of the Xiantian treasure record far surpassed that of blue silver grass. Gu Yi could sense that the demonic seed within the ocean of spirits was rapidly expanding, indicating that this blow was far more severe than he had anticipated. By the way, Master Yu Xiaojiang, I implore you to refrain from promoting your theory of soul ring limits within the academy in the future. While it may appear to be a sound notion for the average individual, the world is not static, particularly for soul masters. One of the most absurd aspects of Yu Xiaojiang's theory is the restriction he places on the years of soul rings that each rank of soul master can obtain. He even fails to recognize the soul shock generated by a 10,000-year soul ring, yet boldly asserts his claims. Each individual's circumstances are unique, and their physical constitution varies significantly. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to rebut, he caught sight of Gu Yi's 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, far surpassing his own concept of soul ring limits. This time, Yu Xiaojiang seemed profoundly affected, abruptly spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Tang San paused for a moment, then swiftly rushed towards Yu Xiaojiang. Are you all right, teacher? Soon, Tang San realized that his mentor was overwhelmed with anger and had not rested well recently, leading to his fainting. There was no time to address Gu Yi's aggressive demeanor. He scooped up Yu Xiaojiang and ran away. Did you all remember what was said today? Gu Yi never anticipated that Yu Xiaojiang would be so fragile, his psychological resilience so feeble, that he could not withstand a mere few words. In truth, it was not merely a deficiency in Yu Xiaojiang's mental fortitude. Rather, he had been exposed to an overwhelming amount of gas released by Luo Sanpao during this period, which had taken a toll on his body. After being subjected to such remarks, it was no wonder he felt faint. Let us return to our lessons. Gu Yi currently lacks the time to instruct them. Initially, he had intended to showcase his prowess through the characters in the original work, but his perspective has since transformed. He aims to impart knowledge to ordinary individuals. After venturing alone to hunt the third spirit ring, he resolved to disseminate his techniques throughout the world. Not only would this empower the common folk, but it would also aid him in gathering faith. However, he was far too weak at the outset to accomplish such a grand endeavor. Even now, should he choose to spread his methods, how many would rally in support? And how many would stand in opposition? It is likely that the dissenters would constitute the vast majority. Why does the royal family remain exalted? Why do the 3 great sects dominate the secular realm? What grants the soul masters their nobility? The answer lies solely in strength, which has fostered this autocratic society. The inheritance of martial souls renders it exceedingly difficult for commoners to rise. How many ordinary individuals possess formidable soul masters? Although Shrek Academy boasts 3 such prodigies from humble beginnings, in the grand scheme of the world, 2 or 3 is but a mere drop in the ocean. What Gu Yi desires is to empower the marginalized with the strength to resist, serving as a pathway to the upper echelons of society. It seems I must seek her out. Gu Yi gazed upon the heavenly Do Imperial City, a woman he truly wished to avoid. Yet she was the only one possessing such capability. However, prior to that, further exploration of the path of the physical body was necessary. In the prince's mansion of the heavenly Do Imperial City, Shi Miao inquired, what news from Gu Yi? Has any correspondence arrived? Xue Qinghe, or rather Qianren Xue, stepped into a secret chamber, restoring her appearance while posing the question. Master, during this period, he has certainly made a remarkable impression. He fought with Jian Daoqinshin of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although the outcome remains uncertain, it is evident that Qinshin did not hold Shrek Academy accountable. As for our personnel within the Spirit Hall, we have yet to receive any letters from Gu Yi. Upon learning of Gu Yi's ability to withstand Qinshin, Qianren Xue could not help but marvel at Gu Yi's increasing strength. Yet, when informed that no correspondence had arrived, her fists clenched tightly. Shi Miao glanced at Qianren Xue, hesitating for a moment before continuing, Master, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose. Speak freely. According to reports from our scouts, Gu Yi seems particularly attentive to a certain woman, even offering to assist her in creating her own martial arts techniques. Though Qianren Xue made no visible movement, the table beneath her inexplicably shattered. Investigate the matter thoroughly. I demand to know every detail, regardless of the nature of the conversation. Understood. In the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall, a stunningly beautiful woman sat gracefully in her chair, her long gown draping elegantly from head to toe. The dress suited her impeccably, her elongated legs crossed, revealing delicate purple stockings that accentuated her regal presence. The gown shimmered with brilliance, adorned with over 100 red, blue, and golden gemstones, while the intricate 9-curved purple gold crown atop her head sparkled with radiance. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage rendered her strikingly unique. Below her, a man stood with his head bowed, not daring to gaze upon this seemingly perfect woman. After perusing the letter in her hand, she tossed it to the man standing below. "Deliver this to her." "Yes." Upon receiving the letter, the man hastened his steps to exit. The woman reminisced about the letter's contents, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. "I find myself increasingly eager to meet you, Gu-yi." Chapter 55, The Divine Essence of the Aperture. Gu-yi, unaware that the letter he sent to Qian Rinxue had already been perused by another woman, would likely remain indifferent even if he were informed. Currently, he is diligently striving to forge a corporeal path in the secluded hills. However, he is on the brink of discovering new insights. Upon the completion of his Ming Jin training, enhancing his physical prowess will be significantly more manageable than before. Each punch he delivers engages his entire body, yielding remarkable results in terms of physical conditioning. Yet, this is not the outcome Gu-yi aspires to achieve. This does not constitute the path to a formidable physique, at least not at this juncture. In the realm of traditional martial arts, Ming Jin is merely one of many stages. The subsequent realms are equally formidable in their own right. Nevertheless, he does not intend to pursue a methodical study any longer. While traditional martial arts may necessitate a systematic and diligent approach in some obscure world, he possesses his own distinctive methodology. Gu-yi reflected upon his own martial spirit, yet refrained from utilizing his soul power. Each acupoint was meticulously revealed, though Gu-yi may not possess profound mastery of the national martial arts. His understanding of the human body had already ascended to an exceptionally advanced level. Given that he could not instantly replicate the entirety of the martial arts realm, he sought to achieve perfect mastery over the acupoints through his meridians, to transcend the void and behold the incorruptible essence of the divine. This state of being necessitates an extraordinary comprehension of the national martial arts. Gu-yi, however, intended to forcefully enter this realm. His martial soul, having been cultivated to its current state, had granted him a modicum of control. Unlike other practitioners who needed to patiently seek out the locations of their acupoints, he was different. The meridians that coursed throughout his body enabled him to comprehend every inch of his being. By channeling his energy through his meridians to promote the circulation of his vital blood, he aimed at the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet. Although his vital energy had yet to manifest in a tangible form, his robust physique allowed for the aggregation of blood and vitality. Yet, Gu-yi found the refinement of his vital energy to be somewhat arduous, even with his current physical condition. The speed at which he could condense his vital energy was scarcely faster than that of a tortoise. Each acupoint in his body served a distinct purpose. The acupoints in his legs, for instance, could bestow the swiftness of a speed deity. As his vital energy reached this long-sealed acupoint, it began to open slowly. However, this process was even slower than the refinement of his vital energy, as if the heavens themselves forbade the existence of such acupoints. Gu-yi could distinctly sense the acupoint gradually unlocking due to the influx of vital energy and blood. Moreover, with this infusion, he even felt a tingling sensation in his right leg. Once all the vital energy and blood had been poured into his body, the acupoint remained only partially opened. Before he could fully comprehend this state, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged into his mind. Alas, he had exhausted his vital energy severely. He had overexerted himself in his cultivation. Vital energy is the essence of life. Its depletion renders even the mightiest form, akin to an ancient dragon, as insubstantial as a castle in the air, a flower reflected in a mirror, or the moonlight upon the water. In the midst of Gu-yi's swift movements, she soon struck down a wild boar, which was not a spirit beast, but merely an ordinary creature. A flame erupted forth, beautifully engulfing the entire boar in a single moment. At this juncture, Gu-yi was also channeling her meridians, circulating her vital energy to digest the food within her body, subsequently transforming it into life force to replenish her internal deficits. Meanwhile, Flinder had also caught wind of the rivalry between Yu Xiaojiang and Gu-yi. Previously, he had naively assumed that there would be an abundance of topics for discussion between Gu-yi and Yu Xiaojiang, as they were both individuals of considerable knowledge. However, he was taken aback to realize that the competition among swordmasters was fierce, and the exchanges of words between these learned individuals were even more intense. Flender found himself at a loss for words in the midst of it all. Gu Yi's relationship is intricate, and it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as an adopted son. He has brought about significant changes to the academy, generously sharing his self-created soul techniques. Yu Xiaojiang, on the other hand, is his dearest brother in this lifetime. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the one he cherishes has affections for Yu Xiaojiang. This situation leaves him with a sense of discontent towards Yu Xiaojiang, and he ultimately chooses silence. Tang San sits beside his teacher's bed, pondering the words of Gu Yi. Although Gu Yi's statements remain unverified, his own body conveys a sense of certainty. Yu Xiaojiang, being a soul master, does not remain unconscious for long. Upon awakening, he sees Tang San by his bedside and, recalling Gu Yi's earlier words, excitedly grasps Tang San's hand. Xiao San, do you believe in your teacher? I will undoubtedly help you become the most formidable title Douluo. A lifetime of research into theory assures me of its validity. Under Yu Xiaojiang's guidance, Tang San has indeed progressed step by step. Teacher, I have faith in you, Tang San replies, holding deep respect for Yu Xiaojiang, making it impossible for him to doubt his mentor. The enhancement of blue-silver grass to such an extent is already commendable, and Tang San has never heard of the blue-silver emperor. Yu Xiaojiang feels a sense of gratification at Tang San's trust. His years of teaching have not been in vain. He firmly believes that with the knowledge from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Spirit Hall, he would not be outmatched by a child raised in Shrek. For over 10 consecutive days, Gu Yi has remained in the back mountain, studying acupoints. Through repeated efforts that left him emaciated, he finally opened the acupoint in the same position on both feet. Now, his speed is as swift as lightning. His physical movement alone rivals a third of his previous velocity, and the strength in his legs has increased by half. Coupled with the assistance of his soul power and agility, his original speed can be doubled. However, Gu Yi experiences some headaches. The human body is filled with countless minuscule acupoints. While he can sense them, he lacks the sufficient vital energy to unlock them. It is akin to having a treasure mountain, but being unable to take anything away. Gu Yi gazed at the sky. An inexplicable sense of difficulty surrounding the development of his acupoints. It is imperative to note that he was no ordinary individual, but rather a formidable soul king, with a physical strength that could rival that of a typical soul saint of weapon spirits. This does not imply that he could vanquish a soul saint through sheer physicality, but rather that his bodily prowess was comparable to theirs. Despite possessing such a physique, the progress remained astonishingly slow. Nevertheless, he had successfully pioneered a new path of cultivation. Time was on his side, and he would gradually refine his skills. It would require a year or two before he could reveal himself to the world, which was ample time. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue finally received a letter that had been read once before. The words Qian Rinxue personally opened were stamped prominently on the envelope. Upon observing the distinctly personal style of the handwriting, she unhesitatingly tore it open. Moments later, having finished reading the letter, Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, her mood evidently less radiant than before. However, she did not succumb to anger, for she still held the letter in her grasp. The recently acquired desk narrowly escaped the misfortune of being destroyed. She returned the letter to its envelope and placed it into a small box, which contained 5 or 6 other letters, all bearing similar handwriting. I shall see for myself whether the person you speak of is truly as formidable as you claim. That woman is certainly not one to be trifled with. In this matter, only 3 individuals were privy to the knowledge. Chapter 56, A Grand Gesture at Shrek Academy. After having developed the path of physical cultivation, Gu Yi found himself with time to attend to the Shrek 7 monsters. After all, certain tasks still required their involvement. Having been away from the academy for an unknown period, Gu Yi returned 7 days later, a rare fatigue etched across his features. Gu Yi summoned Oscar, Zhu Shiqing, and others to the playground. If they are to grow, gentle methods will prove ineffective. The academy's first outdoor survival drill is about to commence, presenting certain dangers. However, those who succeed will be granted the opportunity to learn a unique soul skill crafted specifically for them. Of course, participation is entirely voluntary. Gu Yi's words were undeniably alluring, particularly for Zhu Shiqing. From dawn until dusk, her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to grow stronger. Aside from the aimless musings that occupied her thoughts each night as she lay in bed, she scarcely found a moment's respite. I shall participate, Zhu Shiqing declared without a moment's hesitation, raising her hand. The others, not willing to be outdone, promptly followed suit, lifting their hands in unison. They harbored no doubts that Gu Yi would genuinely place them in peril. After all, they were merely students. Excellent, truly deserving of being the 7 prodigies of Shrek Academy. I wish you a delightful week ahead. Gui smiled gently, and before the others could fully comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped them. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves in an exceedingly unfamiliar environment. Everything around them was alien, and they were utterly alone. The others were nowhere to be found. It felt as though he was the sole inhabitant of this realm. Where was this place? Although the 7 individuals were scattered across different locations, they collectively pondered this question. However, the uncertainty soon dissipated, as a familiar voice resonated in their minds. You 7 are situated in 7 distinct locations, with a safe radius of 5 meters surrounding you. There is no food. If you wish to eat, you must venture outside to seek it. As for what lies beyond, you will discover that in due time. Oh, and there's one more thing I neglected to mention. In 7 days, I will emit a signal, and the first to arrive will receive a mysterious surprise. I wish you all the best. The voice of Gui faded from their minds, and only then did they comprehend their current predicament. The darkness had enveloped the sky without them noticing, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, the incessant cries of the soul beasts made it clear that this was far from a safe haven. With nothing else to occupy their time, they resorted to cultivation. Reassured by the knowledge that this was a secure zone and that Gui's strength was reliable. After some time spent in meditation, the 7 suddenly opened their eyes. Their cultivation speed had accelerated. The time required to advance a level had significantly decreased. Have you noticed? Standing atop the firmament, Gui gazed down upon the 7 locations within the forest, a smile gracing his lips. It had taken him considerable time to cultivate this meticulously crafted environment for training. The most distinctive features of the Douluo Continent are the martial souls and soul beasts. The stronger the martial soul, the swifter the enhancement of one's capabilities and the higher the potential limit. Moreover, under specific conditions, martial souls can even accelerate a soul master's cultivation speed. This is what is referred to as a martial soul imitation training ground. However, merely contemplating the panic and disarray that the soul beasts, with their bloodthirsty fangs bared outside the circle, would experience tomorrow filled Gui with delight. Gui was not idle either. He was diligently studying the soul skills contained within the soul rings. This served as an excellent method for him to open up new avenues of thought. Particularly, the 4th soul skill provided a substantial enhancement to his prowess. Without this skill, engaging in combat with a title Douluo like Chen Xin would necessitate a desperate struggle for survival. The 4th soul skill, which harnesses a significant amount of the world's vital energy, is indeed a boon for martial artists. Now, his ambition was to transform the 5th soul skill into his own, drawing upon many aspects that could be emulated. With Dawn's arrival, the true trials were set to commence. Zhu Ziqing had completed a night of rigorous training, her entire demeanor exuding a palpable aura of darkness, accentuated by her black leather attire, which lent her an air of alluring mystery. Observing Zhu Ziqing in such a state, Gui furrowed his brow. She appeared somewhat amiss. The territory meticulously sought and arranged by Gui is steeped in a dense accumulation of dark energy. Typically, this place is frequented solely by soul beasts of the dark and malevolent variety, rendering it inhospitable to others. The techniques he imparted to Zhu Ziqing were somewhat unconventional, driven by a desire for rapid results, and in the relatively mild atmosphere of Shrek, their efficacy was not fully realized. However, upon arriving in this potent realm of dark energy, those techniques were thoroughly activated, particularly within Zhu Ziqing, a woman consumed by hatred and murderous intent. Yet, for the moment, she has not succumbed to chaos, and Gui is keen to observe whether she can navigate this formidable challenge. Mental barriers are often far more daunting than physical ones. Only by overcoming this obstacle can Zhu Ziqing aspire to achieve greatness. Meanwhile, Tang San, the protagonist of the original story, demonstrates commendable progress, albeit slightly slower than Zhu Ziqing, primarily due to her unorthodox training methods. The Xian Tian Gong indeed proves extraordinary. It dawns on everyone what Gui's cryptic words truly signify. Ning Rongrong, feeling the weight of her situation, erupts in frustration, lamenting her role as a support soul master and questioning how she can endure in such an environment. Gui had anticipated this. Ning Rongrong is not like Oscar, having not undergone rigorous training from a young age, and her brief tenure at the academy leaves her lacking in substantial skills. Thus, while he would not impose insurmountable challenges upon her, he would not render her experience overly simplistic either. Although Gui had released them into the starry forest, he remained vigilant, constantly attuned to the surrounding movements. Should any threat to their lives arise, he would intervene without hesitation. Training is merely training. He would never gamble with their lives. This wilderness survival exercise aimed to elicit their latent potential as much as possible, coupled with the enhancement from the camouflage training ground. They gained combat experience while their soul power remained unscathed. The most remarkable performance came from Tang San, who, bolstered by the advantages of his previous life and equipped with the Xiantian treasure record and hidden weapons, thrived in this environment. His existence was indeed prosperous. Following closely was Zhu Xing, who, despite lacking Tang San's experience, hidden weapons, and various martial arts, possessed her own expertise in jungle evasion. As an agile attack-type soulmaster, combined with the techniques imparted by Gui, her speed was astonishing. In such an environment, she too held a distinct advantage. In contrast, the performances of the remaining members were rather unremarkable, merely average. During their battles, Gui engaged in his own internal struggle. Harnessing the abundant natural energy accumulated through his fourth soul skill, he gained the ability to fly. However, he had never suspended in the air for such an extended period, making the mastery of his strength particularly critical. He needed to unravel the complexities gradually to sustain his flight. Even with his utmost effort, Gui could only persist for 2 fleeting days before plummeting from the sky. Clearly, he had reached his absolute limit. Chapter 57. Entering the game, everyone was making progress. Over the course of 7 days, the Shrek 7 Devils had each developed a more resolute demeanor, though not without sustaining injuries. Fortunately, they were merely superficial wounds, nothing of grave concern. Gui emitted a timely signal, radiating like the luminous light of the Buddha, casting a resplendent glow across the sky. In the periphery of the Douluo forest, there were virtually no 10,000-year soul beasts. Should one dare to engage in such actions deep within the forest, even the mightiest would find themselves meeting an untimely demise. Although 10,000-year soul beasts posed little threat to him individually, their sheer numbers could overwhelm even the strongest. Unless one possessed a power capable of inducing a qualitative change, quantity would still play a significant role to a certain extent. The Shrek 7, despite their best efforts to remain oblivious, found it nearly impossible not to notice, particularly as they had been pondering how Gui would disseminate his signal. No one anticipated that the signal Gui referred to would manifest in such a grand manner. Indeed, geniuses possess uniquely brilliant minds, even in the delivery of a signal. Other soul masters within the Douluo forest also took note of Gui's audacity. Soaring through the air, he was none other than the esteemed titled Douluo. A beautiful lady gazed upon the figure in the sky, clad in white as pure as snow, untouched by the slightest impurity, resembling a deity descending to the mortal realm. Almost everyone shared a singular goal, to be the first to reach Gui's side and seize that mysterious surprise. Yet, there were exceptions, such as Ning Rongrong. She was acutely aware that as a support soul master, it was unrealistic for her to arrive before Tang San and Dai Mubai. However, Ning Rongrong slightly misjudged the situation. Gui maintained a sense of fairness in his teachings, making adjustments based on each individual's soul master profession. For instance, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were the 2 closest to him, while Zhu Xuqing and Ma Hongjun were positioned at the farthest distance. The placements of the remaining members were relatively similar. Gui does not exhibit favoritism towards any student merely based on personal preference. Even though he harbors some reservations about Tang San, he would never deliberately make things difficult for him during training. This embodies the essence of teaching ethics. However, beyond the realm of instruction, Gui operates according to his own inclinations. By imparting the techniques of Zhu Xing, he adheres to his true feelings. Wishing to prevent this young woman from losing hope in the world, Gui did not allow the radiance to linger for long. It dissipated from his surface in approximately 30 seconds. At this moment, when Gui maximizes his perception, it is precisely when problems are most likely to arise. Any misstep is absolutely impermissible. The Ghost Shadow Misty Steps truly live up to their reputation as the ultimate secret technique of the Tank sect, enabling Tang San to maintain his speed unimpeded in such circumstances. His performance could easily earn him the title of an agile assault-type soul master. However, in his perception, although Zhu Xuqing lacks any martial techniques, her naturally keen martial spirit, combined with a woman's inherent grace, allows her movements to rival Tang San's without any disparity. In fact, her speed surpasses his. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun and Oscar remain closely matched, with Oscar being the nearest. Ultimately, Tang San prevails, as Oscar is momentarily ensnared by a nearly 1,000-year-old soul beast, causing a delay. Zhu Xing, being the farthest away, barely secures the 4th position, while Ma Hongjun claims 3rd. In comparison to the others, Zhu Xuqing's foundation remains insufficient. Her physical prowess, martial spirit, and soul power all fall short. Defeat is an inevitable outcome. Gui then revealed the mysterious surprise he had previously promised. Tang-san, this is the technique I developed a few years ago that can harness the power of flora, which may perhaps compensate for the deficiencies in your martial soul. Gui could hardly recall the number of martial arts techniques he had devised. The human meridian system is immensely intricate, with each channel serving a distinct purpose. Initially, in his endeavor to experiment with the Zhou Tian Lu Hejing, he truly transformed into an unparalleled being, akin to Saitama. Thank you, Vice Dean. Tang-san accepted the martial arts technique from Gui's hands. Although the Xiantian treasure record was sufficient for his cultivation, Gui was no ordinary individual, particularly with a martial soul linked to the meridians. The techniques created by such a person could be invaluable, even without direct study. Congratulations to all of you for successfully completing the wilderness survival training. I shall not speak untruths. I have prepared a unique soul skill for each of you. Gui produced 7 books and handed them to them. Tang-san, Serenity Technique. Zhu Qin, Ethereal Steps. Oscar, 6 Pulse Divine Sword. Ma Hongjun, Flame Eruption. Daimubai, Diamond Fist. Xiaowu, 9 Linked Legs. Ning Rongrong, Shadowless Earth. Gui gazed at the astonished 7, a martial art he had contemplated for an extended period. Essentially, it was designed to address their deficiencies. Among them, Tang-san had caused him the most hesitation. Unlike the other 6, Tang-san was hardly lacking in martial arts. He possessed an abundance of mental techniques, training methods for both sight and hand, agility, and grappling skills. After much contemplation, Gui finally recalled a mental technique he had inadvertently developed. This particular technique held no significant power for enhancing strength, nor could it augment perception. Its sole purpose was to cultivate tranquility, soothing turbulent emotions and tempering fiery passions. Perhaps it could cleanse him of his overwhelming killing intent, steering him away from the path of death that he so easily treaded. Whether he chose to practice it was entirely his own decision. Since you have all gathered, let us return together. I shall await you at Shrek Academy. After Gui uttered these words, he soared into the sky. The 7 individuals exchanged perplexed glances, contemplating their next move. Running away seemed the only option. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Gui finally awaited the person he had longed for. Old Poison, you have finally arrived. Bo appeared somewhat helpless, as he had inadvertently let Gui down by failing to fulfill their prior arrangement. However, who could have anticipated that Tang Hao would be present? Over the years, he had prided himself on his significant advancement in strength, no longer resembling the former gatekeeper of the title Douluo. Yet, in the presence of Tang Hao, he felt utterly uncertain. The disparity in power was insurmountable. This is what you desired. If you possess something valuable, why bother with these? Bo tossed a leather pouch to Gui, inquiring with evident confusion. Those items are not trivial. At my current level, I lack the capability to handle them. Let us set them aside for now. Gui opened it, and indeed found the items he required. By the way, why didn't Du Guyan accompany you this time? Gui felt somewhat perplexed. After all, Du Guyan used to visit frequently, yet this time she did not accompany Du Gubo. It was rather surprising. Alas, it is precisely because your strength has surged so rapidly that Yenner has been stimulated to the point of solely fixating on finding toxins and diligently cultivating her skills. To this day, she has yet to achieve any tangible progress. Gubo regarded Gui with a rather peculiar gaze. Old Poison Master. Let us not speak of this matter. We remain good friends. Gui felt a headache just thinking about it. Gubo, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from bringing it up again and suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Have you truly made your decision regarding that matter? Of course. I have been preparing for this for 5 years. Gui also withdrew her smile. Gubo gazed at Gui's increasingly mature appearance. From the moment he arrived in Soto City, no, from the moment Yin encountered this young man, he had already entered the game. Chapter 58, Longing for the Unattainable. Gubo now reminisced about the scene from 4 years ago when he first met Gui. Beneath her youthful and innocent facade lay an extraordinarily cold heart. This heart did not crave warmth, nor did it seek love. It required the searing heat of fresh blood to become warm. The source of that blood came from those exalted individuals. Gubo did not linger here for long, after all. He still needed to return to oversee that obstinate granddaughter of his. Gui, this peculiar individual, is unattainable, should one inadvertently fall into his trap. It would be a tragic irony, dark-haired individuals sending dark-haired individuals to their demise. In less than a day's time, the 7 members of Shrek returned to the academy. Gui was sought out by Zhu Qing for a singular reason. She could not master the Lingbo Weibu technique, lacking a foundation in the I Ching. Even the most profound martial arts would be of little consequence to her. Moreover, Gui had previously stated that she was welcome to approach him any time should she encounter any difficulties. Gui gazed at the faintly discernible dark energy swirling within Zhu Zhuqing's pupils, furrowing his brow as he cautioned, "You must halt this." Zhu Zhuqing appeared almost entranced, having absorbed an immense quantity of Yin energy in a mere 7 days. The soul power she had recently elevated was now nearly depleted. The imbalance of Yin overpowering Yang rendered such progress superficial. While it could yield considerable advancements in a short span, it also bore a significant risk of falling into obsession. Zhu Zhuqing's current state of mind rendered her incapable of mastering this technique. If one's spirit is ensnared by the method, it ceases to be a person cultivating. Rather, it becomes the method that compels the individual to cultivate. No, I cannot stop. For the first time, Zhu Zhuqing countered Gu Yi's suggestion, shaking her head in dissent. The rapid surge in her strength during this time far surpassed anything she had experienced before. To her, this was a genuine opportunity to break free from her fate. And she would not relent, even in the face of death. Gu Yiming comprehended that the present Zhu Zhuqing had succumbed to obsession, akin to a drowning person clutching at straws, unwilling to relinquish even in the face of death. For her, this was not merely a blade of grass, but a beacon of hope. Those who have long dwelt in despair possess a yearning for light that transcends ordinary understanding. Perhaps, a life of constancy is the very existence that some pursue throughout their entire lives. This holds true for Zhu Zhuqing as well. Especially after becoming Dai Mubai's fiancée, she had long since transformed into a drowning soul, with her strength being the final straw for her salvation. Otherwise, given her innate 7th-level talent, achieving the rank of a 27th-level soul master before the age of 12 required an effort beyond what ordinary individuals could fathom. However, Gu Yiming also discerned a perplexing issue. Tang San, endowed with innate full soul power and the enigmatic Xiantian skill, should not merely surpass Zhu Zhuqing by 2 levels at the age of 12. It is noteworthy that at the outset, Zhu Zhuqing was already 3 levels below Tang San. And this was a gap of innate levels. Over 6 years, rather than widening, the chasm between them was continually narrowing. This is indeed an extraordinary phenomenon. Perhaps Tang San's innate talent is not particularly remarkable. Rather, it is the enhancement provided by Xiantian's skill that has rendered him a genius of innate full soul power in the eyes of the world. After all, he has already demonstrated that internal martial arts can elevate an ordinary person to the status of a soul master. Gui gazed at the tenacious Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a mix of exasperation and compassion. Generally speaking, the most effective approach to dealing with such unruly students would be to administer a sound thrashing. After all, during his own childhood, he had been subjected to considerable punishment while memorizing the medicinal properties of herbs, enduring severe beatings, and in extreme cases, even being stripped of his trousers for discipline. That sensation was one he would never forget. However, given the distinctions between genders, it was clearly inappropriate to resort to such measures with Zhu Zhuqing. "Follow me," he instructed. Gui led Zhu Zhuqing to the plum blossom poles, a place where he had previously practiced. This series of poles was established based on the steps above. As long as one could traverse this course with swiftness and ease, it would signify the beginning of their journey. This method had been discovered long ago, yet it was only Tang San who pondered its significance. After walking through it a few times without any notable findings, he ceased further exploration. Others had never encountered such a practice and deemed it of little use. After all, they were all soul masters. Even a powerful assault-type soul master like Dai Mubai, though unable to navigate it effortlessly, did not find it a significant obstacle. Thus, no one paid it much heed. Now, however, Gui proclaimed that it was designed to train the lightness skill, leaving her utterly astonished. Gui found himself unable to dedicate as much time to Zhu Zhuqing as he would have liked. The clock was ticking ever closer to a critical moment, and he could no longer afford to procrastinate. To falter now, lacking the strength to confront the impending challenges, would constitute a true failure. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the manual in her hands, then glanced at the plum blossom stake, finally allowing her eyes to rest on the receding figure of Gu Yi. It seemed that each time, she was left watching his silhouette fade into the distance. With agility, Zhu Zhuqing ascended the plum blossom stake. Following the instructions inscribed in the manual and the traces left upon the stake, she began to traverse its surface. Each student at Shrek Academy now had their own pursuits, and Gui was no exception. Having embarked upon the path of physical cultivation, it was only natural that he would seek to enhance his abilities. Gui retrieved a plethora of herbs and a golden object from the treasure pouch. The herbs were sourced from the Eye of Ice and Fire, while the golden item was a piece of ambergris. he would not easily overlook the significance of ambergris, a precious substance capable of enhancing physical constitution and prolonging the absorption lifespan of soul rings. However, the rarity of millennium ambergris cannot be overstated. During this era, the concept of ambergris was yet unknown, and the ocean posed far greater dangers than the Stardew forest. Despite his request to Douluo to commence gathering this treasure several years prior, only a meager handful had been collected, with not a single piece of the millennial variety. After all, Douluo's mastery lay primarily in poison. Employing his toxic expertise to hunt for millennium ambergris would not only be perilous but would also render the substance inedible. As the title of Poison Douluo was no trivial matter, the essence of ambergris is, in fact, a powerful aphrodisiac, with some effects being permanent in nature. Gui intends to concoct a medicinal bath using whale fat and herbs to invigorate his vitality. Nevertheless, he retains a portion of the whale fat and herbs. For it is nearly impossible for Shrek to emerge as the champion of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition without the aid of celestial herbs. Thus, they must seek enhancements in other aspects. Only by securing the championship can subsequent endeavors unfold smoothly. Gui gazed upon Heavendoe City, convinced that another soul was toiling for the same cause. Though their paths converged, their principles diverged. Upon the celestial canvas, 3 silhouettes seemed to materialize, one standing solitary, while 2 others faced him in tandem, with the final figure looming significantly larger than the rest. Your move. Chapter 59. The world's constraints within the hallowed halls of the Pope's sanctuary. Bibi Dong observed the trio before her, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Hulaina. These 3 stood as the most exceptional young spirit masters of the current generation under the Spirit Hall's banner. Xiaoyu and Yin, both 48th ranked spirit elders, were matched by Hulaina's slightly lower, yet formidable 47th rank. By the time of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Tournament, they would undoubtedly ascend to Spirit King realms. How could that boy possibly triumph? Through years of correspondence between Gui and that wretched child, Bibi Dong had gleaned enough to warrant caution. Yet, should he refuse to serve under the Spirit Hall's command thereafter, the only fate awaiting such defiance was annihilation. For those who dared obstruct her designs, death was the sole conclusion. The sole reason Gui still drew breath was his potential to expedite her grand design, and the meddling interference of a certain obstinate elder. As for the prowess he had displayed, in Bibi Dong's eyes, it was negligible. What of the sword Douluo Continent? Beneath the Spirit Hall's iron might, even he would kneel in submission. To realize her ambitions, she would spare no atrocity. This vile, corrupt lineage and its institutions had no place in this world. A wisp of sinister energy flickered across her form, swiftly suppressed before the trio below could perceive it. From this day forth, you shall train within the Valley of Death. Return only upon breaking through to Spirit King. None dared dissent. As you command, they chorused. As Pope, Bibi Dong wielded an imperious majesty. Her formidable strength and years of cultivated authority rendered her an image of transcendent nobility. Even the world's most exquisite treasures could only complement her radiance, never eclipsing it. Do not disappoint me. Once the trio departed, Bibi Dong uttered these words before an eruption of malevolent energy consumed her. The regal aura dissipated, replaced by a corruption so profound it seemed to embody the essence of wickedness itself. Her visage darkened to a ghastly hue, wreathed in an ominous violet mist. Damn it. And with that, Bibi Dong vanished from the Pope's sanctuary. Gui successfully transformed whale glue and a multitude of herbs into a barrel of medicinal bath. The steam rising from the vat was so invigorating that even an ordinary person would feel revitalized, as if witnessing an ancient tree blossoming anew. Moreover, Gui, being a vigorous and youthful man filled with vitality, experienced an immediate response upon inhaling the fragrant vapors. Memories long buried in the depths of his mind were stirred, and the vivid, unclothed images in his thoughts intensified his restlessness and yearning. His emotions and visions were seamlessly woven into the essence of magic, allowing his heart to find tranquility. As he stepped into the medicinal bath, he found himself overwhelmed, much like awakening each morning, unable to restrain his body's reactions. The potency of the herbs was undeniably remarkable. Gui did not squander time, channeling his meridians to absorb the medicinal effects. Subsequently, he continued to activate the vital acupoints within the human body. These diminutive orifices are crucial, governing all aspects of life, including birth, aging, illness, and death. Should Gui one day attain mastery over all his acupoints, enduring through countless tribulations without succumbing, then perhaps the deities of this world would be rendered insignificant. After Gui absorbed the potency from the medicinal barrel, he astonishingly failed to unlock the other two acupoints in his legs. It was absurd. As if his mother had opened a door to the absurd, and thus, absurdity had returned home. Gui finally realized that the issue lay within this realm. It does not permit the existence of any cultivation paths that transcend the soul ring system. Otherwise, such difficulty would be inconceivable. The presence of soul beasts instills fear in the celestial deities above. Or perhaps it was the dragon god from countless eons ago that struck terror into the hearts of the gods. They dread the emergence of another dragon god, which has given rise to this distorted world. A system that necessitates hunting for growth is indeed designed to ensure the extinction of soul beasts. Gui emerged from the medicinal barrel, his expression one of indifference. The perplexities that had plagued him in recent days finally found their explanation. Even though he had forcefully entered this realm, it did not imply that his level of mastery was inferior. In other words, his prowess in martial arts had long since qualified him as a grandmaster. His meridians flowed freely, his organs pristine and unblemished, his body as translucent as crystal. Coupled with the martial will he had comprehended many years ago, all these factors elevated him above the ordinary. Though the physical and internal paths are not of the same origin, all the myriad paths of the world ultimately converge. At the very least, his realm was not lacking. Everything stemmed from this foundation. Gui stepped out of the room, and it was evident that not everyone was diligently practicing the techniques he imparted. Xiaowu was a prime example, nibbling on a carrot while idly watching Zhu Zhuqing refine her agility. Gui truly fails to comprehend the gravity of her mother's murder. Such profound enmity does not ignite her passion for diligent cultivation. She seems to regard herself as merely an ordinary girl, with the foundation of 100,000 years of cultivation. If she were to earnestly practice in the realm of humanity, how could her progress not rival that of Tang San? Furthermore, despite being aware that her true identity may be uncovered by the title Douluo, she persists in her reckless actions without consideration for the consequences. Gui turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, whose black leather attire was speckled with considerable dust. She appeared somewhat dim and unkempt, her hair lacking its usual neatness. Yet, her strides did not exhibit any significant improvement. Instead, she seemed agitated, heedlessly charging forward without a moment's thought for the consequences. She was utterly oblivious to the next step. Zhu Zhuqing afforded herself no respite, opting instead for a full-speed sprint. Fear of missteps or falls did not deter her. She believed that a spirit master's physique could withstand such impacts and even enhance muscle reflexes. Gui stood still, observing as Zhu Zhuqing tumbled down from the plum blossom stake, exhibiting not the slightest hint of movement. He quietly watched her furrowed brow as she rose from the ground, resolutely leaping back onto the wooden post, still exerting herself to the utmost. Fearless, she pressed on. Yet, the more anxious she became, the more her steps faltered. Zhu Zhuqing, now influenced by a sinister aura, had become a veritable zealot, singularly focused on her desire for success. But how could such a mindset ever lead to triumph? Gui stood in place, observing Zhu Zhuqing fall repeatedly, each time with a furrowed brow as she persevered. Xiaowu had long since paused her consumption of carrots, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing with concern. Before Gui's arrival, she had already offered her counsel, but to no avail. Furthermore, Zhuqing had grown increasingly peculiar, a fact that even Xiaowu had disowned. Gui's figure flickered as he approached Zhu Zhuqing, commanding her to halt with a powerful voice. Accompanied by an intense surge of mental strength, he dispelled the shadows lurking in her heart, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to momentarily awaken from her obsession. Follow me. Gui was genuinely astonished by the extent of Zhu Zhuqing's obsession. The dark energy had significantly intensified her fixation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind Gui. Xiaowu was completely oblivious to the spiritual force at play. She merely sensed that a single word from Gui could compel Zhu Zhuqing, whom she had struggled to persuade for quite some time, to obediently comply. Indeed, there was something amiss between these two. Chapter 60, The Self-Deluded Master and Disciple. Entering the water for a soak on her own, Gui tossed a pouch of medicinal herbs into the hot water and spoke to Zhu Zhuqing behind him. The sight of this dirty yet remarkably stubborn demeanor was almost too disheartening to behold. Gui finished speaking and stepped outside. Zhu Zhuqing glanced back at the tightly shut door, feeling a tinge of shyness, for after all, this was a man's chamber. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate for her to disrobe in such a place. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing eventually unzipped her attire and entered. Enveloped entirely by the warm medicinal liquid, she experienced an unprecedented sense of warmth, as subtle traces of medicinal energy were absorbed into her body, mending her internal injuries. Even the minute-hidden wounds from her past cultivation began to gradually heal, despite her noble lineage. Zhu Zhiqing had previously indulged in medicinal baths and was well aware of their efficacy. However, the effects of this particular bath were extraordinary. Not only was the potency remarkable, but it also enhanced her soul power. Such a phenomenon was beyond her wildest imagination, yet it was indeed unfolding before her very eyes. Zhu Zhiqing found it difficult to fathom how Gui had achieved this. At merely 15 years of age, he had reached a level that many could only aspire to in a lifetime. Was this the essence of true genius? In comparison to him, what could she and her peers possibly claim as genius? Lost in thought, a wave of fatigue washed over her, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. It was not until dawn broke that Zhu Zhiqing awakened from her deep sleep. The water in the medicinal tub had long since cooled, but fortunately, being a soul master, her body was far from ordinary, and such a temperature was insufficient to induce a cold or fever. After a night of rest, she felt significantly rejuvenated, perhaps also due to the restoration of her physical injuries. In any case, the influence of the ominous energy had notably diminished. At this moment, Zhu Zhiqing chose not to don her previous tattered black leather attire, which was now soiled with dust. However, when she emerged, she still wore a black leather outfit, identical in style. She had never been one to invest excessive effort in trivial matters. Instead of fussing over such mundane concerns, she preferred to dedicate that time to cultivating her soul power and practicing her soul skills. As Zhu Zhiqing stepped outside, she spotted Gui standing there, welcoming the rising sun. From her vantage point, she even caught a rare glimpse of Gui's smile, a sight seldom seen. Was it merely the dawn that brought him such joy? This was not the playful delight he occasionally displayed during their banter, but rather a genuine joy emanating from within. Waking up, it was a good moment to fully appreciate the beauty of the rising sun. Gui did not turn her head. She merely felt her body becoming invigorated under the warm rays of the sun. However, Zhu Zhiqing found it difficult to comprehend the significance of this moment. Nevertheless, she was still inclined to heed Gui's words. Standing beside him, gazing at the sun that had just risen from the horizon, she felt little in the way of emotion. Gui seemed to have lost interest in the sunrise, turning his head to glance at Zhu Zhiqing beside him. At this moment, she bore no adornments. Her half-dry, ebony hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her face, flawless and slightly damp, radiated a purity reminiscent of a water lily emerging from its pond, as if everything in the world had found meaning in this instant. Yet, the almost lifeless gaze in her eyes marred this beauty, the chilling detachment creating a stark contrast within this breathtaking tableau. Were this a scene crafted by nature? Gui would undoubtedly find it exquisite. However, to see such a sight embodied in a person, especially in a stunning young woman, was something he found difficult to accept. Zhu Zhiqing, sensing Gui's subtle anomaly, also turned to look at him. At that moment, sunlight bathed their faces. Perhaps, years later, when reminiscing about this moment, both would feel a tinge of nostalgia. Let us gaze upon the sun each day. Gui spoke with deep sincerity at this moment. Anything he says will be deemed incorrect. One should refrain from advising others to be virtuous without having endured their hardships. Although Gui was aware of some of Zhu Zhiqing's experiences, she could not genuinely empathize with her. The term empathy is fundamentally flawed. One often hears phrases like, "I view the issue from your perspective," or "one should show mercy where possible, and I am considering your situation." While these words may seem simple to utter, it is exceedingly difficult for many to embody them. At this moment, Zhu Zhiqing exemplified this very struggle. Acknowledging her plight with subtlety would be the greatest assistance. It was precisely for this reason that Gui paid special attention to the young girl. Zhu Zhiqing, in her naivety, nodded. Although she did not grasp the significance of watching the sun, it did not hinder her cultivation, and she thought it worth a try during her spare moments. Tang San, on the other hand, approached Yu Xiaojiang, armed with the two techniques Gui had imparted to him. Given the precedent set by Ning Rongrong, even with the temptation to learn surreptitiously, Tang San chose not to present the techniques outright. Instead, he shared the underlying theories and some effects with Yu Xiaojiang. While Yu Xiaojiang was immersed in his own struggles, he also diligently gathered knowledge at Shrek Academy, which included Gui's more comprehensive insights into martial souls and, crucially, the theory of meridians. He even acquired the pure Yuan Gong through Flinder. As a close friend, this was a trivial matter for him. Yu Xiaojiang did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions, for he too was a teacher at Shrek, and learning the Academy's foundational techniques posed no dilemma. Had it not been for Gui's pronounced hostility towards him, Yu Xiaojiang would have already sought to investigate her martial soul. Such an extraordinary martial soul was unprecedented in his experience. Human martial souls were exceedingly rare, and Gui's was even more so. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing found himself increasingly disdainful of his own martial soul, which, aside from its ability to produce flatulence, seemed utterly lacking in merit. After hearing Tang San's description, Yu Xiaojing developed a keen interest in the two techniques, as they were remarkably novel to him. When he made this inquiry, Tang San hesitated, stating, Gui has stipulated that the techniques she teaches can only be cultivated by oneself and cannot be shared with others. Tang San's refusal took Yu Xiaojing by surprise. He had not anticipated that Tang San, who had always heeded his words, would deny him this time. They were both individuals of shifting thoughts, understanding each other without need for words. The master and disciple exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Regrettably, Yu Xiaojing's rugged, wrinkled visage appeared somewhat comical. While soul masters possess the ability to maintain eternal youth, this privilege is typically reserved for those of higher rank. Yu Xiaojing, at just over 50, had yet to surpass the 30th level, rendering him a rather ineffectual soul master. To attain the ability of everlasting youth, one would need to achieve at least the 70th level. Chapter 61. Turn-based game. After a fortnight of anticipation, Gui finally permitted Oscar and the others to enter the soul fighting arena. The primary objective was to provide them with substantial practical experience, rather than engaging in repetitive skirmishes with the same few opponents. This was equally aimed at helping them acclimatize to the martial arts they had recently acquired. With the complementary martial arts, it was essential to harmonize them with their martial spirits and soul rings for optimal effectiveness. Even Ning Rongrong and Oscar were designated to participate in the arena. Oscar's objective was to triumph over his adversaries, while Ning Rongrong's task was to evade, prolonging her avoidance as much as possible, given her current lack of combat prowess. Each of the other participants also had distinct expectations placed upon them. This marked the true commencement of instruction for the 7 members of Shrek Academy. The first to conclude his battle was Tang San, indicating that he had indeed mastered the wood control technique I had imparted to him. Gui could distinctly sense that Tang San's blue-silver grass had become more vibrant than ever. During this period, Tang San had refrained from absorbing spirit rings and remained within the confines of the academy. Naturally, this could only imply one possibility: he had been cultivating the wood control technique. Tang San nodded, confirming that he indeed practiced the wood control technique, and the results were quite remarkable. Furthermore, he had also engaged in the cultivation of the tranquility technique, which yielded effects consistent with what Gui had described. Surely, even if I were to teach you the cultivation of your martial spirit, you would not heed my words. It is best for you to rest well. Gu Yiming understood that Tang San would never turn to embrace his theories, and the notion of the blue-silver emperor he spoke of was equally unfounded. Naturally, there was no way to convince Tang San. He quietly stepped aside, harboring no fondness for Gu Yiming. The mere fact that he had caused his own teacher to cough up blood was a grievance that could not be overlooked. If it were not for the disparity in their strengths and his current studies at Shrek Academy, he would have long since settled the score. Moreover, he could leverage Gu Yiming's resources to enhance his own power, fortifying himself with the tools of his adversary. Gui chose to patiently await the conclusion of the next competitor. According to the competition schedule, Zhu Shuqing was the second participant. In the original narrative, her first opponent in the Soul Arena was Tang San, a formidable rival, and she suffered a devastating defeat. However, with Gui's enhancements and her training in a more agile and versatile movement technique, she found herself thriving in this environment. Nonetheless, her mastery of the Lingbo Weibu technique remained insufficient, and she had yet to integrate her soul skills with it. Nevertheless, she could easily handle ordinary soul masters. Yet, what awaited her was only Gui's stern expression. First, take a moment to rest, he advised, given that there were other battles to follow. Gui refrained from immediately pointing out Zhu Shuqing's shortcomings. Gui observed that the individuals in this world possessed remarkably rigid minds. Even the so-called geniuses exhibited a similar lack of creativity, as if innovation was beyond their grasp. They solely understood the release of soul techniques, evading attacks, and then unleashing their abilities once more. Combat is not a turn-based affair. Every fleeting opportunity must be seized. Furthermore, soul techniques are far more accessible than martial arts. Requiring neither extensive study nor preconditions, once acquired, they can be wielded effortlessly. Yet, these individuals never contemplated adapting these techniques or inventing new abilities based on them. Perhaps it is the ease of attaining such powers that has dulled their capacity for thought. They resemble piglets living in a sty, receiving 3 meals a day without concern for their sustenance or rest. They are not burdened by contemplation, drifting through each day in a stupor. with their sole aim being to grow plump and robust. The soul masters of Douluo Continent embody this very mentality, having never pondered the underlying principles of their existence. Even those hailed as masters, the foremost scholars in the realm of soul masters, have failed to grasp these truths. As Gui surveyed the group, his countenance reflected his discontent. Among them, only Oscar appeared somewhat better, for as a support soul master, he lacked offensive capabilities. He could only fight using the martial arts imparted by Gui, demonstrating a commendable sense of timing. Tang San's ability to combat foes beyond his rank was hardly remarkable. It was all too primitive. Apart from employing soul techniques, they fought as if they were engaged in a turn-based game. The Shrek 7 monsters had made a significant impression upon their first encounter with the world, achieving notable victories, save for Rong, the support soul master without offensive power, who suffered defeat. Oscar, on the other hand, benefited from a fortunate match against an opponent who had just ascended to soul master rank, fortuitously facing a beast martial soul user like Daimubai, renowned for close combat. It was a hard-fought victory. The initial pride of the group diminished as they noticed Gui's less-than-pleased expression, prompting them to suppress their smiles. They returned home. Gui strode directly towards the outside. The others were utterly oblivious to what was troubling Gui. To them, this achievement was already quite commendable. Upon returning to the academy, what do you envision the battles between soul masters to be like? Without waiting for their response, Gui posed and answered his own question. You release a soul skill, and I shall release a soul skill as well. Let us see whose level is superior and whose soul skill is more formidable, shall we? Zhu Zhuqing and the others exchanged glances, wondering if that was not indeed the customary approach. For centuries, the conventions of the soul master realm have adhered to this principle. However, one aspect that eluded his understanding was the necessity to announce one's name and martial spirit before the commencement of battle. Should these details not remain concealed? It felt akin to bearing oneself before others, revealing one's vulnerabilities. If this is deemed a form of etiquette, a mark of respect between combatants, it seems perplexing that such an elevated custom would arise in this world. To return to the matter at hand, what puzzled Gui the most was the complete lack of innovation in soul skills. Zhu Zhuqing, your issue is the most pronounced. Gui mercilessly called out Zhu Zhuqing, who performed the worst today. Come, attack me. Gui could hardly fathom why they were so obstinate. Perhaps it was related to an environment where individuals could create life at such a tender age, when their bodies had yet to fully mature. Without any further ado, Zhu Zhuqing initiated the confrontation with her first soul skill, the abyssal stab. Gui remained motionless, as if an invisible barrier stood before him. Your speed is commendable. But what of your adaptability? Gui extended a finger and gently flicked Zhu Zhuqing's pristine forehead. The force was not substantial, yet it was sufficient to cause her discomfort. For a soul master, the most vital elements are the martial soul, soul power, and soul rings. However, it is the various soul skills endowed by the soul rings that we truly need to comprehend and appreciate, rather than employing them blindly. Gui flashed behind Zhu Zhuqing and struck her back with a palm strike, speed being the greatest strength of an agility-type soul master. Yet the true mark of an exceptional agility-type soul master lies in the ability to control that speed with effortless mastery. Staggered by the blow, Zhu Zhuqing steadied herself, absorbing Gui's teachings with quiet contemplation before activating her first soul ring once more. However, refining a soul skill is no simple feat, and Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to harness the speed granted by her first soul ring, veering uncontrollably in another direction. Chapter 62. Departure. Gui proceeded to address the shortcomings of the remaining students, for even geniuses can be more stubborn than ordinary individuals. His next plan was to lead Shrek Academy to Heavendo City. Though Shrek was a legitimate institution, it lacked the prestige to receive an invitation to the continent's Advanced Soul Master Tournament, a grand event reserved for renowned academies. Yet, for his ambitions to unfold, participation was essential. 3 options lay before him. 1. Through Dugu Bo's recommendation, entering under the banner of Heavendo Royal Academy. 2. Following the original course, seizing Lu Erlong's hard-founded academy under the guise of renaming it Shrek Academy. 3. Securing qualification independently, competing under Shrek's name. In truth, Gui would only ever choose the third path. The first would see any victory credited to Heavendo Royal Academy, stripping him of the recognition necessary for his grander vision, not for personal glory, but for the propagation of his teachings. The second option was equally unappealing. Lu Erlong had relinquished her academy and title out of loyalty to Flinder and Yu Shaojiang, muddying the waters with complications Gui wished to avoid. Moreover, with his strength, Obtaining tournament credentials was trivial. Even Flinder, now a sole Douluo, could manage it with relative ease. And Flinder, burdened by unspoken longing for a woman in Douluo City, would hardly refuse. Yet beneath it all, the world of Douluo Continent was steeped in tragedy. None escaped fate's cruel hand. Bibi Dong, once a romantic soul, was violated by her mentor, forced to bear a child, and later chosen by the malevolent Rakshasa god as an heir. Corruption festers even in the purest hearts. How much more in one already broken? For her, tragedy was inevitable. Gu Yi swiftly approached Flinder, asserting that such matters necessitated the involvement of the dean. After all, he was merely an assistant dean. To journey to Douluo City? Indeed, given our current capabilities, we could undoubtedly establish ourselves as a senior Soul Master Academy. However, it is imperative for you, the dean, to procure the necessary credentials in Douluo City. The establishment of a Soul Master Academy is not a venture that just anyone can undertake, as Soul Masters hold immense significance within the Douluo Empire, particularly high-ranking Soul Masters, whose importance cannot be overstated. Naturally, not every academy can ascend to the status of a senior Soul Master Academy. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Flinder found himself increasingly perplexed by Gu Yi's true intentions. Not only had he befriended the poisoned Douluo, but his prowess was also comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Every few months, he would correspond with various individuals, and on occasion, he would discreetly depart from the academy for several days, during which no one knew his whereabouts. Flinder chose not to inquire, as it was evident that he aimed to elevate Shrek Academy to legendary status. Gu Yi understood that Flander, both a mentor and a paternal figure, harbored the aspiration to elevate Shrek Academy to a prestigious institution. This ambition was the reason behind his stringent demands. Furthermore, Director, do you not wish to meet that individual? Flander, however, felt a deep melancholy. Even if he were to meet them, what purpose would it serve, for he ultimately deemed himself incapable? Among the three, one would inevitably be left isolated. Nevertheless, Gu Yi was not mistaken. It was indeed time to revisit Long Mei. Although he had not set foot in Douluo City for years, he was still aware of her circumstances. With Xiaogang's presence now, it was imperative that Long Mei no longer languish like a forlorn maiden in the academy shadows. Flander shut his eyes, grappling with this difficult decision. For the sake of Lu Erlong's well-being, he was willing to do anything. Director, some matters lie within your control. Do not engage in actions that you will regret for a lifetime. Gu Yi truly hopes that Flander would not appear in such a manner. Furthermore, does Yu Xiaojiang truly possess the qualifications to reclaim Lu Erlong? A coward who publicly flees from marriage, one cannot fathom why he would be so captivating. Gu Yi truly cannot comprehend. Is it solely because this world is filled with brutes, devoid of any intellectuals, that both women remain infatuated with Yu Xiaojiang? At least, he has yet to perceive any particularly remarkable qualities in Yu Xiaojiang. Flanders paused momentarily in his stride towards the outside, displaying no reaction before continuing his walk. Appearing somewhat desolate, will he regret his entire life? How much longer can he harbor such regrets? Flanders is acutely aware of his own talents. Even with Gu Yi's cultivation techniques, attaining the rank of titled Douluo remains an elusive dream. Gu Yi gazed at the principal who had departed from the academy, feeling a tinge of disappointment akin to hating iron for not being steel. The bonds of brotherhood had constrained his thoughts. In this world, 9 out of 10 matters do not unfold as one wishes, yet one can only express grievances about 2 of them. At times, one silently gnaws on their pain in the shadows. Gu Yi discreetly arrived at a remote mountain village several hundred miles from Soto City. Utilizing his extraordinary flying abilities, he descended directly onto his spacious clearing at the heart of the village. His sudden appearance quickly captured the attention of the villagers, and word spread rapidly. Soon, the entire village had gathered in the clearing. "Benefactor!" exclaimed the village's most esteemed elder, his hair completely white and his face and hands adorned with age spots. Yet he bore no cane. He immediately intended to kneel before Gu Yi. "Elder Lin, you are diminishing my longevity by doing this." Gu Yi hurriedly stepped forward to support old Lin, preventing him from kneeling. "I have become quite muddled, for the young ladies have yet to come and pay their respects to our benefactor." Old Lin turned around and, with a robust voice, called out to the villagers behind him, who were either women or children, "Come forth and acknowledge our benefactor." The entire assembly of villagers formed a large circle, encircling Gu Yi, and as if rehearsed, they knelt down in unison. Gu Yi felt a sense of helplessness, having reiterated countless times that these individuals remained unchanged. "Benefactor, these sentiments spring genuinely from our hearts. We, the Lin family village, have no means to repay your kindness. Lin Lao gazed at Gui with tears brimming in his eyes. This person before him was not merely a savior akin to a celestial being, but had also bestowed upon them the strength to protect themselves. Chapter 63. 5 years of change as time turned back to 5 years prior. A vile, treacherous assembly of noblemen reappeared, their laughter echoing with malicious glee. Mounted upon their magnificent steeds and adorned in garments of unparalleled opulence, they callously abducted all the able-bodied young men from the village. Each household was scoured for strikingly beautiful women, and the girl could scarcely fathom when her turn would come. She dared to hide in the cellar, trembling in fear, gazing towards an entrance that allowed no light to penetrate. Though she could see nothing, it felt as if invisible hands were reaching out to seize her. In that moment, breath escaped her, and tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she dared not utter a sound. Even the cockroach, once her greatest aversion, crawled near, scaling her toes before scuttling away, but she remained motionless. The cries for help and raucous laughter from outside, accompanied by the relentless sound of hooves, offered no solace to the 6-year-old girl, whose latent soul power had yet to awaken. The only words she could recall from her parents, uttered in their final moments, were to remain hidden until the outside fell silent. Thus, she waited and waited. Time slipped by, and the anguished screams and pleas outside gradually transformed. The clattering of hooves ceased, leaving only the echoes of supplication. Eventually, silence enveloped the air, and the girl noticed a glimmer of light above her, long-awaited illumination. A drop of liquid fell into the cellar. She was unaware of its nature, yet could not quell her fear. Trembling silently, she was clad in a blood-soaked garment. Wielding a bloodied sword, as Gui beheld the quivering child in the cellar, a stirring in her heart. Turning away from the cellar's entrance, the girl hesitated, casting a glance at the light but quickly withdrew, fearing to attract the stranger's attention. Before long, she sensed the vast light being obscured, and this shift intensified her tremors. Gui reappeared, now donned in immaculate white attire, having set aside the bloodied sword, suppressing the overwhelming aura of bloodlust, adjusting her emotions to their gentlest form. She descended the ladder and uttered in the softest tone she could muster, "It's all right now. It's all right. The bad people have been defeated by the big brother." Gui's gentle voice seemed to awaken her tender heart, gradually lifting her gaze. Her pure, untainted eyes appeared capable of reflecting all the world's evils. Yet they were filled with fear and trepidation. "Come, big brother will take you up." Gui extended his hands, yet he did not take the initiative to embrace her. At that moment, the little girl's heart was fragile. Any unnecessary movement could cast a deeper psychological shadow upon her. She gazed at Gui and hesitantly reached out to encircle his neck, as if she had found a pillar of support. She held on tightly, with fervor. The elder brother, Gui, inquired, "What is your name?" Gui tried his utmost to engage her in conversation, hoping to divert her attention from these painful memories and moments. The tender voice of Lin Qing reached his ears. As they emerged from the cellar, Gui thoughtfully covered Lin Qing's eyes. Someone so young should never have witnessed such horrors. Stepping out of the house where a corpse lay, they entered the village. As the commotion outside gradually faded, timid figures began to cautiously emerge from their hiding places, elders and children, with very few able-bodied men in sight. Most were women. Yet, the villagers all bore the same haggard appearance, their faces sallow and devoid of vitality. Even commoners should not have suffered such wretchedness. Along the village path lay dozens of bodies, noble youths clad in fine robes, armored soldiers, and common folk dressed in coarse linen. Blood pooled across the dirt, staining the earth a glaring, unsettling crimson. Gui, dressed in pristine white with fair, delicate features, stood starkly out of place in this grim scene. The little girl in his arms, however, seemed to be the very thread binding him to this world. Lin Qing reminisced about the past, the day her fate had irrevocably changed. The day of her deepest sorrow. The image of a celestial being descending from the heavens was one she could never forget. Returning to the present. "Rise. All of you rise." Only then did the people of Lin village slowly begin to stand. "Qinger, come here, all of you." Gui summoned a group of children to her side, while the others, understanding that she had matters to attend to, departed without the slightest concern for their children's well-being. Surrounding Gui were 7 children. How have they progressed in their recent training? Gui gazed at the few individuals before him. They were indeed his true disciples. This bond transcended the mere teacher-student relationship of the academy, forging a lifelong connection. "Master, I am nearly at level 19, Lin Qing spoke first, his eyes brimming with admiration and longing for Gui. Splendid. Keep up the excellent work." Gui gently tousled Lin Qing's hair, offering words of encouragement. The other 6 chimed in, eagerly sharing their progress with Gui. Among them, Lin Qing stood out with the highest cultivation level, having remarkably advanced from nothing to the 19th level over the span of 5 years. This rapid progression was indeed commendable. In truth, he had never harbored concerns regarding the cultivation of the 7. These children, as survivors of that horrific massacre, placed immense value on their strength after having endured such calamity. "Go and enjoy yourselves," Gui said, as the 6 bid him farewell and departed, heading off to assist the villagers with their agricultural tasks. Over the years, although Gui has not spent an extensive amount of time in Linjia village, he has never relaxed his efforts in educating the few individuals under his guidance. Not only has he shared with them some classical wisdom from his past life, but he has also emphasized that while strength is significant, it is not the sole criterion for evaluating matters. Strength serves merely as a fundamental means. It exists to prevent adversaries from overpowering you to the point of wishing to extinguish your life. The remaining individual, of course, is Lin Qing, whom Gui personally rescued. "Qinger, is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Gui crouched before Lin Qing, gazing at her with a hint of compassion. That day, he had arrived a tad late, failing to save her parents. "Master, I yearn to grow stronger." Lin Qing expressed her dissatisfaction with her current pace of cultivation, understanding that to exact vengeance, she must possess greater strength. Gui's reluctance is not born from unwillingness, but rather from the fact that Lin Qing is currently laying the groundwork. Any attempt to hasten her progress would be detrimental to her future cultivation. She has advanced rapidly, far surpassing Lin Bao and the others by more than a level. What more could she possibly desire? Moreover, I have previously mentioned that your martial soul is fundamentally weak. Without enhancement, it will impose significant limitations in the future. Lin Qing gazed at Gui with a sense of unresolved yearning, her large eyes reflecting the same gaze she had 5 years ago. "Very well, once you reach level 20 in your cultivation, I shall take you to enhance your martial soul." What Gui found most unbearable was Lin Qing's gaze, which invariably stirred a tremor within his heart. It was as if, through the passage of time, he could glimpse the pitiable and helpless little girl confined in the cellar. Chapter 64, Revelation. As Gui traversed the village, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. The most significant transformation he had brought to this world was not the acquisition of formidable strength, nor the metamorphosis of the Shrek Academy into a reputable institution. It was neither the creation of various martial arts techniques. Rather, it was the preservation of lives that ought to endure and the inevitable demise of those destined to perish. Villagers, occasionally wandering through the settlement, would instinctively pause upon catching sight of him. Although this was not his homeland, it evoked a sense of nostalgia, a familiarity he had long missed whenever he found himself in this place. The golden rice fields and the joy of harvest illuminated the faces of all, affirming to Gui that his current endeavors were indeed righteous. This emotion, known as hope, had eluded him for far too long. Before his departure, Gui ventured to a region abundant with blue-silver grass. The grass thrived splendidly, and as the wind blew, it transformed into a vast azure sea. Seated amidst this vibrant landscape was a girl clad in simple linen garments, none other than Lin Qing, who had returned to this spot after their encounter. The need for strength was paramount, an insatiable yearning for power. A thread of plant essence was absorbed into her body, specifically into the soul mark on her right hand, fortifying her martial spirit. Gui made no attempt to disturb her, standing quietly by for a while before soaring into the sky. He did not wish to interfere excessively with the affairs here. Periodically, he would return to observe, to immerse himself in the atmosphere, and to check on his 7 disciples. Yet, the thought of the malevolence lurking within the city of Tiando filled him with revulsion. Indeed, one must not indulge excessively, for it leads to actions that are even more despicable than those of beasts. Gui had never anticipated that human nature could be so grotesque. Perhaps in the eyes of those nobles, they are considered human beings, while the villagers of Linjia village and other common folk are merely ants, whose lives could be extinguished with a careless step, leaving them to disdain the dirt on their shoes. Before returning to the academy, Gui restrained his somewhat brutal aura and infused it into the demonic seed. This individual once again appeared calm and composed, exuding an air of righteousness. It seemed as if he had never been stained by blood at all. Gui felt a touch of curiosity, as he distinctly sensed that Yu Xiaojiang's nourishment of the demonic seed had noticeably slowed during this period. Although the reason remained elusive to him, he did not dwell on it excessively. Upon returning to the academy, Gui resumed his days of instructing students. With his guidance, a subtle transformation began to take shape. Combat, after all, is an art form. It was not long before Gui noticed that Flander had returned with a companion, a strikingly beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Clad in a simple azure dress, Her enchanting demeanor was not overshadowed. Rather, it was accentuated by her somewhat pallid complexion and the sorrowful depths of her eyes, lending her an air of withered beauty. Gui yearned to know the identity of this woman. Lu Erlong, the harbinger of death within the golden triangle of iron, was the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Lumian. Her prowess had already ascended to the level of Soul Sage. Where are Bosfu and Xiaojiang? Lu Erlong inquired, her urgency palpable, as if her very existence hinged on seeing Yu Xiaojiang once more. She had awaited this moment for 2 decades, having guarded it vigilantly all these years. Upon witnessing her fervent demeanor, Flinder buried the last vestige of hope deep within his heart. He knew he could not alter fate. Sister-in-law, he mused, a title that felt fitting. Flinder wrestled with the uncertainty of whether bringing Lu Erlong here was a misstep. Perhaps Xiaojiang was still contemplating how to confront his beloved cousin. This dilemma was one he himself could not fathom. Bloodlines carry a weight far more profound than martial souls. While martial souls may mutate, bloodlines remain immutable, predetermined from the very moment of conception, even before birth. He should be in his room. Flinder indicated a direction, unable to contain her racing heart. Lu Erlong dashed toward it. Flinder shook his head. Despite the years that had passed, she still exuded that same fiery spirit, approaching 50 yet retaining an unyielding vitality. In contrast to 20 years ago, both he and Yu Xiaojiang had aged considerably, while Lu Erlong had blossomed into a figure of exquisite maturity, akin to a ripe peach. Untouched by the ravages of time, her beauty remained as striking as ever. Director, let us see if your decision was indeed the right one. Gui harbored a sense of exasperation towards Fran De, for despite the passage of 2 decades, he had failed to find a way to touch her heart, instead burying his feelings deep within. Even after discovering the blood relation between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, he seemed to have never harbored any affection for her. Fran De nodded and followed suit, ready to intervene should any issues arise. Upon their arrival, a poignant scene unfolded before them. Lu Erlong sat despondently outside the door, tears glistening in her eyes, her hand weakly resting against the door panel as if trying to bridge the distance that separated them. In an instant, Fran De's ire ignited. No matter the choice made, they had evaded this confrontation for far too long. To now turn her away was excessive. With a surge of spiritual power, he obliterated the solitary abode, his heart no longer aching for the structure. Instead, it was filled with compassion for Lu Erlong and fury towards Yu Xiaojiang. As the eldest among the trio, he wished to shield each of them from harm. In that moment, dust swirled around them, accompanied by the fluttering of white papers descending to the ground. A fleeting glance from Gui caused her pupils to constrict as she grasped one of the papers in her hand. Indeed, it was. Gui cast a fleeting glance at Flinder, choosing not to erupt in anger immediately. It would not be too late to settle accounts once this matter was resolved. Lu Erlong, however, dashed into the swirling dust with concern. Yu Xiaojiang was not a formidable soul master like them. As the dust settled, 2 figures stood facing each other, one with a hand raised in the air, while the other took a step back, slightly leaning away to evade Lu Erlong's grasp. Still unable to let go, Xiaojiang? Flinder approached the two, recognizing the need for clarity regarding this situation that had lingered for 2 decades. Yu Xiaojiang remained silent, uncertain of how to relinquish the ties that bound them, deeply intertwined by blood. Flinder understood his turmoil, yet now that they had crossed paths, a resolution was inevitable. Had it not been for the interference of Yu Luomian back then, Lu Erlong would not have allowed Yu Xiaojiang to escape. Now, with Lu Erlong's strength surpassing her past, and Yu Xiaojiang remaining largely unchanged, escape seemed impossible. Moreover, he now had Tang San, his disciple, further anchoring him in place. Erlong, did you not mention merging the Blue Tyrant Academy with Shrek? It would be fitting to introduce you to the Academy's vice president, Flinder remarked, smiling and gesturing towards Gui. Lu Erlong then turned her gaze to Gui, having previously focused solely on finding Xiaojiang, completely overlooking his presence. At that moment, others from the Academy arrived, witnessing the 4 figures amidst the ruins. Flinder, are you all right? Zhao Wujie was the first to inquire, his bond with Flinder having deepened over the years. What could possibly be wrong? It seems everyone has gathered. Allow me to introduce you, Flinder replied. However, Gui interjected when Flanders was about to introduce Lu Erlong. Dean, since your matters have reached a temporary resolution, it is time to address my concerns. Gui stepped forward, his expression devoid of warmth. Chapter 65, Unwavering Resolve. The members of Shrek Academy turned their gazes towards Gui, perplexed as to why he chose this moment to interrupt Flinder's discourse. After all, it was well known that Gui held Flinder in high regard and had seldom contradicted him. It was indeed surprising that he would now voice a dissent. Flinder, taken aback by the icy indifference reflected in Gu Yi's gaze, sensed that something was amiss. Furthermore, as the vice president of the academy, Gu Yi could not afford to undermine his authority at such a critical juncture. You rascal, if there is something on your mind, just speak up, Flinder remarked. Gu Yi nodded. I suppose I have mentioned that one should not casually impart the learned techniques and secrets to others. There will always be those who choose to disregard such admonitions, won't there? A powerful force emanated from Gu Yi, targeting Tang San. In that instant, Tang San felt an overwhelming pull that even the most potent techniques of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, alongside the peak release of the Xiantian skill, could not withstand. Tang San, I trust you comprehend the implications of my words. Extracted from the crowd, Tang San caught the paper thrown by Gu Yi. Possessing the purple extreme demon eye, he discerned at a glance that it contained a portion of the content from the grass and wood technique. The scattered papers on the ground were likely all related to this. Tang San had initially believed that his teacher would not cultivate this technique, given the absence of a corresponding martial soul. Furthermore, with the existence of soul-guided devices, clandestine research without actual cultivation would pose little issue. Flinder's destruction of the building was entirely unforeseen by all. No one could predict what the future held, much like the present moment. No one knew how Gu Yi would treat Flinder's close companion, Yu Xiaojiang. This situation was different from the last. Ning Rongrong had merely surreptitiously learned the introductory techniques, which were not secrets. However, the tranquil heart technique and the grass and wood technique were altogether dissimilar. Flinder, being astute, quickly assessed the current predicament. His dear friend's inherent curiosity had resurfaced, igniting a desire to delve into knowledge. Previously, when he imparted the pure Yuan skill, there were no significant repercussions. Yet, Gu Yi's instruction of private techniques to Tang San and the others was a different matter, even as the academy head. Flinder lacked the authority to appropriate these techniques without Gu Yi's consent. Young rascal, we shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us first welcome Dean Lu Erlong as she merges the Blue Tyrant Academy into Shrek. Flinder sought to postpone the discussion, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. However, as Yu Xiaojiang was his brother, he could not simply disregard him. The last time, Ning Rongrong faced severe punishment for merely learning the entrance techniques of Shrek Academy. Now, having covertly acquired private techniques, the consequences would likely be far more severe. Were it any other issue, Gu Yi might entertain Flinder's perspective, but in this case, there was no room for negotiation. Dean, without rules, there can be no order. Gu Yi did not momentarily spare Yu Xiaojing due to Flinder's words. This matter had already breached his bottom line. Dean, take a good look at the actions of your good brother. Gu Yi's burgeoning soul power surged forth, gathering all the papers strewn across the ground into a singular mass. Flinder took a glance and was taken aback. As he rapidly flipped through the pages in his hands, he discovered that the contents were entirely derived from Gu Yi's meridian theory, with all credit shamefully attributed to himself. Flinder could hardly believe that his protege, Yu Xiaojiang, could stoop to such depths. It was no different from outright plagiarism. Casting a disapproving glance at Yu Xiaojiang, he nonetheless resolved to shield him from repercussions. After all, he was his sworn brother and the favored one of Erlong, and Flinder could not bear to let him come to harm. You rascal, for my sake, let this matter be settled without further ado, Flinder declared, his tone growing somber, as the papers in his grasp crumbled to dust under the pressure of his soul power. The contents were all he needed to see. Gu Yi never anticipated that Flinder would go to such lengths as to obliterate the evidence. What if I refuse? Gu Yi's demeanor remained unpleasant. If it were merely a matter of martial arts techniques, he could still consider it from Flinder's perspective and refrain from resorting to extreme measures. However, Yu Xiaojiang's intention to publicly disseminate the meridian theory and pure Yuan Gong for the sake of his master's reputation was an affront to his fundamental principles. The cultivation system centered around meridians was not yet ripe for introduction, at least not at this moment. A completely new path, unimpeded by innate soul power and martial spirits, would be far more enticing to the inhabitants of this world than the soul rings of 100,000 years. Such a development would undoubtedly lead to a monopolization of power, perhaps even more severe than before. The common folk would find themselves devoid of opportunities to rise, as society would inevitably become shrouded in nobility. Were it not for his lingering respect for Flinder, he would have already struck down Yu Xiaojiang without hesitation. For now, I remain the dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder declared, his tone growing more severe. Lu Erlong perceived the implications. Evidently, this young man intended to trouble Xiaojiang. How audacious. You dare to lay a hand on the man I have chosen, especially during our first encounter in 20 years? To disrupt such a significant moment is to underestimate the ferocity of the killing horn. Lu Erlong directly inquired, Flander, your subordinate is utterly thoughtless. He must be taught a proper lesson. A fierce desire for battle flickered across her stunning visage. Anyone who wished harm upon Xiaojiang would face her wrath. Ignited by searing flames, the explosive soul power radiated from her was palpable. Over the years, she had taken many lives, particularly during the period when Xiaojiang first departed, ruthlessly exterminating entire regions of soul beasts and even executing those whose crimes did not warrant death in her eyes. Lu Erlong had never been a woman of kindness. Or rather, her kindness was reserved for only a select few. Gui undoubtedly ignited her fury. However, Fern could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. Not out of concern for Gui, but rather for Lu Erlong. After the recent battle with Chen Xian, he had come to realize that the foundling had grown to a stature that even he had to look up to. Erlong, do not act impulsively, Fern cautioned. Yu Xiaojiang was equally aware of Guyi's formidable prowess and understood deeply that it would be unwise to confront her directly. Erlong, step aside. This is my misstep. I was so absorbed in my pursuit of knowledge and the betterment of the world that I neglected to seek the opinions of others. Yu Xiaojiang grasped Lu Erlong's arm, his gaze penetrating as he looked ahead, embodying an air of righteousness. He appeared as a sage, proclaiming that his actions were not for his own sake, but for the benefit of all soul masters. Lu Erlong had initially been drawn to Yu Xiaojiang for this very reason, and now her face radiated admiration and affection, verging on infatuation. Rest assured, Xiaojiang, with me an old friend here, no one can harm you. Lu Erlong's eyes were resolute as she regarded Gui, even hinting at a trace of murderous intent. In the realm of soul masters, the law of the jungle prevailed. The weak must endure, while the strong could act with impunity. Chapter 66, Soul Fusion. No one anticipated that events would unfold so swiftly, taking everyone by surprise. Now, apart from Gui, Fran, and Yu Xiaojiang, who knew precisely what was recorded on the paper, the rest remained utterly bewildered. This included Tang San, who had only glimpsed a page and was aware that it contained the record of the grass and wood technique, yet remained oblivious to any further details. Gui gazed at Lu Erlong, who exuded an aura of menace, with a smile, recognizing her overbearing nature. It seemed that her confidence stemmed from her soul saint cultivation. Yet, this woman truly appeared to be infatuated to the point of foolishness, having spent 2 decades fleeing from a coward. Nevertheless, it seemed she had chosen the wrong target. Even if Xiaojiang had taken something from her, it was for the greater good of all soul masters. Perhaps, for the sake of old Fu, it would be best to let this matter rest. As Lu Erlong spoke, a spectral fire dragon manifested behind her, encircled by 7 soul rings, showcasing her formidable power. After all, this was old Fu's territory, and as the vice president, killing here would lack respect for him. Was this a form of intimidation? Gui was genuinely intrigued to discover the extent of Lu Erlong's ambitions, for this would ultimately determine the intensity of his own intervention. It was a matter of choice. Lu Erlong regarded Gui with an ambiguous expression. Had they been in the wilderness, Gui would have already been sprawled on the ground. Is that so? I believe that threatening someone yields the most effective results. Among those present, only Flanders managed to decipher Gui's movements, while the others merely witnessed the words leave Gui's lips before one individual found themselves suspended in midair. Gui. Flanders was taken aback by how swiftly events had escalated to physical confrontation. Observing Lu Erlong, who was being gripped by the throat, he urgently exclaimed. The rest of the onlookers stood in astonishment, gazing at Gui, who maintained an air of calm while grasping another's neck, as if cruelty and gentleness had seamlessly intertwined. Dean, you must comprehend that this matter cannot simply be resolved amicably. Gui faced Flander directly, effortlessly suppressing Lu Erlong with one hand, rendering her unable to even channel her soul power. Apart from her formidable physique, she bore no distinction from an ordinary woman. Release Erlong, Gui commanded. Flander, however, did not respond to Gui's words. Instead, he remained on high alert, fixated on Gui. Gui felt a tinge of disappointment. Over the years, Flandra had also witnessed his growth. Although not entirely aware of his aspirations, he possessed some understanding. Naturally, he comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet still felt compelled to intervene. Gui, treating Lu Erlong with the same disregard as one would a discarded rag, cast her to the ground without a hint of compassion for her femininity. Lu Erlong, no stranger to the brink of life and death, swiftly rose after being thrown down, positioning herself firmly in front of Flander, shielding Yu Xiaojing behind her. Where did you find such a monster, Flander? Its speed is truly astonishing, Lu Erlong remarked. Her eyes narrowed in vigilance as she observed Gui. The preceding speed had been so remarkable that it felt as though a gust of wind had swept by, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Gui is undoubtedly stronger than anyone she has encountered. Gui, what are your plans? Flander inquired. For he was the only one whose words still held some weight here. There remains a bond of affection and nurturing, erasing his memories of Shrek. He rendered his martial soul ineffective. Gui ultimately intended to leave a glimmer of hope. After so many years of affection, he was unwilling to sever ties with Flander over a trivial matter concerning Yu Xiaojing. It was inconceivable. Such a thought was utterly preposterous. Lu Erlong was the first to voice her dissent. No one understood Xiaojing's yearning for strength better than she did. Should he be stripped of his martial soul, all hope would vanish. Even if Flander possessed immense power, as long as he unleashed the martial soul fusion technique, he had already surpassed the Soul Douluo realm. It could be expected that the strength following their fusion would be even greater. Even a titled Douluo could face a formidable challenge. However, Flander understood that the martial soul fusion technique could only guarantee temporary invincibility. Yu Xiaojing stepped forward, radiating confidence as he gazed at Gui, unperturbed by the tension. He slowly retrieved a token from his soul guide, adorned with 6 distinct patterns. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge regarding the Soul Master world would recognize its significance. The Pope's order. I am an elder of the Spirit Hall. Should you lay a hand on me, you shall find yourself at odds with the entire Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojing brandished the Pope's order, displaying no signs of trepidation, firmly believing that no one would dare to offend the papal court. Witnessing this scene, Gui nearly burst into laughter. Utterly bewildered by the audacity behind Yu Xiaojing's display of the Pope's order, setting aside the fact that he was not even a member of the Spirit Hall, his strength, capable of rivaling a titled Douluo, far surpassed the authority of a mere token. Moreover, this Pope's order had been bestowed upon him by Tang Hao. Holding a token given by the very individual who had perished at the hands of Bibi Dong, was that not absurd? The Pope's order? Do you truly possess it? Gui extended his hand, attempting to draw the Pope's order from Yu Xiaojing with his formidable soul power. However, a surge of soul energy thwarted his endeavor. Could he truly not be spared once more? Flander endeavored to mediate this brewing conflict, yet the source of that intervening soul power was none other than himself. It was imperative to intervene. Gui was resolute. Previously, he had overlooked the situation, never anticipating that Yu Xiaojing would take such a step, and thus failed to guard against it. Now, it was essential to mend the gaps. The Dean offered you the position, and regardless of the decisions you make, I shall not interfere. Let him off this time. This is indeed a significant concession, signifying that even if Shrek were to evolve into a formidable academy in the future, it would no longer belong to him. Dean, it seems you have never truly understood me. Gui shook his head in disappointment. The person who should understand him the best was, in fact, the least comprehending of him. If he desired to become a principal, he could easily establish an academy of his own, rendering his time spent at Shrek Academy unnecessary. What was his true intention? Was he seeking to dismantle it, to expose its lack of resources, or to reveal its emptiness? Indeed, even when Yu Xiaojing committed such despicable acts, Flander would still choose to stand by his virtuous disciple rather than this adopted child. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiaojing must not come to harm. Flander resolutely positioned himself before Yu Xiaojing, for the ability to execute a martial soul fusion technique signified the bond they shared, a connection not easily shaken. The journey had not yet reached its conclusion, and Flander was unwilling to ruin the deep-seated friendship he had cultivated with Gui over the years. 15 years of companionship had indelibly strengthened their feelings for one another. Standing to the side, Zhao Wuji hesitated, had Gui aimed his ire at Flander. He might have intervened. However, it was clear that now was not the time, as the act of surreptitiously learning forbidden techniques was a disgraceful affair within the realm of soul masters. Director, you must comprehend, you cannot impede me. Gui remains deeply affected by Flander's nurturing affection, and even now, he exercises restraint. The sun and moon shine brilliantly, transforming gold. Flanders recites a mantra, and a beam of golden light soars into the sky, simultaneously enveloping his feet. Lu Erlong is equally exhilarated, as after 2 decades, she finally rekindles the sensations of yesteryears. Soon after, a formidable pressure emanates from Yu Xiaojing. In Chapter 67, Enlightenment in Battle, a colossal dragon, adorned with golden scales and exuding an astonishing aura, materializes before the members of Shrek. None could have anticipated that Yu Xiaojing, whose soul power was inferior to theirs, would summon such a magnificent dragon in concert with the dean and the woman named Lu Erlong. The presence of the dragon instills an overwhelming sense of submission within them. At that moment, the three are encircled by a vast triangular beam of light, with Luo Sanpao, now fully transformed into a golden dragon. Fixating his dragon-like eyes intently on Gui, Yu Xiaojing has assessed that Flanders has ascended to the level of Soul Douluo, while Lu Erlong, though slightly inferior, has attained the rank of Soul Sage. Coupled with his extensive knowledge gained over the years and the mental fortitude acquired through his recent cultivation of demonic arts, he finds it considerably easier to control the newly merged Luo Sanpao. Although Gu Yi's previous battle with Chen Xin was quite remarkable, he had also assessed the situation. That single strike was the pinnacle of Gu Yi's power, possessing the strength to rival a title Douluo. In light of this, the threat posed by Gu Yi was, in fact, not as significant as it seemed. Yu Xiaojing felt confident in his ability to repel Gu Yi. Gu Yi, however, remained utterly unperturbed. Even though Flandra had made some progress over the years, ascending from Soul Sage to an 82-level Soul Douluo, his foundation remained exceedingly frail. This was particularly true with the presence of Yu Xiaojing, who was more of a hindrance than an asset. With their current martial soul fusion technique, they could only ensure survival against the title Douluo, and nothing more could be hoped for. Unless Yu Xiaojing's cultivation were to experience a significant boost, but given his intellect, without the aid of divine herbs, his 29th level would remain the pinnacle of his lifetime. Gu Yi summoned his martial soul, 5 soul rings encircling him. As the first and fourth soul abilities illuminated in succession, a substantial amount of the world's vital energy began to converge towards him. Yu Xiaojing, having witnessed that battle, understood that Gu Yi possessed the capability to elevate his power to a level comparable to that of a title Douluo, all thanks to this technique. Otherwise, he would merely be an ordinary soul king. With a thought, Yu Xiaojing transformed into the golden sacred dragon, while Luo San, in fear, unleashed a bolt of golden lightning directed at Gu Yi, who was currently gathering the world's vital energy. The force of this attack was formidable, making it difficult for any Soul Douluo level soul master to withstand. However, Gu Yi had already undergone a transformation. The previous 7 days were not spent in idleness. Rather, as he mastered the fourth soul skill with increasing finesse, the speed at which he harnessed the essence of heaven and earth had reached an unprecedented level. Within mere breaths, his body was suffused with this vital energy, which continuously flowed in with each inhalation, creating a perpetual cycle of vitality. Gu Yi directly harnessed the true essence of Tai Chi to dominate the golden lightning, attuning himself to its nature, and subsequently extinguished it with an overwhelming infusion of celestial energy. Once again, this remarkable technique astounded Yu Xiaojing, who, through Luo Sanpao's perspective, witnessed Gu Yi's extraordinary prowess. Finding it utterly unfathomable, such a method had long transcended the confines of his once ensnared mind. Tang San, on the other hand, perceived a resemblance between Gu Yi's approach and the art of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, both employing force to dissipate power. Yet, it was evident that Gu Yi was not only more skillful but also far more formidable. Gu Yi stood against the magnificent golden sacred dragon in the sky, yet he appeared remarkably insignificant in comparison. Observing Flander below, eyes tightly shut as he channeled his soul power to the golden sacred dragon, Gu Yi conceived a new strategy. Having spent the past 7 days meticulously unraveling the intricacies of the elemental energies of the universe and acquiring some intriguing techniques, he found them perfectly suited for confronting Yu Xiaojing. The only question that remained was which soul beast would be most suitable for this endeavor. He decided, let it be the one he had in mind. Gu Yi gathered a vast amount of the essence of heaven and earth outside his body, and to the astonishment of all present, this essence coalesced into a magnificent white tiger. It bore a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai's martial spirit, with a distinct character Wang emblazoned upon its forehead. However, the finer details appeared somewhat crude, and the white tiger lacked any semblance of spirit, resembling an inanimate object. Even in its formed state, it was merely a mass of energy. Could it be that Ego possessed a twin martial spirit? Oscar understood that the scene before him could not be attributed to the manifestation of a martial spirit, yet he found it utterly incredible. Was this technique the very martial way that Ego had often spoken of? At that moment, Yu Xiaojing's perceptive abilities surged, allowing him to comprehend the situation more clearly than others. This was merely a conglomeration of energy. Even the attack it could unleash would be insufficient to breach the defenses of the Golden Saint Dragon. Gu Yi commands this white tiger, Yet he is acutely aware of what he lacks in the midst of it all. The divine aura, the essence that belongs to the king of beasts. However, Gui is not deficient in this regard. The source of his third soul skill comes from a blood tiger, a fierce embodiment of the sovereign among all beasts. Gui directly simulated the state and aura of the blood tiger through his mental prowess. In an instant, everyone felt an icy chill enveloping their limbs. Rendered immobile under the overwhelming pressure, with only a few teachers still able to move freely. Even Tang San, who hailed from a past as an assassin, found himself similarly constrained. The aura of lethal intent and majesty emanated from the colossal white tiger hovering in the sky, as if it were the true king of all beasts, exuding an air of dominance and ferocity. Although Dai Mubai struggled to breathe under the weight of this pressure, his gaze burned with fervor. How he wished he could exude such commanding presence. His martial soul, while a white tiger, paled in comparison to the white tiger conjured by Gui, making it seem as though Gui were the genuine possessor of the white tiger martial soul. That would render it equitable. Gui was utilizing this ability for the first time, and the results appeared to be quite satisfactory, prompting a nod of approval. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing sensed an unusual shift. Yu Xiaojiang, having witnessed this scene firsthand, found it utterly astonishing. The theoretical knowledge he had amassed over more than 50 years seemed to crumble entirely in this instant. He had heard of Gui's matters from Flander and understood how he had gradually transformed from a feeble human soul wielder into the formidable presence he is today. Go forth, my pet. Gui seemed to break free from some invisible shackles, even letting out an unexpectedly dramatic battle cry. The tense atmosphere loosened slightly at that moment. In truth, he had never realized how much he had been suppressing himself all these years, restrained, hesitant, so many things left undone. Or perhaps he had noticed but deliberately turned a blind eye. All this time, he appeared to have changed, yet in essence, nothing had truly shifted. Shrek Academy. Perhaps it was never the right place for him. Today's events became the final straw that broke him. The moment this realization dawned upon him, his entire demeanor transformed. The soul power within him surged violently, propelling him to the very peak of Soul King, just one soul ring away from ascending to Soul Emperor. Indeed, his mindset still needed refinement. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced steadily, his martial will never lagging behind. Yet these were not the most fundamental aspects. The core should have been his original aspiration, something he had lost within the walls of Shrek. Chapter 68, Resignation. The white tiger, radiating killing intent and overwhelming pressure, clashed violently with the golden sacred dragon, its aura suffused with divine majesty. The sight of these two colossal beasts tearing at each other across the heavens made the villagers below feel as though they were witnessing a miracle, a spectacle one might never behold even in a lifetime. Yet despite the prolonged battle, Gui showed no signs of exhaustion, which unsettled Yu Xiaojiang. Fart like thunder, shattering heaven and earth, Luo Sanpao. A golden mist erupted from beneath the golden dragon's tail, blocking the white tiger's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xiaojiang directed the sacred dragon's assault toward Gui himself. He knew all too well that prolonging this fight would only guarantee his defeat. His only chance was to strike decisively while he still had soul power left. If even Yu Xiaojiang, a man renowned for his theoretical prowess, understood this, how could Gui not? The golden dragon's roar crescendoed as its radiant scales ignited into flames, coalescing into a second golden dragon before it, the sacred dragon's true form, his final trump card. The sheer might of this technique demanded the complete depletion of soul power from all three of them. After unleashing this attack, the golden dragon shrank back into its original form, a peculiar creature neither pig nor dog, yet oddly endearing. The trio paled, drained of strength. But Yu Xiaojiang watched with desperate hope as the sacred dragon's true form surged toward Gui. This strike carried all his remaining resolve. Gui, however, regarded it with utter disdain. Such an assault could be deemed no more than the standard level of a typical account suspension in Douluo. Gui realized that there was still no formal plan to take action. Previously, the smoke released by the golden sacred dragon had ensnared the white tiger for a moment. At this moment, having broken free, the white tiger confronted the true form of the sacred dragon, unleashing a deafening roar before charging toward the sacred dragon's true form. Gui has also elevated the fusion of spiritual energy and the essence of the heavens and earth to the utmost limit he can control. However, he has yet to master the seamless integration of these two elements. He remains uncertain whether he can withstand the true form of the sacred dragon. The clash between the dragon and the tiger swiftly ensued, presenting a mystifying spectacle of their fierce struggle. After merely a few breaths, the white tiger faltered first. And even though the diminished form of the sacred dragon remained resolute, it continued to charge towards Gui. There was still a slight discrepancy. Gui was able to sense the fusion of the primordial energies of heaven and earth with spiritual power, yet it had not reached a level of harmonious coexistence, which ultimately led to his defeat against the true form of the golden sacred dragon. Flander, his face ashen, gazed at Gui, who stood alone in the sky, confronting the majestic golden sacred dragon, and he painfully closed his eyes. His feelings for Gui were profound, albeit overshadowed by those he held for Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. Gui, quickly evade. Oscar exclaimed in alarm, astonished that this contest had concluded with Gu Yi's loss. The formidable and imposing white tiger, exuding an aura of lethal intent, was ultimately no match for the more divine golden sacred dragon. The myth of invincibility seemed to shatter at that moment. Zhu Zhuqing also watched Gui with concern, for this man had bestowed upon her immeasurable gifts, instilling within her the courage to persevere. Meanwhile, Tang Sen awaited something with bated breath. Gui, undeterred and unyielding, confronted the true form of the sacred dragon head-on. With his right hand firmly grasped, he united the formidable soul power within him, the essence of the universe, and his own mental strength, harmonizing these three forces. This punch, devoid of any intricate technique, was delivered with a simple yet forceful motion, unleashing a tremendous energy that produced a sonic boom, compressing the very air around him. Before his fist could make contact, the displaced air surged towards the sacred dragon's true form. Upon impact, the once solid and formidable visage of the sacred dragon disintegrated even more swiftly than the previous white tiger, transforming once again into golden flames. Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Gui was the mightiest among them. Gui felt an immense gravitational pull in his hand, drawing the golden flame directly into his being. After concealing this power within himself, Gui descended gracefully to the ground. Gui chose not to utter another word, but instead slowly approached Yu Xiaojiang, clearly determined not to let him escape. Flander, despite his weakness, stood firmly in front of Yu Xiaojiang alongside Lu Erlong, evidently resolved to prevent Gui from advancing before he succumbed. Yet, would Gui actually resort to violence against Flander? Gui cast a glance at Flander, emanating a barrier of primordial energy that repelled him as he advanced. He showed no such gentleness towards Lu Erlong. Those who avoid trouble are mere mediocrities. The consequences of provoking the Dean are evident. Simultaneously, Gui summoned Lu Erlong from a distance. A strong individual must not be humiliated. Grasping Lu Erlong by the neck, he delivered a powerful blow to her abdomen. With her soul force already depleted, the strike rendered Lu Erlong unconscious. Erlong, both Yu Xiaojiang and Flander exclaimed with concern. Gui, however, remained indifferent. Having taken action against him, one must face the repercussions. Approaching Yu Xiaojiang, he stirred the soul power in his hands, poised to incapacitate him in the next moment. Tang San could no longer bear to witness this. Yu Xiaojiang was his master, to whom he had bowed thrice. Their bond akin to that of father and son. Several piercing sounds sliced through the air from behind, yet Gui paid them no heed. Such a trifling caliber of hidden weapon posed no threat to him. Before the projectiles could even graze his form, they were thwarted by an external wall of energy, ultimately falling feebly to the ground. Gui, heedless of the consequences, continued to extend her hand toward Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong lay on the ground, struggling weakly, her pupils filled with blood. She deeply regretted not having devoted herself to rigorous training over the years, wasting precious time. Had she harnessed her innate talent and martial soul, becoming a soul Douluo would have been a mere trifle. The golden sacred dragon she could have fused would have been even more formidable. Cease this, you wretched boy. From this moment forth, our paths shall never cross again. Flander closed his eyes, a tear cascading down his cheek. This statement was comprehensible only to Gui and Flander, signifying the irrevocable severance of their bond of shelter and nurture, as his gratitude towards Gui was overshadowed by his punishment of Yu Xiaojiang. Gui's outstretched hand hesitated, as he never anticipated that Flander would utter such a statement. Director, that is insufficient. Gui's hand no longer wavered. It descended directly upon Yu Xiaojiang's head, disrupting the tranquility of his mental sea with a surge of psychic energy. All the techniques he had surreptitiously acquired were obliterated from his memory. Furthermore, his body's meridians were sealed, rendering his previously cultivated pure Yuan skill impotent. Henceforth, Yu Xiaojiang would be incapable of mastering any martial arts unless Gui personally intervened to dismantle this confinement, or a more formidable individual came to his aid. As the principal party involved, Yu Xiaojiang quickly rolled his eyes back and succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Dean, This shall be the last time I address you as such. From this moment forth, I choose to withdraw from Shrek Academy." With that declaration, he wielded the essence of heaven and earth as ink, his finger as a quill, and the cosmos as parchment, crafting a resignation letter. The elegant script, nearly 100 characters, floated effortlessly in the air. Flinder could only nod weakly. Ultimately, he had betrayed Gui, relinquishing a prodigy who was meant to showcase Shrek to the world. Yet, no matter how significant the academy may be, it could never compare to a Lu Erlong or a Yu Xiaojing. Once the matter was settled, Gui did not forget another individual, turning his focus toward Tang San. "Speak candidly. Was it stolen, or did you willingly offer it? Do not lie. My gaze cannot be deceived." Chapter 69. Fracture. Gui would certainly not speak recklessly, even though it was not she who proactively presented it to the teacher. Nevertheless, it is quite similar. Moreover, as a paragon of respecting teachers and valuing the way, Tang San's words carry weight. What more could he possibly say? Furthermore, it is indeed the truth that I provided it. Gui similarly unleashed a powerful strike, attempting to nullify the formidable abilities he had painstakingly cultivated. However, concealed in the shadows, Tang Hao could no longer bear to watch. This was the son of him and Ayin. Although he seldom intervened in Tang San's affairs, the boy was undeniably his bloodline. To dare lay hands on his son was an act of utter recklessness. A colossal hammer hurtled towards Gui. Should he persist in his assault on Tang San, Gui would inevitably face the wrath of the Haotian hammer. The force of this blow surpassed even that of the previous sacred dragon's true form, prompting Gui to retreat hastily. The Haotian hammer crashed down onto the ground, creating a profound crater from the sheer might of the impact. Gui's gaze was fixed upon the swiftly approaching Tang Hao. "My son, Tang Hao, is not someone you can easily reckon with." Hidden beneath the dark robe, Tang Hao exuded an overwhelming aura, seemingly looking down upon everything, as if nothing held significance in his eyes. At last, he had emerged. Gui could naturally sense Tang Hao's presence lingering outside the academy. Tang San, on the other hand, gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of his father. Father? He bore the same scruffy beard and physique, yet exuded an unprecedented aura of dominance. Simultaneously, he could feel the immense power of the Haotian hammer beside his father, which starkly contrasted with his own Haotian hammer that was merely superficial. This was the true embodiment of the world's foremost offensive soul. Given such a formidable appearance, it would be wise to focus on nurturing oneself. Gui keenly perceived that Tang Hao's injuries were now more severe than when they had first encountered each other. It seemed that his battle with Chen Xin had exacerbated his old ailments. Capturing this younger generation should pose no significant challenge. Tang Hao remained as arrogant as ever. And rightly so. He was not only the youngest title Douluo in existence, but also possessed the prowess to contend with several title Douluo at the 89th level. After ascending to the rank of title Douluo, he had severely wounded the already established title Doa Qiang Sunji, thus granting Bibi Dong her opportunity. With such strength, his arrogance was hardly misplaced. However, arrogance must be tempered with respect. Could he truly engage in battle in his current state? Perhaps he was not a match for Tang Hao at his peak, yet the current Tang Hao might also find it difficult to subdue him, even with his divine skill. The great samurai hammer, he too possessed a last resort that could lead to mutual destruction. Nevertheless, Gui held a profound interest in this divine technique, as it effectively transformed the spirit ring system into personal power. By condensing the power of the spirit rings into a singular force, one's strength could be exponentially amplified, rendering the existence of soul skills irrelevant. With one strike, all would perish, truly breaking all methods with sheer force. However, given Tang Hao's current condition, employing such a technique would likely result in his own demise before he could eliminate his foe. Those who understand their own circumstances know the truth. Tang Hao recognized that Gui's words were accurate. His current strength, at the 95th level, would not incur significant damage. Should he harness greater power? It was highly probable that he would not endure. What do you intend to do? Tang Hao conceded. Preserving his strength was paramount. He had not only Tang San to protect, but also the 10,000-year-old soul beast, Xiao Wu, to safeguard. Those capable of recognizing a 10,000-year-old soul beast were, at the very least, soul Douluo, with the majority being title Douluo. Without strength, one could achieve nothing. Gui gazed at Tang Hao, clearly reluctant to confront him at this moment. A cornered rabbit may bite, but Tang Hao was no mere rabbit. He was a fierce tiger, a creature of unparalleled ferocity. Gui suddenly recalled the promise he had made to Lin Qing and conveyed his thoughts to Tang Hao through soul power. Tang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. utterly perplexed as to how Gui had acquired knowledge of this matter. If he disagreed, he could simply resort to violence. Guisi remained utterly indifferent to Tang Hao's demeanor. To her, this was merely an ancillary condition. In stark contrast, Tang Hao's gaze was shrouded in shadows. For the existence of the Blue-Silver King was the pivotal element in his quest to awaken his son's Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline. It is evident that Guyi's inquiry harbors ulterior motives regarding the Blue-Silver King. However, withholding information would inevitably lead to conflict. Through the recent skirmishes, Tang Hao perceives that Gu Yi possesses untapped strength yet to be revealed. He has never exhibited a hint of panic. Such composure is certainly not characteristic of one who has laid bare their full capabilities. Tang Hao equally dreads confronting a formidable and enigmatic adversary at this juncture. He finds himself regretting the years squandered, unable to diligently cultivate his body and restore his power. A once great prodigy finds himself coerced by a youth scarcely 16 years of age. The aura surrounding Gu Yi surged, as if reminding her of something. Very well. Tang Hao disclosed the location of the Blue-Silver Emperor to Gu Yi. After all, without this particular plant, there remained another. It was prudent to navigate through the current predicament before contemplating anything else. Having acquired what she desired, Gui honored her promise not to act against Tang San. The disparity between her and Tang San was insurmountable. Even with a heart full of vengeance, she could not hope to catch up to him. Gu Yi cast a final glance at the Shrek Academy he had painstakingly built over the years, a serene smile gracing his lips. This was not his destination, but rather a fresh beginning. From the outset, he had erred. Some things, no matter how much one attempts to alter them, remain unchanged. With a carefree turn, he resolutely stepped outside. From this day forth, he would truly integrate into this world. To attempt to reshape it based solely on past experiences would ultimately prove futile. Observing Gu Yi's departure, Oscar seemed to reach a decision. He bowed deeply to Flanders before resolutely following suit. For him, Gu Yi was undoubtedly the harbinger of his rebirth. Next was Ma Hongjun. Flanders had awakened his martial soul and ushered him into Shrek Academy, for which he held immense gratitude. Yet, Gu Yi had also been equally benevolent. Not only arranging cultivation methods for him, but also continually assisting him in mastering the evil fire. Moreover, following recent events, it became evident that concerning Yu Shaojiang, Flanders could easily forsake someone like Gu Yi, with whom he shared over a decade of camaraderie. Then there was Ning Rongro. Her arrival was initially for amusement, a means to escape her sect. Now, however, she had a new objective, to learn from Gu Yi and develop her own soul techniques, thereby enhancing her combat prowess. A soul master who does not aspire to output is not a worthy support. Zhu Zhiqing had contemplated following Gu Yi as he departed. Yet her gaze subtly flickered towards Dai Mu Bai, plunging her into a dilemma. Gazing at the receding silhouettes, her resolve solidified. She swiftly followed suit. This was a gamble, betting that by remaining close to Gu Yi, she could genuinely break free from her family's and the royal family's constraints, attaining true freedom. Dai Mu Bai, upon witnessing Zhu Zhiqing's pursuit, wore a grimace. This audacious woman was indeed insufferable. After a brief moment of hesitation, he too decided to follow. His motives transcended merely wanting to unite martial souls with Zhu Zhiqing. He yearned to glean more knowledge from Gu Yi. Thus, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained of the Shrek 7 monsters. A farcical series of events had led to the disintegration of Shrek Academy. Chapter 70. The arrival. Flanders surveyed the sparsely populated academy, an inexplicable sense of desolation enveloping him. The appearance of Tang Hao had driven Xiao Wu's fear to its zenith. Her complexion paled even more than that of Flanders and his companions, who were drained of spirit power, devoid of any color. What should she do? Xiao Wu understood that her transformed self could at most deceive soul masters below the rank of title Douluo. Even some formidable soul Douluo might perceive her true identity. Even the weakest title Douluo could easily discern her real form. Her third brother's father must be lurking nearby, safeguarding him. It was highly likely that her identity had long been uncovered, and she was merely a pet of the 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones. In that moment, myriad thoughts flooded Xiao Wu's mind, with the most pressing being whether Tang San was aware of her true identity. This was of paramount importance to her. At this moment, Tang San was wholly preoccupied, oblivious to Xiao Wu's predicament. The arrival of Tang Hao illuminated the meaning behind Gu Yi's earlier words. Who could have anticipated that a disheveled middle-aged man who spent his days drinking and forging in Holy Soul Village would possess the highest title among soul masters in the Douluo Continent? It completely shattered his previous image. Tang Hao had no intention of providing explanations. He seized his son and cast a final glance at Xiao Wu before vanishing from sight. Flanders, neglecting the restoration of his spirit power, hurried to assess Yu Xiaojiang's condition. Zhao Wujing and the others exchanged glances, their gazes converging on the unconscious culprit. Yu Xiaojiang, were it not for his clandestine study of the techniques, breaching the sacred taboos of the Soul Master community, Flanders would not have fallen out with Gui. What a turn of events. Such a monumental upheaval had transpired in a single day. Gui, however, has watched them grow up and shares a profound bond with them. It is time for everyone to disperse. Flanders gazed weakly at the crowd. Gu Yi and the 5 others stood in a clearing. Gu, where are you headed? I will follow you, Oscar remarked. The rest of the group also gazed at Gu Yi in anticipation. Indeed, the only ones wholeheartedly committed to following Gu Yi were Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Even Zhu Zhuqing harbored her own ulterior motives at this moment. She had yet to earn the right to be willful. Where to? Gu Yi fell into deep contemplation. Although the decision to leave was sudden, his heart already harbored a destination. It was, of course, to establish a new academy and participate in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition over a year later, ultimately claiming the championship and fulfilling his promise. Gui's words astonished everyone. If Gui merely aspired to establish an academy, there would naturally be no issue, however. To seize the championship, unless he personally took to the field, who could possibly wrest the title from the grasp of the Spirit Hall? Would they dare to challenge? Gui extended an invitation to them, acknowledging the exceptional talents of the 5. Notably, Oscar's innate full soul power in the food category marks him as an unparalleled genius in this realm. He stands as the true embodiment of innate full soul power at Shrek Academy. After all, Tang San's awakening of innate full soul power is likely attributed to his training in the Xintian skill. Otherwise, his innate talent may not have been particularly remarkable. Naturally, as long as it is your academy, brothery, I shall join. Oscar was the first to express his agreement, followed closely by Ma Hongjun and the others. Among them, Ning Rongrong exhibited the greatest excitement, as she was the only one in the group untouched by the burdens of life, having been born into a world of immense affection. She was naturally eager to partake in the delightful venture of establishing an academy. Gui was not merely speaking. He did not harbor the illusion that he could single-handedly create an academy, for such a feat was impossible. This endeavor transcended the mere assembly of a team, which could be accomplished with just a few individuals. It was time to journey to Heavendo City. Gu Yiming realized that he could not fulfill his aspirations in Soto City, where there was no one to assist him. Qian Rinxue, I have come to see you. Meanwhile, Tang Hao revealed certain matters to Tang San, such as the fact that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-soul beast, and that his mother was also a 100,000-year-soul beast. Tang San responded, stating that regardless of whether Xiao Wu was human or beast, he only knew that she was his sister. Tang Hao gazed at his youthful son, seeing a reflection of his past self, and his thoughts of transforming Xiao Wu into a soul ring faded. Despite his wife being a 100,000-year soul beast, it did not imply that he would let any 100,000-year soul beast that he encountered off the hook. Tang Hao was acutely aware of this. His son's deep feelings were evident. Upon returning to the academy alone, Tang San, even after discovering Xiao Wu's true identity, showed no signs of change. Between them, it appeared that nothing had altered, yet everything felt different. After several days, Gui and his companions finally arrived in Tiando City, a place befitting the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, renowned for its extraordinary splendor. Upon arrival, Gui instructed his companions to rest at the inn while he ventured out alone. At the Tiando Royal Academy, he announced, I am Gui. Please inform Yu Lingling that I seek her. The gatekeeper students, upon seeing Gui's resplendent attire and ethereal demeanor, instinctively went to relay the message. In their eyes, such elegance belonged only to nobility. Rather than appearing aggressive, Gui conversed amiably with them. The disciples stationed at the gate were evidently not from prestigious families or of high noble status. They were minor nobles with unremarkable talents. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves relegated to guarding the entrance. Soon, a graceful figure emerged from the academy, reminiscent of their first encounter. Clad in black, shrouded in a veil, with cascading blue hair, Yu Lingling appeared transformed. Unlike years prior, her aura now exuded an even more ethereal quality, her figure more voluptuous, embodying the essence of a mature woman. The veil upon her face added an air of enigmatic beauty, rendering her captivating to behold. In summary, Yu Lingling had become a woman that could leave men utterly entranced. What brings you to seek me? She inquired, her gaze fixed upon the increasingly mature Gui, her frustration evident. After all, Anyone would be displeased if their close friend were taken away, and her willingness to meet Gui indicated that she had mastered her emotions. I wished to find Du Guyen. Gui truly had no idea where Du Guyen might be at present. The vastness of Tiando City made the search for an individual quite challenging. The most expedient approach would be to locate Yilingling, Du Guyen's closest confidant. I do not know. Yilingling's tone grew frigid as she turned to leave. As for the gatekeeper disciples, they had long since departed. Yilingling was not a mere noble. Although there were only 2 possessors of the 9-heart begonia in the entire Spirit Master realm, their status was akin to that of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. No one could assure immunity from harm. The 9-heart begonia was the most formidable healing martial soul, without exception. Were it not for the excessively stringent conditions surrounding the inheritance of the 9-heart begonia in the Zen city, alongside its scarcity, the preeminent auxiliary martial soul would not have been the 7-treasure glazed tile. Gui did not anticipate that Yilingling would hold such a poor impression of him. And without further ado, he took his leave and walked away. It seemed he could only head towards the Eye of Ice and Fire for now. However, at the last moment, Yilingling hesitated, her cool voice reaching Gui's ears. Yin Yin should be at the auction house now. There is a poisonous herb up for bidding today. Yet, when she mentioned the poisonous herb, her tone shifted slightly. Gui smiled, turning to call out to Yilingling, who could only be seen from behind. Thank you. Chapter 71. The Temptation of Du Guyen following Yilingling's words. Gui also made her way to the Tiando auction house. 4 young and beautiful women stood outside, resembling 4 exquisite blossoms. Gui also approached. And before they could utter a word, he retrieved a resplendent golden card from the soul guide device. One of the women effortlessly accepted the golden soul coin card and entered the auction hall. It wasn't long before she emerged, her demeanor significantly improved. Warmly ushering Gui inside, Gui concealed her golden soul coin card and followed them inside. The VIP area of the Tiando auction house is divided into 5 tiers: red, black, purple, yellow, and white. The attendants promptly escorted Gui to the yellow section, which required a minimum of 100,000 golden soul coins to occupy a seat. At this moment, Gui donned a mask, a precautionary measure implemented by the auction house to ensure the safety of its patrons. Otherwise, one might purchase a treasure only to be ambushed upon departure, deterring future visits to the auction. While the mask may serve as a valuable aid to the average person, for Gui it made little difference. Soon, he spotted his target for this occasion, Du Guyen. Like him, Du Guyen occupied a seat in the yellow section, adorned with an exquisite emerald serpent mask, making her stand out prominently. Gui's presence here was not motivated by the desire to partake in the auction, hence he felt little inclination towards it, gradually making his way towards Du Guyen. However, at this moment, Du Guyen was oblivious to her surroundings, her gaze fervently fixed upon a particular herb displayed on the stage. This herb, known as Wanyankin, was the very reason for her visit today. Securing this medicinal plant would likely enable her to transcend the current limitations of her soul power. Du Guyen. Gui approached and gently tapped her shoulder. However, this simple gesture startled Du Guyen greatly. Who are you? Du Guyen inquired warily, her gaze fixed on the man before her, adorned with a silvery white mask. She could hardly fathom that this visitor was Gui, as she believed he was still at the Shrek Academy in Suodo City. It seemed impossible for him to appear in Tiando City, let alone in this very place. Over the years, with continuous growth, Gui's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation, his voice somewhat altered as well. Even the aura surrounding him was remarkably subdued, making it no surprise that Du Guyen could not recognize him. It is I, Gui. Gui had no intention of teasing Du Guyen, as the occasion was not appropriate. However, Du Guyen was somewhat skeptical and became increasingly vigilant. Who exactly are you? At this moment, even Wan Yanshan, who was currently on stage for the auction, was of little concern to her. It was important to note that she was wearing a mask, and very few could recognize her. Even Gui had never encountered this particular mask before. This individual was undoubtedly up to no good. When had Du Guyen become so cautious? Gui was momentarily taken aback, and she removed the mask from her face. Du Guyen was stunned. This face, she recognized. Just as she was about to take action, the shouts from the stage reminded her of her primary objective. Without hesitation, she raised the bid. This item could not fall into the hands of others, those shameless nobles who would use it to bring harm to more women. Gui also noticed the herb on stage, momentarily taken aback. Wan Yachan? He recognized this particular plant. Previously, he had been puzzled by the change in Yilingling's tone. It turned out to be due to this. To label Wan Yangchun as merely a poison would be an understatement. When utilized correctly, it serves as the finest aphrodisiac. However, this herb is exceedingly rare and is often seized early by the nobility. For women, it acts as an extraordinarily potent stimulant, if refined into a potion. Its efficacy would only amplify. Gui never anticipated that Du Guyan would now venture into such unconventional territory, even dabbling in toxins. It truly evokes a sense of a sorceress. Gui harbored no regrets for the transformation he had facilitated in Du Guyan, as she gradually forged her own path. This filled him with a sense of solace and reflection. Though Du Guyan was not wealthy, it was essential to remember that she was backed by the formidable presence of the poisoned Douluo, a title of great renown. Money was not an insurmountable obstacle for her. Ultimately, the coveted Wan Yangchun fell into Du Guyan's grasp. However, Gui noticed a covetous gaze sweeping over them, particularly fixated on Du Guyan. Her graceful figure and the youthful vitality she exuded were a considerable temptation for nobles who had grown weary of various women. Furthermore, Du Guyan's possession of Wan Yangchun rendered her even more alluring, akin to a potent poison for women. With these factors combined, the noble seated behind them in the purple chair exchanged a few words with his subordinates before eagerly departing the auction house. With the auction of Wan Yangchun concluded, there was little left to entice him. Yet, his subordinates were destined to return empty-handed, especially after Gu Yi demonstrated his prowess and departed swiftly. Du Guyan, on the other hand, displayed a lack of enthusiasm as she stowed away her verdant soul power. Had Gui not intervened, these individuals would not have survived. And even the nobles behind them would not escape unscathed. The honor of a title Douluo must not be tarnished. Now, little brother, what business do you have with me? Du Guyan approached Gu Yi step by step, her eyes glimmering seductively, her already elongated legs appearing even more statuesque, especially as they were accentuated by high heels and purple stockings, making her only slightly shorter than Gu Yi. Gu Yi, feeling somewhat troubled, took a few steps back, only to realize that behind her stood a wall, leaving her with no further retreat. Yet, perhaps she wished to continue her exploration of her sister. Du Guyan's words were laden with temptation, reminiscent of a captivating siren. Gu Yi instinctively cast a glance at Du Guyan, his desire intensifying. Particularly during this period of physical training, his vital energy surged, making it increasingly difficult for him to restrain himself. Du Guyan, perceiving Gu Yi's state, inched closer, occasionally allowing her warmth to envelop him, her captivating gaze fixed upon him. Be composed, he thought, for I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. Gu Yi severed the threads of his troubles, distancing himself from the solitary yin, and turned his back to her, taking a deep breath. Truly a mesmerizing enchantress. She nearly unsettled his resolve. Gu Yi cast a glance downward, executing a few cycles of her cultivation technique before achieving complete tranquility. Both individuals were soul masters, and given the proximity, Gu Yi's deep breaths were audible. Her crimson lips formed a beautiful arc. I still possess quite an allure. Now, speak your purpose in seeking me. Du Guyan also retracted her previously enticing demeanor. I have departed from Shrek Academy. Gu Yi's words left Du Guyan astounded. A few years prior, she and her grandfather had urged him to depart from the academy for Tiando City. Back then, Gu Yi was resolute, refusing to leave no matter what. Now, why had he suddenly decided to part ways with Shrek? The second piece of news was what truly took Du Guyan by surprise. I intend to establish an academy. Will you join me? Chapter 72, The Secret Chamber of the Mind. Du Guyan glanced at him, and without hesitation replied, yes. Just a single word was sufficient to convey everything. Gu Yi gazed at her with a smile. The two walked side by side along the street, their striking beauty creating a remarkably harmonious pair. Du Guyan relished this lifestyle. Allow me to introduce you to my future classmates. Gu Yi led the elegant Du Guyan to the inn where Zhu Zhuqing and the others resided. The group had chosen to remain indoors, weary from their arduous journey. As Gu Yi and Du Guyan entered their line of sight, astonishment washed over them. Particularly, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were taken aback, for they had never witnessed Gu Yi's closeness with any woman throughout the years, save for a somewhat amiable rapport with Zhu Zhuqing. It appeared he had been harboring a secret affection all along. At the age of 20, Du Guyan embodied the essence of feminine perfection, enhanced by her status as a soul master, which rendered her physique more mature than that of the average woman. Her long, slender legs added to her allure, proving to be an irresistible temptation for the younger individuals. Indeed, Gu Yi, you truly deserve admiration, Oscar remarked, giving a thumbs up to Gu Yi. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of inadequacy, particularly Ning Rongrong. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's figure surpassed that of the current De Guyen, who had yet to fully mature. As for Ning Rongrong, describing her as a budding flower would be an overstatement. De Guyen absorbed the gazes of these individuals, ultimately focusing on Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. It was undeniable, both possessed striking beauty, especially the girl clad in black leather, whose figure seemed almost unfairly captivating. Even women who had borne children could hardly compare. Perhaps it's time for self-introductions. Gui gently tapped Du Guyan's arm and spoke, an action that was once again excessively interpreted. Their relationship was indeed complex. Hello, I am Du Guyan, a soul master of the blue-scale poisonous serpent, at the rank of level 45. The crowd gasped, realizing that Guyi's ambition to seize the championship was not mere bravado. With over a year remaining before the competition commences, should Du Guyan advance a few more levels, she could potentially approach the realm of a Soul King before the event. Du Guyan naturally gravitated towards engaging with the two girls first, as conversations among women tend to flourish. Meanwhile, Gui and the others were deprived of this privilege, missing out on their little secrets. Finding Du Guyan was merely the initial step. He had yet to assemble the 7 participants required for the competition. The presence of the academy was still elusive, and the tasks ahead were manifold. Next, he would require the assistance of Du Gubo. As a seasoned figure in this area, Du Gubo was surprisingly more acquainted with the intricacies of Tiantu City than Gui himself. Extracting a piece of emerald serpent scale from his soul guide, Gui decided to leave it be, confident that Du Gubo would eventually sense the presence of the scale. In the prince's residence, Xue Qinghe, also known as Qianren Xue, received news of Guyi's arrival in Tiandu City. However, upon reviewing the intelligence, her composure faltered. Yet now that he had arrived, she resolved that he would not leave easily. Xue Qinghe glanced towards a well-concealed secret chamber behind her, an ideal sanctuary for living. Yet, considering that the visitors included not only Gui but also several individuals from Shrek Academy, among whom was the daughter of her teacher, it was timely to seek her mentor's guidance, prompting a visit to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Meanwhile, the concealed snake spear and needle pig exchanged glances, pondering their next move. Gui remains oblivious to the profound feelings that Qian Rinxue harbors for him, to the extent that she contemplates confining him in a secret chamber. Had he been aware of this, he might have remarked, "Indeed, you possess the spirit of your father." Before Donggubo could return to Tiandu City, he sensed the aura of his snake scales and was momentarily taken aback as he soared towards the source. He had only bestowed 2 pieces of his snake scales, one resting in Guyi's possession and the other in Dongguyan's grasp. Although both were his scales, there existed subtle distinctions in their auras. Donggubo now found himself ensnared in the earlier perplexities concerning his granddaughter. "It truly is you," he exclaimed, gazing at Gui standing on the balcony, before swiftly approaching her in astonishment. "Assist me in completing the formalities at the Advanced Academy. I wish to participate in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. This task is one that only you can aid me with." Gui spoke straightforwardly, without any superfluous words. Isn't it something that Flander could accomplish as well? Donggubo felt somewhat perplexed. After all, although Flander was weaker than him, he was still a soul master of the Soul Douluo level. A higher-level Soul Master Academy should not pose much of a challenge. A hint of anguish flickered in Guyi's pupils. After 15 years, severing such a bond is no simple task. This time, however, I intend to establish a new academy. Donggubo, ever astute, grasped the hidden implications within Guyi's words. Gui and Flander have had a falling out. No worries, leave it to me. I will still maintain a semblance of face in this matter. With a grand gesture, Donggubo took it upon himself to handle the situation. It was hardly a challenging task. The number of titled douluos available to both empires was quite limited, and naturally, they would not allow someone without affiliations to tilt the balance in favor of one side. "What is the name of the academy?" Donggubo inquired. Gui fell into a deep contemplation, realizing that he had indeed overlooked this matter. A name? A name? As he gazed at the white clouds drifting across the azure sky, a particular name entered his mind, lingering there without fading. Tianwen Academy. Donggubo remarked that he did not care for the name of the academy. It was merely a designation, nothing more. "Grant me 3 days' time." Gui gazed towards the direction in which Donggubo had departed. He had finally taken that crucial step forward. With the matters here resolved, it was time for him to embark on his journey to acquire the 6th spirit ring. This would be the last spirit ring he would obtain before manifesting his martial soul's true form, necessitating utmost caution. He had already selected his target, the dark demon evil god tiger residing in the forest. Although the soul beast was not a 100,000-year-old entity, its strength was no less formidable, perhaps even exceeding that of its ancient counterparts. It possessed a variety of attributes and held a precious artifact. Securing the spirit ring of the dark demon evil god tiger would undoubtedly result in a significant enhancement of his powers. Dugubo, a title Douluo, certainly commanded respect. In just 3 days, he had not only completed all the necessary formalities but also secured a recently abandoned intermediate soul master academy as a temporary base. During this time, Duguyin had forged a close friendship with the 5 others, assuming the role of the elder sister, which lent her a certain gravitas. Meanwhile, Ning Fingxi, Bone Douluos, and Xue Qinghao were making their way toward them. Qian Renxue had been eagerly anticipating her reunion with Gu Yi. Despite her relentless efforts to increase her cultivation time over the years, she had yet to attain the rank of Soul Sage. Her abilities were merely on par with an average high-level Soul Sage, far from Gu Yi's extraordinary prowess, which allowed him to contend with title duelists at the Soul King level. Unbeknownst to everyone, Gu Yi's combat strength did not derive solely from soul power. Much of it stemmed from the elemental energies of heaven and earth, drawing upon the forces of the universe. This was the source of his formidable might. Chapter 73. Ambush. Ning Fingxi and his entourage arrived at the entrance of the Tianwen Academy. In comparison to other advanced Soul Master academies, it could only be described as rudimentary. However, it was remarkably clean, a disarray that was anything but chaotic. Teacher, shall we enter? Xue Qinghao inquired, standing beside Ning Fingxi. Though her heart raced with anticipation, her exterior revealed no hint of urgency. It was this ability to remain unflustered in the face of adversity that had allowed her to remain undetected for so many years. The soul bone could only conceal her form and masquerade as a martial soul. Everything else relied solely on her own capabilities. If there were a title for the most tragic woman in the world, it would undoubtedly belong to Bibi Dong. The second would be Qian Renxue, who had been a mistake from birth, thrust into a foreign land as an undercover agent in her teenage years, masquerading as a celebrated prince. Within the academy, Gu Yi suddenly addressed Ning Rongrong, who was still busy tidying up, saying, "Your father has arrived. Go and bring them in." Ning Rongrong immediately released her grip on the broom. She had missed Ning Fingxi during this time apart. Despite the rapid maturation of individuals in this world, she was still, at heart, a 12-year-old girl. The others briefly acknowledged his words before returning to their cleaning duties. After all, a place could not be inhabited without proper upkeep. However, Dai Mubai expressed some reluctance. In his view, such tasks ought to be delegated to servants, who could perform them more efficiently and effectively. Gu Yi, however, observed the circumstances of several individuals with keen awareness, etching them into memory. The others bore no complaints, as Oscar and Ma Hongjun were not of noble descent. They had experienced such matters since childhood. Zhu Zhuqing held a firm belief in Gu Yi's words, thus encountering no issues. Ning Rongrong moved swiftly and soon arrived at the academy's entrance, where she spotted the 3 individuals. "Grandpa Gu," she exclaimed, leaping into Gu Rong's embrace amidst Ning Fengxi's complex gaze. Ning Fengxi awkwardly withdrew his hand, having overestimated his standing in his daughter's heart. Sigh. Standing nearby, Xue Qinghao could scarcely contain his amusement. Only Rongrong could evoke such a reaction from the teacher. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong ultimately bestowed upon him a grand embrace, prompting Ning Fengxi to contentedly pat his obedient daughter's head. "You've grown taller. By the way, Rongrong, how did you know we were coming?" Ning Fengxi discerned that Rongrong had no intention of merely enjoying herself. Her objective was indeed them. After all, she displayed no surprise upon seeing them. "I'm not sure. It was just that Teacher Gu Yi asked me to come out to meet you, so I did," she replied. Ning Fengxi was taken aback, surprised by Gu Yi's remarkable perceptive abilities. Xue Qinghao also fell into contemplation, reflecting on how long it had been since their last encounter. Just then, Gu Rong, who had previously worn a friendly expression, suddenly changed countenance, having not forgotten past events. He swiftly employed his spatial traversal ability, vanishing before the crowd. "Oh no, we must hurry inside," Ning Fengxi said, his usually calm demeanor now tinged with urgency. He had not anticipated that Gu Rong would still be concerned about that matter. Previously, he had meticulously analyzed the intelligence relayed by the scouts. Rongrong had not sustained any substantial harm, having been covertly protected by powerful individuals. Enduring some tribulations had been his initial intention, without experiencing the vicissitudes of life. When could Ning Rongrong truly mature and bear the immense burden of the 7 treasure, glazed tile school. Strength is an everlasting passport. Yet one also requires a certain depth of character. Upon entering the academy, Gu Rong encountered 5 individuals, though he was unaware of Gu Yi's identity. Nevertheless, this did not impede his search for the individual with the most potent soul power. He swiftly darted to Gu Yi's side and delivered a swift kick. Gu Yiling's intuition issued a warning, yet the speed of the impending strike was indeed astonishingly swift. Moreover, at that moment, he had not harnessed his soul abilities to channel the elemental energies of the world. By the time he registered the threat, he could only brace himself with his arms. The overwhelming force sent Gu Yi hurtling backwards, crashing into a building, dust swirling in the air. Silence enveloped the ruins for a prolonged duration. Everything transpired so rapidly that Du Guyin could no longer endure. She summoned her martial spirit, and her soul rings illuminated. A verdant mist of poison encircled Gu Rong. Poison? Even the most seasoned poison master cannot intimidate me. Dear girl, you have much to learn. With a mere surge of soul power, Gu Rong dissipated the toxic fog surrounding him. Such an uncanny speed. He thwarted a shadowy figure that assailed him from behind, casting it aside effortlessly. Meanwhile, Oscar's assault commenced. An invisible blade of energy slicing through the air towards him. Simultaneously, a fierce flame burst forth before him. Though the temperature of the flames was intense and the sword aura swift, to him, a title Douluo, they were still pathetically feeble. He could not be bothered to summon his martial spirit. He flashed behind Ma Hongjun, knocking him down, then swiftly moved to Oscar's side, toppling him as well. However, it seemed he had no intention of killing. He merely imparted a lesson to several of them, promising their recovery in half a month. In an instant, all were defeated. A title Douluo shall not be disrespected. Gu Rong felt a tinge of boredom. Was Gu Yi truly so formidable? Was this all he could muster? He began to question whether Chen Xin had indeed become foolish from his sword practice. Suddenly, Gu Rong sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the ruins, continuously escalating. Seemingly boundless. In the next moment, Gu Rong vanished. He must interrupt this force before it surpassed him. With his spatial abilities, speed alone would not suffice. We must hurry. The others, sensing the growing aura, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet, Xue Qinghe felt a flicker of anticipation. She had only gleaned information about Gu Yi's prowess through reports. Now, she finally had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Qian Rinxue could not fathom how Gu Yi's strength had surged so rapidly. It was utterly inconceivable. Qian Rinxue, was a prodigy with innate soul power of level 20. Yet her cultivation speed paled in comparison to Gu Yi's. Absurd, utterly absurd. On the opposite side of the academy, Gu Rong had already summoned his martial spirit. Soaring from the ruins unscathed, albeit with an expression of grave seriousness. At last, he comprehended the truth in Chen Xin's earlier words. Gu Yi's strength is by no means inferior to that of the title Douluo. Indeed, it is exceptionally impressive. Gu Yi gazed at the few individuals sprawled on the ground, his fury reaching an apex. In an instant, his figure vanished, and the next moment, his assault commenced. So swift. Gu Rong, a soul master adept in both defense and agile offense, realized that without employing his spatial abilities, his own speed would merely suffice. However, he was intrigued to ascertain the full extent of Gu Yi's power. Thus, rather than evading, he opted to confront the attack head-on. His martial spirit, the Bone Dragon, was renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. To breach his defenses, Gu Yi still had a considerable distance to traverse. With a resounding thud, fist met bone, producing a deep, resonant clash. Remarkably, Gu Rong only staggered back a few steps. The bone that had been struck remained unscathed. The sheer strength of his defense was evident. Gu Yi unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike more forceful than the last. Chapter 74. The Eruption of Hidden Energy. The aftermath of the battle caused the surrounding structures to tremble precariously, giving the impression that they could collapse into ruins at any moment. It was at this juncture that Ning Fengji and his companions finally arrived. Stop it, Bone Uncle. Although Gu Rong was eager to continue the fight, he heeded Ning Fengji's words, utilizing his spatial abilities to evade Gu Yi's ferocious blows. Glancing at the slight fissures appearing in his bones, Gu Rong acknowledged that this young man possessed considerable skill. However, Gu Yi did not cease his action simply because Gu Rong had halted. What sort of place did he think this was? In this world, who would be so fortunate as to strike someone and then simply walk away unscathed? Gu Yi sought out Gu Rong once more, determined to confront him regardless of the outcome. This encounter, however, proved to be far from straightforward. He concentrated all his strength into a single point, harmonizing it with the essence of the universe and his soul power. unleashing a formidable punch. Crack. Every individual present could distinctly hear the sound of bones shattering. Ning Fengji displayed an expression of incredulity. Was Uncle Bones' defense truly shattered? How could this be? Gu Rong himself was equally stunned. The bones he took pride in had been breached. Nevertheless, Gu Rong remained unfazed, knowing that for Gu Yi to completely dismantle his defenses was still a distant prospect. The minor damage sustained would swiftly mend with the flow of his soul power. Rather than withstand the assault, Gu Rong opted for caution, aware that if a junior truly breached his defenses, he would become the subject of mockery from Qin Xian. The swordmaster. Gu Rong, renowned as the foremost defender in the world, also bore another title, the most enigmatic and troublesome title Douluo, endowed with formidable spatial abilities. As his punch missed its mark, Gui, possessing an extraordinary perception, swiftly recalibrated his stance, pivoting to strike in an entirely different direction, precisely towards the location where Gu Rong had just appeared. What sorcery is this? Gu Rong, incredulous, reacted with remarkable speed, raising his bones to deflect the impending blow. How did Gui discern the precise location of his appearance? Gu Rong once again slipped into the spatial realm, materializing from Gu Yi's right side. What awaited him was still Gu Yi's iron fist. The ensuing events unfolded with dramatic flair, as Gui intercepted Gu Rong's every emergence with remarkable precision, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. With each punch that landed, Gui found himself experiencing a profound epiphany. Though Gu Rong made attempts to counterattack, Gu Yi was no novice. He either evaded with agile footwork or retaliated with equal ferocity, leaving Gu Rong in a state of utter helplessness. The crux of the matter lay in Gu Rong's ninth soul skill, whose expansive range proved ill-suited for this confined setting, rendering him somewhat constrained. Ning Fengji recognized the untenable nature of this stalemate and summoned his martial soul, 7 beams of radiance illuminating Gu Rong's figure. The previously expended soul power and physical stamina began to rejuvenate, with a significant enhancement in both strength and speed. Gui naturally witnessed this scene, and could not help but marvel at the formidable auxiliary capabilities of the 7 treasures, glazed pagoda. The aura emanating from Gu Rong had more than doubled. Gui, please cease your actions. Ning Fengji understood that the battle could not continue. Should they unleash their true powers, it would result in catastrophic damage to the heavenly Do City. Even if the 7 treasures glazed sect were implicated, the repercussions would be minimal, yet it was imperative to prevent such an occurrence. Cease your actions. Why did you not call for restraint when my student was attacked? Gu Yi showed no mercy, delivering a powerful punch. However, the ancient banyan tree, having undergone an epic enhancement, stood resolute, unyielding in a clash of strength. I fear you not. The collision of bone and fist sent Gu Yi flying 3 to 4 meters, placing him at a disadvantage. Such enhancement? Gu Yi immediately fixed his gaze upon Ning Fengji, understanding that to secure victory, he must disrupt his support. Gu Rong, possessing far more combat experience than Gu Yi, discerned his intentions with a mere glance. Even though Gu Yi held the advantage and moved with remarkable speed, he could not match the spatial abilities of Gu Rong. Just as he was about to strike Ning Fengji, he was intercepted. One could see the soul rings shimmering around Gu Rong, as countless bones were swiftly separated. Gu Yi swiftly dodged, for being struck would indeed spell serious trouble. However, evading the soul skill of a title Douluo is no simple feat. These bones astonishingly possess the ability to track him, or perhaps it is Gu Rong who is exerting control over them. Here you go. Gu Yi came to a halt, exerting great effort to consolidate the bones into a singular mass, sending them back. However, this action came at the cost of a mouthful of blood. Just moments ago, he had forcibly redirected the trajectory of the attack, an endeavor that demanded considerable strength. Even with the protection of his first soul skill to safeguard his meridians, he had still exceeded his limits. His meridians and internal organs sustained some injuries. At that moment, Gu Rong had never witnessed such a capability. Now, even he found himself unable to control the mass of bones. Gu Yi did not hesitate. He did not even wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth as he swiftly closed the distance between himself and the others. Although Gu Rong had never witnessed such an ability, he remained entirely unfazed. With the assistance of Fengji, even Qin Xian would not pose a challenge for him. His defensive capabilities were formidable. He struck once more, yet again landing a blow upon the skeletal dragon, which yielded no discernible effect. However, the recoil from the impact momentarily stunned Gu Yi, suddenly illuminating the crucial point of the elusive internal energy he had previously sought in vain. The key lay in the application of force, invoking it without immediate release, allowing it to penetrate beyond the surface and reach the very core. Gu Yining concentrated all her strength into her fist, while Gu Rong prepared to confront her with the bone dragon. However, this time was different. The force unleashed from her punch surprisingly coursed through the bone dragon and into Gu Rong's body. This was dire. With his vast combat experience, Gu Rong instinctively employed his soul power to counteract the incoming force the moment it penetrated his body. In this world, where soul power exists, the efficacy of dark energy techniques was considerably diminished, yet they still held some merit. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Gu Rong's mouth, indicating that he had not completely mitigated the impact. The ability to manipulate energy through dark force proved effective against formidable adversaries. Regrettably, only the kinetic energy could be transmitted within. Soul power and the essence of the heavens and earth were beyond reach. Nonetheless, with the assistance of Ningfengji, he swiftly recuperated from this minor injury. How shall we cease? The losses incurred today will be borne by our 7 treasures glazed tile school, Ningfengji declared. Unwilling to continue the confrontation, Gui cast a glance at Ningfengji, but it was insufficient. Ningfengji appeared to have anticipated this outcome long ago, agreeing to compensate each person with an additional 100,000 gold soul coins. Gui cast a subtle glance at Xueqinghe and nodded in agreement. Prolonging the battle was not a prudent course of action. Although Gu Rong's combat prowess may not rival that of Chen Xian, his defensive capabilities far surpassed Chen Xian's. Even with his newfound mastery of the dark energy, it would be exceedingly challenging to secure victory without resorting to his 5th soul skill. Ningfengji also breathed a sigh of relief, for should the conflict continue, he would have no choice but to summon Chen Xian. The 2 titled Douluos swiftly subdued Gui, yet they were reluctant to do so unless absolutely necessary. Soon, under Ningfengji's healing, the others began to regain consciousness. Upon seeing Gu Rong nearby, they instinctively adopted defensive postures. Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cast an apologetic glance at them, acutely aware that this encounter was intertwined with her actions. Chapter 75. Qianren Shui, you wouldn't want to reveal your identity, would you? Tianwen Academy Yi, is this true? Is this truly the case? Oscar and Ma Hongjun were utterly incredulous. The ease with which one could now earn gold soul coins was astonishing. Merely sustaining minor injuries could yield a reward of 100,000 gold soul coins. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was indeed extravagantly affluent. It was no wonder that Ning Rongrong had previously exhibited such arrogance and capriciousness. Had they also been raised in a sect of such immense wealth, their demeanor would likely not differ much from hers, perhaps even more egregiously. This is the final opportunity. Matters seldom transpire thrice. Should we genuinely approach the limit, even at the cost of his entire cultivation, I shall ensure the disappearance of the 2 mainstays of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Gu Yi's unmasked aura of menace made it abundantly clear to all that he was not speaking in jest. Yet, did he possess such capability? What audacity! Xueqinghe stood by, secretly admiring Gu Yi's boldness. It was likely that even the Emperor Shui would not dare to speak such words in the presence of Ningfengji. On the surface, Ningfengji remained utterly unperturbed, as though he had not just been threatened. Rest assured, Director Gu, this matter shall not recur. Please take good care of Rongrong. Ningfengji ultimately bowed to Gui. This gesture astonished Gu Rong and left Qianren Shui equally taken aback. Even Gui himself was rendered speechless. Is this the majesty befitting the head of a clan? Gu Yi realized that he had underestimated Ningfengji. However, it is understandable that someone capable of making 2 renowned titled Douluos willingly remain in the sect must possess an extraordinary charm of character. Regardless of who it is, he treats everyone with equal respect. Gu Yi does not deliberately target any individual, much like his previous interactions with Tang San. Even if he harbors disdain or dislike in his heart, he refrains from intentionally singling him out during teaching. This principle applies universally, without exception. Favoritism is not a consideration in his treatment of others. Ningfengji gazed into Gu Yi's eyes, a man of vast experience. He could discern much even from a single glance. This assertion is not mere rhetoric. With that, he took his leave, and Xueqinghe naturally followed suit. It seems that today's endeavors shall require even greater efforts. Gu Yi gazed at the now dilapidated academy and addressed the crowd. Remember, during this period, the use of soul power is prohibited. It is essential to temper your hearts. The increase in strength does not equate to the growth of the spirit. Becoming a slave to power is detrimental to oneself and others. Moreover, without a sufficiently resilient heart, even the most profound techniques and secret arts may lead one astray. Gui now harbors a tinge of regret for having imparted advanced techniques to Zhu Shiqing so early. Fortunately, her years of experience have fortified her mind, preventing her from being overly swayed by the methods. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that there has been some impact. Gui did not stay in the academy for long. After all, he had not seen his old friend for many years, and naturally, they needed to engage in a thorough exchange. However, it remained uncertain whether Qianren would be more surprised to see him or harbor thoughts of wanting to end his life. Gui was indeed eager to witness this scene. With his current prowess, infiltrating the prince's residence was a task of utter simplicity. Presently, Xi Miao and Xi Tun were closely following Qianren, allowing him to approach Xueqinghe's office without any hindrance. Seated in a chair, he languidly perused the reports strewn across the desk. However, after skimming through a few, he found them utterly mundane, filled with lamentations devoid of any substantive content. Xueqinghe had not accompanied Ning Fengji back to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji, he returned to the prince's residence. Be cautious, young master. There is someone inside, Xi Miao whispered from his concealed position, alerting Qianren. Qianren paused momentarily before regaining his composure. As the crown prince of the Tiando Empire and the future heir, he had dealt with countless assassins and spies over the years. Little did he expect that another intruder would appear today. Pushing the door open, he was taken aback for a moment, completely unprepared to find Gui within, let alone that he had come to see him. Director Gu, to enter unannounced is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. With that, Qianren maintained his discretion, stepping forward to close the door behind him. If you truly are Xueqinghe, then you have indeed erred. But are you? Gui seated herself in the place originally intended for Xueqinghe, a radiant smile gracing her face as she regarded the unflappable Xueqinghe. What does Dean Gu mean by this? If I am not Xueqinghe, then who could I be? In the shadows, the had long been prepared, poised to seize Gui at any moment. Is that so? Qianren. A mere 5 words transformed the atmosphere into one charged with tension, as the previously hidden and revealed themselves. Gentlemen, are you truly prepared to strike? Unless you are confident in your ability to eliminate me in an instant, the identity of your young master shall remain in jeopardy. Gui remained remarkably unperturbed. In truth, to truly grasp the essence of an individual, one must identify their Achilles heel and strike with precision. Undoubtedly, Qianren's vulnerability lies in the identity of Xueqinghe, having remained in the shadows for so many years. The significance of this identity to her is evident. Step back, Xueqinghe commanded, dismissing 2 individuals, though she was uncertain how Gui had discerned her secret. His current demeanor clearly indicated he had no intention of exposing her. Otherwise, her true identity would have long been revealed. Revert to your original appearance. This guise does not suit you at all. Gui furrowed his brow as he gazed at the man before him, an undeniable sense of displeasure lingering in the air. After a moment of hesitation, Qianren took a few steps forward, transforming before Gui's eyes into a stunning blonde beauty who seemed to materialize from thin air. Ah! She appeared far more pleasing to the eye now, even more so than she had a few years prior. Gui nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that Qianren is even more captivating now than she was a few years ago. Where did I reveal myself? Qianren, perplexed, paid no heed to Gui's compliments. Logically, it should be impossible for anyone to see through her disguise. Nothing could escape the scrutiny of my discerning eyes. Qianren felt somewhat speechless. What you said is no different from saying nothing at all. Yet, she understood that Gui did not wish to elaborate and chose not to press further. Their relationship was fundamentally sustained through an exchange of letters. Digging too deeply into matters was hardly prudent. What brings you to me? Do you still remember what transpired earlier? Gui gazed intently at Qianren, his expression imbued with utmost seriousness. Of course, should you emerge victorious, I shall heed your wishes in all subsequent matters. However, if fortune favors me. With a gentle smile, Gui interrupted her forthcoming words, assuring her that he would not regret his decision. Qianren gazed at the confident Gui, perplexed as to how he intended to seize the championship title from the Spirit Hall, which meticulously selects geniuses, with an academy that could not even muster sufficient participants for the competition, unless he intended to take the stage himself, which was inconceivable. I look forward to your performance. Having concluded our discussion, I shall take my leave now. There is no need to send letters to the Spirit Hall in the future, is there? After Gui concluded the matter, she departed without a trace of sentiment. Can you discern my true form, Xi Miao and Xi Tun? Qianren inquired as she reverted to her original appearance. The two shook their heads in unison, unable to see through her disguise. Had they not been informed beforehand? they would have been utterly incapable of discerning the truth. Qian Rinxue gazed at the spot where Gu Yi had just been seated, her eyes filled with profound contemplation. She had indeed underestimated Gu Yi. Chapter 76. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Upon leaving the prince's residence, Gu Yi began to wander through the city of Tiando. As the capital of the Tiando Empire, its grandeur and opulence far surpassed that of Suatua City. However, today seemed to be fraught with misfortune. Not long after her departure, she witnessed a young nobleman harassing a sweet-faced young woman, his countenance marred by a lascivious expression that betrayed no semblance of noble bearing, resembling instead a foul insect from a stagnant drain. Gu Yi took a few steps forward, intending to approach, when the situation appeared to be abruptly halted. "Zhou Long, release your grip at once," came a voice, cool and elegant, from a short distance away. Gu Yi turned her head and beheld a beautiful woman approaching from a distance. Clad in a delicate pale blue gown, her meticulously arranged azure locks exuded an air of nobility. Undoubtedly, this woman possessed the most exquisite demeanor Gu Yi had ever encountered. Even amidst a sea of countless faces, Gu Yi believed she could effortlessly discern this woman. With her exceptional grace and striking beauty, she stood unparalleled. The nobleman who had been entangled with the woman trembled upon hearing that familiar voice and stiffly turned away. Xian Master Zhou Long never anticipated that Tang Yuehua would grace the occasion today, inwardly cursing his misfortune. It seemed that despite the years, he had failed to impart the essence of noble etiquette to her. Tang Yuehua, with a hint of melancholy, shook her head. Certain matters were beyond the influence of a woman of her humble station. Despite her renowned reputation and having cultivated numerous individuals who embodied true noble etiquette, she remained unable to alter the prevailing circumstances. Perhaps the world was simply rife with too many nobles. As long as one's soul power met the requisite standards, one could easily attain a title, thus evolving into a noble lineage. One could not expect a group of individuals who thrived on violence to emulate her. They revered strength above all else. In their quest for refinement and to escape their humble origins, they sent their descendants to learn the ways of noble etiquette, all while harboring an innate disdain for the common folk. Zhou Long was certainly among them. As Tang Yuehua approached the woman who had just been harassed, a distinct aura began to emanate from her. Elegant and natural, it seemed to dissolve all sorrows of the world in that moment, transforming the once fearful and anxious woman into a figure of tranquility and grace. Even from a distance, Gu Yi could sense this gentle ambience. It was then that she comprehended the identity of the person before her. Tang Yuehua, a level 9 soul power wielder with a mutated noble soul ring, destined to never surpass level 10. She possessed an innate noble domain, that could suit all. Gu Yi does not believe that this is an issue with Tang Yuehua's martial spirit, but rather a reflection of her own shortcomings. It is exceedingly rare to possess a martial spirit that can autonomously create a domain. It is speculated that Tang Yuehua's incomplete awakening of her martial soul may be the reason behind her limitations. Should she undergo a second awakening, she would undoubtedly rival any martial soul. Much like Yu Xiaozhang's Luo Sanpao, it is the inadequacy of its mutation that has led to its current form. Otherwise, it could be as formidable as the golden sacred dragon martial soul. However, such matters bear little relevance to him. Merely from this incident, it is evident that the Tiando Empire is fundamentally flawed. Gu Yi harbors no qualms regarding unification. It is only through a comprehensive unity that a more tranquil world may be established. However, the individual tasked with achieving this unity must not be the irrational Bibidon. After a brief sojourn, Gu Yi, his enthusiasm dampened by interruptions, returned to the academy with a sense of ennui. Ning Fengji exhibited remarkable speed, as a considerable number of construction personnel had already arrived on site. With just over a year remaining until the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, Tianwen Academy had yet to assemble even the most basic roster of competitors. The competition necessitates 7 official team members along with several substitutes. Fortuitously, the current team already comprises 6 members, and Gu Yi already has a candidate in mind for the final position. In the ensuing period, Gu Yi intends to procure his 6th soul ring to augment his strength. The previous assault by Gu Rong had illuminated the fact that if a speed-type title Douluo were truly intent on his demise, evasion would prove exceedingly challenging. After all, his current formidable prowess is reliant on the absorption of the world's vital energy to enhance his capabilities. It is impractical for him to continuously absorb this energy throughout the day for self-empowerment. During other times, his strength fails to reach the level of a title Douluo. Thus, He cannot afford to delay acquiring his sixth soul ability any longer. Old Poison, your assistance is genuinely required this time. The dark demon evil tiger is no trifling foe. Its prowess is superior to even that of a 100,000-year soul beast, exhibiting strength that is only greater. More critically, the residual effects of this battle will undoubtedly have far-reaching repercussions. Even if he manages to conquer the dark demon evil tiger, safely absorbing its energy would prove arduous. With the protection of Douluo, safety would be significantly enhanced. Let us proceed. Douluo resolved decisively. The greater Gu Yi's strength, the more advantages it bestows upon him. And consequently, the better it is for Yin Yin. He has long discerned that his granddaughter has been captivated by Gu Yi, claiming to pursue him. Yet, it is Gu Yi's name that perpetually lingers on her lips. After Gu Yi conveyed his instructions, he departed alongside Douluo, embarking on their journey to the Star Do Great Forest. Typically, such a journey would require no less than 10 days. However, for soul masters endowed with the ability of flight, this distance could be traversed in less than a day. Now, where shall we search for the soul beast you mentioned? In the vast expanse of the Star Do Great Forest, locating a single soul beast is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Allow me a moment to sense the surroundings. Gu Yi stood suspended in the air, unleashing the full potential of the demonic essence within the sea of his spirit. The sinister thoughts and a myriad of other auras were perceptible to him. Gu Yi deliberately sifted through a selection of feeble auras, specifically in pursuit of formidable malevolent thoughts. The dark demon tiger is a soul beast even more bloodthirsty and terrifying than the faced demon spider. Legends say that the dark demon tiger was originally a white tiger, transformed into its present form by the divine power of the evil god. Its aura of malevolence surpasses that of all other soul beasts in magnitude. Gu Yi quietly attuned herself to the passage of time marked by a single incense stick, ultimately discerning an overwhelmingly immense malevolent thought emanating from the southwest, surpassing any malevolence she had ever encountered. It seemed as if only the sinister aura remained, devoid of any trace of impurity. Gu Yi gestured in a direction, and the two soared forth. With their current prowess, they could easily contend with even a 100,000-year soul beast. It was precisely this confidence that emboldened their audacity. Shortly after their ascent, Gu Yi and Douluo encountered a colossal black tiger, not merely an ordinary shade of black, but an intensity of darkness so profound that light itself seemed to be devoured by it. This creature emanated a formidable and sinister aura. As they approached, they realized that this dark demon evil god tiger was, in fact, consuming its own kind, truly a malevolent soul beast. However, starting today, this magnificent tiger would become his soul ring. Old Poison, he commanded, stand ready. Gu Yi called out and charged towards the dark demon evil god tiger. Chapter 77. The Power of Complete Liberation. In his hand emerged a blood-red longsword. Over the years, this blade had been nourished by the aura of slaughter, undergoing a profound transformation. Even ordinary individuals, upon nearing it, would be affected by the malevolent energy it exuded. However, this was the finest weapon for Gu Yi, as it not only amplified his third soul skill but also augmented his lethality. Blood-red sword energy surged forth from the slaying sword. The dark demon evil god tiger, still engulfed in the process of devouring the soul beast, sensed the impending danger. It abandoned its nearby prey and retreated to the side. The soul beast carcasses left behind were instantly cleaved by the sword energy, reduced to mere fragments, witnessing the destruction of its hard-earned meal. The malevolent aura emanating from the dark demon evil god tiger intensified, particularly the symbol of the king on its forehead, which darkened further. A chilling malevolence spread from the body of the dark demon evil god tiger, gradually encasing it in a shroud of ominous energy. Gu Yi involuntarily shuddered. When he regained his senses, the dark demonic tiger had vanished from sight. The winds. Over the course of the year, his mental prowess had grown exponentially, allowing him to swiftly detect the traces of the dark demonic tiger. He darted to the left, flying several meters, and instinctively swung his killing sword. The murderous intent emanating from him was formidable, yet the dark demonic tiger was no mere beast of low intelligence. It exhibited a remarkable degree of sentience. Particularly in terms of combat, it demonstrated a keen acumen, perhaps even surpassing Gu Yi himself. The apex predator of the forest was not easily trifled with. From a distance, Douluo also observed the unfolding situation. To be candid, he could not match such speed. Although he had gradually refined the toxins over the years for his own use, he still lacked the profound depth of experience. Nonetheless, he was not devoid of capability. especially with his 8th spirit skill, which served as an exceptional means of control. With this in mind, Douluo hesitated no longer, soaring a short distance away to summon his martial soul, the 8th spirit ring illuminating with a radiant glow. Time froze. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had descended into tranquility, with even Gui and the dark demonic tiger momentarily immobilized. Such formidable power. Douluo exerted himself to maintain the 8th spirit skill, simultaneously activating his soul 10,000-year head spirit bone, the gaze of Medusa. This maneuver was his true trump card. A beam of white light coalesced, hurtling towards the dark demonic tiger with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it approached the beast, yet at that moment, Douluo realized that his soul power was depleting at an alarming rate. The 8th spirit skill was being countered. The dark demonic tiger was anything but slow, deftly evading the white light, which struck the ground and petrified the blue-silver grass beneath it. What manner of soul beast is this? Douluo had never anticipated that his soul skill would be so effortlessly thwarted, and it was evident that this soul beast had not yet reached the 10,000-year threshold. Could it be that Gui intends to attach such a soul beast to his 6th spirit ring? Even after the recent events, the dark demon evil god tiger still did not regard Douluo as its primary target. It could sense the immense power emanating from this man, a force capable of elevating it to greater heights. The impression Douluo left on it was one of a foul stench, which even diminished its appetite. How swift! The dark demon evil god tiger surged towards him with an unimaginable speed, its malevolent energy corrupting everything in its path. Before Gui could fully comprehend the situation, he was knocked away. The pain, an unparalleled agony. Gui felt as though more than half of his ribs were fractured, and his internal organs sustained considerable damage. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. The malevolent force that had invaded his being posed the true peril. It not only caused his body to deteriorate but also rendered the elemental energies of heaven and earth increasingly difficult to control. The dark demon evil god tiger would show no mercy to its adversaries, swiftly approaching Gui, who lay beneath a tree. With great effort to suppress his physical agony, Gui deftly evaded the spot, narrowly escaping the attack from the dark demon evil god tiger. He had truly underestimated the prowess of this formidable foe. Gui exerted a portion of his strength to resist the encroaching malevolent force within him, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against the dark demon tiger. The dark demon tiger appeared unhurried, moving with caution. In that moment, Gui found himself in grave danger. Douluo had not anticipated such a swift turn of events, nor had he expected the formidable power of this soul beast to be so profound. Having reached this juncture, it was time to employ extraordinary measures. Gui contemplated silently. With a mere thought, the surrounding primordial energy of heaven and earth was drawn into his being. The magnitude and intensity of this energy were unprecedented. In that moment, Gui disregarded the capacity of his body to endure and voraciously consumed it all. Gui's body suddenly split open with a ghastly wound, blood gushing forth as crimson streams flowed from all 7 orifices. His condition was utterly horrifying. Had he gone mad, daring to devour such an immense surge of energy? Douluo couldn't comprehend why Gui would commit such an act of self-destruction. No individual could possibly harness such overwhelming power, let alone Gui, who was merely a quasi-soul emperor. Even if his strength had reached the level of a titled Douluo, it would still be impossible. The energy from hundreds of miles around converged upon this very spot. The dark demon evil god tiger, which had been poised to relish its prey, now stood with bristling fur, its pupils dilating with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned and fled. The sheer magnitude of this energy was far too formidable. Gui remained entirely unperturbed, calmly raising the sword of slaughter in his hand. The astonishing sword energy, imbued with a palpable aura of death, coalesced into a blood-red blade that extended for several dozen meters. Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the formidable crimson sword. Rendered speechless by the sheer shock, he harbored no doubts that this strike could very well be his demise. Gui truly managed to harness this immense energy, demonstrating such formidable power. Douluo began to comprehend why Gui exuded such confidence. With a sword nearly 100 meters in length, what harm is there in allowing you to run a mere 99 meters? Gui gazed at the fleeing dark demon evil god tiger and swung his sword with precision. Instantly, the surrounding trees were obliterated, yet the dark demon evil god tiger once again employed the extraordinary speed it had previously demonstrated, deftly evading the strike to the right. This was far from over. With a swift motion of his hand, Gui redirected the sword aura to continue his assault on the dark demon evil god tiger. This sudden shift resulted in the devastation of dozens of trees, transforming the surrounding area into a barren expanse for several dozen meters. No matter how swift the dark demon evil god tiger may be, it was impossible for it to sustain such speed indefinitely. Gu-Yi wielded his sword with remarkable speed. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in the eyes of the dark demon evil god as he swiftly pivoted and charged towards Gu-Yi. Simultaneously, the sinister hook behind him transformed into a sharp spike, and a layer of gray protective aura enveloped his form. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the distance of nearly 100 meters. The sword aura of Gu-Yi arrived with an unmatched force, instantly shattering the protective barrier of the dark demon evil god tiger. Just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly sensed a formidable force of attraction, one that even his current strength could not withstand. He was drawn in against his will. Chapter 78. The celestial devouring secret art. All of his power was suppressed. He could no longer perceive the vast amounts of elemental energy he had previously absorbed into his body. His physical strength, mental acuity, and soul power were all waning. As darkness dissipated, Gu-Yi immediately beheld the dark demon evil god tiger before him, now significantly diminished in size. He also became aware of his own state. He had reverted to the appearance of his 6-year-old self. His martial soul remained unawakened, and he possessed no internal energy. Nothing at all. His physical prowess was merely slightly superior to that of an ordinary child. However, this advantage was limited. He was still vastly inferior to his peer. Tang-san, the arena of life and death. Gu-Yi felt a sense of relief, for he had shattered the protective shield of the dark demon evil god tiger before entering. Otherwise, he would have had to confront not the juvenile version of the dark demon evil god tiger, but the immensely powerful adult one. In such a case, there would be no contest at all. Presently, devoid of soul power, he was unable to harness the elemental energies of the universe. The only resources at his disposal were his not-so-mighty physical strength and combat skills. Fortunately, this skill limited only his strength and did not impede his memory. Otherwise, he would truly have been devoid of any opportunity. Gu-Yi was acutely aware of this fact. The dark demon evil god tiger, in its juvenile stage, could only be classified as a 10-year soul beast. Although it possessed an unparalleled bloodline that elevated its strength beyond that of a typical 10-year soul beast, its power remained limited. Perhaps with the combination of both the bright and dark energies in battle, there might be a chance of victory. The dark demon evil god tiger launched a direct pounce, its crimson eyes betraying a fierce intent to kill. Although Gu-Yi currently possesses no soul power and is unable to employ agile maneuvers to evade, he is still capable of executing simple steps. He concentrates all his strength into a single point and unleashes it, producing a remarkably crisp sound in the air as he swiftly lands upon the back of the dark demon evil god tiger. The tiger lets out a howl of agony, collapsing to the ground. At the tender age of 6, Gu-Yi, despite his significantly superior physical prowess compared to his peers, is still no match for an adult, let alone a soul beast. Even with that solitary strike, he feels utterly drained. The dark demon evil god tiger cannot comprehend how this human, devoid of even the slightest trace of soul power, could evade its pounce and inflict such considerable harm. Shaking its head in confusion, the tiger rises without hesitation and resumes its assault on Gu-Yi. Surprisingly, even a full-force punch seems to have little effect. Gu-Yi was inevitably taken aback. Carefully evading the assault, Gu-Yi understood that mere external injuries would hardly lead to victory. The true path to triumph lies in breaking from within to conquer the outside. Gu-Yi estimated that he could muster the strength to deliver only 3 more blows of the same magnitude as before. He had to seize every opportunity, otherwise, he would truly find himself in dire straits. Gu-Yi observed the dark demon evil god tiger with a calm demeanor, his right hand poised and ready to strike with unerring precision. Indeed, despite possessing the finest hunting instincts, a soul beast ultimately operates under the constraints of animalistic thought. The dark demon evil god tiger seemed to harbor a certain trepidation towards Gu-Yi's previous assault, opting not to charge directly, but instead to coalesce a sphere of black light. However, the speed of this action was somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, Gu-Yi sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from it. Should he be unable to evade, he would face either death or grievous injury. Gu-Yi was exceedingly vigilant. Had it been his former physique, he would have undoubtedly charged forth to disrupt the incantation of the dark demon evil god tiger. However, given his current speed, he feared that he would be struck before he could even reach his target. He dared not take the risk. The fully formed dark demon lightning sphere hurtled toward Gu Yi, its velocity exponentially greater than before. Gu Yi was suddenly struck by a tingling sensation on his scalp. And at that moment, dignity was of no concern. He dove to the ground like a rolling donkey. The dark demon thunderball erupted not far behind him, unleashing an overflow of black light, one tendril striking Gu Yi's leg before he could retreat. Just that one tendril rendered his entire leg numb, as if it had been severed. Blood pooled around him, revealing a grotesque wound the size of a bowl on his thigh. The scene was horrific. The dark demon, evil god tiger displayed a human-like expression and lunged at him once more, intent on extinguishing this wretched human's life. It climbed over his corpse, and there were those two accursed monkeys and the bull python as well. Gu Yi appeared to be overwhelmed by pain, to the extent that he no longer sought to evade it. Just as the claws of the dark demon tiger were mere inches from tearing into his neck, he suddenly lifted his head, revealing a resolute expression on his delicate face. This was the boldest action he had ever taken. He had managed to dodge the dark demon thunderball moments earlier, but what would come next? What could a mere 6-year-old child possibly wield against a soul beast? Let it be death. Gu Yi had long since gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful punch towards the head of the dark demon evil god tiger. This time, his fist emitted no sound, akin to the strength of a mere 6-year-old child. Yet, concealed within was an immensely potent dark force, designed to inflict internal damage without leaving a mark on the exterior. This strike landed squarely on the dark demon evil god tiger's head, poised to devastate its brain upon impact. At that moment, the tiger sensed something awry, yet there was no escape. It could only await the outcome of their collision. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in its eyes. Bang! In a turn of fate, Gu Yi's fist proved swifter. The tiger's attack abruptly ceased, its razor-sharp claws halting perilously close to Gu Yi, mere inches away. Had it been a fraction faster, Gu Yi would have perished. But in a world devoid of what-ifs, Gu Yi was quicker, thus he survived. The exertion of his full power exacerbated the bleeding from the wounds on his legs. Yet Gu Yi remained indifferent. He was on the brink of escape. The sealed power would soon be restored. And these injuries paled in comparison to the toll of employing secret techniques. Moreover, he was about to leave this deadly arena, with his dormant strength set to return. These wounds were merely a minor inconvenience requiring mending. Douluo, observing the reappearance of Gu Yi, felt a weight lift from his heart. However, he was also confronted with the lifeless form of the dark demon, evil god tiger. He had not anticipated that Gu Yi could indeed slay such a formidable spirit beast. Yet, his current concern lay in how Gu Yi would survive. In such an overwhelming environment saturated with elemental energy, no one could possibly endure. At this moment, Gu Yi found himself too preoccupied to concern himself with much else. The instant he emerged, he seized the precious orb that sought to plunge into the abyss of a black hole. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. After securing it within his soul-guiding device, he began to address his own predicament. He had long since transformed into a being of blood, his once pristine white garments now stained crimson. The meridians within him had been shattered inch by inch. Had it not been for the fortifications he had undergone over the years, he would have been reduced to mere dust by the overwhelming forces of nature. At this juncture, he found himself utterly incapable of harnessing even a fragment of his soul power. Gu Yi remained utterly unperturbed, for he had long anticipated such a scenario. It could even be asserted that this devouring technique was conceived specifically due to the fifth soul skill. Had it not been for the existence of the fifth soul skill and the external soul bone, the devouring technique would not be employed at this moment. Gu Yi communicated the soul power stored within the external and internal soul bones, causing the soul rings to manifest, and the fifth soul skill illuminated. In Chapter 79, the domain skill ignited as flames erupted from his body, instantly consuming the essence of heaven and earth within. Simultaneously, Gu Yi sensed that his martial soul, along with his meridians, was undergoing a profound transformation. His bodily injuries were steadily mending, and even the blood within him was evaporating. His clothing, hair, and eyebrows were reduced to ashes, returning his physique to its previous state, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, with a gentle breeze, a chill enveloped his body. Gu Yi had long been prepared for this moment, swiftly donning a garment. However, the bald head was an irretrievable aspect. At this juncture, the most crucial element was not the hair, but rather the soul ring. Gu Yi gazed at the already risen black soul ring, realizing that the mission was already halfway accomplished. What remained was the absorption of the soul ring. Suddenly, Douluo flew over, acknowledging the formidable strength of this soul beast. which was not inferior to a 100,000-year-old soul beast. He had observed that Gu Yi's ability to turn the tide was entirely reliant on that powerful soul skill. Otherwise, victory would have been nearly impossible. Absorbing such a soul ring was fraught with peril. Rest assured, I am confident, Gu Yi replied. Gu Yi gazed confidently at Douluo. With his current capacity, he could certainly absorb such a level of power. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the might of a tidal Douluo. As for the soul shock, it goes without saying that his mental strength was likely even more formidable than Douluo's. Moreover, he sensed that the malevolent energy contained within the dark demon, evil god tiger, could potentially interact in a profound way with the demon seed. He had already felt a hint of this during their recent battle. Be cautious. I shall protect you. Gu Yi sat before the corpse of the dark demon, evil god tiger, beginning the process of guiding the soul ring into his body. As this formidable energy surged within him, Gu Yi let out a muffled groan, clearly taken aback by its overwhelming magnitude. Yet, it did not surpass his capacity to endure. The Zhou Tian Lu Hejing circulated wildly within, incessantly converting this energy into his own soul power. The barrier of level 60 quietly shattered. Within the sea of consciousness, the malevolent force insidiously encroached. As it spread through the depths of this mental ocean, upon encountering the demonic seed situated at its center, the dark energy appeared to be drawn in, abandoning its assault on Gu Yi's consciousness in favor of coalescing around the seed. As the malevolent force was absorbed, the demonic seed swelled rapidly, yet this growth also posed a risk to Gu Yi, for an overly potent seed could adversely affect its host. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Gu Yi's absorption of the soul ring. Throughout this process, he encountered no soul shocks emanating from the dark demon evil god tiger, suggesting that its soul was concealed within the dark orb. This entire endeavor lasted nearly 3 hours, a testament to the vast energy contained within the dark demon evil god tiger. Moreover, each attribute of his body underwent a qualitative leap, with strength experiencing a particularly significant enhancement. If he were to further condense the essence of heaven and earth, his power would undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights, instilling him with even more confidence. However, this time he was not so fortunate, for the dark demon evil god tiger had not yielded even a fragment of a soul bone. Gu Yi did not rise immediately. The corruption of the demonic seed within him intensified, with a myriad of emotions assaulting his consciousness. Should he falter, he might succumb entirely, transforming into a different being. Perhaps he would become a malevolent soul master, potentially spiraling into extremity akin to BB Dong. If he did not suppress it further, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Gu Yi busied himself suppressing these wicked thoughts, a solitary figure in the distant realm of the gods observed him. To his astonishment, an intriguing individual had emerged on the Douluo Continent. However, the malevolent forces were not so easily controlled. A smirk played upon the lips of the evil god king. His eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating all veils, pierced through the clouds to behold Gu Yi far away on the Douluo Continent. Evil, have you perhaps discovered a most promising candidate? The good god king approached, gazing at the evil with a look he had not seen in ages. This could only be considered the first step. Far greater challenges lay ahead. The success of this endeavor rested solely upon fate. The evil god king replied. Weary of the monotonous existence within the divine realm over countless years, yet bound by duty, he found himself unable to depart. The emergence of a worthy successor to inherit his divine position would be nothing short of splendid. You cannot embark on this journey alone. I too must hasten to find a successor. The good god king hastily departed, clearly eager to discover a worthy heir. Meanwhile, Yu Shaojing, having practiced the demonic arts, found himself besieged by powerful malevolent thoughts. His entire demeanor transformed. The scholarly elegance he once possessed vanished. He now exuded an aura of chilling wickedness. Yet, paradoxically, Yu Shaojing sensed a qualitative leap in his mental fortitude, rendering him significantly stronger than before. Gu Yi, through sheer willpower, managed to suppress the malevolent thoughts. However, he began to develop a new perspective on the tasks that lay ahead. Upon witnessing Gu Yi complete the absorption of the soul ring, Douluo approached, curious to discern the immense power that such a formidable soul beast would bestow upon Gu Yi. Gu Yi also examined his sixth soul skill, and to his astonishment, it was this. Gu Yi had not anticipated that, rather than acquiring a soul bone, he had instead gained something far more precious. Moreover, he sensed a remarkable synergy between his third and sixth soul rings, as if they had been subtly enhanced. The sixth soul skill, the domain of evil. possesses the ability to incite malevolent thoughts in all beings within its radius, thereby weakening the adversary's strength while simultaneously imbuing his own attacks with a sinister force. Although he did not obtain any soul skills this time, he had acquired an exceedingly rare domain. Only those who possess a domain can truly comprehend that soul skills pale in comparison. The potency of the domain is beyond imagination. Old poisonous, take heed. The sixth soul ring illuminated, and a gray aura emanated from his being, extending over several dozen meters. Within this expanse, Douluo was immediately beset by a torrent of nefarious thoughts flooding his mind. Visions that would typically remain confined to his imagination now emerged under the influence of this power. Furthermore, he sensed that his own strength was being suppressed. Gui did not intend to confront Douluo, but merely showcased his domain before retracting it. Such a formidable soul skill. Douluo suppressed the sinister thoughts within, yet he remained haunted by trepidation. This ability is nothing short of a devil's temptation. Gui is quite satisfied with this effect. After all, this field has only just begun to flourish, and there is ample opportunity for further growth. The future is indeed boundless, and Gui believes that the third soul skill can be synergistically employed with the sixth soul skill, potentially yielding a remarkable chemical reaction. In summary, there has been a significant enhancement in strength, and the progress in mental fortitude is equally notable. Chapter 80. Choices and Moonlight Pavilion on the way back. Douluo refrained from inquiring about the soul skill that Gui had previously employed. Everyone possesses their own trump cards, and should he possess such an overwhelmingly powerful one, he would undoubtedly eliminate anyone who crossed his path. The greatest secret of a soul master lies in their soul skills. If one's own soul skills become known to others, the disparity in intelligence could enable a weaker opponent to triumph over a stronger one. Gui did not take the initiative to explain. Moreover, should he wish to employ the Devouring Heaven secret technique again, he would likely have to wait for 3 months. Otherwise, it would be certain doom. Nevertheless, Gui firmly believed that by continuously enhancing his martial soul, fortifying his physique, and augmenting his mastery over the elemental energies of the universe, he would eventually attain the ability to wield this secret art without restriction. This indeed represents the path he must pursue at present. Douluo did not accompany Gui back to the academy but instead departed midway. After all, with Gui's presence, he recognized the extraordinary value of the medicinal herbs growing within the ice and fire duality. Were it not for Gui, he would wish to remain there at every possible moment. Upon returning to the academy, Gui observed its sparse population and resolved to embark on a grand recruitment of students and teachers in 3 months. This initiative served 2 purposes: to bolster the academy and to disseminate the martial arts philosophy. The decision to implement this plan in 3 months was influenced by the cooldown period of his 5th soul skill, as well as the time required to absorb the orbs left behind by the dark demon Evil Tiger within the soul guide. By that time, his combat prowess might indeed see a significant increase. Furthermore, his level had risen to 64 due to the absorption of the dark demon Evil Tiger's soul ring, bringing him nearly halfway to the Soul Emperor rank. Gui could only express his admiration. Truly, it is no surprise that such a supreme soul beast can bestow upon him such a significant enhancement. With the acquisition of the evil domain, his perspective on future training regimens has shifted dramatically. Previously, he contemplated refining their character through the mundane trifles of daily life, enabling them to withstand the overwhelming effects of formidable techniques. However, he now realizes he can directly invoke the malevolent thoughts within them through the evil domain, regardless of one's nature. Even the most virtuous individual harbors undisclosed sinister inclinations deep within. It is precisely these 7 emotions and 6 desires that render one human rather than beastly. Nevertheless, Gui's command of the evil domain remains imperfect and somewhat enigmatic. Thus, he hesitates to employ this method on Zhu Zhuqing and the others. The risk of inadvertently birthing a demon is too great. After all, individuals like Dai Mubai, whose minds are cluttered with base thoughts, are particularly susceptible to the influence of malevolence, potentially succumbing entirely to depravity. Ma Hongjun is similarly vulnerable, especially since he has yet to fully master his evil fire. Should his sinister inclinations be further provoked, it would be challenging to ensure Ma Hongjun retains his rationality. Therefore, Gui resolves to wait until he has completely mastered the evil domain before utilizing it on them. His primary concern now rests with Zhu Zhuqing, who, within a mere few months, is on the verge of reaching level 29. Such rapid growth is remarkable, yet, the swifter her soul power ascends, the greater the impact upon her psyche. The most evident manifestation of this is her increasingly aloof demeanor. exuding an almost oppressive aura. She scarcely engages in conversation with Ning Rongrong, another girl of her age. Nonetheless, Gui chooses not to intervene at this juncture, as matters have not yet spiraled beyond control. Over the course of the following month, Gui dedicates his mornings to instructing several individuals in martial arts and combat techniques, while afternoons are reserved for theoretical knowledge and various worldly subjects. Evenings are devoted to contemplating the evil domain and researching the evil god Pearl, a relic left behind by the dark demon evil god Tiger upon its demise. As days pass, his mastery of the evil domain grows increasingly refined, and he uncovers several intriguing skills. Furthermore, his research into the evil god Pearl yields new insights. Perhaps it can serve as a vessel, a medium for harboring malevolent thoughts. Originally, the dark demon evil god Tiger was merely a white tiger, transformed into its fearsome form due to the overwhelming divine power of the evil god, which it could not withstand. Gui now aspires to infuse the seeds of malevolence from the sea of consciousness into the evil god Pearl. Perhaps, through this, he could harness the malevolent thoughts of the world. Henceforth, the sinister intentions of all could serve as sustenance for his growth. His spiritual power might reach unprecedented heights, unparalleled by any before or after, provided he can maintain control. Should he proceed in this manner, he would not merely bear the weight of his own malevolence, but rather the collective wickedness of humanity. All the wretched occurrences of the world would unfold before his mind's eye. In truth, Gui had grasped the usage of the evil god Pearl a fortnight prior. Yet, it was this very aspect that caused him to hesitate, leaving him devoid of confidence. Now, possessing the pinnacle of strength in the Douluo Continent, if he were to advance methodically, attaining divinity would not be an insurmountable challenge. He could enjoy eternal life, free from death, without resorting to such measures. Gui continually persuaded himself to refrain from foolish actions as he stepped out of the room. He gently closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of the rising sun. It was indeed the most delightful moment. Coincidentally, he also noticed Zhu Zhuqing emerging from the girls' dormitory. Unlike him, Zhu Zhuqing was intently gazing at the sun, her upward gaze possessing an inexplicable charm. She too sensed a pair of eyes upon her and instinctively turned to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Gui nodded in acknowledgement and then departed. While he appreciated the moment, his heart was burdened with unspoken thoughts. However, Zhu Zhuqing chose to follow Gui outside, returning to their chamber. With ample time remaining and the day off, he could continue his cultivation for a while longer. Strolling through the streets of Tiando, the city had already come alive with the vibrancy of morning. Wandering aimlessly, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. As fate would have it, he found himself standing before the entrance of the Moon Pavilion and stepped inside. Perhaps the noble domain of Tang Yuehua would offer him some enlightenment. The guards did not impede his entry. After all, he was not in disarray. His demeanor was equally distinguished, exuding an air of nobility that surpassed even that of the aristocrats. Upon entering, Gui was greeted by a delicate fragrance, as if the burdens on his heart had been lifted. Indeed, there was something profound about this place. Gui did not directly seek out Tang Yuehua, for he was merely an obscure junior and, furthermore, had no prior acquaintance with her. He intended to observe this establishment of etiquette and discern what made it exceptional. Thus, he positioned himself in a corner, quietly watching the comings and goings of the patrons while listening intently to their conversations. At last, he encountered a relatively normal environment, albeit with a smattering of coarse language. Yet, compared to the nobles of other places, it was decidedly more agreeable. The others in Yuexian also took note of Gui, but paid him little heed, merely assuming he was yet another suitor of Madame Yuehua. After all, over the years, suitors had been incessantly drawn to her. Madame Yuehua's beauty was unparalleled, and her elegance was beyond compare, making her truly unmatched. Chapter 81. Lodging and Performance in Yuexian. Gui stood below for over half an hour, exhibiting remarkable patience as she remained perfectly still. The silver palace attire seemed as though it were crafted exclusively for her, exuding an unparalleled elegance. It is no wonder she is the sole individual on the Douluo Continent to possess a domain with the sole power of level 9. Gui's lips quivered slightly, yet no sound emerged. Tang Yuehua, however, turned around with excitement, gazing at Gui, who stood in the corner. Despite being in a state of profound shock, the noble aura surrounding Tang Yuehua remained largely unchanged. Nevertheless, her exhilaration was unmistakable. "Might I invite you upstairs for a conversation?" Tang Yuehua approached Gui gracefully and spoke softly. Gui's presence was entirely permissible. It was, after all, intended for the purpose of meeting her. Upon hearing Gu Yi's agreement, Tang Yuehua turned to the individuals behind her and instructed, "Do not allow anyone to disturb me." The assembly was taken aback. None anticipated that the illustrious Madame Yuehua would personally receive someone seemingly unknown. The men present were particularly incensed, their jealousy palpable. In the entirety of Tindo City, it is unlikely that any man would decline the opportunity for private companionship with Madame Yuehua, even if it were merely to gaze without the privilege of touch. It would be an exquisite indulgence. Mature women can be categorized into two types, those who exude flirtation and those who embody allure. In simple terms, the former incites desire, while the latter inspires love. Tang Yuehua belongs to the latter category. Each smile and frown she displays seems infused with countless nuances of charm, her elegance ingrained in her very essence. Tang Yuehua led Gu Yi directly to the uppermost level, her private sanctuary, a space serene enough to ensure their conversation remained undisturbed. Here, they could discuss intimate matters with utmost discretion. After all, Tang Hao was still being pursued by the spirit hall, necessitating a cautious approach to all affairs. Tang Yuehua guided Gu Yi to a table set aside for their discourse. Where could Tang Hao possibly be? The reason she had ushered Gu Yi to the pinnacle of her domain was due to Gu Yi's revelation of knowing Tang Hao's whereabouts, a statement that had ignited Tang Yuehua's fervor. It had been over 20 years since their last encounter. In their youth, she had been closest to her two brothers. Although time had transformed their circumstances, their sibling bond remained profoundly strong. Gu Yi is now the dean of the Tianwen Academy. It was evident that Tang Yuehua was disinterested in such details. Gu Yi did not intend to keep her in suspense. He spoke directly. Our final encounter occurred in Soto City. Soto City? Why would Tang Yuehua's second brother be there? I neglected to mention that Tang Hao has a son, who possesses considerable strength. Tang Yuehua fell into contemplation, while Gu Yi remained patient, quietly awaiting her response. After sipping the tea on the table, which had a pleasant flavor, she inquired, "What is your purpose in seeking me out?" Tang Yuehua was skeptical that anyone would come to her with such information without ulterior motives. "Let me be frank," he replied. "I hope you can employ your noble domain for me. There are matters that require your assistance." Gu Yi sought to clarify her current thoughts through Tang Yuehua. Was it truly that simple? Tang Yuehua had anticipated that Gu Yi might make an extravagant request, yet she was surprised to find that it merely involved her utilizing her aristocratic domain. For her, it was merely a matter of a simple gesture. "Very well. Shall we proceed now?" After agreeing, Tang Yuehua continued to inquire. Gu Yi nodded. A wave of energy, entirely distinct from the malevolent realm, manifested at the pinnacle. It was graceful and serene, as if capable of instilling tranquility in all existence. Gu Yi resisted the influence of the turbulence, as if the exhaustion from the depths of his soul had been drawn out. His mind, already somewhat vacant, gradually succumbed to drowsiness under the gentle force. Ultimately, he succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table. Tang Yuehua was taken aback upon witnessing this. Had he not claimed to be addressing some pressing issue? Was he merely going to sleep? Confounded, she gazed at the sleeping Gu Yi sprawled across the table. It was hardly appropriate for him to rest there. Such a sight was rather unbecoming. Yet, in the entire moon pavilion, her space was the only sanctuary for repose. Reflecting on the information Gu Yi had shared with her earlier, she found it difficult to allow him to remain in such a state. Stepping forward, she gently lifted Gu Yi, cradling him in a princess carry. Despite her delicate appearance, her soul power endowed her with considerable strength, making it no challenge to lift a man. Fortunately, her abode comprised more than a single room. Upon opening a door, a cozy bed came into view. Tenderly, she laid Gu Yi down on the bed, casting a fleeting glance at his serene form. In her lifetime, she had never attended to a man in such a manner. In his dreams, Gu Yi seemed to murmur, as if haunted by visions of chaos. Just moments after Tang Yuehua had managed to rest, she observed him stirring restlessly in bed, malevolent energy and a sense of murderous intent beginning to surface. Feeling a sense of weariness wash over her, she reluctantly retrieved a harp from another room and, channeling her domain's power, began to play. Tang Yuehua sensed that her status had diminished several notches within the span of a single day. The melodic strains of the harp resonated far and wide, reaching the ears of those within the moon pavilion. The enchanting music appeared to cleanse their very souls. Indeed, only the melodies of Lady Yuehua could bring such profound pleasure. One nobleman, clad in white, could not help but exclaim in admiration, noting that no student had ever surpassed Tang Yuehua in both grace and beauty while playing the harp. As she observed Gu Yi, now tranquil, The malevolence and murderous aura surrounding him had been subdued. It was not until the following morning that Gu-yi slowly awakened, feeling a comfort he had not experienced in ages. As fragrant aromas wafted into his senses, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings with bewilderment. Where am I? He pondered aloud. You have indeed mastered the art of slumber? Haven Tiyu? A full day and night. If there is nothing pressing, I suggest you depart swiftly, Tang Yuehua remarked. Taken aback that this man had slept for an entire day and night. The issue was not merely his prolonged slumber. He was an exceedingly restless sleeper, frequently thrashing about, and his malevolent energy surged uncontrollably during these moments. This had left her utterly exhausted. Had she been anyone else, particularly someone of a less forgiving temperament, Gu-yi would have long since been roused. It was only her kind heart that allowed her to endure his presence. As she harbored hopes for more news regarding Tang Hao and his son, lacking strength, her status was merely one of nobility within Heavendo City. Once outside its confines, survival would likely prove a daunting challenge. Gu-yi also noticed the change in the sky, realizing, to his surprise, that he had slept for an entire day and night. It seemed he was truly exhausted. Gu-yi chose not to further disturb Tang Yuehua and departed from the upper level. As he descended step by step, he was met with a multitude of astonished gazes. Madame Yuehua had never lingered with any man for such an extended duration, a feat that bordered on the absurd. Under the scrutiny of hostile eyes, Gu-yi exited the Moon Pavilion. Chapter 82. On Tang Yuehua's assistance with the fusion of the evil god Pearl in the ensuing days. Gu-yi visited Tang Yuehua every few days. For reasons unknown, she did not refuse him, consistently permitting him access to the top floor. In this space, Gu-yi finally found solace, and his heart gradually attained a sense of tranquility. Although he had previously quelled the malevolent force within him, a vestige of divinity remained. And despite his efforts, side effects were inevitable. His emotions were, to some extent, susceptible to influence. Much like Tang San, who had just departed from the city of slaughter, he found it nearly impossible to rein in his own murderous aura. While he had not reached such extremes, he was nonetheless not to be underestimated. Gu-yi, however, believed that Tang Yuehua, who possessed the domain of nobility, was most suited for cultivation. She could effortlessly attain the realm of unity with the heavens. This innate advantage was unparalleled, surpassing even the mightiest of martial souls. Moreover, Gu-yi suspected that Tang Yuehua's martial soul might be akin to that of Yu Shaojing. Still in the process of complete mutation, it was highly likely that it was a super martial soul, even more formidable than the Haotian hammer. Few possessed martial souls that inherently encompassed a domain. On this day, Gu-yi once again visited Yuexian. I must say, you truly treat this place as your personal sanctuary, Tang Yuehua remarked, her delicate brows furrowing as she regarded Gu-yi, who had entered uninvited, with a hint of annoyance. How could I dare? Gu-yi took a sip of the tea on the table with an air of nonchalance. Tang Yuehua shot him an exasperated glance. Over the past half-month, their interactions had remained amicable. By the way, I recall your soul power is at level 9, am I correct? What does that mean? Tang Yuehua asked, somewhat perplexed. It was no secret that she had been unable to break through to level 10, though it wasn't widely known either. Why did Gu-yi feel compelled to speak of this matter? Was it to humiliate her? Through these days of interaction, I have come to learn that Gu-yi possesses remarkable strength, having attained the Soul Emperor level at the tender age of not yet 16. Even her exceptionally gifted second brother could not boast such formidable prowess at her age. She is a prodigy, an unparalleled genius. However, Tang Yuehua finds it perplexing that Gu-yi appears so leisurely each day, exhibiting none of the diligence typically associated with a genius. At his age, Tang Hao was diligently honing his skills, tirelessly practicing the Haotian 9 absolute techniques. Does she not wish to experience the life of a soul master? Gu-yi gazed intently into Tang Yuehua's starkly contrasting eyes, speaking with a seriousness that brooked no frivolity. How could Tang Yuehua not yearn to become a soul master? Yet, the constraints of her rank loomed before her like an insurmountable chasm, hindering her progress. Despite her unwavering dedication to cultivation over the years, her efforts proved futile. A mutated martial soul, after all, could not be refined. Even the illustrious Grandmaster, renowned in the realm of soul masters over a decade ago, found himself powerless against the limitations of his own martial soul. Fortunately, she had come to terms with her situation over the years. The absence of prowess no longer weighed heavily upon her. What is it that you truly wish to convey? Tang Yuehua pondered, wishing to engage Gu-yi in a riddle of her own. I can assist you in breaking through. Gu-yi fixed his gaze upon Tang Yuehua's eyes and spoke. He had already assessed her cultivation level, realizing that perhaps the consequences brought forth by the evil god orb would require Tang Yuehua to mitigate them. Yet, it was evident that she was still too weak at this moment. Even assisting him in alleviating the repercussions of absorbing the malevolent power would take an extensive amount of time. Once the evil god orb was fully integrated, sinister thoughts would flow incessantly. At that point, her current noble domain would be utterly inadequate to help him suppress the turmoil. This prompted him to consider ways to enhance Tang Yuehua's strength. The reason for his delay in proposing this was that he had previously been at a loss regarding how to assist her. While inner strength could enable those without awakened soul power to cultivate, it could not aid practitioners in surmounting the inherent barriers they faced. For instance, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, as a martial spirit, could only ascend to the 79th level, incapable of accommodating an 8th spirit ring. Even with inner strength, breaking through such limitations would prove exceedingly challenging. However, Tang Yuehua's martial spirit was not akin to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. Although both were bound by grade restrictions, their essence differed fundamentally. Thus, Gui resolved to utilize his inner strength to assist Tang Yuehua in unblocking her 8 extraordinary meridians, forcibly catalyzing her soul power enhancement. Should she surpass the 10th level, the potential for further advancement would arise, and that was precisely what he sought. Nevertheless, prior to undertaking this endeavor, he had a matter of utmost importance to address. This just is far from amusing. I recognize your genius, yet such humiliation is unwarranted. Tang Yuehua felt a surge of indignation. Though she had long since pushed these feelings aside, this world was ultimately one where soul masters reigned supreme, and strength dictated respect. Though she appeared well-liked and esteemed in her daily life, she understood that should calamity strike, such respect would vanish in an instant. Power was everything. She was not one to indulge in frivolous jokes, especially one that lacked any semblance of humor. Have you ever witnessed me jesting during our acquaintance? Gui retorted. Listening to Gu Yi's unwavering tone, Tang Yuehua still found it hard to believe. Throughout the ages, countless examples exist of those unable to break through due to the limitations of their martial souls. Gu Yi is merely a youth in his teens. What means could he possibly possess? If you truly can assist me in transcending my current level, I shall gladly welcome you whenever you choose to come. Tang Yuehua's remarkable success in the aristocratic city of Tiando demonstrates that she is far from a foolish individual. Furthermore, the occasional hints of murderous intent and sinister thoughts emanating from Gu Yi only serve to reinforce her understanding. Gu Yi required her noble domain to suppress these murderous intentions and malevolent thoughts. Remember your words. No matter when I come to you, you must not refuse. Tang Yuehua nodded. Such matters were quite simple. However, it would not be long before she realized how naive her thoughts at that time truly were. It was not merely time she relinquished, but her very self as well. Very well. Gu Yi led Tang Yuehua to his usual resting place, inviting her to sit cross-legged on the bed while he settled down in a similar position behind her. He focused intently, immersing himself in the sensations around them. Gu Yi's palms pressed against Tang Yuehua's back, his soul power flowing through the channels in his hands and into her body. In comparison to his own meridians, hers were like the heavens and the earth, utterly incomparable. Even the operation of the soul power became meticulous, for he feared that exerting too much strength might shatter her frail meridians. When it comes to the understanding of meridians in this world, no one could rival him. However, assisting someone in opening the 8 extraordinary meridians was no simple endeavor. It could even deplete his own cultivation, akin to a master imparting skills. Nevertheless, Gu Yi was unconcerned, as enhancing his own cultivation was not a daunting task. Tang Yuehua could distinctly sense a wave of tranquility and balanced soul power emanating from behind her, devoid of the murderous intent and brutality she had anticipated. Yet, the malevolent aura and wicked thoughts originating from Gu Yi were undeniably real. This little rascal was indeed a bundle of contradictions. Indeed, in her eyes, Gu Yi was merely a child. Chapter 83, soaked in recent days. Gu Yi had gained considerable insight into Tang Yuehua's soul power. Though he could not replicate it to perfection, achieving 80 to 90% accuracy was well within his capabilities. Otherwise, helping Tang Yuehua to open her extraordinary meridians would be out of the question. Gu Yi is currently employing a method of cultivation that is not overly profound. And moreover, Tang Yuehua is not yet capable of mastering more advanced techniques. The pure Yuan technique is perfectly suited for her foundational training. Tang Yuehua experiences a distinctly different approach, one that starkly contrasts with meditation. Meditation involves harnessing the martial soul to absorb the elemental energies of the universe, transforming them into soul power. The cultivation process relies entirely on the strength of the martial soul. The stronger the soul, the swifter the progress. It is precisely due to her failed mutation of the martial soul that she has been unable to become a soul master until now. Today, however, she finds herself encountering a completely different system of cultivation. Concentration is essential. From here on, we must strive together. Although Gu Yi intends to assist Tang Yuehua in unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians, this process requires her soul power to serve as the guiding force. Otherwise, it may have a profound impact on Tang Yuehua's future cultivation. Gu Yi guided Tang Yuehua's spiritual energy into one of the extraordinary meridians, the Yinwei meridian. This particular meridian was relatively easy to unblock. However, the number of attempts to impact the meridian was limited. Excessive attempts could easily lead to damage. Considering Tang Yuehua's frail meridians and her meager cultivation, Gu Yi decided to restrict the number of attempts to 4. Should these 4 attempts prove futile, they would have to wait several days before attempting again. The first attempt commenced. Gu Yi, in complete unison with Tang Yuehua, charged forward. As a result of this blow, Tang Yuehua's complexion instantly turned pale, her silver teeth clenched tightly, refusing to utter a sound. It was evident that this was her first failure. Gu Yi felt no despair. He had never anticipated success on his first attempt. The second attempt also ended in failure, yet it marked a slight progression. Tang Yuehua's complexion grew increasingly pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper. Her meridians were exceedingly frail, only marginally better than those of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, she remained silent. On the third attempt, Gu Yi was filled with confidence, having come so close to overcoming the obstacle previously. Although Tang Yuehua did not vocalize her struggles, Gu Yi understood that she was nearing her limit. If this attempt failed, they would have to wait for the next opportunity, resulting in one less attempt than he had anticipated. Before long, the moment for the third attempt arrived. This time, Gu Yi took on the role of a supportive force from the shadows. Tang Yuehua, exhibiting greater determination than Gu Yi, left no avenue for retreat. Perhaps this was the first time in years that she acted with such audacity. Remarkably, this fearless spirit propelled her through the barrier. A refreshing essence flowed from the Yinwei meridian into her soul force, reviving Tang Yuehua, who had nearly succumbed to the pain. Simultaneously, Gu Yi infused his own soul force into her body. This nearly identical energy swiftly merged with her own. She had broken through, without a doubt. Although it was Tang Yuehua's first time transcending a significant realm, her instincts informed her of her success. With the combined strength of the Yinwei meridian and Gu Yi's soul force enhancement, her soul force had undoubtedly ascended by more than a single level. Gu Yi sat behind Tang Yuehua, feeling a reduction of approximately half a level in his soul power, which was not a significant loss. What he truly wished to ascertain was whether Tang Yuehua's domain could indeed be elevated. This was of paramount importance. After expending such considerable effort, if the noble domain were to remain unchanged, it would all have been in vain. Although the likelihood of this outcome was exceedingly slim, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Gu Yi did not rush her, and Tang Yuehua diligently followed the path previously laid out by Gu Yi, integrating all her soul energy into her dantian. Exhaling slowly, she opened her eyes. Did I not tell you the truth? Gu Yi smiled at Tang Yuehua, whose clothes were drenched in sweat, a few strands of hair clinging to her face, and her garments clinging to her form, accentuating her exquisite figure. Coupled with her pale and somewhat haggard appearance, she presented a unique allure. Thank you. Despite her adept interpersonal skills, she found herself at a loss for words, managing only a simple expression of gratitude. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the greatest assistance one can offer is to empower others. Prior to this, I have a modest suggestion. Gu Yi gazed at the striking Tang Yuehua and, feeling a stir of emotion, spoke candidly. Just say it, your attire. Gu Yi uttered merely 2 words, continuing to admire the breathtaking scenery. The mountains loomed like a gathering of giants. Tang Yuehua glanced down, immediately seizing the quilt on the bed, enveloping herself entirely within it. She refrained from shouting. However, the flush of her earlobes betrayed her inner turmoil. Why are you not hurrying outside? Tang Yuehua chided Gu Yi, who remained rooted in place, her voice a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. It was utterly mortifying. Gu Yi smiled faintly. Tang Yuehua's figure appeared exceedingly alluring, and what lay beneath her attire was even more extraordinary. She stepped outside, and it was only after Gu Yi closed the door that Tang Yuehua cautiously emerged from the covers. She lowered her gaze, observing the peaks visible through the palace attire, reaching down to her inner being. Fortunately, there was an additional layer of undergarments. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to face Gu Yi. In a flurry, she retrieved a casual outfit from her soul-guiding device. Before changing, she cautiously glanced at the doorway. This was her first experience of changing clothes in the presence of a man. Should Gui enter, all her grace would be laid bare. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Yuehua finally emerged from her room, composed as she approached Gui. Let us proceed. I shall guide you in the hunt for soul rings. On the continent of Douluo, irrespective of the cultivation method one practiced or the strength of one's martial spirit, one could not transcend the constraints of rank. Even possessing formidable soul power was insufficient. Such rules were beyond the grasp of a mere mortal and equally impossible to defy. Not even the might of a titled Douluo could achieve this. Could you grant me a few days? I have matters to arrange. Unlike Gui, who possessed a carefree attitude towards time, Tang Yuehua, the renowned mistress of Yuexian in the city of Tiando and throughout the entire Douluo Continent, would cause quite a stir even with a mere day's absence. There were affairs that required handover. After all, the nobility in Tiando City were not easily dealt with. That can be arranged, but my time is also quite precious. Gui gazed at Tang Yuehua, suddenly unable to forget those dazzlingly bright eyes. Very well. I shall provide an explanation before we depart. Tang Yuehua, aware of her current dependence on Gui, understood that she must adhere to his timeline. That is not my intention. As a matter of equitable exchange, I require your assistance with a certain matter. In recent days, her research into the domain of malevolence had deepened, and she intended to employ this knowledge to cultivate the will and character of her students. However, undertaking such a venture bore its own risks, and with Tang Yuehua's noble domain to support her, success could be assured. Chapter 84. Invasion of Malevolent Thoughts. The following day, Zhu Zhiqing and others beheld Gui entering the academy accompanied by an alluring beauty. Lady Yuehua! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in delight, rushing to stand beside Tang Yuehua, her face radiating joy. Du Guiyin, recognizing Tang Yuehua, was nonetheless puzzled as to why she had come here. The remaining four were awestruck by Tang Yuehua's beauty, yet were unfamiliar with her identity. Daimobai and Zhu Zhiqing, as natives of the Star Luo Empire, had never before encountered Tang Yuehua. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, both children of ordinary families, were visiting Heavendo City for the first time and were equally unaware of her. Zhu Zhiqing, unable to see her own toes, nodded with satisfaction, possessing absolute confidence in this aspect. Yet in every other regard, the current Tang Yuehua was beyond her comparison. Tang Yuehua had long since reached a level of familiarity that warranted harvesting. Attention, there will soon be a somewhat perilous lesson. And this esteemed individual beside me is the doctor I have enlisted to safeguard you. Tang Yuehua exhibited no signs of stage fright, utterly dismissive of the small gathering. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Indeed, you are a group of exceptional youths. My name is Tang Yuehua, and during this period, I will serve as your guardian in matters of psychological safety. Tang Yuehua's eloquence was unparalleled, even when addressing this assembly of young men. Psychological safety? Even Oscar, who knew Gui best, was left perplexed, wondering what psychological dangers they might face. You have all practiced pure Yuan Gong, merely considering it another method of cultivating soul power. However, in truth, pure Yuan Gong is but the simplest form of cultivation. Zhu Zhiqing was acutely aware of this fact, as her current cultivation speed was 2 to 3 times that of practicing pure Yuan Gong. Advanced techniques necessitate guidance through one's spirit, harmonizing with one's martial soul to achieve a state of equilibrium. Yet prior to that, you must complete a special training regimen. Advanced techniques require more than the mere operation of soul power. They demand the direction of one's own spirit for successful cultivation. Those with wavering will are easily ensnared as slaves to the techniques. Therefore, prepare yourselves. As she spoke, Gui activated his 6th spirit ring, a gray wave emanating in all directions. In that instant, Gui shed his previous elegance, transforming into an embodiment of malevolence. The onlookers quivered in fear. Tang Yuehua finally comprehended the source of Gui's formidable malevolent aura. It stemmed from his 6th spirit ring. She could scarcely fathom what kind of soul beast had generated a spirit ring imbued with such overwhelming evil power. Tang Yuehua promptly activated her noble domain. Though its range was limited, sufficient to envelop herself, she did not concern herself with the others, as it was agreed prior to their arrival that she would act merely as a safeguard, using her noble domain to restore Ning Rongrong and the others when they could no longer withstand the invasion of malevolent thoughts. In a heartbeat, all 6 individuals present were besieged by malevolent thoughts, their bodies betraying the influence of darkness. Some wore expressions of agony, others flushed with embarrassment, and none remained clear-headed. Though Gu Yi's malevolent domain was merely the product of a spirit ring, that ring had coalesced from the essence of a dark demon evil god tiger. Over 50,000 years old, and contained a trace of wicked divine power. Under such circumstances, it would be truly remarkable if they could withstand the incursion of malevolent thoughts. Gu Yi's gaze was calm as he observed the crowd ensnared by wicked thoughts. It was the first time Tang Yuehua had heard of such a method of cultivation. Her acquaintance with Gu Yi had continually reshaped her understanding and subverted her preconceived notions. One cannot deny the formidable power of Gu Yi's malevolent domain. Even Tang Yuehua, who hailed from a noble lineage, could sense a hint of oppression. Among them, the most pitiable was Ma Hongjun. His eyes blazed like fire, emitting low, guttural breaths, while his lower body was a sight most distressing. The malevolent thoughts he harbored were the most intense among the group, with tendrils of wicked flames occasionally flickering from his form. Gu Yi observed Ma Hongjun, who was gradually becoming engrossed in his obsession. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. The ignoble thoughts that arose within him would undoubtedly ignite a similar inferno of wickedness. Although Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was formidable, its flaws were equally pronounced. It seemed that only Tang Yuehua could intervene in this matter. Gu Yi cast a glance at Tang Yuehua, fully aware of her course of action. A gentle aura surged into Ma Hongjun's body, and in an instant, the malevolent thoughts and desires within him dissipated like melting snow, swiftly returning him to a state of normalcy. Observing the 5 individuals who were still struggling, his gaze grew somewhat despondent. The first failure was a bitter pill for him to swallow. It represented a considerable setback. What young person would willingly concede superiority to others, silently retreating to a corner? He felt an intense yearning to master the malevolent fire completely and transform into a true phoenix of fire, rather than being derided as a mere malevolent fire chicken. Gu Yi observed everything unfold before his eyes but refrained from offering any consolation. It was a journey that Ma Hongjun had to undertake on his own. Kill you all. The voice of Dai Mubai echoed in the ears of Gu Yi and Tang Yuehua, his countenance ablaze with a palpable aura of murderous intent and desire, resembling that of a tyrant. Another vanquished soul. This time, Gu Yi did not need to exchange glances. With the assistance of the aristocratic realm, Dai Mubai regained his composure, reflecting on the earlier scene with a mix of longing and trepidation. Gu Yi was somewhat taken aback, excluding Ma Hongjun, who succumbed to the allure of dark flames. He had presumed that Ning Rongrong's resolve would be the most fragile. It was unexpected that the first to falter would be Dai Mubai. This revelation was indeed surprising. As a cup of tea passed, only Oscar and Du Guyan remained steadfast, untainted by sinister thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had both succumbed in succession. Zhu Zhuqing's swift capitulation did not entirely astonish him, as she had already been influenced by the martial arts previously, which had, in effect, magnified certain aspects of her character. Ultimately, it was Oscar who persevered the longest, holding out for a full incense stick's duration before he too could no longer withstand the pressure. Such a display of willpower was truly remarkable. Gu Yi merely wished to express that he truly deserved the title of the first innate, full spirit power genius in history. In the original narrative, even without the assistance of the divine herb, Oscar's ascension to godhood was inevitable. Talent and willpower were attributes Oscar possessed in abundance. I have meticulously noted down the duration of perseverance each of you exhibited during your first attempt. I hope to witness your progress next time. Subsequently, Gu Yi escorted Tang Yuehua back to Weixin, and he himself lingered there for a while, as he found comfort in the aristocratic domain of Tang Yuehua. However, this was not the perception of others. Once the heart of gossip awakens, it becomes uncontainable. Chapter 85, The Mad Yu Xiaojiang. Currently, the city of Tiando is rife with rumors. Tang Yuehua is a well-known figure in Tiando, the esteemed master of the noble Yuexian, and her every move is keenly observed. A man frequently entering the private domain of Madame Yuehua is an unprecedented occurrence over the years. More critically, there have been whispers about a peculiar relationship between Madame Yuehua and the Snow Knight Emperor. As for Gu Yi's background, it has long been laid out on the desks of prominent nobles. Yet, all they discerned was that Gu Yi is the principal of a prestigious Soul Master Academy. They dared not pursue further inquiries as they caught a glimpse of the Poison Douluo's silhouette behind him. This esteemed academy was personally established by the Poison Douluo. In Tiando, no one dares to offend a title Douluo. Tianwen Academy. At long last, I comprehend why for so many years, Gu has refrained from seeking companionship with women. It seems he holds disdain for those superficial charms. Although Ma Hongjun has undergone some changes, his penchant for gossip remains unaltered. Nevertheless, Ege's preferences remain consistent. As he continues to favor women of broad-mindedness, Oscar could not help but chime in, for they share this affinity. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before maintaining her composure and departing. Today's failure left her somewhat disheartened. She recognized that today's training was solely a test of will, unaffected by talent or cultivation. Yet, she faltered prematurely in what was meant to be a trial of endurance. The images flashing through her mind, steeped in sinister thoughts, intensified the malevolence within her. Lamba Academy, or rather, it should now be referred to as Shrek Academy. Flander and his companions followed Lu Erlong to Tiando City, successfully appropriating the academy that Lu Erlong had tirelessly built over the past 20 years. Concurrently, Flander learned of the developments between Gu Yi and Tang Weiwa. Prompting a moment of reflection, Flander, let us attempt to achieve spirit fusion once more, Yu Xiaojiang suggested. For reasons unknown, the spirit resonance among him, Flander, and Lu Erlong had vanished recently. Indeed, it had simply dissipated. Their previous compatibility for spirit fusion had reached an astonishing 99%, allowing them to sense each other's spirits. Yet now, that connection felt as if it had never existed. Since that day, they have been unable to execute their spirit fusion technique. It is crucial to note that their reputation as the Golden Iron Triangle was entirely founded upon their spirit fusion technique. Without it, gaining recognition within the spirit master community would have been nearly impossible, especially while carrying an additional burden. Let us proceed, Flander mused, perplexed as to why their spirit fusion had failed. Even after being apart for over 20 years, they could still seamlessly merge into the golden sacred dragon at their first encounter. Yet now, there was not a shred of sensation. Lu Erlong and Flander proceeded to channel their spirit power into Luo Sanpao as they had done before. Under normal circumstances, Luo Sanpao would have unleashed the golden sacred dragon in response to their spirit power. However, nothing transpired. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, causing Luo Sanpao to dissipate as Yu Xiaojiang fell. Xiaojiang, are you all right? Flander exclaimed, rushing to support Yu Xiaojiang. It was unexpected for one to be injured even if the spirit fusion was unsuccessful. Yu Xiaojiang was not unconscious, merely suffering from internal injuries. The spirit and the body are interconnected. If the spirit is harmed, the body will inevitably bear the consequences. Luo Sanpao was merely a failed variant of a spirit. If it could still fuse to evolve into the golden sacred dragon, it would suffice. But now, unable to perform spirit fusion, it could not withstand such potent spirit power, leading to a backlash. Why? Yu Xiaojiang roared at the heavens. Only during spirit fusion could one experience the sensation of strength. Even if he had forgotten his demonic techniques, the traces of his cultivation still lingered. He had reverted to his former state of helplessness. Flander, is it you? Are you unwilling to cooperate? Yu Xiaojiang questioned, lying in Flander's embrace. Spirit fusion demands unity among the three, no matter how ardently he wished to merge. It would be impossible otherwise. The failure of spirit fusion could stem from two primary causes. Either the spirits do not harmonize sufficiently, or the participants lack a mutual understanding. The first possibility was implausible. Their spirits had always harmonized perfectly over the years. With the first cause ruled out, only the second possibility remained. Someone was resisting the spirit fusion. Yu Xiaojiang was certain he could not be the one resisting, especially with Lu Erlong's infatuation with him. The sole remaining suspect was Flander, particularly since his desire to explore techniques had led to Gu Yi's departure, severing their teacher-student relationship. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's accusations, Flander was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that, despite his sacrifices to protect Yu Xiaojiang, including cutting ties with Gu Yi and relinquishing his pursuit of Lu Erlong, he would be met with such distrust and questioning. His expression grew cold, and the concern in his eyes faded. Lu Erlong, observing Flander's transformation, was bewildered by Yu Xiaojiang's words. They had been friends and brothers for so many years. Such statements were truly disheartening. Even Lu Erlong found it difficult to comprehend Yu Xiaojiang's behavior at this moment. Nevertheless, this did not prevent her from worrying about Yu Xiaojiang. Erlong, do not fret. Yu Xiaojiang has merely sustained some internal injuries. A candy will remedy the situation, Flander assured as he helped Yu Xiaojiang to his feet. He then withdrew his hand and turned to leave, offering no response to Yu Xiaojiang's accusations. His silhouette appeared desolate, tinged with melancholy. The sensation of distrust was profoundly unsettling. Yu Xiaojiang, however, was overtaken by madness. It was he. Flander undoubtedly harbored resentment for his role in driving away his disciple, opting to resist spirit fusion. which had resulted in Yu Xiaojiang's grievous injuries. Lu Erlong gazed at the nearly frenzied Yu Xiaojiang and offered gentle reassurances. Flander is not that kind of person. Perhaps there is an issue elsewhere. Take your time. There's no need to rush. Xiaojiang, I believe that with your intelligence, you will surely uncover the problem. Lu Erlong's voice was soft and soothing, entirely contrary to the fierce reputation attributed to her. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaojiang was beyond hearing her words. After painstakingly researching for over 10 days, he had not discovered even a single clue. Had Flander been present, he would undoubtedly remind him that 10 days was a mere trifle compared to the extensive time Gu Yi devoted to developing his unique soul techniques. Chapter 86, Warnings and Divergence in the City of Tiando. A visitor of unexpected nature graced the Moon Pavilion today. Cloaked in shadowy robes, the figure concealed their broad frame, clearly intent on keeping their identity hidden. Tang Yuehua, having toiled throughout the day, ascended to the top floor of the pavilion, preparing to indulge in a relaxing bath, only to keenly notice the rearranged position of the chairs within the room. In a city where treachery lurked at every corner, those lacking caution had long since met their demise. The fact that Tang Yuehua had survived thus far spoke volumes about her acumen. Silently, she descended the stairs, unwilling to gamble on her safety, regardless of whether someone was present. Despite having achieved the remarkable 10th level, she still felt vulnerable, with little improvement in her strength, which only afforded her a modicum of ease in her daily life. Wait, Yuehua? Though Tang Hao was uncertain of where he had exposed himself, he feared that if Yuehua continued her descent, it would lead to unnecessary trouble. Tang Yuehua paused mid-step, recognizing the voice unmistakably. Whirling around, she beheld the figure emerging from the shadows and exclaimed, "How? Is it really you?" "Yes, it is I," replied Tang Hao, pulling back his dark hood to reveal his aged visage. For a moment, Tang Yuehua was taken aback, struggling to reconcile this frail face with that of her once spirited and talented brother. "Where have you been all these years? Why have you not returned to the clan or come to see me?" Tang Yuehua's excitement rendered her unable to maintain her dignified composure, the thrill of reuniting with her kin overshadowing all else. "Yuehua, I have come to you with questions," Tang Hao stated. He had arrived in Tiando City to safeguard Tang San and Xiao Wu, particularly Xiao Wu. Even the bold Ain would not have dared venture into the heart of the Tiando Empire before fully transforming, seemingly unconcerned about encountering a title de law. Tang Yuehua shot Tang Hao a glance, realizing he had not come to inquire about the clan or her relationship with their elder brother, but rather to question her connection with Gu Yi. Although she was aware of the rumors surrounding her and Gu Yi's ambiguous relationship, she understood it to be merely a mutual reliance, devoid of the scandalous implications suggested by outsiders. Yet, she couldn't help but recall an incident that could be construed as intimate, feeling a flush of embarrassment at the thought of presenting herself so openly before him. Before she could respond, Tang Hao continued with an authoritative tone, "Regardless of your connection, you must sever ties from now on. He is not one of us." His words bore the weight of a command. Following the last confrontation with Gu Yi, Tang Hao had only momentarily pacified the situation by trading the position of Blue-Silver King. He was not the sort to easily swallow his pride. Had he not been injured, he would have already taken decisive action against him. How dare a mere junior act so brazenly before him? Tang Yuehua's earlier excitement dissipated, replaced by indignation at her brother's abruptness. She had discreetly sought information about Tang Hao's whereabouts over the years, yet had found nothing. To be met with such a commanding tone upon their reunion was disheartening. "I have no ties to him, and you have no right to dictate my associations," she retorted, her frustration palpable. The atmosphere thickened with tension, the first meeting of these long-separated siblings marred by discomfort. "Just remember my words. Gu Yi is not one of us," Tang Hao concluded before departing the Moon Pavilion. As tears welled in her eyes, Tang Yuehua watched him fade into the night. Recognizing that his earlier words were born of frustration, yet she would still reflect on them with due consideration. The following day, Gu Yi ascended to the top floor of the Moon Pavilion as usual. Having frequented this place often, the staff no longer impeded his passage. In fact, they treated him with a certain deference, perhaps regarding him as the male master of the establishment. Seated in the guest room, while awaiting Tang Yuehua's return from her endeavors, Gu Yi busied himself with the study of the evil god Pearl. Although he had yet to decide on merging with the evil god Pearl, the malevolent power it contained held considerable research value, proving immensely beneficial for his refinement of the demon cultivation technique. This technique, originally conceived from the essence of Tao heart demon cultivation, currently encompassed only the step of becoming a demon, lacking the contrasting aspect of Tao. As the saying goes, extremes produce opposites. When one reaches the pinnacle of a phenomenon, it inevitably gives rise to its complete antithesis. This principle was clear, awaiting Gu Yi's exploration. Yet, principles remain merely concepts. They cannot spontaneously manifest into a complete technique. The chasm between understanding and execution is vast. While he comprehended the theory, the challenge lay in transforming this understanding into reality, a task he was determined to accomplish. Perhaps once he unraveled the mysteries, he would ascend to divinity. It would be a long and seemingly endless journey. Before Gu Yi could delve too deeply into his research, Tang Yuehua ascended the stairs. Without any preamble, she directly inquired, "What is your true relationship with Tang Hao?" Confident in her ability to discern truth from deception, she believed she could perceive whether someone was lying. Especially a prodigy like Gu Yi, who was unlikely to indulge in falsehoods. It was clear, they were certainly not friends, and labeling them as enemies would not be far from the truth. Gu Yi sat calmly on the bed, pondering the situation. He had never intended to conceal such matters. Unlike Tang San and his father, he held a certain admiration for Tang Yuehua. Moreover, Tang Yuehua was essential for his integration with the evil god Pearl. Thus, harboring any ill will was out of the question. "You deceived me." Tang Yuehua had always believed that Gu Yi and Tang Hao were friends, and she had come to share news with her elder brother out of goodwill. To her surprise, they were not friends, but rather adversaries. "I have never claimed that Tang Hao and I are friends. The information I previously provided was entirely truthful." As Tang Yuehua reflected on their earlier conversations, she realized that Gu Yi had indeed never stated he was friends with her brother. It was merely a figment of her imagination. "Then why do you wish to assist me in enhancing my cultivation? Are you not concerned that I may refuse to aid you once I uncover the truth? If you were to have second thoughts, I am confident that I could persuade you to assist me willingly. However, I know you well enough to understand that you are not that kind of person." Gu Yi appeared somewhat languid, as though he felt no need for exertion in this place, his body and mind relaxing. The questions had been posed. It was time to commence. Tang Yuehua silently observed Gu Yi for a few moments before extracting her harp and beginning to play, the noble realm unfolding in harmony with the melodies. Gu Yi listened with a face of sheer delight to the melodious strains of the piano. In this world, where entertainment languishes, it was indeed a considerable indulgence. It would have been even more splendid had there been a few beautiful dancers. Suddenly, a wave of hedonistic thoughts surged through his mind. Yet they were swiftly quelled by the weight of aristocratic propriety. As one gazes into the abyss gazes back at you. Chapter 87. Potential Sunset Forest. 3 days had elapsed since that day of questioning. Tang Yuehua had finally managed to arrange her affairs and was now ready to pursue the acquisition of a soul ring. A carriage, 2 individuals. The two sat within the carriage, with Gu Yi elucidating the circumstances to expect upon their arrival at the Sunset Forest. He had long since devised a plan regarding which soul rings to hunt. "Based on my deductions, it appears your martial soul faced an unsuccessful awakening during its mutation. However, this does not imply a weakened variation, but rather a more potent one." Tang Yuehua appeared perplexed. Ordinarily, a direct descendant of the Haotian sect should awaken the Haotian hammer, the martial soul renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities. What other martial soul could surpass the Haotian hammer in exaltation? Noticing Tang Yuehua's confusion, Gu Yi clarified, stating that his conclusion was not mere conjecture but was grounded in factual evidence. "Firstly, your martial soul possesses an innate domain, a quality that the Haotian hammer cannot rival. Furthermore, there is the matter of your insurmountable soul power. To my knowledge, only those with fragmented martial souls are unable to enhance their soul power, indicating that your martial soul is not complete. Of course, all of this remains speculative. Only upon your acquisition of the first soul ring will we ascertain whether your martial soul undergoes any transformation, thereby confirming the validity of my hypotheses." Gu Yi was not entirely certain that Tang Yuehua's martial soul was unequivocally superior to the Haotian hammer. Yu Xiaojiang, with merely a martial soul certificate, had confidently speculated that Tang San possessed a twin martial soul, an assertion that was, to some extent, influenced by fortune. The vastness of Douluo Continent was rife with peculiar occurrences, and information was not static. Only after acquiring a soul ring could the truth be discerned. "What soul beast should I choose this time?" Tang Yuehua inquired, her head nodding in agreement. This was her inaugural experience in obtaining a soul ring, and she relied heavily on Gu Yi's guidance. The crystal beast, composed entirely of gemstones, boasted remarkably sturdy gems. However, this was not the sole reason for selecting it as her first soul ring. The principal attribute of the crystal beast lay not in its hard exterior, but in its mental prowess. Currently, the most notable feature of her martial soul, the Rui ring, was its noble domain, which subtly calmed and soothed the mind, exemplifying a form of mental energy manipulation. Tang Yuehua was naturally aware of the concept of mental energy, but was taken aback by Gu Yi's profound understanding of her martial soul, perhaps indicative of considerable effort on his part. As they conversed, they arrived at the sunset forest. The next segment of their journey necessitated disembarking to seek out soul beasts. Having lived a life of luxury, though born into the prestigious Haoyan sect, Tang Yuehua lamented that her martial soul was inadequate, preventing her from venturing into the realm of soul masters. Consequently, her experiences in such locales were quite limited, primarily confined to teaching in Tiando City. Having already familiarized himself with the living habits of the soul beasts within the sunset forest, Gu Yi knew that the crystal beasts resided in the eastern section of the forest. After spending half a day, he led Tang Yuehua to the eastern edge of the sunset forest. Tang Yuehua was genuinely intrigued by the soul beasts, as this was her first close encounter with them after all these years. Unlike Gu Yi, who had sought a soul beast with a lifespan of merely 300 to 400 years, easily found, she was captivated by the experience. Soon enough, Gu Yi located a suitably aged crystal beast, swiftly incapacitating it. "Kill it," he instructed. Tang Yuehua harbored no illusions of mercy. She produced a petite dagger, plunging it into the creature's head. This seemingly ordinary dagger was, in fact, a rare soul-guiding artifact. Extraordinarily sharp and capable of severing gold and jade with ease, her treasured means of self-defense, despite never having been used before. The crystal beast struggled and emitted a few cries before succumbing completely. A yellow soul ring materialized from its lifeless form. "Absorb it. I shall guard you," Gu Yi urged. Tang Yuehua nodded, undeterred by the dirt beneath her, and promptly assumed a meditative posture to draw the soul ring into her being. Gu Yi remained vigilant of his surroundings. Despite his formidable strength, he understood the gravity of absorbing a soul ring. Tang Yuehua was an indispensable figure following him, and it was prudent to exercise caution. Nevertheless, events unfolded remarkably smoothly, as within less than an hour, Tang Yuehua successfully absorbed the soul ring. Now, she held the Rui ring in her hands. With a yellow soul ring hovering above her, her grace surpassing her previous self, and her entire being appeared more ethereal. Although Tang Yuehua had always been a captivating beauty at first glance, no amount of maintenance could rival the youthful allure of a woman in her 20s. However, the transformation brought by the soul ring rejuvenated her body, granting her a second bloom. Her fair skin glistened with vitality, and at this moment, had one not noticed the lingering charm of a mature woman about her, they might easily mistake her for a girl in her early 20s. While the soul ring system has faced criticism, it undeniably serves as a shortcut for human cultivation. By reaching a critical level of cultivation, one can harness a soul beast's lifelong experience to transcend their own power. "How does it feel?" Gu Yi inquired. "This must not go awry." "Remarkable." Suddenly, the yellow soul ring that hovered around Tang Yuehua shimmered momentarily, sending forth a wave of energy that was entirely distinct from that of the noble realm, enveloping Gu Yi. Gu Yi felt an exhilarating surge of vitality, as if imbued with boundless energy. The first soul skill, Spirit Encouragement, upon successful activation, radiates a wave of mental power, greatly enhancing the morale of those affected, instilling in them a fervent enthusiasm. It augments strength and speed by 50%. Gu Yi nodded, acknowledging that this soul skill was merely an auxiliary one, yet its efficacy could undoubtedly be deemed formidable, particularly in the context of large-scale warfare. This soul skill could manifest its utmost potential. In the face of two opposing armies, morale becomes paramount. Furthermore, Tang Yuehua's soul skill is not restricted to a single individual. Rather, anyone affected by the mental influence would experience the same effect. It is undeniably a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Next, let us examine the noble domain. Regardless of how exceptional Tang Yuehua's soul skill may be, its assistance to him is limited. The crucial factor lies in whether the noble domain has been enhanced. Tang Yuehua was acutely aware that her role in relation to Gu Yi was to bolster the noble domain, aiding him in suppressing murderous intent and malevolent thoughts. However, upon contemplating this, a radiant smile graced Tang Yuehua's lips. Having possessed the noble domain for many years, she was well aware of its effects. It was evident that the noble domain had indeed grown stronger. At this moment, Gui also sensed a profound tranquility enveloping him, his mind devoid of any malevolent thoughts, resulting in an enhancement of his capabilities by more than half compared to before. Previously, the noble domain was constrained by Tang Yuehua's rank, preventing it from manifesting its true potential. Only now did it reveal its genuine might. Gui was increasingly certain that the Rui Ring was undoubtedly an unmutated super-martial soul, and it might even be a divine-level martial soul. After feeling the influence of the noble domain, he had already made up his mind. He would merge with the evil god Pearl. Chapter 88, Shaken. At present, they happened to be in the Sunset Forest. The immense and formidable malevolent power of the evil god Pearl could not be merged within the confines of Tiando City, as it could easily harm innocent bystanders and lead to being branded as a fallen soulmaster. Thus, merging the evil god Pearl within the forest was the optimal choice. Moreover, with Tang Yuehua also present, the enhancement of the noble domain was beyond his expectations. Thus, if not now, when would be the appropriate time to merge? Gui did not disclose everything to Tang Yuehua. He merely mentioned that she would need her noble domain to counterbalance the malevolent force. It was perhaps best for Tang Yuehua to remain unaware of the matter concerning the evil god Pearl. Naturally, she would not decline. The possibility of breaking through to the 10th level was already a significant boon from Gui. To refuse at this juncture would be akin to exhibiting a heart of betrayal. The consequences of merging with the evil god Pearl were uncertain, and Gui was compelled to find a sufficiently secure location. In truth, he could have ventured to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yet he remained apprehensive that the overwhelming evil aura might adversely affect the celestial herbs or even taint the eye itself. Thus, he opted for a secluded cave instead. Upon retrieving the evil god Pearl, a potent wave of malevolence surged forth instantly. Fortunately, Tang Yuehua reacted swiftly, activating her noble domain the moment she sensed the evil energy. Although the energy emanating from the evil god Pearl was formidable, it was ultimately transient and soon subdued by the noble domain. What is this? Such a potent aura of malevolence. Tang Yuehua gazed at Gui in astonishment. Gui did not respond to Tang Yuehua's inquiry. Instead, he focused all his attention on the malevolent orb before him. The power contained within this orb was far from pure, embodying a significant portion of the dark demonic energy of the tiger god, including its inherent attributes, evil, thunder, wind, and strength. His immediate objective was to absorb the other attributes, leaving only the essence of evil. However, these attributes were interconnected, making it impossible to absorb them at will. This very complexity had caused him to hesitate, for any attempt to act would expose him to the taint of wickedness. Had it not been for Tang Yuehua's presence, any ensuing complications would have proven challenging to resolve. It was precisely because Tang Yuehua's domain had strengthened that he felt compelled to make a decisive move. Perhaps this occasion could serve as an opportunity for enhancement. Gui resolved to first extract the wind attribute, the gentlest of the lot. Achieving this goal was not overly challenging. His self-created Zhou Tian Lu Hejing was designed with the principle that all things in the universe reside within it, and nothing within the realms escapes his grasp. It encompasses all forces of the world, aspiring to attain true omniscience and omnipotence. Thus, absorbing a few attributes was of little consequence. The sole caution lay in the malevolent energy that accompanied the absorption of these attributes. While the Zhou Tian Lu Hejing could contain all powers, it required his mastery to wield effectively, and it could not assist in counteracting the encroachment of evil energy. At this juncture, the assistance of Tang Yuehua became indispensable. Gui tightly grasped the evil god Pearl, commencing the absorption of its power. Even though he had attained a mastery over soul force that allowed him to exercise it at will, he could not entirely evade the insidious energy that permeated the pearl. Gradually, tendrils of dark energy began to manifest around him, accompanied by the emergence of several shadowy patterns upon his skin. Tang Yuehua finally comprehended the reason for Gui's profound regard for her. It was all due to this singular aspect. As the noble domain enveloped them, the malevolent aura surrounding Gui dissipated significantly, and the dark patterns slowly faded away. With Tang Yuehua's support, Gui ultimately absorbed the remaining powers from the evil god Pearl, resulting in an elevation of his soul force by 1 level, reaching the formidable rank of 65. This rate of advancement was indeed astonishingly rapid. Gui, however, perceived nothing amiss. There was no hastening of growth. Each step taken was measured and deliberate. At this moment, the evil god Pearl was devoid of any other hues, presenting only a deep, unblemished black, free from any trace of discoloration. Were this evil god pearl to be presented for auction, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Essentially, the evil god pearl is merely a solidified form of condensed energy, which is precisely why Gu Yi conceived the idea of integrating the demonic seed into the evil god pearl. Otherwise, the pearl would be incapable of penetrating the sea of consciousness, rendering the process of integration impossible. Gu Yi opened his eyes and glanced at Tang Yuehua, remaining silent before closing them once more. Subsequently, he focused his mental energy, drawing the evil god pearl to his forehead. Enter now. With a forceful tug, Gu Yi transformed the evil god pearl into a swirling mass of energy that entered the sea of consciousness. Whereas the malevolent force had previously influenced Gu Yi through his physical form, it now assailed his very psyche, the effects far more pronounced. Memories of distress from both past and present surged forth, igniting all manner of unspeakable thoughts. The insidiousness of this dark power was more direct and domineering than his own realm of evil, as if Pandora's box had been flung open. Despite Gu Yi's resolute will to fend off the encroaching malevolence, resisting was not a mere matter of ignoring or dismissing it. Vivid scenes unfolded, emanating from the demon's whispers. At that moment, a beam of light pierced the darkness before him, illuminating a path ahead. Several women materialized before him, each sharing a singular trait akin to the enchanting pipa players of the river. Their sultry gazes were fixated upon him. All these women were familiar to him: Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Du Guyan, Qian Renxue, and Tang Yuehua. In essence, every beautiful woman he had encountered since arriving in the Douluo Continent stood before him. A voice echoed in his mind, oddly familiar. Do not hesitate. With your current strength, it would be entirely normal to take all these women as your own. What man does not have multiple wives? As a transmigrator, is this not your rightful pursuit? The voice was deeply seductive, and any moment of indecision could lead him into an abyss of temptation. Gu Yi found himself wavering. He was neither a Buddha capable of universally saving all beings, nor a sage able to impart wisdom to the world. He was merely a fortunate traveler, serendipitously arriving in this realm. He was simply a being imbued with emotions and desires, experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and delight, relishing the pleasures of life. Indulging in the opulence of existence was not inherently flawed. In poverty, one seeks to cultivate oneself, while in prosperity, one strives to benefit all. This was the realm of the sage, not his own. In the external world, Tang Yuehua observed the malevolent energy emanating from Gu Yi, yet felt helpless, able only to maintain the aristocratic domain with all her strength. Nevertheless, the sinister aura could not be contained, even seeping from the cave. As he gazed upon the enchanting beauties surrounding him, Gu Yi took a few steps forward. The ladies, seeing him approach, greeted him with radiant smiles and eager advances. Ha ha ha! Within his heart, another voice reveled in mockery. Such a hypocrite! Gu Yi, you are no more than this. Chapter 89. Overwhelming power surrounded by warmth and beauty. With the finest maidens encircling him, the pleasures of the moment rendered him oblivious to the world beyond. The dark thoughts swirling within were not as simple as merely conjuring a few alluring figures. With each step taken, he found himself sinking deeper into the abyss. At this moment, a third of Gu Yi's mental ocean had turned black. Once completely consumed, he would be able to regain his composure. Yet he would no longer be the same. Alternatively, it could be said that another version of himself would take the reins, an absolute darkness, unrestrained by any desire. Acting solely on impulse, lost in his malevolent thoughts, Gu Yi sat upon the dragon throne, surveying his subjects below. With a mere word, he could determine the fates of countless lives. With a single thought, he could unleash rivers of blood. The ambitions of an emperor are surely fantasies that many have entertained. Indulging whimsically in the affections of the harem, Gu Yi held dominion over all the splendors of the world, with no one daring to oppose him. An illusion unfolded, layer upon layer, while Gu Yi's mind had long been shrouded, reveling in a life of unbridled sensuality. Boundless decadence enveloped him. The malevolent aura permeated the entire cavern. As what emanated from Gu Yi was not merely the wicked energy produced by the evil god Pearl, but also the dark thoughts evoked by his own malevolence. Gu Yi is currently immersed in a myriad of worlds that lead to inevitable despair, with each realm he encounters spiraling towards degradation. The shadows, however, linger in the darkness, quietly absorbing sustenance and fortifying their own strength. Gu Yi is indeed endowed with extraordinary talent. capable of creating various techniques and martial arts solely based on his meridians and martial spirit. However, a genius who moves too swiftly may encounter unforeseen adversities. The dark side of his being was birthed during his cultivation of the demonic arts, albeit in a nascent form that was easily extinguished upon discovery by Gu-yi. Thus, it concealed itself within the seed of darkness, absorbing myriad malevolent thoughts to bolster its strength. When Gu-yi intentionally relaxed his mind and allowed the sinister thoughts to seize control of his body, the dark side experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation, albeit for a fleeting moment that became eternally etched in its memory. It had not anticipated Gu-yi's rapid growth, despite daily nourishment from dark thoughts. It could not surpass Gu-yi's prowess. This changed after the absorption of the soul ring from the dark demon, evil god Tiger, which finally illuminated a glimmer of hope for it. Upon assimilating those high-quality, malevolent energies, the dark side felt an unparalleled surge of power. Yet it understood the necessity of patience and subtlety, lurking in the shadows, humbly striving for survival. When Gu-yi resolved to merge with the evil god Pearl, the dark side recognized its opportunity. If Gu-yi succumbed to his desires, it could seize control of this body. Casting a malevolent glance at Tang Yuehua, the wretched woman who had hindered Gu-yi's descent into unrestrained malevolence, the dark side harbored resentment. The first act upon seizing control would be to compel her to kneel. Enacting the visions that had once flashed through Gu-yi's mind, the dark side held Gu-yi in contempt, for despite possessing formidable power, he remained timid, overly concerned with trivial debts of gratitude. Having dared to strike, they should have faced annihilation. What mercy could be afforded among traversers? Such foolishness. To the dark side, Gu-yi was nothing but overly sentimental. Yet, it was this very individual who, in an instant, shattered the illusion and approached the dark side. At last, it thought, "I have found you." Gu-yi gazed upon his dark counterpart, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Clad in pristine white, he stood in stark contrast to the figure draped in shadowy black. The dichotomy of light and darkness was strikingly clear. How could this be? You should have succumbed to despair. The dark counterpart, filled with terror, stumbled back a few steps, utterly taken aback by the unexpected encounter. How could Gu-yi possibly be unscathed? Those illusions are utterly ludicrous. If he cannot withstand something merely born from the soul beast he once vanquished, it would be quite a travesty. Long ago, Gu-yi had an inkling that the demonic seed exhibited some peculiarities. That incident where he allowed himself to be ensnared by its control was merely an attempt to discern its nature. As anticipated, he uncovered a troubling revelation. It appeared that within the demonic seed resided a form of consciousness. He had sought answers clandestinely on numerous occasions, yet to no avail. This deliberate descent into darkness ultimately revealed the hidden truths. You cannot harm me. I am you. After the initial terror, the figure clad in black became emboldened. Regardless of why Gu-yi had not succumbed, he had nevertheless experienced growth in the interim. Embrace me. Together, we shall wield the power to transform the world. All that resides in your heart can be realized. The figure in black continued to seduce him, urging him to cease suppressing himself, for I am you. I know all the secrets buried deep within your soul. The first step to ascendance is to utterly subjugate the women outside. Gu-yi remained unmoved. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Step by step, he approached the dark-clad Gu-yi. What do you intend to do? The dark-clad Gu-yi could not help but retreat a few paces, for Gu-yi's formidable presence instilled fear within him. I admit, there were flaws in my previous cultivation path. Gu-yi has come to a profound realization as a living, breathing individual, a being composed of myriad emotions and desires. His path has veered astray for over a year. By embracing malevolent thoughts and allowing them to permeate his very essence, he has shielded himself from the influence of such dark notions. Indeed, his cultivation has surged astonishingly, advancing at an extraordinary pace. Various techniques and martial arts have emerged in abundance, yet they lack the fundamental essence of humanity, desire. As his practice of demonic arts deepens, even the simplest of pleasures fail to ignite desire or malevolent thoughts. It is time to return. Gu-yi gazed at his figure clad in black, finally clarifying everything at this moment. The path of cultivation was merely a means to become a better individual, rather than a journey to walk alongside the heavens. How dare you? It was your own choice to abandon me, leaving me to bear the burden of malevolent thoughts alone. Now, only one of us can exist between us. The dark-clad Gu-yi was engulfed in an unprecedented rage, as this was nothing short of an affront to him. To cast aside when convenient, only to seek return upon realization. Such fortuity exists nowhere in this world. Today, the The rightful owner of this body shall be none other than I. Unbeknownst to him, a diminutive dagger materialized in Gu Yi's hand, shrouded in sinister energy, exuding an aura of terror. Gu Yi let out a sigh. Indeed, mere words proved to be ineffectual. Eloquence was not his forte. Gu Yi chose not to elaborate further, as a dagger materialized in his hand. However, in contrast to the dark-clad Gu Yi, this blade, imbued with a palpable aura of menace, exuded no trace of malevolence. One figure embodied righteousness, while the other represented malevolence. The daggers were hurled simultaneously, their razor-sharp tips colliding with a resonant clash. Ultimately, the existence of the dark-clad Gu Yi was fleeting, his strength insufficient to contend with Gu Yi. The malevolent dagger was instantly repelled, and a gaping wound appeared in the chest of the dark-clad Gu Yi. How could you possibly be this strong? He gasped in disbelief, staring at the gash in his torso. It is you who are too weak. Gu Yi approached and placed a hand upon him. Come back. Chapter 90. Koma, the figure cloaked in black, Gu Yi, was seized by a terrifying realization. Her very essence was fading, gradually merging with Gu Yi's being. No, I refuse. I have yet to experience true ecstasy. Her pleas fell upon deaf ears, as Gu Yi's hand remained unusually steady. Memories and sordid thoughts infiltrated her mind, and a look of rapture spread across Gu Yi's face. At last, she had reclaimed herself. It was not until the last wisp of darkness was absorbed that the illusion shattered, revealing again the vast expanse of the spiritual ocean. Gazing at the portion of the spiritual ocean that had been ravaged by malevolent forces, she furrowed her brow, pondering the dire consequences had she delayed even slightly. Were it not for a gentle force resisting the encroaching darkness, she might have truly succumbed. Defeating the shadowy aspect would have meant embracing evil itself. Now that she had returned, everything could finally come to an end. Gu Yi, with an immense force of spirit, compelled the malevolent energies back into the evil god Pearl, swiftly restoring the sea of consciousness to its former state. Outside, although Tang Yuehua was unaware of the unfolding events, she perceived the diminishing aura of evil emanating from Gu Yi, signaling that the most perilous moment had passed. Now, only the final step remained. Gu Yi directly integrated the demonic seed into the evil god Pearl. Perhaps due to their inherent compatibility, no signs of rejection manifested, which greatly reassured Gu Yi. Simultaneously, he sensed the condition of the evil god Pearl. This artifact was exceptionally unique, while the demonic seed was formed from his mental energy, signifying that he had established a bond with the treasure. However, just as Gu Yi believed that all was tranquil, he detected a wisp of malevolent thought drawn from the outside world, merging into the evil god Pearl. This faint presence did not provoke any disturbances, yet it confirmed his hypothesis. The combination of the demonic seed and the evil god Pearl truly possessed the ability to attract malevolent thoughts from across the realm. Perhaps, in time, this extraordinary artifact could evolve into a divine weapon. Of course, it remains premature to speculate on such possibilities. Gu Yi paid no heed to the sinister thoughts that flickered through his mind. This was merely the beginning, and the subsequent malevolence would only grow more formidable until it became unbearable. However, Gu Yi was resolute in preventing such an occurrence. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the pallid visage of Tang Yuehua outside, and it dawned on him that night had long since fallen. He had lost track of time. Maintaining the domain was no trifling endeavor, and Tang Yuehua was merely a sole master of a few levels. Although her domain predominantly relied on mental fortitude, the expenditure was considerable. You have finally awakened, Tang Yuehua sighed in relief, only to be engulfed by darkness as she collapsed forward. She had sustained her noble domain for a full 3 hours, although she had grown accustomed to wielding it over the years. She had never maintained it for such an extended duration. Her soul power and spirit had reached their limits, and had it not been for her concern for Gu Yi, she would have succumbed long ago. In the next moment, Gu Yi, who had been seated on the ground, vanished, while the fallen Tang Yuehua found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. It seems I truly cannot be without you from now on. Gu Yi gazed at the pale-faced woman in his arms, a flicker of compassion illuminating his eyes. Had it not been for Tang Yuehua's relentless utilization of the noble domain, they might have truly faced a disastrous turn of events this time. Gu Yi gently assisted Tang Yuehua to her feet, channeling his soul power into her body to facilitate the circulation of her energy and expedite her recovery. Subsequently, he carried her out of the cave. Having accomplished their purpose for coming here, it was only natural to depart. The environment within the forest was rather inhospitable. Their departure was markedly swifter than their arrival, as Gu Yi opted for flight. Soon, They beheld the carriage they had arrived in. However, Gui had no intention of continuing their journey through the night. Tang Yuehua required rest rather than a return to Tiando City. He sought refuge in a luxurious inn. The following day, around noon, Tang Yuehua awoke feeling rejuvenated from the plush bed. Where am I? She pondered, gazing at the inn's opulent surroundings, feeling somewhat bewildered. Surely, this must be a dream. Just moments ago, she had been in the forest, and now she found herself in such a lavish place. At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance. It seems you have recovered quite well, came the voice. Gui entered, cradling a bowl of congee in her hands. How did I end up here? Tang Yuehua gazed at Gui, as if she had found her anchor, and inquired. Last night, you succumbed to exhaustion of your soul and mental energy, falling into a faint. I brought you back. Gui approached and took a seat on the stool beside the bed, presenting the specially concocted medicinal porridge to Tang Yuehua. You should eat something. You haven't had a meal all day. With a slight twitch of her delicate nose, Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled at the pleasing aroma. Before she could inquire further, she asked curiously, how did everything go? Given the recent near mishap that nearly befell them both, it was only natural for her to express heightened concern. It went reasonably well, though I fear I may become rather dependent on you in the future. Gui first smiled, only to furrow his brow moments later. Within the depths of the sunset forest, the malevolent thoughts were not overly pronounced, and their presence was scarce. However, upon arriving in the town, an overwhelming surge of sinister intentions seemed irresistibly drawn to the evil god Pearl. More crucially, Gui was able to extract certain memories, or, more aptly, vivid images from these dark thoughts. At present, he resembled a machine designed for the search and absorption of malevolent ideas, with the evil god Pearl serving as the vessel. Fortunately, the presence of the evil god Pearl prevented these sinister thoughts from flooding his mind all at once, yet they still proved to be quite irksome. The frequent appearances of certain images in his mind were rather unsettling. After all, lust is a common manifestation of malevolent thoughts. This resulted in some visions feeling akin to live broadcasts. Nevertheless, this experience significantly contributed to the honing of his martial will. His mental fortitude was continuously strengthening, advancing at a pace that far surpassed previous rates. Eat quickly. Once you have rested, we shall return to Tiando City, Tang Yuehua stated, nodding as she lowered her head to consume the medicinal porridge in her hands. The flavor was remarkably pleasant, a warm current enveloping her body, even enhancing her soul power slightly. This medicinal porridge? Tang Yuehua gazed at Gui in astonishment. It contained nourishing herbs beneficial for the body. Had it not been for her collapse due to his circumstances, she would have felt a twinge of reluctance to consume it. After all, such herbs that could elevate soul power were scarce, and once depleted, she would have to seek out Douluo for more. Tang Yuehua, clearly surprised, silently continued to savor this precious porridge. Her soul power had lagged for decades, thus, seizing every opportunity for enhancement was essential. Moreover, Gui's assessment was correct. Her martial soul was not weak, at least not inferior in rank to the Haotian hammer. Chapter 91. Bibi Dong, and memory slowed down. There is still more in the pot. This was the first time Gui had witnessed Tang Yuehua devour her food with such fervor. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua swiftly finished the medicinal porridge in her hand and requested another bowl. Gui observed Tang Yuehua, who was chewing on her medicinal porridge, and the remnants of rice lingering at the corners of her mouth due to her hasty eating imparted an inexplicable charm. Indeed, Tang Yuehua seemed to care less and less about her appearance. A glutton, perhaps she should wipe her lips. After taking the bowl, Gui turned to leave. Tang Yuehua instinctively licked the corner of her mouth, consuming the grains of rice that had unintentionally settled on her lips. Only then realizing that she had grown overly familiar with Gui, perhaps even neglecting to maintain her guard around him. Gui, however, did not ponder excessively. Perhaps he believed that such an approach was quite satisfactory, allowing things to unfold naturally. It was not until evening that Gui and Tang Yuehua returned to the illustrious city of Tiando. Upon entering Tiando City, Gui paused momentarily before regaining his composure. What a magnificent and resplendent city it was. Gui gazed at the orderly Tiando City and remarked with a hint of significance. After escorting Tang Yuehua back to Yuxian, Gui returned to Tianwen Academy. Upon entering his room, Gui resisted and absorbed the mental energy and vivid memories emanating from the evil god Pearl. Along with this influx came a substantial amount of malevolent power, fallenness, desire, and slaughter. Gui's expression shifted incessantly, reflecting bloodlust, avarice, and lust, yet devoid of kindness. Throughout the entire night, Gui remained restless, grappling with the malevolent power of the evil god Pearl. Fortunately, the evil god Pearl harbored this wicked energy. Otherwise, enduring such torment would have been utterly impossible. Gui's sole purpose was to prevent the malevolent memories from saturating the evil god Pearl, necessitating periodic purges. Yet amidst these fragmented recollections, he discerned two women, one Lu Erlong, the other Bibi Dong. Upon recognizing these figures, Gui instantly grasped the origin of these memories, Yu Xiaojing. Previously, such fragments had eluded him entirely, for his darker self had absorbed them wholesale, leaving no trace behind. Bibi Dong, however, was undeniably striking, even in her youthful, unrefined state within these visions. Her beauty remained breathtaking, capable of toppling cities and kingdoms. Thereafter, tranquility once again settled over his days. Gui also shifted the focus of his life towards guiding Zhu Zhuqing and others. What captured his particular attention was Zhu Zhuqing, the fiercely determined young woman. Ever since she had been tainted by malevolent thoughts in the past, her singular ambition had been to surpass others. Not only did she exhibit diligence during class, but she also sought out Gui in private, hoping he would utilize the sinister domain to fortify her willpower. Yet, the knots within her heart rendered any effort to strengthen her resolve futile. Until the day she unravels the entanglement in her heart, she would remain shackled, unable to attain true liberation. Gui had spoken to her in a similar manner, yet Zhu Zhuqing grew increasingly resolute, embodying the spirit of a fearless warrior. Nevertheless, such rigorous training, pushing her to the brink, facilitated her rapid advancement in cultivation, as she remarkably elevated her level to 30 within a mere 3 months. Of course, this achievement was undoubtedly aided by her ample sustenance. From time to time, Gui would incorporate nourishing herbs into the meals of Zhu Zhuqing and others, thereby enhancing their soul power. It is precisely for this reason that Zhu Zhuqing has made such remarkable progress, while Ning Rongrong has also advanced significantly, nearing the 29th level, albeit at a slightly slower pace than Zhu Zhuqing. Having reached the 30th level, Zhu Zhuqing naturally needs to seek out her third soul ring, and moreover, there is a young girl from Lin family village awaiting his guidance. Over the course of 2 months, it is anticipated that Lin Qing has also cultivated to the 20th level, making it the perfect time to take her to that special location, the Blue-Silver King. As the soul beast closest to the Blue-Silver Emperor's cultivation on the Douluo Continent, is considered even more precious than a 100,000-year soul ring for those who possess the Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul. Furthermore, the 7th member of the team is none other than Lin Qing. Gui, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, hastened towards the Sunset Forest. After studying the theory of soul abilities for such an extended period, has he contemplated his third soul ring, or does he still adhere to the traditions of his family lineage? Gui intends to cultivate Zhu Zhuqing's awareness of independent thought. No, this time I plan to find a soul beast on my own, without following the family to search for one. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment, then spoke with unwavering determination. Tell me, what do you think? Gui also wished to hear what spirit beast Zhu Zhuqing would ultimately choose. The Shadow Leopard. This was the spirit beast she had contemplated for a considerable time, a decision reached after much deliberation. With a sense of anticipation, she gazed at Gui. In her view, no master possessed the profound understanding of martial spirits that this man before her did. Indeed, his discernment was commendable. Gui swiftly summoned information about the Shadow Leopard within the recesses of his mind. The Shadow Leopard, a soul beast endowed with corrosive attachment effects and remarkable speed, had previously crossed his path in the Stardew Forest. At that time, he had contemplated selecting this formidable creature as his third soul ring, yet for various reasons, he ultimately chose not to pursue such a powerful beast. Receiving praise, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head with a subtle smile. Perhaps she would remain indifferent to compliments from others. But Gui's commendation resonated with her deeply. It was the first time in many years that someone acknowledged her. Throughout her life, she had endured the overshadowing presence of her sister, leading her to conceal her insecurities beneath a veneer of coldness. Let us proceed. I wish to discover the whereabouts of the Shadow Leopard. Gui stood still, extending his spiritual energy outward while continuously absorbing the malevolent thoughts encountered along the way. By harnessing the scattered memories within these dark intentions, he sought the desired soul beast. After a brief moment, Gui discovered a soul beast of suitable age, nearing 3,000 years. This significantly surpassed the theoretical limits posited by Yu Xiaojiang. However, such constraints mattered little, for each individual's limits are distinct, particularly in terms of their martial souls, which vary greatly. How could one employ a singular theory to encompass all? Moreover, with his presence, Zhu Qin would undoubtedly remain safe. Let us proceed. Gui called out and hurried toward the location where the soul beast was discovered. Cats are inherently agile creatures, and Zhu Qin seemed even more at home in this forested environment, exhibiting remarkable sensitivity. Ever since locating this soul beast, Gui had not wavered in his pursuit. Swiftly tracking down the shadow leopard, which had nearly 3,000 years of cultivation. Come forth, let me witness the progress you have made during this time. Gui shouted at Zhu Qin beside him. Despite recognizing the formidable strength of the soul beast, Zhu Qin displayed no hesitation and charged forward. Her figure akin to a wraith, no, she was indeed a wraith. As she channeled her energy, the aura of darkness enveloped her, complemented by her black leather attire, making her appear as a soul-reaping specter from the depths of hell. The once graceful Lingbo Weibo had transformed into a menacing stride. Yet it was evident that Zhu Qin had invested considerable effort into mastering it. Although not yet perfected, she maneuvered it with remarkable finesse. Chapter 92. The release of emotion. Zhu Qin and the Shadow Leopard relied primarily on agility and speed. Their combat was characterized by a series of tentative strikes, with minimal physical contact. Despite being a soul beast, the Shadow Leopard had survived among the multitude of soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. Endowed with a natural aptitude for hunting, Zhu Qin was no less impressive. The fighting soul arena in Heavendo City was significantly larger than that in Soto City, and it attracted a greater number of talented individuals, allowing her to gain extensive combat experience. However, Zhu Qin's current strength remained rather inadequate, having only mastered the Lingbo Weibo technique, which had yet to enhance her combat prowess. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Thanks to the enhancement from her martial arts and the Lingbo Weibo, Zhu Qin managed to hold her ground for the duration of a tea session, which could be considered a significant improvement. Just as she was about to be seized by the Shadow Leopard, Gui stepped in front of Zhu Qin, effortlessly pinning the beast down. Go ahead, he urged. Zhu Qin gazed at the soul beast, which could be subdued with a single hand, realizing that her utmost efforts were insufficient to overcome such an opponent. If only she possessed such formidable strength, Zhu Qin mused internally. Yet her movements remained swift as she lunged at the Shadow Leopard, which was now exhibiting signs of fear. With a swift claw strike, she ended the life of the soul beast. A purple soul ring emerged from the Shadow Leopard's body. The age of this soul beast may pose a risk for you at present. Would you like to attempt it? Gui offered a gentle reminder, not as a means to test Zhu Qin's resolve, but rather to inform her of the potential challenges that lay ahead. Teacher, you wouldn't allow your students to face danger, would you? Zhu Qin responded with a smile, and without the slightest hesitation, she settled down on the ground to absorb the soul ring. Gui smiled in agreement, acknowledging Zhu Qin's words as accurate. With her presence, even if Zhu Qin were to encounter genuine peril, she would be capable of transforming danger into safety. This was hardly a challenge for her. Soon, Gui heard Zhu Qin emit a muffled groan, a trace of crimson seeping from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that she had been injured by the powerful surge of energy within her, and her breath had become somewhat unstable. Gui remained vigilant regarding Zhu Qin's condition, ready to assist her in absorbing the soul ring should she falter. As each moment ticked by, Zhu Qin's situation progressively improved, her breath gradually stabilizing. The malevolent aura emanating from her became increasingly potent. Nonetheless, the most perilous phase seemed to have passed. Gui let out a sigh of relief. Zhu Qin did not disappoint him, as she truly managed to absorb a soul ring of such considerable age. He had previously intended to assist her in the absorption process when she faltered, especially since Zhu Qin had yet to open a single meridian. After absorbing the soul ring, Zhu Qin did not immediately rise. Instead, she remained seated on the ground, continuing to meditate until she had completely assimilated all the energy within her. Only then did she stand up, her face alight with excitement. She had indeed embarked on a path distinct from the traditional Zhu family lineage. By your expression, it seems the effects of the soul ring you acquired are quite remarkable, he remarked. Zhu Qin enthusiastically nodded in affirmation. Her third soul skill, phantom possession, granted her a twofold increase in speed and an 80% enhancement in strength, while also bestowing upon her the power of the underworld, which inflicted a corrosive state upon her foes. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing summoned her martial spirit and activated her third soul ring. With the activation of the soul skill, her aura surged, more than doubling in intensity, and the sharp claws she bore became enveloped in a dark mist that flickered like flames. Now, unleash the power of the underworld upon me. Gui was also curious to see just how formidable this nether power truly was. Oh, no, she instinctively declined. The nether power was not to be underestimated, and she certainly did not wish for Gui to be harmed. With a slight smile, Gui remarked, "How is it that with your esteemed cultivation, you still believe you can harm me? Do come at me if you dare." Zhu Zhuqing soon realized the folly of her thoughts. The notion that she could inflict any injury upon Gui was indeed a flight of fancy. "Master, be cautious." Zhu Zhuqing no longer hesitated and swiftly unleashed her claws. Gui chose not to evade or retreat, but instead resisted with his soul power. Zhu Zhuqing felt as though her claws had encountered an impenetrable wall, rendering her unable to advance even an inch. As she sensed the soul power, Gui was profoundly astonished. Could this truly be the power of the underworld? He felt as if his own soul power was being eroded, diminished. Although the rate of this erosion would not harm him even over a lifetime, it did not diminish the potency of this ability. In the hands of a soul master of equal rank, it would serve as a devastating weapon. A single strike could dissipate soul power and inflict direct damage. An impressive outcome. You have already forged a path distinct from others. Do not confine yourself to narrow-mindedness any longer. Your family will no longer bind you. Your future is radiant and far beyond the shackles of that decaying family and empire. Hearing Gui's words, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain her emotions. Her heart's most tender spot touched. Tears streamed down her cheeks. A day later, at Linjia village, Gui returned to Linjia village with Zhu Zhuqing. To Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment, she discovered that the villagers held Gui in such high esteem that even if he commanded them to perish, they would likely comply without hesitation. What secrets lay within him? Throughout their time at Shrek, Zhu Zhuqing had never heard anyone mention this matter. Clearly, this place harbored profound mysteries. Under Gui's guidance, Zhu Zhuqing also met their final teammate, Lin Qing. "Master, you have finally arrived," exclaimed Lin Qing, who was deep in meditation. Sensing Gui's presence, he leaped up in excitement and, to Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment, directly threw himself into Gui's embrace. "All right, Qinger, have some decorum." Gui tenderly stroked the silky hair of the girl in his arms. Lin Qing also noticed Zhu Zhuqing beside Gui, yet she did not feel shy. Instead, she stepped out of Gui's embrace and scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing. "Master?" Lin Qing called out uncertainly. Even Zhu Zhuqing, with her typically aloof demeanor, felt her ears flush with embarrassment at Lin Qing's unexpected words, instinctively glancing at Gui. Fortunately, Gui had not just taken a sip of water, otherwise, it would have surely resulted in an explosive reaction. "Has this disciple lost her mind?" he remarked, gently tapping Lin Qing on the head. "What nonsense are you thinking? Zhu Zhuqing is also one of my students." Upon hearing Gui's explanation, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Despite being scolded, Lin Qing wore a bright smile. "I'm so sorry, senior sister Zhuqing. This is the first time Master has brought someone to the village. And I thought you were well." Lin Qing rambled on, but Zhu Zhuqing's focus was entirely on the word "first time." "How is your cultivation progressing?" After the jest, Gui inquired about Lin Qing's abilities. "I have reached level 20 and am just waiting for Master to arrive," Lin Qing replied confidently, assuring him that she had not been idle during this time. Chapter 93. A transformation. Lin Qing was the student Gui trusted the most, even more than Zhu Zhuqing. She embodied his teachings and had not adopted the traits of the current nobility. Even as a soul master, her character remained unchanged. "Very well, Master does not deceive you. I have come this time for your martial spirit. It is best to resolve the matter of the Blue-Silver King sooner rather than later. Moreover, unlike Tang San, you do not possess the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor within you. You merely need to awaken to attain the pinnacle of the Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit. However, over the years, Lin Qing has been cultivating the herbal techniques I passed on to her, and her Blue-Silver Grass martial spirit has already surpassed the typical Blue-Silver Grass in strength and resilience. Furthermore, her first soul ring is not a mere entanglement, but comes from a soul beast that enhances life and fortifies resilience. After all, isn't the entanglement something one can achieve with mastery of their martial spirit? That's wonderful, Master, Lin Qing exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as she embraced Gui once more. Zhu Qing, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of envy. How she wished she could be so unguarded and carefree in Guyi's presence. All right, let us set forth, Guyi declared, recognizing that the location of the Blue-Silver King was quite distant. Additionally, he had to carry these two burdens, so the sooner they departed, the better. Hearing Guyi's words, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively moved closer to him. Yay, master, you finally plan to take me flying, Lin Qing exclaimed, having longed for the skies. Though Guyi had always been reluctant to indulge her. Taking one by each hand, Guyi lifted off the ground, soaring towards the destination mentioned by Tang Hao. Lin Qing was clearly exhilarated. This was her first experience of flight. Don't fidget. If you fall, don't blame your master, he cautioned. Guyi felt a sense of helplessness towards this disciple, seemingly oblivious to the circumstances, displaying a reckless disregard for danger. Nevertheless, one could discern a trace of affection for Lin Qing in his words. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing promptly clung to his left arm, fearful of falling. Observing Lin Qing's newfound composure, Guyi merely smiled and continued their journey towards their destination. 5 days later, despite traveling by flight, it took them 5 days to arrive. However, even before entering the forest, Guyi sensed the vibrant life pulsating within it. The common blue-silver grass was abundant here, even more so than usual. Soon, he confirmed their objective. Let us proceed and enter. Guyi chose not to take flight, but instead led the two individuals into the depths of the forest. Master, what is our purpose here? Lin Qing still struggled to comprehend. Surely, if they sought a soul ring, they ought to venture into the Star-Doe forest. Even if the abundance of blue-silver grass here was somewhat extraordinary, it would serve no purpose for her soul ring. In a moment, you two will stand behind me and refrain from wandering off. When a plant-type soul beast reaches a certain level of cultivation, it becomes far more formidable than other soul beasts. Particularly, the Blue-Silver King, a ruler beneath the Blue-Silver Emperor, should not be underestimated. Tang San's ability to gain the assistance of the Blue-Silver King stems from his heritage of the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline. Otherwise, you would find yourself at the mercy of the Blue-Silver King. This was the first time Zhu Zhuqing witnessed Guyi's caution. What secrets lay hidden within this place? Their uncertainties were soon dispelled as they beheld a peculiar plant. Countless vines extended from the surrounding trees, ultimately coalescing in the air to form a plant that astonishingly bore a visage. The aura emanating from its scent shivers down their spines. It was undoubtedly a 10,000-year soul beast. Humans, depart from this place. It is not meant for you. The Blue-Silver King spoke, disregarding the two women behind Guyi, as they posed no threat. However, the man before it was a different matter. His presence was even more potent. Yet, this was its domain, and despite the man's strength, it was not guaranteed that he would prevail. Blue-Silver King, with your level of cultivation, you must have sensed the aura of this young girl beside me. I require you to forge a soul ring for her. Once you fulfill this request, we shall depart. Impossible. She is merely an ordinary blue-silver grass martial spirit. We shall not relinquish the hard-earned cultivation we possess to her. Do not entertain such fantasies. The aura emanating from the Blue-Silver King began to surge, and the remaining blue-silver grass swiftly turned to confront Guyi and her companions. In this environment, the Blue-Silver King could even invoke the bloodline status of the Blue-Silver Emperor, temporarily asserting control over the blue-silver grass. Refusing a toast only invites a penalty. Guyi emanated a formidable aura as the sinister domain was unleashed. Instantly, all the blue-silver grasses present were suppressed, including the Blue-Silver King hovering above. The domain exerted its oppressive force. The disparity in combat between those possessing a domain and those without was utterly overwhelming. To yield or to perish, Guyi stood still, an aura of killing intent emanating from him that was difficult to conceal. The surrounding blue-silver grass trembled in apprehension, having never before endured such formidable oppression. Even the Blue-Silver King had lost its previous fortitude. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that the girl by your side possesses a martial soul far too feeble to withstand the sacrifices of all the blue-silver grass. Indeed, it seems that reason must be enforced through power. Guyi did not retract the malevolent domain, stating, "These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. You need only fulfill my requests." If Lin Qing were merely the most basic blue-silver grass martial soul, it would undoubtedly be unable to endure. For every martial soul possesses its limitations. However, one must not forget that Lin Qing has also cultivated the wood technique. This technique is optimally suited for absorbing the essence of flora to enhance one's strength. This time, Gui intends to facilitate a transformation in Lin Qing's blue-silver grass. Even if it cannot reach the pinnacle of martial souls, it must at least attain a higher tier. Through years of cultivation, Lin Qing has nearly elevated her blue-silver grass martial soul to the intermediate level, being just one step away. Since this is your request, I only hope you will spare these feeble blue-silver grasses, lamented the blue-silver king. Empress, it seems we may not await your return. In an instant, a multitude of blue light points emerged from all the blue-silver grasses in the region. Yet, given that blue-silver grass is the most abundant plant in existence, the adage quantity satiates holds true. Lin Qing was instantly enveloped by this ocean of blue. Qinger, channel the wood technique to absorb the essence of these plants and enhance your martial soul. Lin Qing nodded, diligently absorbing the essence of the blue-silver grass, which could be considered akin to kin, thus facilitating an effortless incorporation into her martial soul. So beautiful, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she gazed upon the azure expanse, marveling at its splendor. Indeed, no girl can resist the allure of beauty. At this moment, Gu Yi was also fixated on the blue-silver king before him, aware that any mischief could endanger Lin Qing. Fortunately, as everything concluded, the blue-silver king remained untroublesome. At this juncture, Lin Qing bore an additional purple soul ring. Moreover, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His hair had turned a striking blue, his features had become more refined, and his physique had improved slightly. However, his appearance had not drastically altered. For Lin Qing had merely enhanced his martial spirit rather than awakened the bloodline of a soul beast within him. Thus, significant changes were to be expected. Chapter 94. Retrieving the Soul Bone and Summoning the Martial Spirit. Gu Yi gazed at Lin Qing and remarked that the enhancement of one's cultivation was inconsequential. It was the elevation of one's foundation that truly mattered. Indeed, Lin Qing responded, as a splendid blue-silver grass materialized in her hands. So beautiful. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Qing, being young women, found themselves utterly captivated by such exquisite beauty. The blue-silver grass in Lin Qing's grasp shimmered like a sapphire, far surpassing the previous specimens in magnificence. Esteemed one, this young lady's martial soul is no less formidable than mine, the blue-silver king mused, astonished that an ordinary human child could truly absorb the essence of countless blue-silver grasses. Nevertheless, he too gleaned certain advantages from this experience. Despite being merely a spirit beast, his intellect rivaled that of humans. The fluctuations generated during Lin Qing's cultivation significantly benefited him, potentially advancing his bloodline even further. Gui nodded. This was indeed the best outcome. Lin Qing ultimately lacked the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor and could not evolve into one. The fact that her martial spirit had reached the level of the blue-silver king was already a significant advancement. One last thing, come with me. Gu Yi gazed at the blue-silver king entwined in the air and made his final demand. Human, do not overstep your bounds. I have already granted you what you sought. The blue-silver king suppressed its fury, realizing that humans were indeed treacherous and untrustworthy. Even if it meant sacrificing the entire forest of blue-silver grass, it would not allow Gu Yi to have an easy time. At the very least, the two girls beside him had no hope of survival. I do not intend to breach our agreement. Rather, I have a far superior place for you to thrive, where your cultivation will be enhanced tenfold, 100-fold. Moreover, I can assist you in locating the blue-silver emperor. Lin Qing was merely at the beginning of her cultivation journey, and she desperately needed the support of her kin, the blue-silver clan. The blue-silver king disregarded all other conditions, fixating solely on the final stipulation. Their lineage had been without the blue-silver emperor for far too long. The lost children could not find their way home and were left to wander aimlessly. If you can indeed locate the blue-silver emperor, I would willingly sacrifice all my cultivation for this young lady before you, without hesitation. It was of no consequence. The blue-silver grass here was insignificant. Only the blue-silver emperor held true importance. Only with the return of the blue-silver emperor could they genuinely flourish. The blue-silver grass was far too weak. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. Gu Yi would naturally not deceive a plant, and moreover, Lin Qing's cultivation thereafter would undoubtedly require the assistance of a higher-level blue-silver emperor. Quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations. But what if a qualitative change occurs from the very beginning? My lord, I place my trust in you. The strong are often too proud to resort to deceit. Then, please do enter. Gu Yi retrieved the treasured bag of wonders from his bosom, a remarkable artifact capable of housing living beings, perfectly suited for accommodating the Blue-Silver King. The Blue-Silver King hesitated no longer. Even if there existed but a mere 1 in 1,000 chance, it was imperative to make the attempt. The Blue-Silver clan could do without it, but they could never be without their sovereign, the Blue-Silver Emperor. Task completed, it was time to return home. Gu-yi gathered the bag in her hands, placing it once more against her chest. Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Qing appeared utterly bewildered. In just a few brief exchanges, a millennia-old soul beast willingly entered the bag. Moreover, what exactly was this Blue-Silver Emperor they spoke of? Nevertheless, both of them had witnessed an alternate facet of the world. Creatures capable of human speech were exceedingly rare, let alone sentient plants. Coming back to their senses, they realized there was still another destination they needed to visit. Gu-yi was certainly not deceiving the Blue-Silver King. Since he had already severed ties with Tang San and his son, it was time to take action. Where else could he go? After several days of relentless travel, Gu-yi appeared somewhat fatigued. After all, he was not yet a titled Douluo and lacked true flight capabilities. He merely manipulated the elemental energies of the world to elevate himself. Even with his current mental fortitude, he found it somewhat exhausting. "Master, what are we doing here?" Lin Qing inquired with a hint of curiosity. Having just departed from one forest, they now found themselves in another. "We are searching for a particular herb." Gazing upon the vast expanse of woodland, even he recognized that it would be impossible to locate the dormant Blue-Silver Emperor, hidden within a shadowy cave, especially after losing its powers. However, this challenge was not insurmountable, for he possessed a Blue-Silver King with tens of thousands of years of cultivation within him. "Come forth." Gu-yi took out the wishful treasure pouch, allowing the Blue-Silver King to emerge. Just as the Blue-Silver King had begun to speak, he abruptly froze, then turned to face the east. "Your Majesty, it is the aura of your Majesty." At this moment, the Blue-Silver King had no time to concern himself with Gu-yi and the others, and he advanced directly towards the source of the aura. "Let us go." Gu-yi also called upon the two individuals beside her, for the speed of the Blue-Silver King was exceedingly swift. Should they attempt to follow on their own, they would surely be left behind. Soon, under the guidance of the Blue-Silver King, they arrived at a picturesque valley where a waterfall cascaded gracefully into a serene pool below. The surroundings were indeed quite pleasant. However, these details were not of paramount importance. The Blue-Silver King gazed at the waterfall and, with a sudden surge of energy, leapt directly into its embrace. Before Gu-yi and the others entered, they heard the resounding roar of the Silver King. "Who dares to transform His Majesty into such a state and confine him in this dark and damp place, subjecting him to such torment?" Upon their entrance, they beheld the Silver King pouring his own cultivation into a small blade of grass on the ground, his expression one of utmost reverence and devotion. "Bloodline is everything. I believe it would be wise to release it before attempting to heal. This place is detrimental to the growth of the silver grass." Heeding this advice, the Silver King carefully lifted the small grass along with the soil and proceeded toward the exit. Plants cannot thrive without light. Gu-yi, however, noticed a box partially revealed beneath the Blue-Silver Emperor. It must be the soul bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Without hesitation, he absorbed it into his hand. "Master, what is this object?" Lin Qing inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the box in Gu-yi's hand, unable to fathom why someone would bury a box beneath the blue-silver grass. 100,000-year soul bone. Gu-yi casually broke the seal on the box and opened it directly. Inside lay peacefully a soul bone. The Blue-Silver King, who had just stepped out, suddenly burst back in. "This is His Majesty's soul bone." The Blue-Silver King never imagined this treasure would still be here. It was almost unbelievable. With this soul bone, His Majesty's recovery will progress much faster. "My lord, could this soul bone possibly?" The Blue-Silver King's voice wavered with hesitation. After all, this was 100,000-year soul bone. No human would likely return such a treasure willingly. Yet, for His Majesty's sake, he had to try. "No, this soul bone cannot be given to you," Gu-yi resolutely declared. This object was a precious treasure for him, and he would never part with it. With this soul bone, the devouring heaven secret technique could be utilized several more times. Chapter 95, The Near Awakening. Gu-yi's resolute demeanor left Lan Yin Wang in a state of helplessness. If only his strength were on par with others, he could have effortlessly reclaimed the soul bone. "I merely mentioned guiding you to find the Blue-Silver Emperor. Anything beyond that is not something you should indulge in fantasies about." Had Lin Qing been able to absorb the Blue-Silver King's soul ring at this moment, he would have resolved matters far more simply by eliminating the obstacle. Bring the blue-silver emperor in. I shall lead you to a place conducive to enhancing your cultivation. Gui once again opened the wishful treasure bag, allowing the blue-silver king to enter. Afterward, he spent several days returning to the sunset forest, arriving at the outskirts of a poisonous barrier. At this moment, Gui also produced the serpent scales belonging to Douluo. After all, it was Douluo's medicinal garden, and one must always greet the master before entering. Soon, under the gaze of the three, a verdant figure emerged from within. "What brings you here, my young friend? Have you run out of herbs again?" Douluo exclaimed, his face brightening upon seeing Gui, although his demeanor soured slightly at the sight of the two girls accompanying him. "Old poison, I intend to cultivate something here," Gui stated, his serious tone prompting Douluo to mask his displeasure. "You didn't bring yin with you," Douluo remarked, wishing fervently for the two to unite. Yet, he understood that someone as exceptional as Gui could not possibly be tied to a single woman. He merely hoped that Douluo's wishes would be fulfilled. "Come, let us enter," Douluo beckoned, guiding them into the poisonous barrier. The sight before them was astonishing, an abundance of rare and exotic flora. Lin Qing, as a spirit master of plants who had also cultivated the wood technique, was deeply familiar with the essence of vegetation. The rich aromas of these plants were indeed a rarity. Should she train here, her prowess would surely advance by leaps and bounds. "What exactly do you intend to cultivate here? I must caution you. Ordinary plants struggle to survive in this environment," Douluo advised. "Rest assured, in terms of vitality, even you cannot compare," Gui confidently replied. Gui retrieved the exquisite treasure pouch, releasing within it the blue-silver king and the blue-silver emperor. Soul beasts. Douluo immediately grew vigilant. The aura emanating from this soul beast was extraordinarily formidable, to the extent that it could be deemed powerful. Had he not encountered Gui prior, it would have been quite likely that he could not defeat this soul beast. Even now, he must approach with caution. "Do not be alarmed. I merely brought it along to seek a refuge." Gui smiled at Douluo and then turned back to the blue-silver emperor, advising him to find a place to take root. He cautioned, "Remember, do not harm even a single blade of grass or a tree here. Otherwise, not only you, but even your emperor shall bear the consequences." Gui merely offered a gentle reminder that the blue-silver king lacked the capacity to devastate this environment. "Thank you, my lord." The blue-silver king instinctively extended its tendrils, as it was the first time encountering such an environment where energy could seamlessly penetrate into its being without the need for external cultivation, resulting in rapid advancement in its cultivation. Concurrently, the blue-silver emperor was also planted in this fertile ground. The blue-silver emperor swayed its branches and leaves joyfully, reveling in the comfort of this environment. "From now on, Qinger, you shall cultivate here." Gui had long since devised a plan for Lin Qing, recognizing that cultivating beside the blue-silver emperor would greatly benefit her blue-silver grass. Lin Qing was aware that this was her master's indulgence, as he had specifically sought out a sacred place for her cultivation. "Master, I too wish to cultivate here," Zhu Zhiqing hesitantly interjected. The energy in such a place was exceedingly rich, significantly aiding in the enhancement of one's prowess. Naturally, she yearned to remain in this extraordinary environment. "This place is unsuitable for you. I have other arrangements in mind for you," came the measured response. Gui did not acquiesce to Zhu Zhiqing. "Not everyone is suited to such an environment. The place Zhu Zhiqing requires is not found here. I still need to remain for a few more days. I apologize for the inconvenience." Gui also wished to take this opportunity to absorb the blue-silver emperor's soul bone, which would significantly enhance his strength. "Next time, if you do not bring Yin along, there will be no need for you to return." Douluo, in a fit of childish temper, did not grant him a favorable expression. Gui felt a sense of familiarity and did not perceive anything amiss. Douluo also chose not to squander time with Gui here. Instead, he returned to his small chamber to resume his cultivation. The years lost to the venom of the serpent were ones he intended to reclaim gradually. As for the title of the gatekeeper of the title Douluo, he deemed it more fitting to bestow it upon another. Gui also took out the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor, preparing to absorb it. Meanwhile, the rooted blue-silver king sensed the presence of the blue-silver emperor and twisted its vine-like tendrils to catch sight of Gui poised to absorb the soul bone. A sinister thought flickered through its mind. If it were to launch a surprise attack while Gui was engaged in the absorption, perhaps it could reclaim the emperor's soul bone and hasten the blue-silver emperor's return. However, at that moment, Gui suddenly lifted his head and cast a glance in its direction. That single glance extinguished any lingering malevolent thoughts, compelling it to turn away. Those eyes seemed capable of perceiving all things in the world, leaving no secret hidden. Yet, they also harbored the darkest depths of malevolence. What could this human have endured to possess such profound eyes? Even it, a soul beast that had survived for countless years in this realm, felt utterly eclipsed. Gui lowered his head once more, commencing the absorption of the complete leg bone of the blue-silver emperor. The surrounding energy began to merge with the soul bone, converging towards his right leg. As a soul beast endowed with formidable vitality, the soul bone produced by the blue-silver emperor harbored an immense and gentle life force. The azure-golden aura permeated his meridians. Through years of cultivation, Gui's meridians, though far from the robustness and fluidity of a tidal Douluo, had become resilient, smooth, and expansive. Nevertheless, even in this state, his meridians were still influenced by the azure-golden essence, becoming even more expansive and resilient, forging a closer connection with the forces of nature. Gui felt an impulse for his martial soul to awaken once more. The last awakening had achieved the silver level. Should this one succeed again, his meridian martial soul might very well ascend to the realm of true divine martial souls. After all, no matter how formidable the meridian martial soul became, it still lacked the manifestation of its own domain. Just as Gui believed that his martial soul could awaken again, the azure-golden aura began to wane, indicating that this soul bone was insufficient to facilitate another awakening. Nevertheless, Gui continued to bask in the tranquility and comfort bestowed by the life force. And in that moment, even the oppressive presence of the evil god Pearl dissipated, akin to an unborn infant, pure and immaculate. However, this sensation did not linger for long. And soon Gui awakened, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Gui cast a glance at the silently cultivating blue-silver king, feeling quite pleased that it refrained from making a move. No one could conceal their malevolent intentions in his presence. Chapter 96, Enchantment and Transformation. Old poison. I must take my leave. Please look after my little disciple. Lastly, I must remind you once more, do not forget the significant event occurring 7 days hence. Gui called out towards the house, aware that upon returning, numerous matters awaited him. I understand. If you wish to leave, then depart. There is no need for lingering and fussing here. Out of sight, out of mind. The voice of Du Gubo echoed from within the house, showing no intention of emerging for a meeting. Gui, however indifferent, led Zhu Zhuqing away, leaving Lin Qing to cultivate in solitude. The Sunset Forest was merely 100 miles from Heavendo City, and under Gui's swift pace, they arrived promptly. Teacher, are you all right? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Observing the bloodshot eyes of Gui, whose current condition appeared somewhat troubling, the sinister aura surrounding him struck her as oddly familiar, reminiscent of the powerful presence unleashed during the use of the evil domain. Yet, at this moment, Gui was not employing that dark power. You may return to the academy on your own. I have matters to attend to and shall depart first. Gui set Zhu Zhuqing down by the roadside and soared toward Yuxian. With growing concern, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the increasingly distant figure of Gui. Unable to quell the unease in her heart, she activated her agility and pursued him. Although Gui's speed was remarkably swift, Zhu Zhuqing was still able to discern certain traces. It was only when she witnessed Gui soaring directly into the uppermost level of Yuxian that she turned and made her way towards Tianwen Academy. How did it come to this? Tang Yuehua had initially been below, instructing her students in etiquette and the harp. However, her cultivation and spiritual power had significantly increased. And given that her martial soul possessed a formidable suppressive effect against malevolent forces, she was much more perceptive than the average person. Gui remained silent, seated cross-legged on the bed, endeavoring to acclimate to the insidious encroachment of malevolent forces. Originally, everything had been meticulously arranged. The evil god Pearl possessed a remarkable capacity for tolerance towards dark energies. As long as the limits were not surpassed, it could effectively contain the malevolence, preventing him from being perpetually assailed by its corrupting influence. However, should those boundaries be breached, the ensuing eruption of dark forces would be overwhelmingly potent and exceedingly difficult to suppress. Each night, Gui had devoted a segment of time to dispelling these malevolent energies. Yet, frequent travels had rendered his schedule exceedingly tight, and returning to the bustling metropolis of Tiando City, rife with material temptations, nearly overwhelmed him. Had it not been for his indomitable will resisting the onslaught, he might not have endured long enough to reach Yuxian. With the assistance of Tang Yuehua from the noble domain, Gu Yi's conditions swiftly stabilized, and the dark energies gradually began to dissipate. Gu Yi's breath gradually steadied. An hour later, Gu Yi opened his eyes. "Thank you." Tang Yuehua, clearly uninterested in this exchange, was eager to ascertain what Gu Yi had been occupied with during his prolonged absence of over half a month. Her gaze, imbued with tender beauty, lingered on Gu Yi in silence. Under different circumstances, such a look would be delightful, yet in this moment, it felt somewhat oppressive. "Has your cultivation been progressing smoothly during this time?" Tang Yuehua, aware that Gu Yi was reluctant to share, did not press him further. "It's going well. I can continue my training." Tang Yuehua had been diligently toiling away, managing her students by day and dedicating her nights to the rigorous cultivation of her martial spirit, all the while stealing moments to ponder Gu Yi's circumstances. "Might I have the honor of inviting Madame Yuehua to join Tianwen Academy as an etiquette instructor?" Gu Yi gazed intently at Tang Yuehua, her face brimming with anticipation. "You wish for me to become a guest scholar at your esteemed academy. Yet it comes at a considerable cost," Tang Yuehua replied with a smile, her demeanor illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her even more regal and enigmatic. In that moment, Gu Yi instinctively enacted the movements and tones learned from the sinister imagery, swiftly drawing near and, with a speed that was almost imperceptible, encircled Tang Yuehua's slender waist. His gaze deeply fixed upon her. His right hand perceived an extraordinary softness. Their eyes met. "I wonder if I am sufficient." At this moment, Gu Yi's demeanor transformed entirely, resembling a wayward son enticing a virtuous woman. The carefree rake might hold little allure for the average woman, yet for Tang Yuehua, who had spent decades devoid of male companionship, living in the esteemed Moon Pavilion, the tedium of her existence was palpable. Occasionally, a spark of excitement was essential. In this instance, Gu Yi embodied that very thrill. Furthermore, Tang Yuehua harbored a certain fondness for Gu Yi, which only heightened the impact of his advances. "What are you doing?" Tang Yuehua instinctively raised her hand to fend off Gu Yi's overtly aggressive demeanor, bewildered by the sudden intensity emanating from him. Yet, he exuded an undeniable charm. At that moment, even her noble upbringing could offer no refuge, had it not been for the remnants of her aristocratic composure. She might have found it difficult to resist. As she evaded Gu Yi's embrace, Tang Yuehua turned her back, avoiding his gaze, her delicate earlobes already tinged with a lovely blush. Gu Yi had not anticipated that the outcome would be so remarkable. Perhaps, sometimes, even malevolent memories are not entirely detrimental. At the very least, they have illuminated aspects of life he had previously overlooked, for some experiences necessitate the presence of two, or even more, individuals. He patiently awaits the arrival of the lady. Gu Yi leaned in behind Tang Yuehua, whispering softly in her ear before vanishing without a trace, leaving the flustered Madame Yuehua in a whirlwind of emotions. Gu Yi did not return to the academy immediately. Instead, he strolled along the streets. Although his mind was filled with numerous memories, this was his first practical experience, and he felt a tinge of excitement. Tang Yuehua was indeed a rare beauty, and with her additional attributes, it was only natural for Gu Yi to be unable to contain himself. Engaging in daily conversations with such a stunning woman would leave any man unable to remain composed. In 7 days, a grand recruitment event would take place, necessitating these days to adjust his state of mind and ensure he would not be influenced by the evil god Pearl. Furthermore, he needed to create an impressive atmosphere. Otherwise, even with large-scale recruitment efforts, attracting students would prove challenging. After all, the fragrance of wine fears the depth of the alley. Yu Xian, Du Gubo, and Xue Qinghe were all notable figures, and one must also consider the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Perhaps even the Spirit Hall could be counted among them. Gu Yi firmly believed that with these 5 promotions, the number of visitors would undoubtedly be plentiful. As for the Academy's regulations, they had long been meticulously crafted. The former Shrek Academy was merely an experiment yet to commence. After all, according to his initial plan, it was supposed to be fully operational only after securing victory in the Soul Master tournament. Nonetheless, this arrangement proved to be fortuitous, as the Academy now belonged entirely to him, free from the influence of others' opinions. The following day, while instructing Zhu Zhuqing and the others, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence, a subtle smile breaking through his previously serious demeanor. The few individuals present were perplexed, uncertain of the cause for Gu Yi's amusement. However, their confusion was soon dispelled when a striking figure appeared outside the classroom. It seemed that your new teacher had indeed arrived. Gu Yi gazed at Tang Yuehua at the entrance, unable to suppress a smile. Tang Yuehua, however, did not look at Gu Yi, but instead focused on the 6 individuals below. These individuals would become her students starting today. Chapter 97. Excitement in the city of Tiando. All citizens were aware of an institution known as Tianwen Academy, which was not only overseen by a titled Douluo but also regarded commoners with respect, placing significant emphasis on their potential. More importantly, this academy would be enrolling students in just one day. It did not require any specific cultivation level or martial spirit. As long as one possessed soul power, they could register and, upon passing an assessment, join the ranks of the academy. While the commoners of Tiando were privy to this information, the nobility within the city sensed a different kind of opportunity. With such a grand momentum, various factions were eager to assist in promoting Tianwen Academy. Gu Yi, just how immense is his power? No one can elucidate clearly. Far away in the spirit city, Bibi Dong in the Hall of the Pope has also received the news. Prepare, prepare. I too wish to witness the extraordinary prowess of the academy that the Spirit Hall holds in such high regard. The expressions of Gue Mei and Zhu Huaguan beside her revealed their incredulity. How could the esteemed Pope take an interest in the enrollment of an academy? Yet, they dared not be negligent, for this Pope's methods are notoriously iron-fisted. As for the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Fengji, are we truly to send forth such a multitude of disciples to serve as both teachers and students? Gu Rong could not comprehend Ning Fengji's intentions. It is well known that those possessing the 7 treasures glazed tile, a powerful martial soul, are the backbone of the sect. Why would they not remain within the academy to be meticulously nurtured, but instead be dispatched? What reasoning lies behind this? Even if that young man with the surname Gu possesses some remarkable capabilities, there seems to be no need for such heightened attention. Uncle Gu Yi is indeed extraordinary. Just the peculiar self-created soul skills he possesses are sufficient for us to regard him with utmost importance, not to mention his prowess. Let us not forget, he is now a soul king. Although Ning Fengji had not exchanged many words with his daughter, he gleaned some hints from her discourse. Perhaps Gu Yi does not mind sharing those self-created soul skills. This could present an opportunity for the 7 treasures glazed tile school. In such a vast sect, the only pillars remaining are the aging titled Douluos, Jin and Gu, who are now approaching their twilight years. This exemplifies the drawback of auxiliary martial souls. Even though the 7 treasures glazed tile school possesses immense wealth, without formidable warriors, it is akin to a child parading through the streets with a fortune in hand. The appearance of Gu Yi bestowed upon him this opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, it can be considered an endeavor undertaken. Gu Yi, as usual, was honing the will of a few individuals in the realm of malevolence, showing no signs of alteration despite the impending admissions the following day. Tang Yuehua approached, observing Gu Yi's seemingly leisurely demeanor, and was left wondering whether to commend his remarkable composure. You truly are not the slightest bit anxious. What is there to be anxious about? Whatever comes, comes. The losses do not fall upon me. Gu Yi wore an expression of indifference. As if to echo his own words, the loss incurred by absence was not his own. Why should he feel anxious or worried? Gu Yi suddenly shifted her tone, addressing Tang Yuehua, but after your remark, I find myself feeling rather anxious. You owe me compensation. Tang Yuehua was taken aback by Gu Yi's childlike behavior, resorting to such juvenile antics. I cannot comply with that. Tang Yuehua deftly evaded the provocation. Over the past few days, Gu Yi's audacity had only intensified, her demeanor growing increasingly brazen in Tang Yuehua's presence. She would frequently initiate playful embraces, seemingly disregarding her own stature as the renowned Madame Yuehua. Observing Tang Yuehua retreating gracefully, Gu Yi couldn't help but smile, becoming more adept at wielding her malevolent powers. Even in Tang Yuehua's absence, she managed to maintain control over the situation. However, the backlash from the evil god Pearl still required Tang Yuehua's assistance. As time progressed, the evil god Pearl, under the influence of dark energy, grew increasingly potent, capable of harboring more malevolent force, thus affording her greater opportunities to confront the encroaching darkness. Gu Yi gazed at the 4 individuals who were still valiantly struggling, casting a glance at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had long since succumbed and stood outside the arena. Ever since Zhu Zhuqing's return, an unsettling change had befallen Dai Mubai. According to Zhu Zhuqing's explanation, the bond of soul resonance between them had diminished. Gu Yi never anticipated that Dai Mubai's temperament could be so frail. Merely experiencing a diminishment in his martial soul had led to a corresponding weakening of his resolve. The current Dai Mubai bears a resemblance to the former Zhu Zhuqing, yet lacks her resilience, having succumbed to adversity. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing, after receiving his encouragement, has increasingly fortified her determination, and it seems she will soon liberate herself from the shackles of her past. It appears that once again, Oscar has persevered until the end. Although Ning Rongrong has surprised him by extending his endurance significantly compared to before. After the conclusion, Dai Mubai sought out Gui privately. "Teacher, I aspire to grow stronger," he declared, standing before Gui. Yet, despite his words, his spirit appeared utterly depleted, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. Frankly speaking, Gui felt a pang of disappointment. "Stronger? In your current state? Come back to me when you have truly grasped this." Gui chose to walk away, disregarding his request. Not far along, he spotted Tang Yuehua standing gracefully beneath a pillar, serene and beautiful. After all, he was a prince. Is this how you raised him? Tang Yuehua found herself puzzled by Gui's attitude towards Dai Mubai. Gui approached and remarked to Tang Yuehua, given his current state, no amount of powerful techniques would prove beneficial. This realization could only dawn upon him. I am unable to assist in this matter. Moreover, his previous actions were undeniably cowardly, and experiencing Zhu Zhuqing's prior sentiments could be considered a form of reparation. Tang Yuehua seemed to grasp the underlying sentiment. Understanding that my words were merely a means to vindicate Zhu Zhuqing, which stirred a hint of jealousy within him. I took my leave. Tang Yuehua then turned and made his way towards the academy's entrance. "Where are you going?" The malevolent force has yet to be subdued. Gui took a few steps forward and lifted her effortlessly, striding toward the room. Before Tang Yuehua, he increasingly resembled a charming rogue. "What are you doing? Put me down at once. I truly have matters to attend to at Yuexian," Tang Yuehua protested, struggling in Gui's embrace. However, her feeble attempts were futile against his strength. "Rest assured, once everything is concluded, I shall personally escort you back." Gui lowered his head, gazing at Tang Yuehua nestled in his arms. The proximity between them was palpable. Tang Yuehua could even sense the warmth of Gui's breath. "Why are you doing this? Quickly put me down, or others will see us," she admonished. After all, Tang Yuehua was currently instructing Zhu Zhuqing and the others in etiquette. If they were discovered engaging in such behavior in public, how would she ever show her face in class again? Chapter 98, The Assessment. Ultimately, Gui adhered to his promise and returned Tang Yuehua to Yuexian. However, as he departed, he was fiercely pinched by Tang Yuehua. Gui let out a pained cry, as it was only natural to react after having taken such a considerable advantage. Wiping the red mark from his face, he couldn't help but admit that it felt rather pleasant. The following day marked the official commencement of the Academy's recruitment day. Gui also rose early, having decided to conduct a singular assessment for this recruitment event. By traversing through the malevolent realm and entering the Academy, one would be recognized as a student of Tianmen Academy. In his vision, Tianmen Academy was not merely a place for cultivating soul